What should one do when they find themselves in the role of a false heiress in a tale of genuine and counterfeit riches? What can one do? Simply embrace the chaos, indulge in madness. Then everyone noticed that Zhizhi was not quite the same as they had previously known her. She had lost her mind. While others sought to overcome their adversities, she chose to lie flat and even encouraged others to do the same. When someone criticized her culinary skills, claiming even Ningyu's footbath water was more fragrant than her dishes, that very night she seized Ningyu's footbath water and poured it into that person's cup. Chapter 1. The false heiress is cast out. Zhizhi gazed at her adoptive parents with an expression of innocence. For the sake of familial harmony, her adoptive parents decided to send her away, yet they did not neglect her. After all, the years of opulence she had enjoyed were not mere illusions. The funds in her account were real, and the house was undeniably hers. Mom and Dad, I understand completely. My sister has endured hardships for so many years, and it is only right that you care for her now. Don't worry, I will manage just fine on my own. In her heart, there was not a shred of resentment. Why should she feel discontent? She had a home, savings, and a generous allowance each month. Seeing how understanding Zhizhi was, her adoptive parents' expressions softened considerably. After their biological daughter had gone missing, they had taken her in. They were well aware of Zhizhi's background. She had been sent to an orphanage after losing her parents and had no other relatives. It was her clean history that prompted them to adopt her. Having spent 20 years together, there was some emotional bond, yet compared to their biological daughter, no one could fill her place in their hearts. Once her adoptive parents departed, Zhizhi collapsed onto the sofa, remaining motionless. In truth, she had not been in this world for long, but upon discovering her identity, she promptly resolved to take a passive approach. The false heiress was a malicious antagonist, but she was not. Why should she court danger by provoking others? Ningyu was the genuine heiress, and she was merely an interloper. It baffled her how the original character in the story possessed such audacity. Regardless, she had no intention of becoming that malicious antagonist. Life was splendid. It was only fitting to embrace the chaos. Her adoptive parents harbored a semblance of affection for her, and as long as she did not provoke their biological daughter or engage in illegal activities, her safety and prosperous existence should remain secure. As she continued to snack and watch television, living a languid life, a phone call interrupted her reverie. Listening to the voice on the other end, filled with exasperation, Zhizhi was utterly bewildered. What was being said? When had she ever been despondent? The person on the line continued, "You need to pull yourself together. The variety show you're participating in is about to begin recording. Prepare yourself properly." Variety show? Suddenly, she recalled the original character's profession. She was a modestly known star. The person on the phone was her manager, Pei Ku, affectionately dubbed Pei Pants. Though her fame was modest, she still had some recognition in the industry, especially as the daughter of the Ning family. Many joked that she was merely a wealthy heiress dabbling in entertainment. Now, with her identity as the Ning family's daughter stripped away, she hadn't been paying much attention to online chatter. It was likely that many were mocking her. In stories featuring genuine and false heiresses, the true heiress is invariably the protagonist, while the false one is ridiculed. Unfortunately, she found herself in the former category. Is it possible for me to retire from the industry now? After much contemplation, Zhizhi reached the conclusion that remaining in the entertainment circle to face ridicule was not worth it. She had a home, savings, and monthly allowances. Why toil away in hardship? The person on the other end fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting. Don't even think about it. Zhizhi quickly moved the phone away, her ears nearly ringing. Calm down. No need to be so agitated. The voice on the other end, heavy with breath, replied, "You must participate in this variety show. The contract has already been signed. If you don't show up, you'll incur a penalty of several million. Zhizhi straightened up, seriousness overtaking her features. How could I possibly not go? I was just joking. Rest assured, I will prepare diligently, and will not be despondent again. There was no way she would let anyone take money from her. I warn you, don't cause any trouble. And temper that former heiress attitude of yours. This time, there will be a mysterious guest, and I don't even know who it is. Don't offend them." Zhizhi munched on a chip and patted her chest, declaring, "Don't worry, I'm not the type to offend others. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them." However, should they choose to provoke her, she would not be a pushover. She would embrace the madness and indulge in chaos, as long as she did not offend Ningyu. Meanwhile, the Ning family was joyfully welcoming their biological daughter back. Yu, we've kept your room just as you left it. No one has stayed in it," Mr. Ning said to his daughter, appearing somewhat flustered. Mrs. Ning wore a nervous expression. "Yes, Yu, no one can replace you in our hearts. Your identity is now that of the Ning family's daughter. No one will dare to bully you again." Looking at her biological parents' demeanor, Ningyu's expression remained somewhat aloof, yet a glimmer of warmth shone in her eyes. Did I understand? Mom and Dad. There's no need to be so nervous around me, we are family after all. Hearing their daughter say this, Mr. and Mrs. Ning beamed with joy. Yes, we are family, yet Ningyu had one more question for them. Mom and Dad, didn't you adopt a daughter? Where is she? Chapter 2. The Fasakinis. Upon hearing Ningyu's words, a hint of rigidity appeared on the faces of her parents. She has temporarily moved out. You need not concern yourself with her. Observing the expressions on her parents' faces, Ningyu chose to remain silent. Over the years, her life outside had been relatively good. Although she had lost her way, she had been taken in by a remarkably kind family. Unfortunately, her adoptive parents passed away in an accident during her high school years, leaving her to live alone thereafter. She managed to secure a full scholarship for university, which exempted her from tuition and supplemented her income with part-time work, enabling her to live comfortably. Regarding that younger sister, she felt little. After all, she was adopted by her parents and had taken her place by their side for many years, for which Ningyu was somewhat grateful. However, beyond that, she harbored no other sentiments. She intended to host a welcome party, but Ningyu refused, deeming it too ostentatious. Living outside required a certain level of comfort, and she had heard that the variety show was akin to a lifestyle program, with different locations for each episode. In the sweltering summer, one certainly needed mosquito repellent and sunscreen, especially since the first destination was rumored to be the seaside. When Pei Ku arrived, Zhizhi was trying on her fasakini. Hearing the doorbell, she dashed over to open the door. Pei Ku was taken aback by the sight of this peculiar creature, her entire face covered, leaving only her eyes and mouth exposed. Zhizhi, what on earth are you doing? Do you realize how frightening you look? Thankfully, it's daytime. Had it been night, I might have had to prepare for a funeral. Having an artist like her was indeed a stroke of bad luck. There were no tabloid scandals. Yet this young lady was anything but conventional. She avoided work whenever possible, resorting to antics that compelled him to resort to financial incentives. Pei Ku placed a hand over his heart, inhaled deeply, and endeavored to compose himself. Zhizhi, do you realize your identity? You are a female star. Do you intend to ruin your career in the entertainment industry by presenting yourself this way? Zhizhi, bemused by Pei Ku's animated expressions, felt fortunate to be wearing the fasakini. Oh, you ought to consider it from a different perspective. Pei Ku, exasperated, retorted, how am I to view this differently? Enlighten me. If you can persuade me, I might allow you to keep that contraption on. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi sprang to life, presenting an entire set of sun protection gear to illustrate her point. Look, the UV rays at the beach are intense if they are exposed daily. Their skin will darken quickly. However, with these, I am shielded. Though it may appear unattractive, once indoors, I can remove them and reveal my fairest complexion. Surely, they wouldn't be filming outdoors for the entirety of the show. Once they moved indoors, it would be my domain. Pei Ku had to admit. He was somewhat swayed by her argument. Upon noticing the slight relaxation in Pei Ku's demeanor, Zhizhi intensified her resolve, stating, moreover, this does not affect others. I am merely pursuing my own path. I recall signing a 5-year contract and lo and behold, this marks the 5th year. I have made up my mind that once the contract expires, I shall withdraw from the entertainment industry. Pei Ku exclaimed, what? Are you truly serious? He had assumed that her previous declaration about leaving the industry was merely a jest. Zhizhi turned her head, her expression earnest as she replied, I am quite serious. I have come to realize that the entertainment world does not suit me, and since I am on the verge of exiting, why should I suppress my true self? If people online choose to criticize me, so be it. I have committed no heinous acts. At most, I have merely adorned myself as an Ultraman. Pei Ku remarked, you possess a rather keen awareness of your own image. Indeed, her face mask resembled that of Ultraman. Complemented by her salted egg yolk goggles, she was a living embodiment of the character. You have truly contemplated this, haven't you? He inquired. Zhizhi nodded earnestly, affirming her decision to embrace her true nature in a world rife with deception and treachery. Seeing her earnestness, Pei Ku refrained from further commentary. He was not one to impose advice. Having managed Zhizhi for 5 years, he understood that her temperament was ill-suited for the entertainment realm, both in her past and present. Then prepare yourself well. This variety show is live, meaning every action you take will be recorded, he cautioned. Zhizhi, donning her salted egg yolk goggles with seriousness, performed a gesture akin to that of Ultraman. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Pei Ku had expected to feel a surge of emotion. Yet the sight of her in that guise left him unmoved. The image of an Ultraman bowing to him, had it been his childhood, would have sparked exuberant tales. Chapter 3. Transforming into a shell of oneself. As Peiku escorted her, he continued to impart his advice. Even if you plan to withdraw from the industry, it is imperative to maintain your relationships. Do not isolate yourself, nor allow others to isolate you, understand? Zhizhi, wearing her frog-eye mask, nodded absently. Despite Peiku being male, his incessant admonitions evoked a maternal aura. He was like a male mother. Zhizhi mused that perhaps she truly lacked a connection with her parents. In the real world, her parents had divorced, both unwilling to retain her. Thus she had grown up alone. In this realm, the situation was no different. Her biological parents had passed, and her adoptive parents harbored only a modicum of affection for her, which could be deemed negligible. When they were pleased, they might treat their adoptive daughter with kindness. However, in moments of discontent, they would disregard her, resorting to monetary solutions whenever she displayed defiance. Thus, the original Zhizhi's character was inherently distorted, deprived of genuine parental love. She became anxious upon the emergence of a true heiress, as it revealed the stark contrast in her parents' affections. I have heard that Zhizhi will also be participating in this variety show. At such a moment, should she not be seeking solace in a secluded corner, consumed by sorrow? How can she still muster the courage to appear on a show? To the commenter above, your perspective is rather narrow. She is no longer the young lady of the Ning family. She must earn a living. If she does not capitalize on her current popularity, who will remember her once the fervor subsides? All guests are to gather in the airport's waiting lounge, and the live broadcast has already commenced, revealing who will be the first to arrive. The chat room is abuzz, predominantly mocking Zhizhi. In truth, she has committed no heinous acts. Yet in matters surrounding the authenticity of her identity, many, even those unaware of the truth, will inevitably lean towards bias. Upon entering, Zhizhi initially thought she had wandered into the wrong place. Wasn't it supposed to be bustling by 8 o'clock? Why is it so deserted? She opened the door, saw no one, closed it, and then reopened it, her expression marked by confusion. Is she questioning her own entrance technique, having to try again? Why is she traveling with just one suitcase? Don't most celebrities carry several? Her calm demeanor must be feigned. A false heiress should have some sense of shame. Unbeknownst to Zhizhi, these comments flooded the live stream. She merely wondered why no one was present. Was it possible she had arrived late? That seemed unlikely. The production team would surely still be here. You are the first guest to arrive, one of the production team members reluctantly informed her as she pushed her suitcase. Ready to leave. Why is she so bold, planning to leave without acknowledging the crew? Realizing she was indeed the first to arrive, she felt a sense of relief. Observing the empty room, she suddenly retrieved a foldable stool from her suitcase and comfortably seated herself. The production team remarked, "We believe the arrangement is rather lacking. A few more chairs should have been provided, lest the early arrivals be left to sit on the floor." This setup was undeniably unreasonable. Zhizhi produced a pack of sunflower seeds from somewhere and, perched on her little stool, began to snack with her legs crossed. Why do I get the impression she is on vacation? Wasn't there a rumor about her being heartbroken and expelled from the Ning family? She hardly appears to be in distress now. It's all an act. What else could it be? Zhizhi paid no heed to the opinions of others. After finishing her seeds and noticing the absence of other guests, she extracted a pillow from her luggage. The audience in the live stream commented, "Look at her. She arrives and does nothing, bringing her own chair, seeds, and pillow. Does she think she has come to take a nap?" The director, holding a megaphone, called out, "Please introduce yourself, guest." Zhizhi, bewildered, lifted her head. Do I really have to introduce myself? It appears that this individual has mistaken herself for a prominent celebrity, believing herself to be a household name. Growing up in affluence has not managed to conceal the air of pretentiousness that surrounds her. Her lack of respect for others is palpable. It is no wonder that I have always sensed a certain air of a petty individual reveling in small victories about her, only to discover that she is not, in fact, a scion of a wealthy family. Dear commentator, your remarks seem rather excessive. By your logic, anyone without financial means would be deemed pitiable. Has a quarrel erupted over such trivial matters? She has hardly uttered a word, merely showing unfamiliarity with the proceedings. Why must her identity be brought into question? As I surveyed the comments in the live stream, the staff relayed these observations to the director, who was taken aback by how a single statement could ignite such fervor. Zhizhi has commenced her self-introduction. Hello everyone, my name is Zhizhi. I am a relatively unknown minor celebrity and the subject of a recent online discussion. Her poised introduction has garnered her a fair amount of goodwill. Who claimed that Zhizhi has a terrible temper and is difficult to engage with. She seems quite amiable, does she not? How can you praise her before the show has even begun? Surely you must be a hired supporter, perhaps a shill. Many online have labeled Zhizhi as a mountain chicken, asserting that no matter how high she flies, she will never transform into a phoenix. Such remarks are rather severe and carry an undertone of insult. After her introduction, Zhizhi donned an eye mask and, with a swift motion, transformed her pillow into a blanket. Soon, soft snores filled the air, suggesting she was not entirely comfortable. Perhaps due to an awkward neck position. Goodness, dear lady, your quality of sleep seems rather exceptional. All eyes were fixed upon her as she dozed, only to witness her slide off the chair, landing flat on the ground. Remarkably, she remained undisturbed, perhaps feeling chilly, for she covered herself entirely with the blanket, lying in an unusually straight manner. One might easily mistake her for a lifeless figure. Haha, you are killing me with laughter. She truly resembles a corpse. Chapter 4. My apologies for the disturbance. The second guest to arrive was Ningyu, who, upon entering, was met with the sight of the seemingly lifeless body. Is this some form of practical joke? Isn't this supposed to be a travel-themed variety show? The production team, feeling somewhat exasperated, had to intervene to prevent any misunderstandings. The individual on the ground is Zhizhi, the first guest to arrive. Zhizhi? That sister of hers? Ningyu approached the figure on the floor, and only upon noticing the rise and fall of the blanket did she realize it was a living person. What on earth has happened? Is this your idea of a prank or a requirement for her participation? The production team reassured her, even if we were to play pranks, we would not resort to such extremes. We are a legitimate variety show. Haha, the second guest is already questioning her life choices. Truly, Zhizhi is a remarkable character. The true heiress exudes a remarkable grace, unlike certain individuals who, despite their efforts, remain as inconspicuous as a mountain chicken that cannot transform into a phoenix. Nevertheless, the spectators revel in this dramatic spectacle, for such occurrences are indeed rare. The third guest is a rising idol singer from the entertainment industry named Zhizhi. Though still youthful, he boasts a substantial following of devoted female fans. Upon his entrance, the live stream reached a crescendo, with his name flashing across the screen. Upon entering, Zhizhi's gaze fell upon the enigmatic object in the center, directing a look of confusion towards Ningyu. Reluctant to offer an explanation, Ningyu felt it inappropriate to feign indifference before the camera. This is my sister, Zhizhi, she stated, acknowledging the undeniable identities of the two. What has happened to your sister? She resembles a corpse. It's rather unsettling. Ningyu replied, how would I know? Neither of them was particularly warm-hearted, and after exchanging pleasantries, the atmosphere grew rather cold. The only sound was the faint sound of Zhizhi snoring, likely due to her awkward position. In the stillness, the snoring became conspicuously loud, and the sight of the two sitting on either side of her lent an unexpected air of humor to the scene. Following Zhizhi's suggestion, the production team promptly arranged for several chairs, bringing in a total of 6, 3 on the left and 3 on the right, with Zhizhi reclining in the center. The current tableau featured Ningyu seated to the left of Zhizhi and Zhizhi to her right, both gazing at the figure in the middle. Bystanders found the scene amusing, yet Zhizhi's female fans erupted in outrage. Is Zhizhi intentionally trying to attract Zhizhi's attention? Does she think these little antics will garner his notice? It's quite repulsive. Do not look at Zhizhi. It will tarnish your vision. The online uproar contrasted sharply with a palpable silence in the studio. Zhizhi yearned to engage the wealthy young lady in conversation, yet he feared eliciting her disdain. As he glanced at the seemingly lifeless form on the floor, a flicker of distaste crossed his face. Had she not been lying there, the atmosphere would not have been so awkward. Indeed, the artificiality was palpable, and merely witnessing it was nauseating. As the two could no longer bear the discomfort, the third and fourth guests finally arrived, igniting another wave of excitement. Luzaheo! Luzaheo! They exclaimed. Apologies, we seem to have entered the wrong room. The two swiftly shut the door behind them. How could anyone hold a funeral in an airport? How on earth did that body get in here? The production team responded, while Ningyu and Zhizhi exchanged bemused glances. Haha, I truly did not wish to laugh. Yet I cannot contain myself. One remarked. Did you capture the expressions of Lu Zhihao and Lu Zhizi? They could easily be turned into a meme. As they grasped the unfolding situation, their expressions turned notably complex as they regarded the person sprawled on the floor. They were aware that Zhizhi was somewhat of a lukewarm presence in the circle, However, due to her status as a wealthy heiress, no one dared to offend her. It was unexpected that after losing her privileged identity, she had fallen to such depths. Initially, they had hoped to engage in conversation. But the atmosphere had become decidedly unsuitable for dialogue, prompting both individuals to seek separate corners to sit in. As the number of attendees increased, the somber ambience of the memorial intensified. Zhizhi, perhaps exhausted from sleep, turned over, startling Zhizhi. My goodness! Although she was aware that this was a living person, the sudden movement was indeed quite startling. Unfazed by the many eyes upon her, Zhizhi continued to sleep soundly, clutching her small blanket. Rising early that day and having gone to bed late after packing the previous night, her circumstances were hardly surprising. Where on earth did such a person come from? Why had no one informed her of Zhizhi's true nature? The director was genuinely frustrated, his head throbbing. He had initially envisioned a dramatic confrontation between genuine and counterfeit heiresses, yet now there was nothing of the sort. The atmosphere on set was exceedingly awkward. Why was no one speaking? How could anyone watch if they remained silent? Were these individuals merely brought in to stand like wooden dolls? At the very least, they should contribute some semblance of entertainment. The director was genuinely concerned about the ratings. A staff member quietly remarked, "Director, the live viewer count has already surpassed 1 million. The director exclaimed, "What did you say?" Chapter 5. Do you still believe in light? Are today's viewers truly enamored with the bizarre? To the extent that they would watch this? By the time the last guest arrived, the director was already numb. He could easily envision the reaction of anyone entering and encountering the lifeless body on the floor. When Qi Qing'an stepped in and beheld the scene before him, he too was momentarily stunned. The esteemed Qi actor is actually participating in a variety show. The other guests were equally taken aback, as Qi Qing'an's stature did not necessitate such appearances. There were 6 guests in total. Ningyu was a wealthy heiress present to make herself known, while the others, apart from Zhizhi, were there to solidify their fan bases. Qi Qing'an was already at the pinnacle of the industry, and being a capital himself, did not need to partake in such shows that could potentially dilute his standing. "Hello, Qi actor. I am your fan," Zhizhi exclaimed excitedly, moving closer. If she could establish even a slight connection with Qi Qing'an, it could spare her countless detours in the entertainment industry and perhaps even lead to her meteoric rise. Chu Qi and Lu Zihao quickly joined in, leaving only Ningyu and Zhizhi remaining in place. The live audience was in a frenzy. They had not anticipated Qi Qing'an's participation in such a variety show. Suddenly, Zhizhi sat up from the ground, startling Ningyu, who sat beside her. "Why is it so noisy?" Zhizhi yawned and opened her eyes, only to lock gazes with Ningyu. How could Ningyu be here? Pei, the agent, had not informed her that Ningyu would also be attending. Could it be that Ningyu is the mysterious guest? Observing Zhizhi's wide-eyed astonishment, Ningyu felt inexplicably that this nominal sister seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. "Shall I help you up?" In an effort to convey her goodwill, Ningyu forced a smile. "Is she threatening me?" That smile is laced with menace. Zhizhi swallowed hard, suddenly feeling as though her wealth and home were at risk. "No need. I can get up by myself." In an instant, Zhizhi sprang to her feet. The scene could be divided into 2 distinct tableaus. On one side, fans were starstruck, while on the other, the 2 sisters exchanged incredulous glances. What are they doing? Are they squinting at each other? Aren't these 2 the genuine and the counterfeit heiresses? Why is it not the battlefield I imagined? They seem to share a decent rapport. Decent? Did you not see the sparks flying in their eyes? This is clearly the animosity of rivals meeting. Perhaps they were too preoccupied with the camera to actually tear into each other. I wonder if Zhizhi feels intimidated by the real heiress. If I were in her shoes, I would have longed to find a crack in the ground to hide. Why be interested? Ningyu is indeed the biological daughter, but Zhizhi is also an adopted daughter, properly taken in, not a case of being mistakenly swapped. Even if she had been, she is still innocent. Ha ha ha, Zhizhi's fanbase is at it again. Zhizhi observed the calm Ningyu before her and silently stepped back, retreating to what she believed was a safe distance. "Hello, sister, I am Zhizhi," she began. Recognizing the necessity of a proper introduction, even if she did not forge a bond with the true heiress, she certainly did not wish to start off on hostile terms. Hello, Ningyu responded, regarding the seemingly demure Zhizhi, suddenly finding it hard to reconcile this image with that of the girl who had been sprawled on the ground moments before. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, who would have known that just 2 minutes ago, this girl had been napping on the floor? "All right, everyone has arrived, and we are ready to depart. Please open your boxes. There are some items we need to collect." The destination this time was an island, And since it was a lifestyle variety show, it was only fitting for these pampered stars and wealthy heiresses to experience life beyond their sheltered existence. As everyone opened their boxes, Ningyu found hers contained skincare products and clothing. After confirming there were no issues, the production team confiscated her phone. Lu Qiqi quickly exclaimed, "Are we not allowed to keep even a little money? How will we manage on the island?" The director smiled mysteriously and replied, "Do not worry. You will not go hungry. There will be ways to earn money when the time comes." Zhizhi stood beside Qi Qing'an, admiring the esteemed actor next to her, and silently marveled at his striking appearance, truly one of the finest in the entertainment industry. Even standing this close, she could find no flaw in him. The skin on her face was so flawless that even she, as a woman, felt a twinge of envy. Although her own complexion was commendable, it was astonishing that a man could possess such remarkable skin. It seemed rather unjust in the grand scheme of things. Qi Qing'an sensed that the young girl beside him had been covertly observing him, while others regarded him with either admiration or a desire to please. This girl's eyes reflected envy. Was she truly envious of him? Zhiji's actions were captured clearly by the camera, causing an uproar among Qi Qing'an's fans in the live chat. Does Zhiji have no shame? How can she stare at a man like that? One fan exclaimed, "If she dares to come any closer to my husband, I swear I will tear her apart." Another threatened, "Qi Qing'an, please don't pay any heed to this scheming witch." The remarks from Qi Qing'an's fans were particularly harsh, so much so that even bystanders found it intolerable. Is there something wrong with you fans? Is it such a crime to glance at someone good-looking? Qi Qing'an hasn't protested, so why are you all barking here? One commenter defended. Though I'm not fond of Zhiji, this is just too excessive. She merely looked at Qi Qing'an a couple of times. If he were in front of me, I would probably be glued to him as well. Such brainless fans. Even zombies wouldn't bother consuming their brains, another quipped. The comments in the live stream became increasingly chaotic, and soon the director sought out Zhiji. With remarkable efficiency, Zhiji opened her suitcase, revealing its contents, leaving everyone speechless. Qi Qing'an cast a complex glance at the glaring Ultraman mask nestled within. He had not anticipated that this young girl harbored such a peculiar hobby. She was only 22. Yet she still believed in the whimsical, showcasing a youthful spirit. Chapter 6. Transformation. The director picked up the mask, gazing at Zhiji with a perplexed expression. "What on earth is this?" he inquired. Zhiji responded nonchalantly, "It's a fascikini. Surely you know about this? It's an essential item for seaside outings, and many aunties adore it." Everyone else was taken aback. "We know it's a fascikini, but we want to understand why you brought this thing along," they exclaimed. "Aunties indeed love them. But you are not an auntie. You are a star." Ningyu, standing nearby, covered her forehead in exasperation. She found it bewildering how this sister of hers differed from the one described by their parents, who portrayed Zhiji as willful and headstrong. Yet, she could not discern any hint of stubbornness. Instead, she perceived this girl as carefree and somewhat naive. "Are you saying you would wear this at the beach?" The director's expression was beyond description. He had sought out these guests, all of whom were strikingly handsome or beautiful. And while Zhiji might not be a household name in the entertainment world, her beauty was undeniably renowned. Otherwise, she would be unable to act or sing. And her temper is quite fierce. Although she hails from a wealthy family, her potential for fame is largely independent of her status. The primary reason she has managed to reach her current level is undoubtedly her striking visage. While she has remained relatively obscure, the audience is at least aware of her existence. Despite her lack of notable attributes, her beauty captivates, after all. While those who are aesthetically pleasing may not have a substantial career following, they invariably attract admirers of their looks. Observing the director's complex expression, Zhiji took the face mask from his hands and playfully donned it herself. Indeed, having brought it along, she felt compelled to utilize it. Otherwise, what was the point of its presence? The director, gazing at this peculiar sight, inhaled deeply and conceded, "Fine. If you wish to wear it, then so be it. However, do remove it for now and save it for when it is truly needed." Qi Qing'an and the others were utterly taken aback, genuinely astonished that Zhiji had actually put it on. To be candid, it was quite an eyesore. "Ha! My mother bought one of these when we went to the beach, and it was indeed quite useful. I ended up quite tanned after 3 days of frolicking." While she remained untouched by the sun. Is Zhiji attempting to be humorous? She seems so out of place compared to the other guests. Humph. Merely a clown seeking attention, aware of her lack of fame and now stripped of her status, she resorts to such antics to steal the limelight, which is truly repugnant. If you find it disgusting, Then don't watch. It's quite absurd. Can't one enjoy a variety show without hostility? What has Zhizhi done to offend you, that you persistently berate her? Once the director departed, Zhizhi wiggled her toes and stifled a laugh internally. She had anticipated such a moment and had prepared accordingly, stashing several hundred yuan in cash within her socks, now resting beneath her feet. Should the need for funds arise, this would serve as a timely remedy. During boarding, Zhizhi found herself seated next to Ningyu. Chu-Chi had originally intended to sit beside Ningyu, as cultivating a rapport with a wealthy heiress is always advantageous, yet Ningyu paid him no mind and promptly settled beside Zhizhi. It was evident to all that Chu-Chi was covertly observing Ningyu's actions, and Lu Chi-Chi and Lu Zihao were well aware of his intentions. Among the 6 individuals present, Chi-Chingen and Ningyu were the ones whose favor they sought, if they could ingratiate themselves with them. The resources within the entertainment industry would be at their disposal. Zhizhi, I heard from my parents that you've moved out. Ningyu initiated a conversation. Zhizhi was taken aback. Is she planning to confront me now? She was not well acquainted with Ningyu. In the descriptions she had read, Ningyu was portrayed as decisive and forthright, kind to her allies yet ruthless to her adversaries. Zhizhi was uncertain whether she was considered an ally or an enemy in Ningyu's eyes, if she had to categorize herself. The likelihood of being seen as an opponent seemed greater. Indeed, as I have reached a considerable age, I yearn for independence, which has led me to contemplate moving out. While it is not my intention to please her, it is preferable to avoid creating enmity. I see. Ningyu nodded in acknowledgement and then fell silent. Zhizhi inquired, so, do you have nothing else to say? Did you merely come to ask why I intend to move out? The audience in the live stream appeared bewildered, initially thinking that the 2 sisters were about to engage in a heated argument, only to discover they were simply exchanging inquiries. Their relationship is quite strong. The elder sister genuinely cares for her younger sibling, and it is Zhizhi's own decision to move out, not an expulsion, someone noted. Who knows if she was indeed expelled? Perhaps she is merely saving face. Otherwise, why did she not move out sooner? Another remarked. She is only 22 this year. And it seems she has not even completed a full year yet. A year or 2 ago, she was still in university. Would you expect someone in college to move out? I too believe the netizens are overthinking this. Why are they so concerned about someone else's family matters? Instead of prying into others' affairs, they ought to devote more time to caring for their own parents. It is truly unnecessary to stir the pot in someone else's life. The airplane encountered some turbulence, and as Zhizhi swayed, she began to feel drowsy, yet she fought to keep her eyes open. She remembered to bring everything except for her neck pillow. If she were to succumb to sleep, it was highly likely she would lean on Ningyu's shoulder. She must persevere. She absolutely cannot lean on Ningyu. Observing Zhizhi's desperate attempts to keep her eyes open, Ningyu remarked, if you wish to sleep, then sleep. Why force yourself? Your lovely face appears almost distorted from the effort. Chi-Cheng and Chu-Chi were seated opposite them. Chi-Cheng glanced over and noticed Zhizhi struggling to stay awake, her eyes rolling back in a comical manner. However, due to her struggle, it seemed as though she was merely rolling her eyes in exasperation. Chi-Cheng, observing Chu-Chi's gaze, remarked that he had no fondness for Zhizhi. To him, he disliked anyone who could not provide him with any advantage. If it were another more reputable celebrity, perhaps he could have engaged in some publicity to garner attention, but Zhizhi offered nothing of the sort. She was utterly inconsequential. Ningyu remained attentive to Zhizhi, fearing that this oblivious girl might tumble over in her sleep. Yet to Chu-Chi, it appeared that Ningyu was merely glaring disdainfully at Zhizhi. Chapter 7. A Casual Exchange. The live stream audience was currently screenshotting furiously. This is the first time I have seen a female celebrity in such a state of slumber. Does she not realize she should have brought a neck pillow? I fear for her slender neck. Look at everyone around her, especially Ningyu. That expression is absolutely hilarious. What a shameless woman. Leave. Let us wager, shall we, on whether she will falter. I believe she shall indeed stumble. This presents a splendid opportunity for a meme. When the time comes, this shall be the image to use in our playful contests. Zhizhi swayed and swayed, ultimately unable to maintain her balance, and with a thud, she collapsed onto Ningyu's shoulder. Ningyu thought, that was quite a weighty fall. I felt a tingling sensation in my shoulder. I wonder how this girl's countenance fared. Surely it hasn't turned bruised. As she fell, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Upon witnessing Zhizhi slump against Ningyu, Chu-Chi felt as though he had seized a moment to shine. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lu Chi-Chi and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, deciding to refrain from intervening. Their acquaintance with Zhizhi was merely superficial, and their connection to Chu-Chi was even less significant. Although they wished to curry favor with Ningyu, now was clearly not the opportune moment. With Chu-Chi inciting discord, the live stream erupted with fervor. Chu-Chi is absolutely correct. I cannot fathom Zhizhi's purpose here. She was invited to participate in this variety show, yet she acts solely on her whims. Showing utter disregard for others. Chu-Chi has been keenly observing Ningyu. Could it be that he is standing up for her? Chu-Chi has declared his devotion to music, and he would never defend some woman. Please, do not stir trouble here. Indeed, Chu-Chi has expressed his disinterest in romance. He has never even been in a relationship, so how could he possibly act thus? Chu-Chi, with a legion of devoted fans, found their sentiments aligning with his perspective. They were wary of offending Ningyu, a wealthy heiress, and thus laid all blame upon Zhizhi. From the very beginning, this has been Zhizhi's fault. I have disliked her since her arrival. She is nothing more than a clown while everyone else is adhering to the norms of the show. Yet she insists on being an outlier. TSK, I truly do not understand the fervor of you fans. Chu-Chi was utterly overshadowed by Chi-Chingen. Even Lu Zihao outshines him. Lu Zihao is a quintessential handsome man, while Chu-Chi's idol-like visage requires careful angling, otherwise, it is quite unappealing. After stirring the pot, Chu-Chi turned his gaze to Ningyu, expecting admiration, yet she offered him not a single glance. To Ningyu, he was merely an inconsequential figure. Chi-Chingen observed Chu-Chi beside him, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. Some individuals persist in seeking dubious paths. If only they channeled such energies into their work, would they not achieve greater success? Noticing the lack of attention from others, Chu-Chi's expression darkened significantly, nearly abandoning his composure. Among them all, he appeared the least appealing. Lu Zihao and Lu Chi-Chi were trained actors, undeniably attractive, while Zhizhi had always been regarded as a mere decorative presence. Chi-Chingen was renowned for his exceptional talent and striking looks, and Ningyu was a stunning beauty with an aura of coolness. Thus, in this gathering, Chu-Chi truly stood out as the least handsome. Zhizhi rested her head on Ningyu's shoulder, indulging in a deep slumber. As she lay on her side, she unknowingly allowed drool to trickle down. Ningyu, initially lost in a moment of tranquility, suddenly felt a chill on her shoulder. Zhizhi, your drool has landed on my shoulder. She gazed in disbelief at the sizable wet patch on her shoulder, utterly speechless. Groggily, Zhizhi opened her eyes and instinctively rubbed her face against Ningyu's shoulder, wiping her mouth in the process. Ningyu's expression shifted. Observing the scene, Chi-Chingen asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" Zhizhi looked at Ningyu, seemingly having heard her call out his name, but the specifics eluded her. Even Lu Zihao and Lu Chi-Chi, who were seated behind, were left speechless. If she were their sister, they would have already given her a good scolding. Ningyu had always been the mature one, the exemplary child, and had never experienced such humiliation before. Glancing at the dampness on her shoulder, a look of disdain flickered in her eyes. Realizing her transgression, Zhizhi awkwardly smiled and attempted to dab at Ningyu's shoulder with a tissue. "I'm so sorry. I was just too deep in sleep. I tried hard to stay awake." Chi-Chingen, recalling her earnest struggle, couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing the laughter, Zhizhi glanced over, puzzled as to why he found it amusing. She had indeed tried her best, albeit unsuccessfully. Ha! Chi-Chingen couldn't contain his laughter. The way Zhizhi nearly dozed off was truly comical. It could have been frightening if it were nighttime. It's rare to see Chi-Chingen laugh like this. Zhizhi truly has something special. No. How could Chi-Chingen possibly be interested in Zhizhi, a mere pretender? The director observed the myriad comments flooding the live stream, silently marveling at the unexpected turn of events. Although things hadn't unfolded as he had anticipated, the excitement was palpable. Just moments ago, Zhiji's slumber had even trended on social media, marking the first hot topic for their show. Chapter 8. Alright. Now kindly close your mouth. Noticing the attention drawn towards Chu-Chi, a flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes. Zhizhi, your relationship with your sister must be quite good, considering you've been leaning on her the entire way, Chu-Chi remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in the air. Zhizhi immediately sensed the tension, recognizing the provocation. With a sudden, radiant smile that captivated those around her, she replied, "Indeed. Do you recall that I have a wonderful sister? If you call me sister, I might begrudgingly accept you as my dear brother." Lu Chi-Chi burst out laughing. Wow, this is getting intense. Zhizhi is remarkably bold. The majority of fans of these idol singers are fervent female admirers, possessing formidable combativeness. Many are apprehensive about associating with them. Indeed, it is said that Zhizhi is not at all afraid of being torn apart by their fans. Upon hearing her brother being ridiculed in such a manner, Zhi's fans were understandably incensed. Zhizhi, how dare you? You exhibit such a lack of respect. Zhi merely inquired, was it necessary to respond so harshly? And she dares to aspire to be Zhi's sister. Who does she think she is? Previously, when she was the young lady of the Ning family, she was rather mediocre, and now that she has been cast out, she has no grounds for such audacity. This is blatant. She is clearly attempting to attract Zhi's attention. The online female admirers became increasingly vitriolic, directly propelling Zhizhi into trending topics. However, most neutral observers remained discerning. Recognizing that it was evidently Zhi who instigated the situation, the two sisters merely leaned on one another. What concern is that of his? While his words posed no issue, his tone was indeed questionable, dripping with sarcasm. This is clearly Zhi's fault. The sisters merely leaning on each other is none of his business. And his tone was excessively sarcastic. Indeed, he has been covertly watching Ningyu from the start. He clearly desires to ingratiate himself with the young lady. Perhaps believing that the sisters' relationship is strained, thus behaving in such a manner to garner Ningyu's attention. Those deluded fans believe their brother to be utterly pure. What purity exists in the entertainment industry? Establishing such a persona for oneself is truly shameless. Zhi's expression twisted with rage upon hearing Zhi's remarks, rendering him even less appealing. The crowd laughed, exclaiming, "Summon the Calabash brothers to deal with him." How amusing are his words. Even Ningyu's eyes sparkled with mirth. The two gentlemen present touched their own faces, questioning whether they bore any resemblance to a snake spirit. Yet, it must be said, Zhi's facial structure indeed appeared peculiar. Perhaps it was not discernible on stage, but upon closer inspection, the evidence of cosmetic surgery was unmistakable, lacking even a defined jawline. Zhi discreetly noted this down on her phone, strategizing to employ such insults against future encounters with altered visages. This was truly a way to insult without resorting to vulgarity. Observing Zhi enthusiastically jotting notes, Zhihao was particularly speechless. What was there to document? Wasn't it merely a collection of insults? However, upon reflection, Zhihao realized that such insults could indeed come in handy. Perhaps he should jot down a few himself, for it required little effort. Well said. I must record such insults in my little notebook. With her words, Zhi did indeed bear some resemblance to the snake spirit from the Calabash brothers. Zhi's fans, hurry and take a look at your brother. Your snake spirit brother is simply too beautiful. Zhi has garnered quite a few detractors online, having exploited many female celebrities, consistently portraying himself as the underdog, thereby offending numerous fans of those female stars. At long last, this incident has provided a vent for those individuals. The staff, seemingly enticed by the prospect of bonuses, appeared particularly elated. Previously, the experience of recording variety shows felt exhausting, but now, witnessing it live is truly delightful. The director, drawn by curiosity, glanced at the trending topic. Zhizhi summons the Calabash brothers to collect Zhi. Upon seeing this, he sighed. It was only the first day, and already so much had transpired. While he genuinely felt a sense of joy, after all, popularity translates to profit, he was also quite anxious. The unpredictable nature of Zhizhi loomed large. One could never anticipate her next move or utterance. Perhaps one might think she had settled down, yet in the next moment, she could surprise everyone anew. Zhi's face flushed with anger as he remarked that her words were merely veiled metaphors. What was wrong with Zhizhi? Laying everything bare? Did she intend to leave the entertainment industry altogether? A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, he declared, turning away and shutting his eyes. Zhizhi rolled her eyes at him, retorting that if one could not engage in a debate, then there was no need to insult all men by saying such things. Qing'an and Zhihao exchanged glances, sensing that they too had become part of her implied critique. As the plane touched down under a radiant sun, the island revealed itself as a resort destination, attracting numerous vacationers. The director had certainly invested significantly in this venture. However, upon confronting the dilapidated minibus before them, it seemed as if a flock of crows had flown overhead, leaving behind a sense of foreboding. Qing'an and Ningyu remained remarkably composed, while the others were less so. Zhizhi earnestly addressed the director. Are you certain this vehicle won't fall apart midway? I would prefer not to find myself clutching a wheel. The absurdity of the image, each person grasping a wheel, was not lost on her. especially since the minibus boasted precisely 6 wheels, eliminating the need for distribution. Just as she was about to continue, Ningyu swiftly covered her mouth, urging her to be quiet. Initially indifferent to her younger sister, she now felt genuine concern for her well-being, pondering how their parents had managed to raise her to this age without any dire consequences. Zhizhi, taken aback by being silenced, inadvertently inspired yet another meme, with a caption reflecting Ningyu's recent admonition. Chapter 9. A face-to-face resounding slap. This vehicle had been specially procured by the director, and locating such a rundown specimen certainly required considerable effort. In a moment, we will embark on this bus to a seaside village where you will reside for a week. During this time, you must be self-sufficient, the director announced, his expression mischievous, hinting that the week ahead would not be easy. Zhizhi wiggled her toes in excitement,
exclaiming, "Ah!"
So my hidden funds will indeed come in handy. As they loaded the luggage, Qi assisted Zhizhi in placing her suitcase aboard. Thank you, handsome, Zhizhi said, giving Qi a friendly pat on the shoulder.
Ah!
Such a perfect match. The handsome man and the beautiful woman. Truly a feast for the eyes. With a strikingly handsome man and a stunning woman, they should simply be considered a couple. Both are top-tier beauties in the entertainment industry. While Zhizhi may lack in other aspects, her face is undeniably flawless. The fans were in a frenzy, even establishing a dedicated forum for them, coining the delightful name Orange Juice Couple, derived from a character each took from their names. Qi was busy assisting Ningyu with her luggage, appearing remarkably eager in front of the young lady. Initially, Lu Zihao contemplated showcasing himself, but was restrained by Lu Qi. Could you help me carry this upstairs? She said, handing her suitcase to Lu Zihao and subtly signaling him not to interfere. What initially seemed like an opportunity to strengthen their relationship now appeared to be a murky situation. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Zihao ultimately refrained from approaching. He and Lu Qi were both actors, classmates, and longtime friends, having risen to fame from a single drama, making their friendship a rare gem in the entertainment sphere. Their fans were well aware of their camaraderie, resulting in a particularly harmonious atmosphere. Observing the duo support one another, the fans were utterly delighted. Doesn't it seem like Lu Zihao and Lu Qi are mere spectators, gleefully witnessing the unfolding drama? Our Zihao and Qi certainly wouldn't involve themselves in such matters. They are simply there to assist each other. Qi was now showcasing himself before Ningyu, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage. Ningyu, allow me to lift this suitcase for you. How could a girl handle such a heavy load? He exerted himself, but the suitcase remained stubbornly immobile. Qi's smile faltered. How could this suitcase be so heavy? Undeterred, he strained again, finally managing to lift it, yet he struggled to hoist it any higher, his trembling form causing concern among onlookers. Ningyu worried that her suitcase, filled with skincare products and various bottles, might be damaged. Perhaps I should do it myself, she decided, observing his struggle. Qi sidestepped her hand, forcing a smile. It's fine. It's not heavy. The crowd thought, good sir, perhaps you should manage your expressions while uttering such claims. Your face is contorting. Furthermore, if it were indeed light, why was the suitcase quaking in your grasp, and why were you unable to lift it? Zhizhi, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, swiftly seized the suitcase, declaring, allow me. In a matter of seconds, she effortlessly placed it atop its destination. Afterward, she scrutinized Qi from head to toe, though she remained silent. The air of disdain was palpable. Qi covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, surprised by the girl's unexpected strength. However, it was indeed true that Qi was rather inept, unable to lift a mere suitcase belonging to a girl. The suitcase was not particularly large. How heavy could it possibly be? Ningyu, observing Zhizhi, spoke with a hint of amusement. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Surely, you must engage in regular exercise. Zhizhi raised her arm, showcasing her bicep, asserting that she did not often work out, and perhaps her strength was simply innate. At that moment, Qi's face darkened ominously, realizing that Zhizhi was intentionally undermining her. This incident sparked fervent discussions among netizens. Some argued that Qi lacked strength, unable to match even a woman's might. Others defended Qi, suggesting that the contents of the suitcase might be excessively heavy, filled with various bottles and jars, making it difficult to lift. However, these justifications seemed rather feeble, as Zhizhi effortlessly hoisted the suitcase. Isn't Qi an avid weightlifter? Surely, this suitcase cannot weigh more than his iron weights. Could it be that he frequents the gym merely for the sake of taking photos? While a girl's suitcase may not conform to typical weight standards, Zhizhi is undeniably formidable and possesses considerable strength, unafraid of offending Chu-Chi.
Ha!
She is simply stirring up trouble. Did Chu-Chi provoke her? She came looking for a conflict herself. How could he not have provoked her? After all, it was her sister who went out to instigate, so isn't that essentially the same? Indeed, did you not see Ningyu's expression earlier? She boldly proclaimed her intent to handle it herself, yet she avoided Zhiji's hand. Had the suitcase truly fallen, it would not have mattered if she were injured. What about the innocent bystanders? I detest such men, utterly lacking self-awareness. If they cannot lift it, they simply cannot. Why not move it together? Instead, they insist on showcasing their prowess, believing themselves to be exceptionally charming. I encountered a similar man on the high-speed train. While I appreciated his intention to assist, I knew my suitcase was heavy. I suggested we lift it together, but he stubbornly insisted on doing it alone. Ultimately, my suitcase came crashing down, shattering all the bottles inside. My clothes were rendered unwearable, leading to a loss of thousands. I had no place to vent my frustrations. Many girls have had such experiences, especially when traveling by train or high-speed rail, where some men, convinced of their own attractiveness, attempt to display their strength. Although their intentions may be to help, their efforts often result in failure as they struggle to lift the luggage, potentially causing damage to its contents. Chapter 10. Retired at 23. Zhizhi paid no heed to Chu-Chi's expression, pondering what there was to be concerned about. After all, it was merely a matter of lifting a suitcase. Sitting in the vehicle, Zhizhi began to feel drowsy once again, while Ningyu had already laid a tissue on her shoulder in anticipation. Her right shoulder had just become damp, and this time, her left shoulder must remain dry. Haha, look at the young lady's actions and expressions. She has actually placed a tissue on her shoulder, fearing that Zhizhi might drool again. To be honest, from the beginning until now, I have always thought the relationship between these two sisters was quite good. Why do people online portray them as being at odds? It's quite simple. People online love to sensationalize. They seize upon the smallest incidents and exaggerate them endlessly. One is a biological daughter, and the other is an adopted daughter. Isn't this akin to being real sisters? I truly do not understand why some insist on the authenticity of kinship, nor do I comprehend what their issue is these days. Indeed, Zhizhi has never concealed her status as an adopted daughter. Since her debut, everyone has known she is Ning's adopted daughter. She has never intentionally hidden her identity. In truth, the original owner had wished to conceal it. But both Ning father and Ning mother consistently insisted that she was merely an adopted daughter, and even when discussing her identity with outsiders, they only referred to her as such. The journey lasted only 2 hours, yet the vehicle was exceedingly bumpy. Zhizhi had intended to sleep, but the jostling abruptly roused her. Those in the know understood this to be a minibus, while those unaware might have thought we were on a pirate ship. The director truly is a talent. I cannot fathom where he found such a dilapidated vehicle. I believe it would be better to take the back roads. I fear this vehicle may fall apart on the highway. Director's team, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Lu Zihao chimed in, yes. After all, it would be no small matter if it fell apart on the highway. We are filming a reality show, not an extreme adventure series. Each of them voiced their concerns, causing the director's expression to shift repeatedly. He indeed harbored such apprehensions. Although this vehicle had not reached the point of being scrapped and could still travel on the highway, they had to ensure the safety of the guests. Regardless of any minor incident, they could not bear the consequences, so they opted for the small roads in the village. Even if the vehicle encountered a problem, it would not lead to any significant issues. After enduring 2 hours of bumps, they finally arrived at the quaint fishing village. Gazing at the azure sky and emerald sea before her, Zhizhi sighed. When I retire, I shall travel every day, staying here today and there tomorrow. Lu Qiqi curiously inquired, when do you plan to retire? Zhizhi replied, my intention is to retire at the age of 23, however. I cannot predict if any unforeseen circumstances will arise in the meantime, but I hope there will be none. Retiring at 23. You are only 22 now. Everyone looked at her in astonishment, including Qi Qing'an. After all, such an intriguing individual is rare, and this young girl possesses an innocent gaze, speaking her mind without reservation. She is refreshingly straightforward. Although Qi Qing'an is merely 26 years old, his mindset is already quite stable, and many fans have labeled him as an old cadre. After so many years in the industry, devoid of any scandal and with a pristine private life, he vanishes completely whenever he is not acting or attending events, evading even the most determined paparazzi. In response to the astonished gazes of those around him, Zhizhi candidly stated, in truth, The money I possess is sufficient for a typical person to live a lifetime. Furthermore, my parents provide me with a monthly allowance, and I own a house. With wealth, property, and savings at my disposal, why should I not consider retirement? After speaking, she turned to Ningyu, adding, previously, I might have had concerns about the family business, but now I am entirely untroubled. My daily life can revolve around leisure and enjoyment, with my sister overseeing family matters. Ningyu replied. Hearing you say that makes it sound as though I am merely working for you. Nonsense. It is impossible for me to handle family affairs alone. If I wish to go out and have fun, that is out of the question. Zhizhi retorted, I am merely a foster daughter, and I have only ever known how to play. I am inept in all other matters. Ningyu countered, you can learn. A foster daughter is still a daughter. And you are on the same household register as us.
Wow.
I completely forgot about that. Zhizhi realized that her household registration still belonged to the Ning family. Since being taken in, she had never changed her name. Her biological parents had named her Zhizhi, and the Nings had no intention of renaming her. This was partly to ensure she did not forget her biological parents and partly because it was deemed unnecessary. Whoever claimed that the relationship between these two sisters was poor was quite mistaken. Their bond was evidently strong. This reality show, ostensibly about lifestyle, leaned towards a romantic format, as it featured 3 men and 3 women, clearly intended to create 3 couples. There are 3 rooms in total, each associated with a distinct color of ball, 6 in total. Those who draw the same color will reside together, regardless of gender. The director's intention was to create a delightful chaos, allowing for female-female and male-male pairings. Soon, everyone had drawn their balls, and upon seeing the blue ball in her hand and glancing at the blue ball held by Qi Qing'an, Zhizhi sighed. Noting her expression, Qi Qing'an chuckled. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Do you wish to room with your sister? Ningyu turned to look as well. Although she and her sister had traveled together, living under the same roof seemed too intimate. Zhizhi shook her head, indicating that it mattered little whom she shared a space with, but she was primarily concerned about the house. This blue house corresponds to that thatched cottage. I have never slept in a thatched cottage in my life, and I've heard it rains frequently by the sea. What if it rains at night? Among the 3 houses, one was a whimsical princess room, another a charming wooden abode, and the one they had drawn was, unfortunately, the thatched cottage. Such luck was truly disheartening. Chapter 11. What a fine poem. Is it merely a thatched cottage? Why such a dilemma? Your partner is Qi Qing'an. This sister must be rather naive. Qi Qing'an has taken the initiative to speak with her, yet her worries revolve around the possibility of a leaky roof. Qi Qing'an listened to Zhizhi's words and glanced at the photos of their house. It was indeed rather rudimentary, especially when compared to others. However, he reassured himself that they could find a way to reinforce the house later, and after all, it may not necessarily rain. Zhizhi shook her head and remarked cryptically, You do not understand the weather by the sea. When she arrived, she had meticulously checked the local weather. It could be sunny one moment and tempestuous the next. Ningyu and Chu Qi were assigned to the same group. Upon seeing Zhizhi's dilapidated thatched cottage, Ningyu frowned, wondering how anyone could possibly reside in such a place. All right, everyone, let's first put down our luggage, the director announced, expressing satisfaction with the arrangements for each group, which had exceeded expectations. Zhizhi sighed, attributing her misfortune to her own choices. Why did she have to select the blue ball out of the 3 colors? It was all the fault of her hand. She lightly tapped her left hand, mumbling something under her breath, although her voice was too soft to be captured. Yet, Qi Qing'an heard her murmurs distinctly. Why did you choose blue? Wouldn't any other color have sufficed? It was the first time he encountered someone chastising their own hand. This girl was genuinely amusing. Come on, let me help you with your suitcase, Qi Qing'an offered, taking the lead in carrying Zhizhi's luggage. She did not decline but graciously expressed her thanks. Each member of the production team had their own camera, and they had now opened 6 live streaming rooms, with Qi Qing'an's room attracting the most viewers. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi were old friends, so their journey was filled with lively conversation, while the other 2 groups found themselves in an excruciatingly awkward silence. Ningyu, typically reserved around unfamiliar faces, felt increasingly annoyed as Chu Qi incessantly chattered about trivial matters. Ningyu, I think you have a great image. Why don't you try your hand in the entertainment industry? If Zhizhi can make it, so can you. Are you tired? Let me tidy up the room later. You should rest. Listening to these bothersome comments, Ningyu furrowed her brow but ultimately said nothing. She could sense that Chu Qi harbored some resentment towards Zhizhi, and his words seemed to be veiled jabs at her. Ningyu was aware that Zhizhi had likely offended many in the entertainment circle. But she had also investigated and found that Zhiji's behavior was merely that of a spoiled young lady. She had never targeted others due to her status, merely suffered from a bad temper. Moreover, Ningyu had no connection with Chu Chi whatsoever. They had never shared a stage or interacted in any meaningful way. The audience in the live stream also began to notice the discord. Of course, aside from Chu Chi's devoted female fans, who continued to believe their idol was considerate. Is Chu Chi perhaps a bit unhinged? Ningyu is clearly annoyed, yet he keeps talking. Doesn't he know how to read the room? With his sycophantic demeanor. How could a lady of status ever take notice of him? What nonsense are you all talking about? Our brother is merely concerned for the girl. He only commented because he noticed Ningyu was tired. Besides, how awkward would it be if neither of them spoke? Is that so? However, I do not find it awkward at all. The duo next door, Yenji and Kitchengon, have remained silent, yet their atmosphere is remarkably amusing. Indeed, Yenji and Kitchengon walked together as if they were mute, silently traversing the path. Yenji sighed as she walked, and Kitchengon mistakenly believed she was troubled by housing concerns. Observing Kitchengon's occasional glances at Yenji, the viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. It was the first time they had witnessed such a side of Kitchengon. Previously, everyone had to heed his every nuance, yet here he was, needing to gauge someone else's demeanor. Their residence was the farthest away, and gazing upon the thatched hut before them, with a few straws fluttering on the roof due to the wind, Yenji suddenly recalled a line of poetry. In August, the autumn wind howls fiercely, sweeping away the thatch from my roof. As she recited these lines, her emotion surged. Perhaps this was indeed her genuine sentiment. After finishing the couplet, Yenji turned to Kitchengon and asked, I have expressed my astonishment. Do you have any sentiments to share? He extended his thumb towards her, offering a sincere thumbs up while stating, what a beautiful poem. The director's team burst into laughter. What were these two doing? Why was Kitchengon so supportive? Nonetheless, this comedic moment was indeed delightful. The audience in the live stream was also on the verge of laughter. Look at Kitchengon's expression throughout. What is she doing? What am I doing? What should I be doing? In the end, he simply gave her a thumbs up. Isn't that hilarious? His face was filled with confusion, but he couldn't let Yenji's moment fall flat. So he resorted to giving her a thumbs up. Haha, don't you find the chemistry between them utterly amusing? One is a straightforward, goofy beauty, while the other is a serious, aloof, handsome man. Two individuals who seem worlds apart, yet it's just so entertaining. Yenji was also amused by Kitchengon. It appeared that this great actor was rather easygoing, albeit a trifle too earnest, which could be considered a virtue. Upon entering the thatched hut, the environment astonished both of them. Where on earth did the director procure such an array of antiques? Were they to unearth artifacts within? To their surprise, once they lay inside, it felt as if they could easily be transported back in time, provided they donned ancient attire. Kitchengon sighed and rolled up his sleeves, deciding to tidy the space a bit, otherwise they would have nowhere to rest. Chapter 12. The Little Duck Raincoat. Yenji opened her suitcase and, under Kitchengon's puzzled gaze, retrieved two plastic outfits. Staring at the little yellow duck raincoats, Kitchengon could not fathom her intentions. Perhaps we should wear these while cleaning? The ground is muddy, and it would be quite difficult to wash the dirt off our clothes. As she spoke, Chi Ching'en observed a rather amusing spectacle. She was donning a plastic outfit, and his heart recoiled at the sight of another set. While he typically remained indifferent to many things, he did hold some regard for his own image. If it were an ordinary plastic garment, it would be of little consequence. However, this little yellow duck ensemble was something he found rather difficult to accept. Noticing Chi Ching'en standing motionless, Zhizhi chose to ignore him, having already presented the attire. Whether he wished to wear it or not was entirely up to him. She placed the little yellow duck hat upon her head and began tidying up. After observing for a moment, Chi Ching'en let out a sigh and ultimately decided to put it on. Thus, the duo, one large and one small, resembling little ducks, began their bustling activities. The outfit was somewhat oversized, and from the perspective of a drone above, they truly appeared as two ducks in motion. Haha. I adore this outfit. It's perfect for cleaning without worrying about dust sticking to me. I must check how much it costs. I just looked it up on a certain platform. It's quite affordable. Only a few dozen yuan for the little yellow duck version. Then hurry and buy it. This is Chi Ching'en style. To be honest, I never expected him to wear it alongside her. I've heard that such silliness can be contagious. It's only the first day, and I'm starting to worry about Chi Ching'en's future image. You all continue your conversation. I need to shower. The little yellow ducks are almost sold out. The merchant selling the little yellow duck plastic raincoats was utterly stunned as he glanced at his sales dashboard. Was the platform malfunctioning? Why was there such a sudden surge in purchases of the little yellow duck raincoats? In no time, they were sold out. The sales of this raincoat had generally been lackluster, primarily bought by parents for their children. The raincoats came in small, medium, and large sizes, with the small size selling slightly better, while the large and medium sizes were hardly sought after. Additionally, adults found them too childish, preferring to purchase transparent raincoats instead.
Now,
all sizes of the little yellow duck were completely sold out, and although a few other designs like little frogs and flowers had sold, none matched the popularity of the ducks. Many comments flooded his post, urging him to produce more little yellow duck raincoats. Through the comments, he learned of the trend sparked by the variety show. Unbeknownst to Zhizhi and Qi, they had ignited a wave of enthusiasm for raincoats. They worked swiftly, tidying up the area within half an hour, largely due to the small size of the space. Qi, gazing at the little duck before him, curiously inquired, "How did you come to possess such an outfit in your suitcase?" With a raised eyebrow and a proud smile, Zhizhi replied, "This is merely a testament to my foresight. The seaside is often rainy and windy, and using an umbrella can easily lead to it being blown away. Thus, a raincoat is far more convenient, and I can even wear it while cleaning. It's practically a multi-purpose garment." Qi was amused by her smug demeanor. Indeed, it was a versatile piece. You could call that being prepared for a rainy day. "Who knows, I might need your assistance this week. I only brought an umbrella." Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively and cheerfully remarked, "It's a trifle. This raincoat I gift to you. Fortunately, I purchased two in size large, or else you would not fit into it." Standing at a height of 1.68 meters, she still only reached Qi's shoulder, who towered at no less than 1.88 meters. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, he possessed a countenance that could only be described as exquisite, truly a paragon of human beauty. Suddenly, Zhizhi recalled the yet-to-appear male lead, whose name she believed was Gu Ming. She pondered which of the two, Gu Ming or Qi, was more handsome or accomplished. The thatched cottage comprised 2 rooms. Zhizhi occupied the inner room, while Qi resided in the outer chamber, with their cooking taking place in the adjoining shed. Observing the disheveled appearances of the two, the director approached with a sly grin. "You two have worked hard. Lunch is ready. Here is your task card, which will guide you to your dining destination." Zhizhi took the task card and gasped in astonishment. The destination appeared to resemble a labyrinth. The card displayed a convoluted map, and just looking at it gave her a headache. Although she excelled in many areas, she had one glaring flaw: her poor sense of direction. Even with a smartphone navigation system, she would often find herself turning in circles, struggling to ascertain her location, and even once oriented, she was uncertain of the right path to take. Turning to Qi beside her, Zhizhi earnestly inquired, "Are you good with directions?" Qi nodded, prompting her to promptly hand him the task card. "Since this is your task, you should navigate the map. I fear I might lead you astray." Qi had no objections, and after a brief tidying up, they set off. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups were also on their way. But the atmosphere in Ningyu and Qi's group was rather tense. During their cleaning session, Qi continuously sought to showcase himself, eagerly stepping in to do whatever Ningyu attempted, all while feigning care for her well-being. Ningyu held stringent standards for cleanliness, while she could tolerate modest living conditions. She could not abide filth. Qi's cleaning efforts fell woefully short of her expectations, yet he remained blissfully unaware, believing he was performing exceptionally well. Finally, Ningyu could no longer endure it and stated, "I truly appreciate your willingness to help with the cleaning, but it is unnecessary. I have high standards for cleanliness and prefer to handle it myself." After speaking, she wiped the table that Qi had just cleaned with a tissue, revealing a conspicuous layer of dust. Qi's expression soured at her words, but not wanting to display his displeasure on camera, he could only suppress his feelings. In the live stream, Qi's fans expressed their sympathy for him. As soon as she arrived, she started acting like a spoiled heiress. "Initially, I felt sorry for her, but now I have no fondness left." Yet, others defended Ningyu. "I don't think Ningyu did anything wrong. She never asked for help. And it was Qi who took it upon himself." Exactly. He wants to showcase his capabilities, yet his skills are lacking. If I were Ningyu, I would be equally exasperated. Chapter 13. Following the navigation has never been a mistake. Ningyu paid no heed to Qi and remained indifferent to his thoughts. She meticulously cleaned the room from top to bottom, executing her tasks with remarkable skill. "I've tidied up your side too. You can just bring out your things," she remarked. not distinguishing between their spaces. Since they were cleaning, it was more efficient to do it together rather than fuss over divisions. Upon seeing the pristine room and her own bed, Chu Chi's expression brightened considerably. Ningyu's demeanor seemed to reflect her character. It was not personal against him. And he had already conjured justifications in his mind. Among the three groups, only Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi's live stream was harmonious, as they had been friends for many years, and their fans were well aware of their banter. Everyone had now received their task cards and prepared to seek out a place for lunch. Zhizhi followed Qi Qing'an through a series of twists and turns. Yet after nearly 10 minutes, they still had not located their destination. Observing Qi Qing'an's serious demeanor, Zhizhi inquired, "Is our dining location truly this far? Why have we not arrived yet?" With his hand gripping the map becoming slightly damp, Qi Qing'an awkwardly replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I am simply following the map." The viewers in the live stream shared their confusion, ultimately focusing the camera on the map. The production team had even created a short video marking their location and the dining spot, revealing that they were traveling in the opposite direction. Is Qi Qing'an also directionally challenged? I thought he was adept at navigation given his confidence, yet he completely led us astray. This duo of directionally challenged individuals is truly remarkable. Both possess intelligent faces, so why do their actions seem so foolish? The production team was at a loss. They had marked the route very clearly, and following the directions would have led them to their destination in less than 5 minutes. The expressions of the two were particularly amusing. Zhizhi appeared exasperated, while Qi Qing'an wore an innocent look. Gazing at his handsome face, Zhizhi ultimately sighed, finding it impossible to be angry with such charm. You didn't mention your lack of navigational skills. I assumed you were familiar with the map. Qi Qing'an rubbed his nose, slightly embarrassed. Didn't you say you weren't good with directions either? I thought I could manage. I've never gone off course when following navigation while driving. Zhizhi was left speechless. Ha ha ha. That's a compelling excuse. I could also devise a rationale to counter my boyfriend's claims of my being directionally challenged. At least I've never gone astray while driving with navigation. Oh no. Qi Qing'an is increasingly aligning with Zhizhi. Whatever happened to my aloof idol? I suddenly felt that our pairing was doomed to fail, merely due to our navigational skills. Observing Zhizhi's troubled expression, Qi Qing'an comforted her. It's not that serious. Isn't this a travel variety show? The production team will guide us to wherever we need to go, so we shouldn't need to navigate on our own. Qi Qing'an spoke with utmost certainty. Yet the more assured he sounded, the more unsettled Zhizhi felt. The director's team chuckled, saying, "Just wait, we have everything arranged for you." By the time the two of them arrived, the other groups had nearly finished their meals. The first meal prepared for them consisted of box lunches, which, surprisingly, were quite delectable, featuring seafood rice. Zhizhi savored her meal with great delight, as she had grown quite hungry after a strenuous morning. Chu Qi glanced at Zhizhi with disdain and remarked, "At least be mindful of your image. After all, you are a celebrity. Eating like that is an eyesore." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi retorted, "What I eat and how I eat is none of your concern. Since we are by the sea, you can simply avert your gaze if it displeases you. You are utterly unreasonable. Growing up in a prominent family, how do you lack any grace? Your language is crude, and your actions are even more so. It's no wonder you were cast out," Chu Qi snapped. In response, Qi Qing'an calmly interjected, "Mind your own business. Refrain from meddling in the affairs of others." At this, Chu Qi's expression soured dramatically, akin to a paint palette overturned. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi were mere bystanders, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they observed the unfolding drama. Chu Qi seems to have a real issue. He has been targeting Zhizhi from the start. What has she done to deserve such animosity? It's quite evident. He seeks to curry favor with the true heiress. These two are merely a fake and a genuine heiress, and he is attempting to elevate the genuine one by belittling the other. Yet, it appears the genuine heiress is not particularly appreciative, another voice chimed in. Despite Chu Qi's behavior, his fans remain unwavering in their support. One wonders what those women are thinking. Their idol is so openly attempting to charm another woman, yet they continue to defend him. Truly, they possess an expansive tolerance. Why is Qi Qing'an defending Zhizhi? Could it be that he has developed feelings for her? And if he has, she is attractive and possesses a charming personality, combining both beauty and wit. It is only natural for someone to be drawn to her, another retorted. You are speaking nonsense. Qi Qing'an could never be interested in Zhizhi. It must be her intentional seduction. Truly, she is a vixen. The staff members watching the online debates could hardly contain their amusement. Throughout the meal, Chu Qi felt increasingly frustrated, as no one sided with him. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi were merely there for entertainment, while Ningyu remained aloof, silently observing. Moreover, when had Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an grown so close? Hadn't they just recently been assigned to the same group? How had their relationship blossomed so rapidly during a mere house-hunting excursion? Chapter 14. Ultraman to the rescue. However, the priority now is to rest. The time for a midday break had arrived, and new tasks awaited them afterward. Finally able to relax, Zhizhi stifled a yawn. After a fulfilling meal, drowsiness set in, compounded by her lack of sleep from the previous night. She was truly fighting off sleepiness at that moment. Yet, there remained one pressing issue. Qi Qing'an. Observing Qi Qing'an's expression, Zhizhi sighed, suggesting, "Why don't we simply rest here?" The two groups of guests had already departed, leaving them in a daze at the same spot. Upon hearing that someone was leading, the two of them instantly sprang to their feet in perfect unison, their expressions mirroring one another. "I truly appreciate your kindness." The upstairs commenter is overthinking. Even if Mars collided with Earth, these two could never be together. Setting aside the coffee issue, they wouldn't even pass the identity barrier. Netizens began to bicker over their identity concerns, sparking curiosity about Qi Qing'an's family background. Furthermore, they even trended on social media. The convoluted path they took was indeed quite troublesome. Zhizhi had lost count of how many turns they made. The location might not have been far, but the route was genuinely intricate, with numerous bends to navigate. Inside the thatched cottage, there were cameras, so the cameraman was not following them. He would only accompany them during outdoor shoots. "Let us get some rest. We still don't know what the afternoon tasks entail, and it's already 1:30. We have only an hour and a half to recharge." Zhizhi yawned and waved her hand. "Rest, let us rest. I'm utterly exhausted. You should retire early as well." Watching Zhizhi enter her room and close the door, Qi Qing'an then covered the camera and began to change clothes for bed. During this nap time, the number of viewers in the live stream gradually dwindled. After all, there was little to observe while sleeping, and everyone covered their cameras with cloth during their slumber. Oh, but one exception existed. After Zhizhi changed her outfit in the restroom, she flopped onto the bed and fell asleep without a care for whether the camera was on or off. She had merely washed up briefly in the restroom and changed into a fresh pair of white socks, which were slightly thin, revealing the color of the money beneath. In the sweltering summer, the socks were indeed thinner, especially since they were white. What pattern are her socks? Why is the bottom still red? Could it be that her foot is bleeding? Surely not. It's unlikely she is injured. If she were, do you think she could sleep so soundly? It's probably just the color of the socks. The discussion among the viewers centered on the socks without suspecting anything unusual within them. The primary reason was that Zhizhi was exceedingly cautious. She arranged her money neatly, ensuring that even if it lay beneath her feet, it remained orderly. Moreover, both feet were symmetrical, with a total of 600 yuan concealed, 300 on each side. At 3 o'clock, Zhizhi was roused from her slumber by a knock at the door. "Zhizhi, it's time to get up. We need to set off," Qi Qing'an called, already packed and changed into a fresh outfit. Groggily, Zhizhi climbed out of bed and opened the door. Qi Qing'an never anticipated that the door would open so swiftly. He had intended to knock once more, but as the door swung open, his hand inadvertently struck Zhizhi on the head, producing a muffled thud. "Qi Qing'an, Zhizhi." Zhizhi rubbed her forehead, remarking that the fruit was ripe and there was no need for further knocking. Qi Qing'an was amused by her comment. Her voice sounded familiar. He hastily changed his clothes, for the director's team had informed them that they would be escorted soon. It seemed the directors were wary of their spatial awareness, as with their navigational ineptitude. Reaching their destination would render the afternoon's activities futile. "Are we headed to the beach this afternoon?" Qi Qing'an inquired. He nodded affirmatively, yes. "So make sure to apply sufficient sunscreen. It's best to slather on a bit more, or you might get sunburnt. The sun can be quite scorching." "All right. Just wait a moment. I'll prepare right away." After shutting the door, Zhizhi immediately began rummaging through her suitcase. The viewers in the live stream suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Do you remember the item Zhizhi brought? The Ultraman? She just asked if we were going to the beach, and I suddenly have a bad feeling about this." She is already digging through her suitcase. Once she retrieved the Ultraman face skin, Zhizhi applied a generous layer of sunscreen on herself before donning the face skin and putting on her salted egg yolk sunglasses. The sight of her in such an outlandish getup left the audience utterly speechless. Chapter 15. The deceptive laughter standing at the door. Qi Qing'an awaited Zhizhi's emergence. When she finally opened the door, he was greeted by an astonishing sight. Faced with the Ultraman, Qi Qing'an felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. "You." Qi Qing'an opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Zhizhi adjusted her headgear and said, "Let us go. The sun is blazing. Would you like to borrow a face skin? I brought several, both cartoonish and realistic, and amusingly, the realistic one bears your likeness." Qi Qing'an attempted to refuse, but found himself silenced by her insistence. He wished to express that he truly did not need it. While he usually did not place much importance on his appearance, this particular item was something he could certainly forego. Before long, Zhizhi emerged with the face skin emblazoned with Qi Qing'an's visage and casually handed him a pair of sunglasses. "Here you go. I thought the person on this face skin was rather attractive when I bought it, but I never expected it to be you. What a coincidence." Gazing at the face skin featuring his own face, Qi Qing'an was left speechless. The director's team and the audience were on the verge of laughter. I've never seen such an expression on Qi Qing'an's face before. Zhizhi is truly a talent. Qi Qing'an internally, do you think I wish to speak right now? Can't you see my incredulous expression? I'm just curious if Qi Qing'an will actually wear this face skin. If he does, his fans might just explode. Fans of Qi Qing'an are present here, and we express that we shall not cause any disturbance, while also expressing our gratitude to Zhizhi for allowing us to witness a different facet of Qi Qing'an. Hurry up and bring it. I am already prepared to take screenshots. Observing the immobile Qi Qing'an, Zhizhi discerned his predicament. If you do not wish to wear it, then it is fine to forego it. However, donning it might be somewhat beneficial. The sun outside is quite intense, and exposing your skin directly may lead to sunburn. Besides, we are to stay here for a week. Today is merely the first day. Gazing at the facial mask in his hands while glancing at the blazing sun outside, Qi Qing'an chose to prioritize his protection over his image. Soon, the two talented individuals appeared on the beach. One possessed an alluring figure, undeniably a stunning beauty, yet donned a facial mask resembling Ultraman. The other, with broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs, was undoubtedly a handsome young man. But he wore a transformed Qi Qing'an facial mask. See? Isn't it more comfortable with this on? I specifically chose a material that feels cool against the skin. Zhizhi mused, satisfied with her discerning choice. Qi Qing'an let out a slight sigh. Well, at least he had someone to share the embarrassment with. What was there left to critique at this moment? Meanwhile, the Qi family members in the live broadcast room were completely astonished. Mrs. Qi looked at her son, devoid of any dignity, and cast a doubtful glance at her husband. Is this truly my son? Are we sure he hasn't been possessed? Mr. Qi, hearing his wife's words, felt utterly speechless. Perhaps you should read fewer novels. However, they had indeed never witnessed their son in such a state. He had always been particularly fastidious about everything since childhood. He had improved a bit after acting, but that was only during his role portrayals. This variety show was something they had compelled him to participate in, primarily because Mrs. Qi was genuinely fond of Zhizhi's appearance. If the two were to be together, how beautiful their child would be. As for the online discussions regarding Zhizhi's character, if she had a poor disposition, their son would certainly not be interested. Thus, it wouldn't matter if he went. If he found her appealing, it would indicate that her character was quite pleasant, and the rumors online were baseless. However, it now appeared that their son was indeed quite pleased with her, and the two stood together in a remarkably harmonious manner. When Lu Zihao and Ningyu's groups arrived, they were rendered speechless by the sight of the two. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi struggled to suppress their laughter. Their faces flushed, as they had not anticipated that the esteemed actor Qi would join Zhizhi in such playful antics. Ningyu looked at the Ultraman-themed mask with a hint of exasperation. Did you really put that on? Don't you celebrities care about your image when participating in such variety shows? Your face isn't even visible. It was the first time Ningyu had spoken at such length to express concern for Zhizhi. Zhizhi adjusted her salted egg yolk glasses and nonchalantly remarked, "Why should I care? If they want to film, let them. If not, so be it. Besides, isn't it true that everyone has their own live stream channel? Those who appreciate me will naturally tune in, while those who do not, I do not force to watch. The most important thing is that once this variety show is over, I can retire." When the production team approached to announce the task, they couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this group with two hidden talents. Even as they read the task, their amusement was evident. Points may be exchanged for dinner and various items needed in the future, so everyone should give it their all. Let us go. Time to hit the punching bags. This is her forte. Zhizhi seized Qi Qing'an and began her stretches, emphasizing the necessity of warming up to avoid any injuries that would render their efforts futile. Qi Qing'an nodded, though his expression remained obscured by his mask. The other two groups mimicked their stretching routine, and Chu Qi observed Zhizhi with a flicker of darkness in her eyes. The first group was composed of Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao, while the other two groups stood on either side to engage in the activity. Zhizhi chuckled mischievously, exuding an inexplicable slyness. Lu Zihao, gazing at his childhood idol, emitted a cunning laugh, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Zhizhi, you're wearing an Ultraman mask. Could you not tarnish Ultraman's image? He represents justice and would never emit such a devious laugh. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. Qi Qing'an turned to Zhizhi, who replied earnestly, "You needn't worry. I shall certainly uphold Ultraman's image." However, her assurances deepened the other's skepticism. They found her words rather untrustworthy and were increasingly concerned about Ultraman's reputation. Chapter 16. If you can't handle the loss, don't play. The audience echoed their lamentations. My childhood idol. My Ultraman. This woman, Zhizhi, is about to ruin my childhood. I can hardly fathom what she might do or say using my idol's face. She is intent on obliterating the radiance of my youth. When my younger brother saw Ultraman, he was overjoyed, but upon hearing that laugh, his expression fell immediately. I suspect the light in his heart has been extinguished. Ha ha ha. Zhizhi has single-handedly caused everyone to lose faith in light. How impressive. The sandbag competition commenced, and Zhizhi was gentle with the girls, but was absolutely precise and ruthless with the boys. As soon as the sandbag reached her hands, all her attacks were directed at Lu Zihao. Her strikes were lightning fast. As one sandbag left her hand, another was immediately launched. This sandbag competition was not merely back and forth. Rather, each participant was given multiple sandbags, with 4 individuals targeting the 2. Oh no, Zhizhi. I must have done nothing to offend you. Why are you solely fixated on me? Lu Zihao dodged a sandbag with a swift move, his expression still one of shock. The other 3 individuals approached leisurely, while Zhizhi resembled a cannon, unleashing a barrage of fervent strikes. With her movements unceasing and a calm demeanor, she remarked, "Isn't it rather unkind of me to strike a girl? Surely, you cannot expect me to harm a young lady." Lu Zihao retorted, "But aren't you a girl as well? What issue could there be in striking her?" The others chimed in, "Your protection merely prolongs her demise, does it not?" Just as the conversation reached its peak, Zhizhi seized an opportune moment and hurled the sandbag with great force. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. The sandbag struck Lu Zihao in an indescribable region. Zhizhi exclaimed, while Qi Qing'an and the others were left in shock, "Your aim is surprisingly precise." Lu Zihao knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands, utterly unwilling to rise. The pain was negligible, yet the embarrassment was overwhelming. Observing him remain on the ground, Zhizhi hurried over, concerned. "Are you all right? I hadn't anticipated hitting you there." Her throw had been casual, without any intention of targeting him specifically. The crowd gathered around, including the production staff. As the gravity of the situation sank in, if he were genuinely injured in that area, it would be a serious matter. Amidst the gathering, Lu Zihao muttered, "I'm fine. It's merely the humiliation that stings." His expression twisted further as he gazed at Zhizhi, who was obliviously cheerful. "You have utterly shattered my idolization." The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned by the dramatic turn of events. Lu Zihao's fans erupted in outrage. Zhizhi did that on purpose. Does she even comprehend the concept of boundaries? If anything were to happen to Lu Zihao, she would have ruined his life. The comment section became a torrent of vitriol, prompting even the production team to intervene. No one anticipated such an incident occurring. They had calculated the weight and force of the sandbag, believing it to be harmless, with no risk of leaving even a bruise. They had been meticulous about safety, wary of any unforeseen accidents. The director suggested moderating the comments, acknowledging their shared responsibility in the game they had orchestrated. Lu Zihao, now standing with a pained expression, recognized that the earlier scene would worry his fans and implicate Zhizhi. Thus, he earnestly addressed the camera, "Please do not be concerned. I am unharmed. And the impact was entirely unintentional. Therefore, let us not place blame on Zhizhi. It's merely a game. Do not conflate it with reality." His explanation did indeed restore a semblance of rationality to many viewers. Indeed, this game is inherently uncontrollable, and the production team must have contemplated the potential dangers involved. The sandbag is rather small, which should mitigate any significant harm, and Zhizhi appears quite slender, likely lacking substantial strength. The harsh words exchanged earlier certainly tarnished Lu Zihao's impression, yet he remains a decent person. Zhizhi graciously bowed towards the camera, acknowledging her mistake and carelessness. Ningyu, however, furrowed her brow at the unfolding events. Why must a mere game escalate to such extremes, and why must there be a public apology? The unpredictability of the game is apparent. After all, it is entirely normal for the sandbag to strike one's body. Suddenly, Liu Zhihao felt the piercing gaze of the young lady upon him. Alas! Surely he hadn't offended her, for her fans would surely berate Zhizhi. And it seemed she was defending her sister's honor. With Liu Zhihao eliminated, Liu Qiqi did not linger long either, calculating their game time to a mere 5 minutes. With a sigh, both lamented this fleeting duration. For Liu Zhihao, it was particularly disheartening to be disliked by the young lady over such a trivial 5 minutes, truly a precious span of time. The second group consisted of Ningyu and her team. Regardless of what transpires, it should all be considered normal. Let us hope it does not escalate to personal conflicts. A game is merely a game, and if one chooses to play, one must be prepared for the consequences. Ningyu conveyed this sentiment to the camera, which did not sit well with Chu Qi, who initially intended to use the sandbag game to tease the fans while allowing them to criticize Zhizhi. Ningyu's statement effectively curtailed his plans. The young lady was correct. If one cannot handle the game, one ought not to participate. For how painful could a sandbag truly be? It appeared as though she was defending her sister. Liu Zihao's fans had indeed been excessively fervent and somewhat terrifying. Look, Liu Zihao and Zhizhi are trending. The scene in the video depicted Zhizhi skillfully tossing a sandbag, striking Liu Zihao in the lower body, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he knelt on the ground, unsure whether to shield himself or not. This image undoubtedly provided comedic relief, though it may have been quite awkward for those involved. The sandbag didn't seem particularly large, so Liu Zihao's brother should be fine. While the physical damage may be minimal, the psychological impact could be significant, especially considering that his childhood idol dealt him such a blow. Puffed. Damn it, my childhood idol. Ultraman's reputation is doomed. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an exhibited remarkable synergy, as Qi Qing'an, unable to effectively strike with a pillow, took on the role of supplying Zhizhi with sandbags. She moved with such speed that her arms appeared to leave after images. Liu Zihao and Liu Qiqi watched in sheer astonishment from the sidelines. Liu Qiqi gently tugged at Liu Zihao's sleeve and whispered, "I can't shake the feeling that this game doesn't require much effort from either of us." Liu Zihao nodded in agreement. It indeed seemed that their contributions were unnecessary, as Zhizhi alone could easily dominate the competition. Ningyu was eliminated early, leaving only Chu Qi to struggle on alone. As Chu Qi dodged back and forth, his face contorted in frustration, it appeared as though Zhizhi could predict his every move. No matter which direction he fled to, the sandbag would strike that area a second in advance, necessitating last-minute adjustments to evade it. The staff watching his frantic, twisting antics could hardly contain their laughter. Such an idol had surely never encountered a moment of such humiliation. Zhizhi truly was a remarkable talent. Observing the alluring Chu Qi, Liu Qiqi longed to play some music, but regrettably, her phone was not at hand. Zhizhi, having grown weary, showcased the agility characteristic of a singer-dancer. As her movements began to slow, Chu Qi mistakenly believed victory was within his grasp and exclaimed with excitement, "Give up. You lack the strength to hit me now." No sooner had he spoken than a sandbag struck him on the head. Everyone turned their gaze to Qi Qing'an, who brushed the sand off his hands and replied nonchalantly, "I am on the same team as Zhizhi. If she lacks strength, I still have plenty." Zhizhi gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his prowess. Netizens promptly turned Zhizhi's gesture into a meme, captioned with praise for the idol. After all, Ultraman was a childhood icon for many, and thus the statement held merit. Why do I suddenly perceive Qi Qing'an as a cunning character? His aim was poor before, yet he managed to hit Chu Qi this time, one commented. You think he has cunning? Qi Qing'an merely seized an opportunity. Everyone was moving, but Chu Qi had just halted, presenting such a large target that it was nearly impossible to miss. While you all pondered Qi Qing'an's character, I am concerned for Chu Qi. Did anyone capture his frantic dodging on video? It was utterly absurd. Another chimed in. He must still remember. He is an idol. That frantic movement was so bizarre. Coupled with his contorted, despondent expression, I can hardly find the words to describe it. I wonder how his fans are faring now. As it turned out, Chu Qi's fans were indeed struggling. A man who twisted even more alluringly than he had severely tarnished the image of their idol in their hearts. They envisioned him as a steadfast and robust figure, entirely incapable of such a portrayal, especially with that look of despair. The devotion of his female fans was steadfast, yet such loyalty could be precarious, for one could never predict when they might turn away. Let us proceed. For the image of Chu Qi in my heart has completely diverged from reality. Previously, when he was devoted to Ningyu, I could still find excuses for him. However, Now his charm has faded, and his once towering presence has diminished. I find myself at a loss on how to continue supporting him. In truth, when compared to others, his appearance seems rather lackluster. How is it that I once perceived him as so handsome on stage? Urgently, public relations must intervene. They should eliminate the trending topics. Chu-Chi has lost all allure, overshadowed by the presence of women. This trending topic swiftly ascended to the top spot, and when Chu-Chi's manager witnessed the video, they nearly fainted in disbelief. What a predicament this is. Since Chu-Chi lacks a mobile phone, his manager is unable to contact him, forced to watch as he unwittingly sabotages himself on the show. When Chu-Chi was eliminated, the staff calculated their time, 5.5 minutes, which exceeded Lu Zhihao and Lu Qiqi by several seconds. Make sure to give it your all. Lu Qiqi specifically approached Yan Zhizhi to converse. She genuinely admires Yan Zhizhi, living authentically and freely, unconcerned with the opinions of others, a rare gem in the entertainment industry. Observing Lu Qiqi, who radiated kindness, Yan Zhizhi reciprocated with a smile, assuring her, "Fear not, unleash your full potential." As Lu Qiqi beamed, revealing her bright smile, she remarked, "Could you please refrain from smiling with that headpiece? I can't see your expression. All I can discern are your 2 rows of teeth peeking through the mouth hole." Astute netizens have already captured screenshots. The sight of Ultraman's toothy grin is indeed a rarity. Chapter 18. The Enchantress. Since Qi Qing'an donned this headpiece, she has dared not express herself too exuberantly, fearing the exposure of her teeth. After all, lacking in both talent and skill, she finds herself struggling in this environment, much like the original character. At the onset of the game, Qi Qing'an consistently shielded Yan Zhizhi, worried she might be struck by the sandbags. Yan Zhizhi, brimming with competitive spirit, darted about with remarkable agility. Addressing the towering figure blocking her path, Yan Zhizhi directly stated, "Could you please not stand so close? Your presence severely hampers my performance." Very well, Qi Qing'an conceded, recognizing that this individual was unlike the ordinary crowd. She stepped aside to avoid hindering Yan Zhizhi's capabilities. Once Qi Qing'an moved away, Yan Zhizhi felt liberated. Chu-Chi evaded the sandbags with unparalleled grace, while Yan Zhizhi showcased her prowess as a competent operative, bending and weaving with such finesse that a backflip seemed imminent. Witnessing her deft movements, Ningyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Lu Qiqi and Lu Zhihao looked on in awe, exclaiming, "So impressive. Zhizhi, your recent moves were spectacular." Encouraged by their praise, Yan Zhizhi exaggerated her motions, exuding a playful confidence, almost as if performing deliberately. Observing her agile maneuvers, Qi Qing'an quietly relinquished the space to her, choosing to withdraw. She felt that her presence was stifling Yan Zhizhi's potential. Lu Zhihao gazed at the brooding Qi beside him, unable to suppress a chuckle. Even beneath the mask, Qi melancholic expression was unmistakable. It was indeed a remarkable feat to be so thoroughly scorned. Some netizens had edited his agile, yet flamboyant movements into a parody video, juxtaposing it with Chu-Chi's performance. Strangely enough, the comparison accentuated Chu-Chi's allure even more. Doesn't it seem as if Qi Qing'an deliberately stepped back? He appears to carry an air of resignation and resentment, one remarked. Did you not hear Yan Zhizhi mention that Qi Qing'an's obstruction had severely hampered her performance? Just look at her flamboyant maneuvers. Qi Qing'an had pushed her into a corner. Had he not withdrawn, Yan Zhizhi would likely have leapt onto his face shortly thereafter. Ha ha ha. Qi Qing'an is an entirely different person beside Yan Zhizhi. In less than a day, his aloof demeanor has nearly vanished. What do you all think of his current impression? A charmingly, directionally challenged gentleman. Who would have guessed he was so hopelessly lost? Qi Qing'an's manager, upon reading the online comments, felt utterly exasperated. After years of painstakingly concealing such a secret, it had been so carelessly revealed. Fortunately, the feedback online was predominantly positive. Yan Zhizhi valiantly held her ground against 4 opponents, managing to endure for a full 10 minutes. Chu-Chi was nearly beside herself with frustration, her fists poised to ignite sparks, yet failing to land a blow. When the director approached to announce the results, Chu-Chi discreetly shot Yan Zhizhi a glare. Ningyu, observing Chu-Chi's reaction, frowned. This man, unable to cope with defeat, continuously sought her company, which was becoming increasingly irritating. Congratulations to the third group for their victory. You shall receive 3 points. The second group will earn 1 point, while Lu Zhihao and Lu Qiqi's team will receive none. Upon hearing of her triumph, Yan Zhizhi beamed with a radiant smile. The sight of her grinning like a child elicited a hasty bow from the staff, who feared they might burst into laughter. As the evening grew late, the staff informed them that dinner would be their own responsibility. Whether they chose to scrounge or prepare their own meals, it was up to them. Zhizhi raised her hand, inquiring, "Didn't you say points could be exchanged for meals? Could these 3 points procure a dinner?" The staff chuckled, explaining that while points could indeed be exchanged for meals, it required 5 points for a single dinner, rendering their current total insufficient. Zhiji's smile faded instantly. What is the point of this game if I can't even trade my efforts for a meal? Though Qi Qing'an could not see her face, he sensed her spirits plummeting. Fear not. We can gather some seafood by the seaside to cook for ourselves or even sell. There are always more solutions than problems. The director's team seemed to relish in their trials, eager to witness the struggles of these stars as they grappled with the realities of life. Zhizhi nodded, knowing she must persevere for the sake of sustenance. Perhaps we should brainstorm together. We can prepare dinner as a group. As a gathering is far more enjoyable than a mere duo. Lu Ziheo's proposal received unanimous consent. Even Chu Qi cast aside his prejudices. After all, in comparison to the pangs of hunger, all other concerns seemed trivial. Can any of you sing or dance? Zhizhi inquired of the others, pondering if they might earn a living through their talents. All eyes turned to Chu Qi, who had debuted as an idol singer and dancer. For him, singing and dancing were his livelihood. He stepped back, exclaiming, "Why are you all looking at me? Surely, I cannot bear this burden alone." It was inconceivable that he would be left to toil by himself. Of course, we shall all contribute. Those who can sing will sing, those who can dance will dance, and those with other skills will lend a hand. We shall gather the earnings and treat ourselves to a meal. There were no objections. They would strive together and dine together. Zhizhi chuckled mischievously, though the mask concealed her expression from the others. She had discreetly stashed away several hundred yuan beneath her soles. Even if she did not work, she would have funds for a meal. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to contribute. The money was to remain untouched unless absolutely necessary. Both of them were now drenched in sweat, as the attire was not particularly breathable. Observing Qi Qing'an's hair clinging to his face, Zhizhi found herself momentarily captivated. Oh, this man is like a modern-day Daji, simply mesmerizing. The live stream was filled with animated chatter. That hair sticking to his face is simply too alluring. Truly deserving of being my husband. To the one above. Stop dreaming. Let me awaken you. I'm here to claim my rightful place. How dare you covet my husband? Utterly delusional. Chapter 19. Apologies. I'm just accustomed to pampering my dog. Gazing at the enchanting visage of Enhua, Zhizhi sighed enviously. How did you come by such a face? Even I, a woman, am envious of your flawless skin. Her expression of envy and admiration elicited laughter from Qi Qing'an. You are quite beautiful yourself. Though I didn't know you before, I have certainly heard of your striking looks. Qi Qing'an's words were sincere. Only Zhizhi could have achieved such success based solely on her beauty. Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively, saying, I'm merely a pretty face. Beyond that, I possess little else. Do not follow my example. She was quite self-aware. When the two emerged after changing their attire, they appeared once again as a stunning couple. This time, Zhizhi opted not to wear a face mask, as it would be inconvenient for going out. Instead, she enveloped herself entirely, donning a wide-brimmed hat with a face shield, leaving only her eyes visible. She also wore ice sleeves on her exposed arms. Upon seeing this completely unrecognizable version of Zhizhi, Qi Qing'an paused momentarily. Are you afraid of being recognized by fans? Zhizhi shook her head, possessing a modicum of self-awareness regarding her own notoriety. While it was quite probable that someone might recognize Qi Qing'an, the likelihood of anyone identifying her was likely limited to her detractors. Qi Qing'an found himself at a loss for words. In truth, there was no need for her to belittle herself so. Surely, there must be many who appreciate her. Zhizhi, however, simply shook her head and replied with a calm demeanor, Those who admire me are merely my fans who appreciate my appearance. You know the type, right? They have countless favorites, essentially forming a vast pond where I am but one of the many fish. When they see me, they may find me familiar, but they would never truly recognize who I am. Though her words bore a hint of melancholy, they were undeniably candid. If the original owner had indeed possessed such a multitude of fans, she would not have been subjected to such harsh criticism over trivial matters. In just one day of live streaming, there had already been several waves of vitriol directed at her, regardless of the circumstances. The initial reaction from the audience was not to inquire about the reasons, but to berate Zhizhi. Qi Qing'an felt a pang of sorrow. This young woman did not deserve such treatment. I think you are quite remarkable, and your character is commendable. You should continue to be yourself, he offered, gently ruffling Zhiji's hair. At the moment of contact, both were momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Is Qi Qing'an feeling sympathy for Zhizhi? Nonsense. It is merely a gesture of comfort. However, it is true that her situation is rather pitiable. She seems to have no substantial scandals against her, perhaps just a rather genuine temperament. It does appear that way. Let us search for any dirt on her. And it seems the worst is just her being a bit fiery. Even then, she does not lash out at others. Some staff have mentioned that when she gets angry, she tends to take it out on her own belongings rather than on those around her. Well, I react similarly when I am upset. It is entirely human to have a temper. She is just under the scrutiny of the public eye, which magnifies her flaws. Pei, the manager, was astonished by the sheer volume of positive comments flooding in online. How had Zhizhi garnered such acclaim so swiftly? Had she just delivered a masterclass in handling fans? When Qi Qing'an ruffled her hair, Zhizhi was caught off guard. It was her first experience of such a gesture. However, the manner in which he did so felt somewhat peculiar. It's as if you were petting a dog. How can he touch her head in such a manner? Zhizhi mused. What an odd habit he has. She decided to let it slide, considering it was a sign of his concern for her. I wondered why Qi Qing'an's touch was so reminiscent. It turns out I pet my dog in the same way. Just look at Zhiji's expression. Though we can only see her eyes, they convey a sense of exasperation. Observing Qi Qing'an, who appeared unprepared for anything, Zhizhi graciously offered him another hat. Here, wear this. The sun outside is quite intense, and it would prevent sunburn. Additionally, if someone recognizes you, it could help shield your face. Qi Qing'an accepted it without hesitation, replying, "Thank you kindly." As the two individuals stepped out, they resembled assassins, causing those unaware to mistakenly believe they were in disguise. When Ningyu and her three companions beheld the duo, their expressions were strikingly uniform and laden with exasperation. I remarked, "Are you two playing a game? You ought to wield a branch, for that would enhance the illusion." While others participating in variety shows eagerly sought the spotlight, these two seemed quite the opposite. Apart from a brief glimpse upon their arrival, they had not shown their faces since finishing lunch. Zhizhi adjusted her hat and explained, "The sun is rather intense. I fear sunburn." I advised them to be cautious, having noticed their necks reddening. A tan is inconsequential, but sunburn can be troublesome. Lu Qiqi touched her neck, feeling it indeed warm to the touch. Zhizhi proudly raised her chin, proclaiming, "I possess foresight." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ningyu's eyes, and the cameras captured these moments. The rumors of discord between the two sisters had gradually faded. If they were truly at odds, such harmony would be implausible. Numerous shots depicted Zhizhi causing a ruckus at the forefront, while Ningyu observed with a smile from behind. Moreover, should anyone direct hostility towards Zhizhi, Ningyu would swiftly come to her defense. If they were not compatible, one might wonder if anyone in the world truly was. "Let us disperse," I suggested. "We shall reconvene here at 5:30 to collect the funds for dinner." How could we visit the seaside without indulging in seafood? The midday feast was delightful, and I certainly did not have my fill. The three groups separated, with Zhizhi leading Qi Qing'an into the streets, eventually arriving at a tea house. Chapter 20. Earning through performance. Qi Qing'an was perplexed by her intentions. Did she wish to partake in tea? However, they were currently short on funds. "Zhizhi, do you wish to drink tea here?" Zhizhi merely shook her head. Her purpose was not to sip tea, but to perform. Observing an elderly gentleman with it inside, a smile blossomed on her face as she declared, "I have devised a way to earn money. What do you need me to do?" Qi Qing'an thought he possessed numerous skills and could certainly brew tea, given that his grandfather and father enjoyed it at home. No, you need not do anything. Just obediently follow my lead. Rest assured, I shall ensure you are well fed," Zhizhi stated with utmost confidence. Yet, Qi Qing'an felt a twinge of unease regarding her unwavering assurance. 5 minutes later, Zhizhi began to play her melodies poignant and evocative, while Qi Qing'an squatted before her, holding a bowl and watching the passers-by. "Perhaps I should return to brewing tea," he murmured. Observing Zhizhi lost in her music, he hesitantly suggested, "I believe you can manage alone. There is no need for me to guard the bowl. I could earn money by brewing tea at the tea house. 2 incomes would be better than 1. Zhizhi looked at him earnestly and said, "Guarding this bowl is of utmost importance. The wind is strong here. What if the money gets blown away? I understand you might feel a bit embarrassed, but you must consider that your face is currently concealed, and no one knows who you are." Though she spoke with such conviction, Qi Qing'an felt an undeniable discomfort within. "Let's approach this as if you are acting, embodying a character," she suggested. Qi Qing'an sighed, resigning himself to this notion, regarding it as an opportunity to accumulate experience for his role. After all, he had previously experienced various jobs while preparing for a character. Suddenly, a 10 yuan note was tossed into the bowl. Qi Qing'an exclaimed internally, "This task is indeed manageable." Although I could not see the expression on Qi Qing'an's face, I could sense his helplessness. Zhizhi was truly remarkable. It seemed only she could lead Qi Qing'an in this performance. Frankly, I felt that while Zhizhi was performing, Qi Qing'an appeared to be begging. The sight of him crouched beside a bowl was genuinely amusing. What do you mean by begging? This is experience accumulation. The generous donators were a couple who genuinely appreciated Zhizhi's error performance. "May I request a song?" the girl inquired curiously, gazing at Zhizhi. "Of course. What song would you like?" Zhizhi replied gently, her voice soft and tender. "I would like to dedicate the song Confession to my boyfriend," the girl said, shyly glancing at the young man beside her. He looked at her lovingly, and their relationship appeared to be flourishing. To perform Confession on the arrow. Perhaps this was a prelude to a breakup, Qi Qing'an thought, his concealed face betraying a complex array of emotions. He looked to Zhizhi, eager to see if she would accept the challenge. "Absolutely. I will ensure your satisfaction. It's merely an arrow rendition of Confession. A piece of cake." After testing the notes, Zhizhi began to play, even altering the melody slightly to suit the arrow's capabilities, making it sound more vibrant and romantic. Had she used the original tune, it would have become Farewell instead. As the sound of the arrow flowed forth, Qi Qing'an finally felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it had not faltered. Once the piece concluded, a crowd had gathered around them, and the young couple was exceedingly pleased. "You played beautifully." Typically, arrow music bears a hint of melancholy, but your rendition felt distinctly romantic. "Thank you for the compliment." Zhizhi's eyes crinkled into crescent shapes, and although her face remained obscured, her joy was palpable. Following the opening performance, more and more people began to request songs. As Qi Qing'an watched the coins in the bowl accumulate, he found himself somewhat flustered. "One at a time, please, no pushing." Reluctantly, he stood up to maintain order, his tall stature imposing. "You two make a lovely couple. Your husband is extraordinarily tall. He must be nearly 1.9 meters. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an exchanged a glance upon hearing this, feeling a touch of awkwardness. It was difficult to explain, and since no one was familiar with them, there was little point in attempting to clarify. The fans could certainly revel in the implication. Indeed, it seemed that the two shared a rather charmingly domestic vibe. With Zhizhi nurturing her little husband, Qi Qing'an's fans were gradually coming to terms with the situation. After all, what choice did they have? The rapport between Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi was undeniably pleasant. Most of the fans were not overly zealous. Many were simply admirers of Qi Qing'an's acting prowess. Except for a handful of fervent fans, the majority remained quite rational. "I am quite grateful to Zhizhi," one fan remarked. "Even though Qi Qing'an has been somewhat overshadowed by her, she has allowed us to see a different side of him. Indeed, if it weren't for Zhizhi, Qi Qing'an might have been busy serving tea for a living. Now, he hardly needs to lift a finger. He merely needs to guard his bowl and engage his tongue." "Are you truly fans of Qi Qing'an? Are you not, in fact, detractors?" Qi Qing'an's agent sighed quietly as he observed him, seated with a bowl, losing money. "Let it be. Whatever will be," he thought to himself, relieved that the online feedback remained fairly positive. Many now felt he had become more relatable. Previously, he had seemed almost ethereal, detached from reality. Such an aloof demeanor could hinder his ability to land certain roles, as the constraints on actors can be quite significant. In the span of 2 hours, they had earned 368 yuan, paying 100 to the elderly gentleman who lent them the arrow, leaving them with 268. Gazing at the scattered bills in his hand, Qi Qing'an felt a bit dazed. "We've actually made over 200, he exclaimed. Zhizhi calculated the local prices and realized that 200 yuan was sufficient for their dinner. Even if the others did not profit, it would be enough for them. Indeed, having a skill was essential. Zhizhi felt particularly fortunate to possess some talent. Otherwise, they would have been relegated to grueling labor. The two were the earliest to gather at the village entrance, naturally accompanied by staff. Their demeanor was markedly different from the other two groups. As soon as they stepped outside, they both turned to face the cameras, prompting staff to approach them for guidance. Chapter 21. The Inept. Each time they appeared this way, viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. The directing team felt quite exasperated but recognized they had to intervene. What if these two actually managed to lose themselves? "Isn't it already 5:30? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Zhizhi inquired of the staff, only to learn it was already 5:40. Could something have happened? Meanwhile, the other two groups were in disarray. Could you perhaps be a bit more steady with your hands? If you drop another plate, our entire afternoon's efforts will have been in vain, Lu Qiqi said, exasperatedly eyeing Lu Zihao. Lu Zihao wore a look of indignation. It was not intentional. The plate had simply been too slippery for him to grasp. The boss observed the two bickering once more and promptly intervened. Cease the quarrel. Harmony breeds prosperity. These two little troublemakers were truly remarkable, managing to argue while attending to their tasks. However, many patrons seemed to relish the spectacle, dining while watching them, their expressions betraying their amusement. The boss felt both troubled and pleased, troubled because these two had accomplished little work, leaving nearly all the labor for him. And he often had to mediate their disputes. Yet, he was delighted that their squabbling attracted numerous customers, resulting in an exceptionally prosperous day for the business. Indeed, they are quite the comedic duo. Patrons have abandoned their meals just to observe their antics. The boss wore a rather humorous expression, having hired two individuals who not only failed to assist but also necessitated his involvement in their disagreements. Though it has been a bit arduous, the influx of customers is undeniable. Just look around. The establishment is entirely full. I shall not engage with you further. Let us complete our tasks swiftly, for we must depart after washing the dishes, Lu Qiqi remarked, exasperated with Lu Zihao, who huffed defiantly, both unwilling to concede to the other. Meanwhile, the situation between Ningyu and Chu Qi was rather awkward. Ningyu had previously held part-time jobs and was quite skilled in painting. She had been hired to create designs on fans. Chu Qi, unable to contribute, found himself pacing aimlessly. His wandering during the painting process proved disastrous when he inadvertently knocked over a paint bucket, ruining dozens of fans and creating a chaotic mess in the studio. What are you doing? I hired you to work, not to ruin my establishment. The boss's face flushed with anger. He had initially hired the young lady for her talent, only to witness this unfortunate turn of events. Ningyu shot a disapproving glance at Chu Qi before apologizing profusely to the boss. Chu Qi, too, wore a grim expression, having never before been rebuked in such a manner. Is it merely a fan? It's not an extravagant item. Must you insult me so? Chu Qi thought, feeling that the boss lacked compassion. How pitiable Chu Qi appears. He did not act with malice. Is such reproach necessary? Some of his loyal fans chimed in, insisting, it's just a minor expense. We can cover it. Do not be disheartened, Chu Qi. We all understand it was an accident. Yet, these devoted fans were truly remarkable. Despite Chu Qi's error, they directed blame toward the victim. Observers nearby could only shake their heads in disbelief. I must say, Chu Qi's fans seem somewhat misguided. The boss offered them work out of pity, and yet they blame him for this fiasco. Moreover, it was Ningyu's talent that caught his attention. She has been diligently painting, while he merely wandered aimlessly. Indeed, Ningyu was entirely caught in the crossfire. If I were to encounter such a partner, my aversion to foolishness would surely resurface. Not only is there no assistance provided, but their actions also complicate matters further. However, the boss remained skeptical of their claims. Ningyu had even disclosed their residence to this boss and provided her personal number. The boss is, in fact, rather decent, yet the loss incurred is truly disheartening. These fans are handcrafted, and with the paint spilled, the studio has suffered significant damage, necessitating both time and money to restore it. When considering all of this, it amounts to a considerable sum for an ordinary family. It can be said that their group not only failed to earn money but, conversely, has incurred substantial losses. Chu Qi, on this occasion, has indeed shown a bit of cowardice. One would think he should be the one to compensate, as this predicament was of his own making. And Ningyu bears no responsibility whatsoever. However, when the topic of compensation arises, he remains silent, allowing Ningyu to handle the negotiations entirely. A grown man hiding behind a woman certainly does not create a favorable impression, especially given that this calamity was of his own doing. Yet the audience harbors no such reservations. They express their disdain freely. Why should Ningyu be the one to compensate? Is this not the mess that Chu Qi created? A grown man hiding behind a woman is utterly shameless. Chu Qi's fans, come and witness your pitiful brother. This loss is indeed substantial for an ordinary family. And considering the handcrafted nature of these fans, alongside the devastation of the studio, funds for maintenance are necessary. Logically, such an amount should be trivial for a celebrity. However, Chu Qi's demeanor is profoundly disappointing. Ningyu, what a stroke of bad luck. Upon exiting, Ningyu felt no inclination to acknowledge Chu Qi. She cast him a frosty glance before turning to leave. This matter transcends financial reimbursement. It is fundamentally about attitude. This man exhibits no sense of responsibility. Even if their relationship is tenuous, they are, at the very least, partners in this context. Moreover, this predicament is one of his own making, yet he consistently hides behind her. I truly cannot fathom why such an individual garners so many admirers. Chu-Chi, stung by her rebuff, felt a twinge of humiliation, and their journey continued in silence. Chapter 22. Self-Indulgence. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhizhi and the others had been waiting for nearly half an hour. Fortunately, dusk was gradually setting in. Otherwise, they would surely have succumbed to the sun's relentless rays. Wasn't the gathering scheduled for 5:30? Why are you all so tardy? Lu Qiqi shot a disdainful glance at Lu Zihao and remarked, "It's all his fault. He constantly argues with me, and during our work shift, he broke 2 plates. Our earnings today were supposed to be 100 yuan each, but now we must deduct the cost of those 2 plates. Together, we barely made 150 in the entire afternoon." As she spoke, she handed her change to Zhizhi, who then turned and passed it to Qi Qing'an, who diligently toiled without complaint. Ningyu, with a stern expression, remarked, "We haven't made any profit. A minor mishap occurred." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Chu-Chi, prompting Zhizhi to follow her gaze, wondering if this man had stirred up trouble again. If not, it's no matter. I will have earned over 200 yuan with Qi Qing'an, and with this additional 100, we can certainly indulge in a delightful meal. The cost of living here is quite reasonable, given that it is a seaside village, where seafood is both affordable and delectable. The group casually selected a modest eatery for their meal. The dishes offered were homely fare, which Zhizhi found quite enjoyable, however. There were always those who sought to complain. "This restaurant appears rather unclean. Dining here may not be advisable," Chu-Chi remarked, his expression one of disdain. Since his rise to fame, he had not dined in such establishments, considering them unsanitary, with tables perpetually coated in grease and an invisible kitchen that left him uncertain about their culinary practices. Upon hearing his words, a heavy silence enveloped the table as everyone regarded him with a stoic demeanor. Zhizhi let out a bemused chuckle and replied, "If you don't wish to eat, you need not partake. No one is forcing you. Must you be such a sourpuss while others are enjoying their meal?" Her candid criticism was sharp, yet none dared to contest her. Ningyu picked up a piece of dried fish and, while eating, said, "The meal you are consuming is funded by our hard-earned money. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds. If you have no appetite, then refrain from eating." Qi Qing'an, without hesitation, collected his utensils, showing him no regard whatsoever. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao continued their meal in silence, occasionally glancing up, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Noticing that no one supported him, Chu-Chi, in frustration, stormed out. Outside, it had begun to rain unbeknownst to him, causing Lu Zihao to worry as he watched him rush away alone. "It's raining outside. He should be fine on his own," Zhizhi remarked after sipping the fish soup, sighing contentedly. What issue could a grown man possibly face? He is not like Qi Qing'an, who would indeed raise concerns if he ventured out, especially since he is unfamiliar with the area. Qi Qing'an paused, wishing the conversation would not suddenly shift to him. All he desired was a peaceful meal. He was already aware of his lack of direction and did not need constant reminders. Having grown accustomed to being chauffeured throughout his life, he simply needed to state a destination. After entering the industry, all his schedules were meticulously arranged by his manager. Even when driving himself, he relied on navigation that was unerringly clear. Thus, he had little opportunity to forge his own way, which had fostered a sense of confidence over the years. The meal lasted half an hour, and aside from Chu-Chi, everyone left satisfied, with leftovers packed for later. After all, their accommodation was equipped with a stove, allowing them to reheat their meal whenever hunger struck. Zhizhi handed the packed lunchbox to Ningyu, and no one else voiced any objections, for they were all quite satiated. Indeed, how could one skip a meal? Although the evening held no pressing engagements, the lengthy hours until the following morning loomed ahead. Ningyu expressed her gratitude while gazing at the lunchbox in her hands. In truth, Chu-Chi regretted his earlier decision to sulk and deprive himself of food. His actions would likely leave a negative impression on the audience, a suspicion that was confirmed as his popularity waned and the number of viewers in his live stream plummeted. Is Chu-Chi perhaps unwell? He can forgo a meal. But to act so disdainfully, does he really think himself so remarkable? Among all the guests, he has it the easiest. Poor Ningyu, who is paired with him, is truly unfortunate. Chu-Chi's fans have all but vanished. Previously, his mere appearance would flood the screen with adoration. Ningyu, I sincerely apologize for my behavior. I felt utterly inadequate, which prompted my irritation, not disdain. Chuchi attempted to excuse his earlier demeanor, though the rationale was rather absurd. Ningyu offered him the lunchbox, stating, "This meal was set aside for you by everyone. If you're hungry, feel free to heat it up." Yet as Chuchi gazed upon the food, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Surely Ningyu harbored some affection for him. Otherwise, why would she have saved him a meal? He completely overlooked her mention of it being a collective gesture. "Go wash up first. I will tidy up," Zhizhi instructed Qi Qing'an as she sought to organize her suitcase. Qi Qing'an nodded, casually taking his clothes into the bathroom. However, under the watchful eyes of the audience, an unusual situation unfolded. Was there something amiss with the clothes Qi Qing'an just picked? I can't have seen that incorrectly. You did not. He picked up the wrong short-sleeve shirt. Qi Qing'an, failing to shield the camera, unwittingly revealed everything to the viewers. He had chosen loose shorts to cover his underwear, but mistakenly grabbed the mask intended for today instead of the short-sleeve shirt, leaving the shirt on the chair. The production team found this turn of events delightful. It would be splendid if Qi Qing'an were to emerge shirtless. Zhizhi was presently organizing her belongings, ensuring her undergarments were discreetly tucked away for the camera. The pajamas and shorts she had brought were notably conservative and sportily styled, exuding an air of propriety. Qi Qing'an, knowing that Zhizhi would need to shower soon, hastened his actions. However, it was only after finishing that he realized the blunder. Sighing at the mistaken mask, he lamented his earlier haste. He could never bear to emerge unclothed, so he had no choice but to call for Zhizhi. After much mental preparation, he finally summoned the courage to speak. "Zhizhi, are you out there?" As Zhizhi meticulously organized her belongings, she heard Qi Qing'an calling her from the outside. "I'm out here, do you need something?" she inquired, wondering if he had forgotten some clothing while bathing. Upon stepping outside, she indeed spotted a short-sleeved shirt draped over a chair. "Could you please hand me my short sleeve?" "I mistakenly took the wrong clothes," he requested. Zhizhi picked up the shirt from the chair, replying, "Open the door just a crack, and I'll pass it to you." Obediently, Qi Qing'an opened the bathroom door slightly, extending a hand glistening with droplets of water. Gazing at that hand, Zhizhi swallowed hard, her thoughts racing. How enticing! Truly, he embodies the allure of a male dodgy. Even just a hand is so captivating. Judging by his physique, he must have abs, though I wonder if they are 6-pack or 8-pack. Shaking off her errant thoughts, she placed the shirt into his hand. "Thank you." Qi Qing'an sighed with relief after receiving the shirt. Emerging from the bathroom, his face was flushed from the steam, rendering him irresistibly appealing. Zhizhi could hardly help but swallow again at the sight of him. It was no wonder she felt this way. This man was utterly intoxicating. Meanwhile, the audience, closely observing the live stream, noticed her reaction. Look at Zhizhi's expression. Indeed, Qi Qing'an is like the coveted meat of a tangsing in the entertainment industry, so alluring. Forget Zhi's reaction. If I were in front of him, I wouldn't be able to resist the urge to leap forward. It seems Zhi's self-control is commendable. Their fans had already begun creating a plethora of fanfiction, with countless stories emerging that day. "You should hurry and wash up. The hot water here is quite scalding. So be careful," Zhi advised, nodding in response, unusually silent. Perhaps it was best to refrain from speaking, as she herself was uncertain of what to say. While bathing, thoughts of Qi Qing'an flooded her mind, especially recalling that he had also just bathed there. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "What are you thinking? He is not someone you can fantasize about. Just finish this variety show and retire. With so much money, who needs to worry about finding a handsome man?" Zhi chided herself, giving her face a gentle pat to regain her composure. Upon exiting, she found Qi Qing'an had already prepared 2 glasses of orange juice. With the evening free of activities, they enjoyed their liberty, although the cameras remained on, as their show was dedicated to 24-hour live streaming. Some individuals might manage to maintain their composure for an hour or two, but few could sustain a facade for an entire week. "Come and have some orange juice," Qi Qing'an offered as he noticed Zhi stepping out. To him, this young lady appeared even more delicate and endearing post-bath, reminiscent of a sweet rice cake. Zhi's skin, already fair, glowed with a rosy radiance after her sun protection, resembling a luscious peach. Oh my goodness! That skin condition is truly something one could only dream of. I could even see the fine hairs on her skin. Indeed, she is a woman who has navigated the entertainment industry with her looks. Her standing is a testament to her beauty. I visited other people's live streams, and it was evident that Ningyu and the others had all tanned significantly, while the 2 of them remained unchanged in complexion. It seems that the facial covering truly deserves consideration. Who cares about appearance when all I desire is fair skin? Many viewers planning to visit the beach began to procure facial coverings as well. Soon, a peculiar phenomenon emerged, regardless of age or gender. Beachgoers were obscured by an array of bizarre masks. Typically, this trend was adopted by middle-aged women, yet now it seems everyone, young and old alike, has followed suit. Today must have been exhausting. I realize I haven't contributed much. Chi Ching'an was quite self-aware, acknowledging that he hadn't been of any assistance, while Zhizhi had continually given of herself. When she expressed that he hadn't helped at all, he was taken aback. Who says you haven't helped? You make me happy. Chi Ching'an responded with confusion. Observing his bewildered expression, Zhizhi candidly remarked, just seeing your face brings me joy. Tia commonly said that being in the presence of beautiful people elevates one's mood. That's precisely how I feel. If my spotlight were on someone less attractive, like Chu Chi, my performance today would surely suffer. Chi Ching'an found her statement oddly reasonable, yet it struck him as somewhat peculiar. However, Zhizhi's critique of Chu Chi might have repercussions for her. Chu Chi possesses a significant fan base, and such remarks could displease them. Chi Ching'an articulated his thoughts delicately, yet it was clear he was alluding to the fervor of Chu Chi's supporters. Zhizhi drained her orange juice and replied nonchalantly, why should I care whether they are satisfied? Besides, it was Chu Chi who sought me out first. I never instigated anything. Previously, I didn't even know him. I trust his fans are not blind. They witnessed his performance today. If they still adore him, then I am truly astonished. Zhizhi had never intended to suppress her temperament. She had no desire to linger in the entertainment industry. So, why should she compromise her authenticity? Their conversation stirred a minor commotion in the live stream, as they seemed entirely dismissive of Chu Chi, which was evident in their candid remarks before the camera. In light of their comments, several trending topics regarding Chu Chi began to surface. What kind of person is Chu Chi? His fans might not be pleased. Chapter 24. A hair-raising live stream. The sentiments of Chu Chi's fans are now particularly complex. In their minds, Chu Chi has always been that big boy striving for his dreams, yet it appears that boy has changed. They have also noticed Chu Chi's attempts to ingratiate himself with Ningyu at the expense of Zhizhi. Although Chu Qing has been concealing this fact, he has overestimated his acting skills. What can an idol singer possess in terms of acting? His emotions are almost entirely displayed on his face. I suddenly feel disinclined to persist any longer. Chu Qing is no longer the Chu Qing of yore. The boy who once fought fervently for his dreams has vanished. Perhaps he has always been this way. It is just that you did not notice before. Among all families, it seems that Chu Qing is the one burdened the most. While everyone else expresses genuine feelings and plays together sincerely, he continues to put on a facade. What more could he desire at this stage in his career? Chu Qing is now a rising star in the industry, boasting millions of fans. Any trivial incident involving him can easily trend on social media, and he has nearly limitless access to prestigious resources. Yet, he has squandered his advantageous position, leaving his manager on the brink of despair. After nightfall, the live stream dimmed, revealing little more than a pair of shorts on the bed. There was nothing captivating about sleep. So many viewers drifted off, leaving the stream behind. However, in the dead of night, a commotion suddenly erupted in the live stream. Someone stood up from the bed. Goodness, is she performing Tai Chi on the bed? The audience watched as Zhizhi sat up, then stood, reenacting all the day's events, bouncing, jumping, striking poses as if dodging a sandbag. It seemed she was dreaming of the day's occurrences. Viewers remarked, is she sleepwalking? She just reenacted almost everything from today. Oh my. When she sprang up from the bed, I nearly had a heart attack. I was revising a proposal while casually watching the live stream, and then she suddenly leapt up, nearly causing me to drop my computer. Fortunately, no one was sleeping beside her. Otherwise, they might have been scared to death. As the audience engaged in conversation, the figure in bed suddenly vanished. Where did she go? She was just here. All we see is a shadow. With the lights off, we can't discern anything. She disappeared without a trace. The production team also awoke, beginning to pay attention to the live stream. Why were they not sleeping at such an hour? Suddenly, a face loomed close to the camera. In the dim light, it appeared pale and ghostly. Oh my, you scared me to death. Zhizhi, you're giving me a heart attack. She must be doing it on purpose. She disappears and then suddenly reappears. I doubt it's intentional. Her eyes are still closed. Indeed, Zhizhi's eyes remained shut as she wandered around the room, occasionally bursting into laughter. Hee, come play with me. Suddenly, Zhizhi revealed a smile towards the camera, her eyes closed, rendering the expression particularly eerie. I can't watch this any longer. Engaging in such antics at this late hour. Goodness. This is more thrilling than a horror film. Could she genuinely be possessed? To think she would invite us to join, it's utterly terrifying. Don't you think that voice resembles that of a child? It hardly sounds like Zhizhi's usual tone. It's sharper, more delicate, imbued with an unsettling innocence. Stop analyzing it upstairs. The more you dissect, the more frightened I become. I'm home alone right now. Oh my. I feel like crying. This appears to be a lifestyle variety show, not a horror-themed one. Shield us with the barrage of comments. Quick. Flood the screen to obscure her. In the footage, Zhizhi wandered around the room, then suddenly burst into laughter, smacking her lips as if savoring something. Subsequently, she opened the door and stepped outside. ISN T. Qing's room right outside hers? Qing run. The comments urging Qing to flee saturated the screen, prompting many to transfer to his live stream. At this hour, the silence was palpable, and Zhizhi's live stream began trending. Was Zhizhi possessed? Qing hurry. Many night owls, upon noticing the trending topic out of curiosity, clicked to see, nearly having their hearts leap from fright. Is this truly a lifestyle variety show? It's far more terrifying than any horror film. Zhizhi should consider acting in horror movies. Presently, Qing lay soundly asleep, the camera only capturing the outline of a figure beneath the covers. Zhizhi began to circle around him, initially maintaining a considerable distance, gradually closing in. The viewers in the live stream could no longer bear to watch, with Qing's fans wishing to rush into the frame to awaken him. After several laps, she stood motionless at the foot of Qing's bed. Why, isn't she moving? Her stillness is even more frightening. Imagine being Qing. If someone stood like that at my bedside in the dead of night, I'd likely lose my wits. Qing, perhaps it's best you remain asleep. I fear for your very life. Who would have guessed that merely guarding a live stream would unveil such a chilling scene? Fortunately, Zhizhi did nothing but stand beside him. As Qing slept, he sensed an odd feeling, groggily opening his eyes to find a figure beside him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Zhizhi? She remained silent. Qing turned on the light. The viewers in the live stream finally exhaled in relief, as the illumination provided them a sense of security. Zhizhi still stood there, eyes closed. Qing, observing her state, quickly deduced that she was likely sleepwalking. A trivial matter indeed. The harmonious scene before the audience felt as though they had transitioned from a horror channel to a romance channel. What just transpired? One moment I was thoroughly frightened, and the next I am enveloped in sweetness. Qing's tone was remarkably gentle, as if he feared awakening Zhizhi. However, I have heard that one should not wake a sleepwalker, for it is said that their spirit may become lost. Hurry to Zhizhi's live stream. Qing has lifted her onto the bed. Chapter 25, helping you recall awkward moments. This was Qing's first encounter with a sleepwalker, and he found it rather fascinating. He did not perceive it as terrifying. Rather, he found it somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he resolved to remind her of this peculiar incident the following day. Especially since he had heard she lived alone, it could pose a danger if she wandered off while sleepwalking at home. Early, the next morning, many were eager to witness Zhizhi, curious about the individual who had surged to fame the previous night. Did anyone record the video from last night? Let us see it. It's better to share the joy than to keep it to oneself. I was nearly frightened to death. I ended up in my mother's room, trembling in fear at 28, clutching her. Is it really that exaggerated? Perhaps she was merely performing for you all. In response to this comment, a netizen promptly shared the recorded video from the previous night. Soon, the audience fell silent, and as they heard the eerie invitation to play, goosebumps erupted across their skin. Is this not a possession? How could a human produce such a bizarre sound? It distinctly resembled that of a young girl. Just as the audience was gripped by terror, Zhizhi began to stretch languidly in bed. Groggily, she climbed up, her tousled hair framing her still-closed eyes. Why is my entire body so sore? I must have overexerted myself yesterday, she mumbled while seated on the bed, her words captured by the recording equipment in the room. The live stream audience remarked, "Indeed, dear lady, your exertion yesterday was substantial. Not only did you remain active throughout the day, but the night was equally eventful." Qing had already risen. Their meeting was scheduled for 8 o'clock, so there was still time. After preparing breakfast, he approached Zhizhi's door. "Zhizhi, are you awake? Breakfast is ready." Hearing Qing's voice, Zhizhi responded sleepily. Upon hearing her disoriented reply, Qi Qing'an chuckled and shook his head. The live stream audience, witnessing the scene, suddenly sensed an unusual vibe. Why do I feel that Qi Qing'an exudes a husbandly demeanor? Their interaction feels reminiscent of a husband calling his wife to breakfast, and his smile radiates a particularly doting affection. To be honest, I find myself wanting to become a fan of these two. They are simply delightful. Alas, we cannot aspire to the heights of the film emperor. Qi's fans wish only for the uniqueness of Zhizhi. Qi's is the affectionate name for the fans of Zhizhi. Although his following is not vast, it surged by over 100,000 after yesterday's live stream. While many of these new fans are drawn by his looks or personality, they are nonetheless fans. Pei Ku sighed upon witnessing this. He had struggled to gain followers in the past, yet now, when Zhizhi seems inclined to withdraw from the industry, what use is a multitude of fans? The transformation in Zhizhi's demeanor has been striking, and her straightforwardness is quite pronounced. They watched the previous night's broadcast and fell silent at the sight of Zhizhi sleepwalking. Had she ever sleepwalked before? As far as Ningmu could recall, her adopted daughter had always been a sound sleeper. When did this peculiar habit surface? They had no intention of completely relinquishing their adopted daughter. After all, she was a child they had raised themselves. Even a bond with a small pet elicits feelings, let alone with the daughter. However, they did find themselves slightly favoring their biological daughter over her. While brushing her teeth, Zhizhi suddenly sneezed, splattering foam across the mirror. She mused, "Why do I have the impression that someone is talking about me? I have no relatives in this world and hardly any friends. Could it be that my manager, is mentioning me?" Yet, that seemed unlikely, as she was on the verge of terminating her contract, and Pei would presumably be preoccupied with new talents. After hastily completing her morning routine, Zhizhi ventured out, invigorated. On the table, breakfast awaited her, congee and side dishes. Quite a sumptuous spread. Qi, the film emperor. I never imagined you could cook. I thought this charming man was devoid of any skills beyond his looks, she remarked. Qi Qing'an chuckled and replied, "What kind of impression do you have of me? I possess basic life skills, aside from my poor sense of direction." The mention of his navigational shortcomings elicited laughter from both. After their breakfast, around 7:30, Qi Qing'an resolved to discuss the previous night's events with her. Upon hearing that she had sleepwalked, Zhizhi vehemently denied it. "How could I possibly sleepwalk? My sleep quality is excellent. I have never sleepwalked in my life." Observing her obstinate denial, Qi Qing'an sighed softly. Indeed, there was no concrete evidence. "Ms. Yen, you did indeed sleepwalk last night, causing considerable psychological distress to viewers." Zhizhi gazed at the video depicting her midnight antics, lost in contemplation. Was that truly her? Chapter 26. The wooden man. Qi Qing'an seemed to sense her thoughts, assuring her that there was no doubt that was indeed her. Sleepwalking can be a serious matter, and it is prudent to ascertain the underlying cause, for sleepwalking can pose significant dangers. I am unsure if I have ever experienced sleepwalking, as I possess no recollection of such occurrences. However, items within my home inexplicably shift positions, initially leading me to believe it was merely a lapse in memory. In the realm of reality, she too experienced similar phenomena, concocting a rationale that perhaps an alternate version of herself in a parallel universe was responsible for the movements. The onlookers responded, "Isn't your heart rather audacious? Do you not entertain doubts about yourself? At the very least, consult a physician." Zhizhi, not dismissing their well-meaning concern, graciously replied, "Thank you." The matter of sleepwalking should not be underestimated. While she had previously confined her activities to her home, one cannot predict if she might someday wander beyond its thresholds. She was quite aware of her own appearance, and should an unforeseen incident occur, regret would come too late. Sleepwalking did not significantly impact Zhizhi, though it certainly startled the audience. As their activities took place indoors, neither of the two donned facial masks. When all had gathered, Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an stood out remarkably, their fair complexions particularly striking. The peculiar device from the previous day proved somewhat effective, as the other four had tanned considerably, while the two of them remained notably pale. Zhizhi, pleased with this outcome, remarked, "Though that contraption may be rather unsightly, its utility is not to be underestimated. Look at us, we are the fairest among everyone." Hearing her words, Qi Qing'an chuckled in resignation. "Perhaps you should temper your tone a bit. Speaking so loudly might attract the ire of those who hold grudges." Ningyu observed the fair-skinned Zhizhi and began to ponder whether she should acquire a facial mask herself, as she had genuinely felt her skin burn during her shower the previous night. The efficacy of sunscreen seemed minimal, and physical protection appeared far superior. The six were arranged in a single row, and Lu Zihao adamantly refused to sit beside the two, exclaiming, "I refuse to sit next to you. It would highlight my darker complexion." Lu Qiqi shared his sentiment, as she too relied on her looks and acting prowess for her career. While she may not be a paragon of beauty, she certainly considered herself a lovely young woman. The absence of comparison was manageable, yet when juxtaposed, it became a perpetual reminder of her darker history. Chu Qi also declined to approach them, ultimately resulting in Ningyu taking a seat beside Yan Zhizhi. She was indifferent to the color of her skin, as her livelihood did not hinge on appearances, nor was she part of the entertainment industry. Observing Ningyu, who had tanned noticeably, Yan Zhizhi leaned closer and softly offered, "Sister, I have an extra facial mask. Would you like it?" Ningyu, surprised by her initiative, replied, "Yes. Thank you." Yan Zhizhi smiled, having discovered through a day of interaction that her elder sister was quite amiable, albeit with a slightly frosty demeanor. The four of them seated in a row accentuated the contrast in their skin tones. Lu Zihao beamed brightly, his white teeth gleaming. "Haha, this resembles a princess, a prince, and their four little dark companions. Though it may be a bit cheeky, you are not mistaken. I should not have mocked Yan Zhizhi yesterday. What does it matter if the mask is unattractive? White is the true essence. From now on, I too shall acquire that facial bikini when I visit the beach. Selecting an aesthetically pleasing one is my final act of defiance. Esteemed guests, today's task involves entering the indoor area. Have you noticed the vegetables over there?" The crowd followed his gaze to a plethora of vegetables arranged on the ground. Due to the soaring temperatures, outdoor activities are ill-advised, hence today's events shall unfold indoors. The morning's activity comprises a game to win vegetables, which will be used for lunch. The first game is 123 Wooden Man. The first to pass will be declared the winner, so please prepare yourselves. Yan Zhizhi exchanged a glance with Qi Qing'an, and they both instinctively began to stretch. I can't shake the feeling that their approach diverges from that of the others. While the rest strategize, they are merely warming up. In truth, physical readiness is not misguided. No matter how many strategies are discussed, one must ultimately pass the challenge, and neglecting to warm up might lead to cramping, which would be quite unfortunate. Safety is paramount, Qi Qing'an thought, observing Yan Zhizhi's intense demeanor, fearing she might take the competition too seriously. Yan Zhizhi waved her hand and solemnly stated, "Safety first, but victory must also come first. I certainly do not wish to endure unpalatable dishes." She noticed the presence of carrots among the vegetables, the bane of every child's palate. What if the more delectable options were taken first? Qi Qing'an watched Yan Zhizhi, whose face radiated determination, and his lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. "Are you all ready? The competition is about to commence. Ready, male participants? Please carry your female counterparts on your backs. Either by carrying or embracing is permissible. The rules of this 123 Wooden Man differ from your usual games." "What is this? We must carry them?" The fans were indeed in an uproar. While Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi supporters remained relatively calm, Qi Qing'an's fans erupted in outrage. Such forced pairing is utterly distasteful. Chapter 27. Yan Zhizhi, take off. Qi Qing'an's parents were brimming with excitement. They discerned a notable difference in their son's demeanor towards this young lady. They understood their own temperaments. Outwardly gentle, yet inwardly frigid. Primarily indifferent to matters that do not concern them. He remains unfazed by those he does not care for, even in the face of calamity, merely calling for assistance without a flicker of emotion. From a young age, they recognized their son's dispassionate nature toward events. Qi Qing'an regarded Yan Zhizhi, uncertain if she would permit him to carry her. Ningyu gazed at Chu Qi's delicate frame, skepticism etched across her face. Could this person truly bear her weight? Would he ensure she would not fall? Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi swiftly formed a cohesive pair. Lu Qiqi, petite in stature, appeared effortlessly supported by Lu Zihao. "You shall carry me. I appreciate your efforts in advance." In an unprecedented turn of events, Yan Zhizhi found himself being carried by a remarkably handsome man. Chu Qi began to display his boyfriend prowess, gently reassuring Ningyu, "Rest assured, I shall protect you with utmost care." Ningyu replied, "Why do I feel somewhat uneasy?" The three groups gathered at the starting line, and as Yan Zhizhi nestled on Qi Qing'an's back, he appeared exceptionally petite, their striking appearances complementing one another perfectly. Many began to fervently capture screenshots. Even without grooming, the duo could effortlessly grace a magazine cover, the ambience reaching an exhilarating peak. With a commanding shout, the game commenced and all three groups surged forward. 1, 2, 3, freeze. As the staff turned around, they beheld the three groups frozen in place. Not a single soul dared to move, their expressions remarkably composed. Yet, as he counted, everyone took a significant step forward. Qi Qing'an securely held Yan Zhizhi on his back, and an unusual sense of safety enveloped Yan Zhizhi. Freeze. Once again, the participants advanced, though their previously serene expressions began to betray a hint of anxiety. In the midst of the countdown, Lu Zihao nearly stumbled, barely regaining his balance, while Lu Qiqi almost fell off as well. To maintain her equilibrium, she instinctively grasped Lu Zihao's hair, causing him to grimace in pain. The staff, unable to contain their amusement at the scene, deliberately took their time, keeping their body turned away, ensuring no one could move until they did. As Lu Qiqi teetered precariously, Lu Zihao felt as if his scalp might be torn off. Eventually, the staff turned around, signaling the game to resume. Thereafter, everyone proceeded cautiously, step by step. The competition among the three groups intensified, yet a disparity in stamina became evident. Throughout the ordeal, Qi Qing'an maintained an unwavering expression, keeping Yan Zhizhi securely on his back. Though Chu Qi appeared composed, the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his true state, as did the twitching of his facial muscles. The staff continued to playfully prolong the suspense, lingering after the command, scrutinizing the participants for any signs of movement. Ningyu began to notice a slight tremor in the person beneath her. She weighed only 92 pounds. Yet Qi Qing'an carried her with such steadiness, not a drop of sweat to be seen. Qi Qing'an, just toss me off later. If I touch him, we shall win. Yan Zhizhi was resolutely fixated on the idea of victory, even contemplating such a daring strategy. Qi Qing'an responded, "You want me to throw a young lady off my back? Surely you jest." "No, tossing you off would be far too perilous. We shall proceed in a proper manner." Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the notion, firmly believing that a man should never cast a girl aside in such a manner. Yan Zhizhi glanced anxiously at the two groups beside them and remarked, "But this is the only way to ensure victory. Both groups are too tightly wound. If we get too close, it's uncertain who will ultimately prevail." She playfully urged, "Just toss me aside. Look at the foam mats on the ground. Even if I fall, it won't matter." Unconsciously, she began to act a bit coy, causing Qi Qing'an's lips to curve upward slightly. "Very well, but do be cautious," he replied. Their voices were so soft that even the recording equipment failed to capture their words, yet the audience could see the smile on Qi Qing'an's face. "I can't shake the feeling that these two are less engaged in a game and more in a romantic interlude," one spectator mused. Another added, "Indeed. Their group's atmosphere is so distinct from the other two. They resemble characters in a beautifully scripted drama, while the others, well..." Lu Zihu's expressions alone could fill an entire sticker pack. A curious onlooker wondered aloud, "I wonder if they're strategizing for what comes next?" Just as the audience's anticipation peaked, the ensuing scene dazzled their eyes. Qi Qing'an abruptly swept Yan Zhizhi into his arms and, before the staff could finish their instructions, he flung her forward. Yan Zhizhi landed with a thud against the staff member's shoulder and tumbled to the ground. "Did I just witness that correctly?" Qi Qing'an actually launched Yan Zhizhi into the air. Another exclaimed. So they were indeed formulating a strategy, not merely flirting. Yet Qi Qing'an still smiled so sweetly. Someone hesitated. "I'm not sure if I should say this, but what on earth are they doing? Can't they just play the game properly without all this theatrics?" "Everyone. I just captured the moment Yan Zhizhi took flight. Iron Arm Astro Boy." The other two groups stood in bewilderment, trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events. They had merely seen something zip past them, followed by Yan Zhizhi reaching the finish line. "We won, right?" Yan Zhizhi swiftly rose from the ground, her face beaming with joy. The director interjected urgently, No. Both participants must cross together for it to count." Yan Zhizhi retorted, "Why not? You didn't specify that we had to finish together." Chapter 28, The Contest. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the failure to fully articulate the game rules, which allowed them to exploit a loophole. Yet, no one anticipated they would employ such a tactic. Qi Qing'an, unbothered by accusations of lacking chivalry, had boldly flung a girl aside. Yan Zhizhi was undeniably audacious, unafraid of injury. "Had I known, we would have done the same." It may have been a bit comical and embarrassing, but it ensured victory. Lu Qiqi now felt a pang of regret, lamenting why they hadn't considered this approach earlier. It was their honesty that had led to their misfortune. Their group was permitted to select 6 dishes. Yan Zhizhi chose 3. Beef, dried tofu, and yellow croaker, while Qi Qing'an opted for mushrooms, chicken, and cucumber. Those who selected first could begin preparing their ingredients, with seasonings available for use, without counting against their ingredient limit. "Are you able to cook? If not, allow me to take over." My culinary skills are quite commendable, Zhizhi remarked earnestly as she gazed at Qi Qing'an. It primarily stemmed from the impression that the male figure resembled someone unaccustomed to the culinary arts. Perhaps preparing a simple porridge in the morning would be feasible, but tackling more intricate dishes seemed beyond his capabilities. Qi Qing'an was uncertain of the image he projected in her eyes. Did he truly appear to be utterly inept? I can certainly cook. How about I prepare a savory mushroom chicken stew and a refreshing cucumber salad? If you prefer, I can also take care of your dishes. He felt an urgent need to assert his competence before her, proving that he was far from the stereotypical ineffectual individual, aside from being directionally challenged. He could accomplish nearly anything. Zhizhi, however, intended to prepare her chosen dishes herself. There's no need for that. I shall cook my own selections. I plan to make stir-fried celery with beef, dry-fried bean curd sticks, and crispy-fried small yellow croaker. Both individuals possessed considerable culinary prowess. So while they engaged in their game, they had already commenced their preparations. Each stood on opposite sides, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a friendly competition rather than collaboration. I expected them to cook together, yet they turned into a contest. It is both amusing and unsurprising, a spectator commented. Look at how their movements quicken. They occasionally glance at one another, monitoring each other's progress. Must the desire for victory be so intense? The audience was left speechless, as it would have been delightful and heartwarming to witness the two collaborating in the kitchen, yet all they observed was their competitive spirit. I dare say they are a bit peculiar. The ambience has reached this point. Can't they adapt their approach just a bit? The production team was nearing exasperation, wishing for a harmonious atmosphere, yet every group seemed incessantly at odds. Initially, they had thought this pair would be relatively composed, but their camaraderie had devolved into this spectacle. Some mischievous netizens even recorded their antics, accompanying it with the lively music from Chinese cooking master, devoid of any romantic undertones, instead highlighting the tension as they nervously attempted to outdo one another. Meanwhile, after finishing their game, the other two groups selected a few ingredients but were at a loss on how to proceed. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, both utterly clueless in the kitchen. Chu Qi also lacked culinary skills, whereas Ningyu had some experience due to past circumstances. Ningyu busied herself in the kitchen, with Chu Qi assisting her. Their collaboration was surprisingly harmonious, given that Chu Qi recognized her limitations in the culinary arts, managing little more than washing vegetables. What on earth are you doing with abalone? Do you even know how to cook it? Lu Zihao had taken an abalone, prompting an expression of disdain from Lu Qiqi. Of course, I can cook it. Besides, abalone can simply be grilled. Today, we shall indulge in barbecue. He also brought in gnocchi mushrooms and cabbage. Although they lacked culinary skills, they were certainly adept at barbecuing. By noon, the dishes prepared by Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi were entirely ready. One could hardly believe their culinary prowess, as they appeared to be individuals unaccustomed to cooking. Yet their skills in the kitchen were unexpectedly impressive. Lu Qiqi gazed at her charred lump of charcoal and then glanced enviously at the delectable dishes across the table. Feeling utterly despondent. Surely we cannot survive on this charred mess for lunch, she lamented. Lu Zihao, too, felt a sense of despair. It seemed so straightforward when observing others barbecue, yet it proved to be a daunting task when attempting it themselves. The only edible item they had left was the abalone. All other dishes had succumbed to the flames. These two foolish ones are truly remarkable. One must grease the grill prior to barbecuing. It would be an anomaly if you didn't end up with charcoal. Initially, I thought Zhizhi and the others would falter. Yet it is you who have proven inept. Just look at what you'll be consuming for lunch. I doubt one can stomach this charred remains. Moments earlier, when Lu Zihao attempted to prepare the cabbage, a distinct crunch echoed, a testament to his unique skill in turning cabbage into such a state. Although Lu Zihao and his companions' dishes had not been burnt to a crisp, they were entirely carbonized, an indication that without a certain level of expertise, one could not achieve successful barbecuing. Upon witnessing their culinary output, Zhizhi conferred with Qi Qing'an and then beckoned them to join for a meal. We have prepared an abundance of dishes. Why not come over and dine with us? Those items can remain untouched, as they are clearly inedible and would surely lead to an upset stomach. Chapter 29. Ningyu's foot bath water made your dishes delicious. Upon receiving Zhizhi's invitation, the two bumbling souls were overwhelmed with gratitude. Our saviors, you are nothing short of our rescuers. Their breakfast had been rather dismal, lacking cooking skills. They managed to boil merely 2 eggs and concocted an excessively watery porridge due to their uncertainty regarding the appropriate amount of rice. After enduring the rigors of their activities, they were already famished. Observing their exaggerated expressions, Qi gently pulled Zhizhi back a step. Please, contain your expressions. It is merely a meal. Their reactions were overly dramatic. After all, it was just a simple dining occasion. Meanwhile, Ningyu's dishes were also served, featuring a selection of home-style dishes that looked quite appetizing. Qi eagerly presented the dishes: stir-fried green beans with meat, steamed fish, braised ribs, and a cold vermicelli salad. Qi intended to flaunt his creations, but, as he stood up, he accidentally knocked the table corner, sending the entire spread crashing to the floor. Everyone gasped in shock. Ningyu, exasperated, found herself devoid of any anger. This individual was simply too inept, having been a hindrance from start to finish without offering any assistance, and often complicating matters further. Qi, upon witnessing the disaster he had wrought, felt his expression freeze in disbelief. I am so sorry. It was not my intention. Yanji was acutely aware that all the dishes were prepared solely by Ningyue. If her painstaking efforts were to be overturned in such a manner, she would likely erupt in frustration. Remarkably, Ningyue maintained her composure. Perhaps she was angry, but chose not to exhibit it. Goodness. Is Qi intentionally sabotaging things? If I were in her shoes, witnessing my hard work being ruined like this, I would be consumed by rage. The young lady is indeed pitiful. Ever since being with him, she has borne the brunt of all the toil. What will they eat later? Surely, Yanji and the others will invite them to partake. Qi is truly more of a hindrance than a help. Let us all gather for meal, Qichengan remarked, feeling disinclined to comment further. Qi had consistently proven herself unhelpful, and it was indeed unfortunate for Ningyue to be grouped with him. With 5 dishes for 6 people, fortunately, the portions were generous. They transported the dishes to a large table, yet none dared to let Qi serve the food. Yanji, this little yellow croaker is absolutely delectable, Lu Qiqi exclaimed, astonished after tasting it, marveling at Yanji's culinary skills. Yet, was it not true that Yanji had been a wealthy heiress for 2 decades? Did the elite education of a rich girl encompass culinary arts as well? Ningyue could also cook. Could this truly be a facet of elite education? Yanji, I truly did not anticipate that your culinary skills rival those of renowned chefs, Lu Zihao added enthusiastically, though it was not mere flattery. The dishes were genuinely exquisite. Qi felt a wave of discomfort, especially as he heard everyone praising Yanji. He picked up a piece of the yellow croaker, merely observing it without eating, prompting curious glances from the others. After sniffing it, he set the fish aside, claiming, I find it a bit fishy. Yanji, with seafood, if not properly handled, it's best not to serve it. Otherwise, the odor can be quite strong. The crowd responded, if you cannot speak kindly, then it would be best to remain silent. Others have graciously invited you to enjoy a meal. Why must you be so caustic? Yanji was not angered. It was not worth the trouble to engage with someone like him. If you dislike it, simply do not eat, she suggested. Ningyue's expression darkened. Perhaps this man had issues. Upon noticing Ningyue's displeasure, Qi mistakenly assumed it was directed at Yanji. Seizing the opportunity to show off, he declared, Ningyue's culinary skills surpass yours slightly. Though I haven't tasted it, it certainly appears promising. Such a blatant display of favoritism was evident even to the most oblivious. Indeed, had you not knocked the dishes over, perhaps you could have tasted it. One might think you harbor grievances against Ningyue. Qi irritation flared. Are you mocking me on purpose? Since yesterday, you have been unable to tolerate my presence. Yanji found his words amusing. Am I the one who cannot tolerate you? It is quite clear that you have been the source of trouble from the outset. Others managed to maintain a facade in front of the camera. You cannot even manage that. I find it rather perplexing that you do not fear losing your followers. As I recall, your path resembles that of an idol. Are you truly convinced that this behavior is befitting of one? The words spoken by Zhizhi strike deeply, almost treading upon the tender spots of his heart. Qi is acutely aware that his recent conduct has been less than commendable, although he cannot reach out to the outside world. It is evident that a considerable number of individuals will likely withdraw their support. Nevertheless, he holds faith that some will recognize his charm, and his agent will manage the situation. Thus he believes the issue to be minor. If you do not wish to eat the dishes I prepare, that is entirely your prerogative. Instigating discord here seems rather pointless. Qi, flustered and unable to articulate his thoughts clearly, bluntly expressed his disdain for the unsavory meal, exclaiming that even Ningyu's foot bath water would be more palatable than his cooking. Ningyu interjected, what does this have to do with me? Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring amusement as they savored the unfolding drama. Qi Qing'an observed coldly from the side. Is Ningyu's foot bath water truly that delectable? Has he perhaps tasted it? Chu Qi is indeed becoming rather repugnant. It is quite ungrateful to dismiss a heartfelt invitation to dine, even if one is not fond of the food. The dishes are, after all, visually and aromatically enticing, and both Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao are relishing the meal, while he alone cannot bring himself to enjoy it. Zhizhi has never offended him, has he? The two have had little interaction in the entertainment industry. Though he may not be a top-tier star, he is a well-known idol singer. While Zhizhi is merely an 18th-tier celebrity with no grievances against him. Chu Qi eventually realized that his words were somewhat misguided, and with a sullen expression, he stormed off. Zhizhi paid him no mind, continuing to engage the others in their meal. Let us enjoy our dining experience and not allow trivial individuals to disrupt our appetites. Chapter 30, A Humiliation Beyond Endurance. Zhizhi found herself at a loss with the fishing rod. She had never fished before. Sister, do you know how to fish? She inquired, approaching Ningyu, who was skillfully casting her line, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. Sister, I cannot prepare this bait. Could you assist me? Ningyu, glancing at the beaming Zhizhi, gently nudged her head aside with her elbow, replying, I can help you with the bait, but you must stand back a bit. Your head is nearly in my bowl. Zhizhi chuckled, unperturbed, for the afternoon held no sense of competition. A grand fish feast awaited them that evening. Qi Qing'an had intended to boast of his fishing skills, yet upon witnessing Ningyu's steady catch, he opted for silence. After assisting Zhizhi in preparing the bait, Ningyu left her to her own devices. Zhizhi assumed a determined stance, casting her hook deftly. Suddenly, Lu Zihao felt a tug at his rear, and the force was quite considerable. What on earth is pulling me? He reached behind to investigate, only to find a fishing line. At that moment, Zhizhi turned her head, and their eyes locked. It became evident that Zhizhi's hook had snagged the fabric of Lu Zihao's trousers, and she was now tugging with fervor, threatening to tear them apart. A few people nearby could not suppress their laughter. Qi Qing'an assisted Zhizhi by loosening the line, ensuring it was not pulled too taut. Zhizhi, you can't possibly be aiming for my backside on purpose, can you? Lu Zihao exclaimed, covering his rear in trepidation. His face a portrait of embarrassment and indignation. It was an unprecedented situation in his many years of existence. Ha ha ha. I can't tell who is more socially mortified between the two of them. I must say, Lu Zihao's luck is truly extraordinary. He was standing at a more awkward angle. Yet the probability of Lu Qiqi being snagged was greater, yet here he is, caught instead. Lu Qiqi also patted her skirt, made of chiffon. Had she truly been caught, it would certainly lead to an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. Brother, I owe you one for that intervention. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. She expressed her gratitude to Lu Zihao, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Lu Zihao replied, honestly, I had no intention of aiding you. Once Zhizhi gathered her wits. She hastily apologized, I'm so sorry. It's my first time fishing, and I'm not very skilled at it. Your pants aren't torn, are they? If they are, I'll buy you a new pair. Lu Zihao checked, realizing while his pants were intact, the hook was firmly embedded. With a perplexed expression, he tugged at it, but to no avail. The pants remained whole, yet the hook seemed securely fastened. Among the group were only girls, with Qi Qing'an being the sole male present. Qingdi, could you come over and help me remove this, please? Lu Zihao's face flushed crimson. It was indeed awkward to request a man to assist him with a hook lodged near his rear, yet he had no other option. All right, just step a little closer. Qi Qing'an replied, examining the situation. He was equally perplexed as to how the hook had become so ensnared. Feeling a man maneuvering near his backside, Lu Zihao's face turned an even deeper shade of red, his breath nearly forgotten in this mortifying moment. Lu Qiqi, unable to contain herself, chimed in, breathe. Make sure to breathe from the front, not the back. Qi Qing'an paused momentarily, then discreetly straightened up and took a small step back. Zhizhi couldn't help but chuckle. Ah! Is he worried Lu Zihao might breathe from the back? Ningyu observed the unfolding situation with a slight sigh. While she had anticipated that Zhizhi might not catch any fish, she never expected it would manifest in such a manner. The audience witnessed Qi Qing'an's earlier maneuver clearly. While the act of removing a hook is ordinarily mundane, after Lu Qiqi's comment, Qi Qing'an's hand suddenly transformed into a delicate gesture, as if he feared making contact with Lu Zihao. This is hilarious. Qi Qing'an seems to be worried about Lu Zihao passing gas. What started as a normal action devolved into him stepping back and adopting a dainty posture. Both men seem to be suffering considerably. Perhaps they are mutually repulsed. Lu Zihao's mortified expression is truly comedic. Zhizhi, this woman is truly a gem. After much effort, the hook was finally removed, and the two individuals instinctively retreated a considerable distance of 3 meters, as if fearful of making contact with one another. "Thank you, Qingdi," Lu Zihao stammered, his face and rear ablaze with embarrassment. Damaging someone else's belongings necessitates compensation. Zhizhi certainly did not mind the cost of a pair of trousers. Lu Zihao forced a stiff smile. The damage to the trousers was inconsequential compared to the profound emotional turmoil he was experiencing. Though the outing began poorly, Zhiji's luck soon surged, as she continuously reeled in fish, rapidly filling her bucket. Each time she cast her line, the onlookers instinctively sidestepped, their movements synchronized with an almost magnetic quality. Originally seated beside her, Ningyu and Qi Cheng'an gradually distanced themselves as the fishing progressed. While others fished in serene silence, this young woman approached the activity with the fervor of battle, creating an unspoken zone of exclusion, lest anyone be caught in her energetic flurry. When she caught her first fish, her inexperience resulted in her seeking Qi Cheng'an's assistance to unhook it, only to nearly fling the fish into someone else's face in her flustered state. Later, when she hooked a sizable fish, Qi Cheng'an came to help, only to be met with a slap from the fish's tail right across his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. The bystanders, a duo of onlookers, were nearly in fits of laughter, in the entertainment industry, who dared to strike Qi Cheng'an's face. Seeing the unfolding chaos, Ningyu hurriedly relocated, fearing Zhizhi might seek her aid. How could she confront such a tempestuous young woman? Her parents must have extraordinary patience to have raised her to this point. At times, she found herself tempted to retaliate. As the afternoon wore on, everyone emerged unscathed, save for Zhizhi, who appeared as though she had just emerged from the water. Those who knew she had been fishing were aware of her activities, while others might have assumed she had taken a dip in the sea. Chapter 31. The Illicit Group. "Why is it that we all look pristine while you are soaked?" Lu Qiqi questioned, bewildered by Zhiji's state. Zhizhi awkwardly smiled and remained silent, prompting Qi Cheng'an to sigh and explain. "What can we say?" She was wrestling with the fish. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How had it come to this? Zhizhi, feeling the weight of their incredulous stares, defended herself. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't strike first. They attacked me. Isn't it normal to be slapped by a fish's tail? Who hasn't received a few hits?" Lu Zihao remarked, his expression a complex mix of disbelief and curiosity at the thought of a confrontation between human and fish. Qi Cheng'an added, "It's not just on the hands, it's on the face." She had just caught a magnificent fish and was proudly displaying it to me. As she lifted it, the fish's tail struck her across the face. The audience in the live stream witnessed this epic battle between human and fish, filling the screen with laughter. I never imagined fishing could be such an exhilarating experience. The ferocity of the struggle was astonishing. The fish was as long as Qi Cheng'an's arm, and being struck by its tail must have been quite painful. If it had been me, I would have been furious as well. It seemed that Qi Cheng'an had also been hit by the fish's tail earlier. What a spectacle that was. The battles depicted in movies pale in comparison to the intensity of this encounter. This was the true essence of excitement. The saga of this human-fish duel even trended on social media, with videos to corroborate the events. Some bewildered bystanders mistook it for a newly released film, only to burst into laughter upon viewing it. Qi Cheng'an, witnessing the scene, wore an utterly perplexed expression, unsure of how to react. If it had been a conflict between two people, perhaps he could have intervened, but this was a struggle between a person and a fish. Upon hearing Qi Cheng'an's account, the crowd was left at a loss for words. This girl was truly exceptional, a rare talent indeed. That evening, we feasted on a whole fish banquet, and Zhizhi seized the opportunity to make a spectacle of this fish, ordering it to be gutted. Although the process could not be filmed, every bizarre remark from Zhizhi was recorded. "Let us see what you've got. Today, you'll witness my prowess. As a fish, how dare you stir trouble with me? Isn't that courting disaster? A fish should possess some decorum. You cannot strike others indiscriminately, understand? If you had been a bit more docile, I would have granted you a swift end. Until now, no one has ever slapped me. You, a mere fish, have set a precedent." Listening to her soliloquy, Ningyu let out a subtle sigh, pondering how such a temperament could be cultivated. Truly, she could not bear to concede any ground. Most individuals would feel embarrassed in a confrontation with a fish, yet she appeared entirely unfazed, reveling in her victory. What merit is there in triumphing over a fish? I genuinely mourn for that fish. As the saying goes, better to provoke a gentleman than a petty person. It is indeed challenging to deal with a woman and a rogue. As Lu Zihao sliced vegetables, he lamented, and at that moment, both Lu Qiqi and Ningyu paused to regard him. Qi Qing'an discreetly took a step back, signaling that he was merely a bystander, not aligned with Lu Zihao.
Oh.
Foolish son. Quickly, turn around and see. Lu Zihao is in peril. His fans can switch allegiances. Today, your idol may meet his demise. The barrage of comments nearly overwhelmed the screen, yet Lu Zihao seemed oblivious to the impending danger, humming a tune with a cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Ningyu and Lu Qiqi approached, knives raised, their gazes capable of slaying 100 of him. What do you think of my knife skills? Du Zihua turned around, brimming with pride, seeking compliments, only to be met with 2 glinting knives. What do you intend to do? Murder is against the law. He retreated step by step, swallowing hard in fear, questioning whether he had truly committed any heinous act. Perhaps it was the vegetables he had cut that did not meet their approval? If you dislike my cutting, I can redo it. I can carve anything you desire. A true man can adapt, and cutting vegetables is a skill he can master. Ningyu and Lu Qiqi exchanged glances, then tossed their knives aside and lunged at him, followed by a man's anguished scream. Qi Qing'an shook his head while washing vegetables, pondering why one would willingly court danger. The entire room had split into 2 contrasting scenes, one of Qi Qing'an calmly washing vegetables and the other of Lu Zihua, shrieking in despair as he endured blows. Outside, eerie laughter echoed, accompanied by the sound of meat being chopped. Are they truly cooking? They resemble a criminal syndicate, with one group committing murder inside, while the other dismembers outside. Qi Qing'an, however, embodies the calm of a boss, unshaken by the chaos around him.
Wow.
That description is simply remarkable. I wondered why it felt so odd, but it turns out my imagination was lacking. Before long, Zhizhi entered, carrying a plate of fish. Blood spattered across her face and body, a smile gracing her lips, radiating an innocent, yet sinister aura. Qi Qing'an paused in his task, taken aback by her appearance. Chapter 32. Fish or Murder. The 3 brawlers ceased their fighting, staring in shock at her disheveled state. How could one butcher fish and end up like this? Zhizhi placed the fish down and wiped her face, only succeeding in smearing the blood further. I suddenly feel that Zhizhi is perfectly suited for a certain role, the seemingly innocent girl who, beneath her facade, is capable of killing without a second thought. I agree. She possesses a unique sense of peculiarity. What an absurd description. How did you come up with such phrases? Yet it oddly fits. Dear directors, if there's an appropriate role, you must come quickly. Here lies a treasure. Numerous individuals even began tagging various directors online. Zhizhi was indeed beautiful. And with her peculiar charm, it would be a shame not to cast her in a role. Qi Qing'an watched as she smeared her face further, quietly offering her a tissue. Use this and later, change your clothes and wash up. Zhizhi flashed him a radiant smile, although her current appearance was undeniably unsettling. Just as she prepared to wash her face, the door swung open and Chu Qi entered, having come in from outside without anyone noticing. What was her intention? Currently, this is a live broadcast and she is covered in blood. What could have transpired to result in such a spectacle? Upon witnessing Chu Qi's fleeting appearance, the audience is left utterly bewildered. Moreover, it was indeed his fault during the afternoon. Why must a grown man dwell on such trivial matters? Truly, he is inept in all respects, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake, ultimately necessitating the director's intervention to placate him. Ningyu casually wiped her knife and remarked indifferently, "Why concern yourself with him? Perhaps he is merely having a moment of whimsy." Ningyu, having reached her limit, found her patience tested by such individuals. Look at the expression on his face. He probably thinks Zhizhi has committed a crime. His countenance can only be described as one of sheer panic. While others might refer to it as a loss of composure, his current state is undeniably one of alarm. Previously, he believed that his handsome visage would remain unblemished, even when stripped of the flattering filters his fans often apply. It is astonishing how individuals can be so easily influenced. Previously, fans of Chu Qi would incessantly praise their idol's charm. Initially indifferent, many began to regard him as handsome as they became accustomed to the deluge of meticulously edited photographs. After all, even when attending events in person, he meticulously applies makeup to accentuate his features, particularly for performances. Despite having acted in numerous dramas and films, he lacks the ability to manage his expressions effectively. Unlike others, who maintain composure even when angered, he displays everything openly on his face. One must wonder how such a person ascended to prominence in the entertainment industry. It is difficult to believe there are no supporters behind the scenes. What on earth is Zhizhi up to, covered in blood? The director, exasperated, remarked, Sir, do you suffer from paranoia? Do you believe she is challenging or threatening you for no reason? What benefit would she gain from such antics? The director is genuinely overwhelmed by this guest, as the others conduct themselves appropriately while he perpetually stirs trouble. Zhizhi had merely been preparing fish. It is completely normal to be splattered with blood. Did we not provide her with an apron? Moreover, I requested that you both apologize to each other, not that she should apologize to you. Please do not misconstrue my intent. Does this individual only hear half of what is communicated? How does a coherent statement morph into an entirely different meaning in his ears? Currently, Chu-Chi's live stream is offline. Ever since he stormed off this afternoon, the broadcast has ceased. Chu-Chi, I invited you as a guest, not to be treated like royalty. In terms of status and rank, you hardly hold a candle. Your phone has been confiscated, and you are likely unaware of the opinions circulating about you outside. A significant number of your fans have departed. If you do not manage your image diligently, do you truly believe you can maintain your former standing? The director had earnestly advised him. During Chu-Chi's debut, they had collaborated, and at that time, Chu-Chi was a polite newcomer who left a favorable impression. Yet merely a few years have passed, and he has undergone a remarkable transformation, exhibiting arrogance and a condescending demeanor. While it is true that many in this industry behave similarly, few are as overt about it. It seems that with the passage of time, he has aged but not matured. If one possesses the cunning to deceive others, that is commendable. Yet to be envious of others while willingly leading oneself to ruin is sheer folly. In the entertainment industry, as long as words remain unspoken, nothing is truly real. Observing his demeanor, the director promptly returned his phone. Chapter 33. Would you like to soak your feet? Upon receiving the phone, Chu-Chi immediately dialed his agent. Before he could utter a word, the agent unleashed a tirade of criticism. I instructed you to appease Qi Qing'an and Ningyu, and look at what you've done. The agent had been infuriated for days, hardly sleeping as he monitored online discourse. For every slight favor shown to Chu-Chi, he spent lavishly on trending topics, striving to suppress scandals, yet no matter how fast he acted, it could never outpace the speed of the mess being created. Chu-Chi felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing his agent's words. I haven't done anything wrong these past few days. I tried to appease Ningyu, but she simply rebuffed me. What more could I do? The agent scoffed. Is that what you call appeasing her? If I were Ningyu, I would have lost my patience long ago. From start to finish, you've only made matters worse, and today, she outright dismissed you. Do you realize how close you came to being trending for all the wrong reasons? If I hadn't spent a fortune to suppress that trending topic, you would be in serious trouble. I truly don't understand, Chu-Chi protested. You said I should be nice to her. Shouldn't I start with the adopted daughter of the Ning family? One is a biological daughter, and the other is an adopted child. Shouldn't my efforts to win over Ningyu make her happier? The agent was on the verge of losing his sanity, baffled by Chu-Chi's reasoning. Where do you see any discord in their relationship? Did your friend send a message saying they kicked the adopted daughter out? This has all been mere speculation from netizens about their relationship. After that, the agent abruptly hung up, leaving Chu-Chi in a state of shock. How could the world have changed so dramatically in just 2 days? Now, Chu-Chi resembled a deflated balloon, utterly diminished, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed mere moments before. He had witnessed the dynamics of flattery and disdain in the entertainment industry. In times of success, he could do as he pleased, and even the slightest indiscretion would be regarded as a charming quirk. However, the moment you fall, everyone may trample upon you. He too has endured such a phase, and upon his ascent, he became one among those who bully others. Observing that Chu-Chi's live stream had commenced, the viewers flocked in eagerly. Tonight's feast of fish was partially prepared by Zhizhi, while the other half was crafted by Qi Qing'an and Ningyu. Chu-Chi nodded obediently and went to wash his hands. The others were quite astonished by his compliance. How had a mere outing transformed his demeanor so drastically, erasing the previous air of arrogance? This meal unfolded in an unusual silence, as Zhizhi seemed to have forgotten the events of that afternoon. Disregarding Chu-Chi and refraining from instigating any disputes, she would eat if she fancied it, and would not if she did not, for she had prepared the meal for her own enjoyment. That night, they were to share accommodations due to an early morning event the following day. Otherwise, they would be late for the morning assembly. However, they needed to retrieve their toiletries from their residence. Qi Qing'an believed her psychological resilience to be quite formidable. Yet he was curious whether she truly bore no resentment. Zhizhi, are you angry? Zhizhi. She failed to comprehend his sudden inquiry about her anger. Noticing the perplexed expression on her face, Qi Qing'an felt that further questions were unnecessary. Her carefree nature was indeed remarkable. Zhizhi, this is rather perplexing. After organizing her belongings, she fixed her gaze on Ningyu in silence. Ningyu, why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? Zhizhi produced a footbath from somewhere, asking if they wished to soak their feet. Lu Qi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the footbath. Yes, yes, yes. I must soak my feet every night. It makes sleeping so much more comfortable afterward. Chapter 34. Firmness. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Ningyu nodded in agreement. It was worth a try. Although she did not usually indulge in footbaths at night, Zhizhi's initiative prompted her to join in. The three of them soaked their feet while applying face masks, exuding an aura of relaxation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the boys next door was markedly awkward. Qi Qing'an busied himself with his belongings, remaining silent. Chu Qi appeared to be in a foul mood. Caught in the middle was the unfortunate Lu Zihao. He glanced at Qi Qing'an, then at Chu Qi, and finally at his own pitiful self, letting out a sigh. Lu Zihao, I truly pity myself. Being the filling in this sandwich is no easy task. Qi Qing'an seemed to have a poor impression of Chu Qi, likely due to Zhizhi. Where have all of Chu Qi's fans disappeared to? Just 2 days prior, when he made an appearance, his fans had flooded the screen. They have all fled. Most of Chu Qi's fans were superficial admirers. Can he still maintain their affection with his current appearance? Although he still retains a few fans, they have mostly turned against him and have no time to linger here. After Qi Qing'an tidied up, he proceeded to take a shower, neglecting the presence of others in the room. Now, only Chu Qi remained in the space. Particularly, witnessing Zhizhi seemingly unaffected by the circumstances only intensified his frustration. After lingering in the room for a while, he decided to step outside. If he did not take a moment to clear his mind, he truly felt he might lose his sanity. Having finished soaking her feet, Zhizhi came to the balcony wearing a face mask, only to serendipitously encounter Chu Qi, who had also sought solace there. Oh my! Come witness this battlefield. The arch-nemeses have met. I wonder if they will clash. Surely. Chu Qi, wouldn't he strike a woman? Upstairs, you are overthinking it. Archie's sister can match a big fish evenly. I doubt Chu Qi's combat prowess can rival that fish. Ha! Your words are undeniably cutting. Yet I can't help but agree. It seems Chu Qi's strength truly pales in comparison to that fish. Upon spotting Chu Qi, Zhizhi turned on her heel, feeling truly unlucky to encounter this person even during a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, Chu Qi called out to her. Zhizhi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. What could there possibly be to discuss between them? Their camaraderie hardly warranted such familiarity. Hearing Zhizhi's dismissive tone, Chu Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly. This woman seemed entirely unperturbed by the gazes of others, speaking and acting as she pleased. I can apologize for what happened today, but you must apologize to me as well. Zhizhi thought, is this person truly unhinged? Why should she apologize to him when she has done nothing wrong? Did he really believe they were children needing to exchange apologies? At their age, could they not exhibit a modicum of maturity? Why should I apologize? I haven't erred in any way. It has been you targeting me from the beginning. Don't presume I am oblivious to your intentions. I have nothing to fear. It is impossible for me to acquiesce to you now. Zhizhi rolled her eyes, not bothering to disguise her disdain. Chu Qi took a deep breath, suppressing her ire. I admit I was in the wrong today at noon, but did you not err as well? Shouldn't mutual apologies be the norm? Zhizhi found his words laughable. What have I done wrong? Oh, I see now. My mistake was inviting you to dinner. With your lofty ideals, you would likely choose starvation over consuming my cooking, preferring to sip foot-soaking water instead. Truly noble of you. Zhizhi promptly removed her face mask, thinking, you dream of an apology from me? I have no desire for yours either. Your empty words mean nothing to me. Just leave. Oh my. Zhizhi's combat prowess is astounding. Is she not afraid of losing followers with such candor? I, too, find Chu Qi rather peculiar. The incident from noon was already behind them. Yet he insists on bringing it up for validation. This evening, he dined on someone else's cooking. Doesn't that seem a bit odd? However, do you not think that Zhizhi has been treated rather unfairly? It is not merely a matter of her apologizing. It is about mutual acknowledgement of wrongs. Why must their conflict be so rigidly entrenched over a simple exchange? To the individual above, are you perhaps a reincarnation of a saint? Have you not observed how Chu Qing has been targeting Zhizhi these past few days? When she kindly invited him to lunch, he nearly overturned the table upon leaving. What wrongdoing has Zhizhi committed? There are always those who, in their self-righteousness, stand atop a moral pedestal to condemn others. Is it truly so simple to resolve conflicts? When someone consistently targets you, can a mere apology suffice to mend the situation? After being confronted by so many, the one who initially spoke has vanished, likely fearing repercussions. Chapter 35. An Eye for an Eye. Zhizhi feels utterly speechless. It is still that Chuqing. He actually expects me to apologize to him, insisting on mutual apologies. On what grounds? His audacity is astonishing. While others may indulge him, I shall not. Ningyu and Lu Qiqi remain oblivious to her gaze, both merely sighing in resignation. Enough, just ignore him. You've been busy all day. It's best to rest early. As Ningyu and Lu Qiqi prepare to dispose of the foot-soaking water, Zhizhi quickly stops them. You two should rest. I'll take care of it. I need to step outside to clear my mind. Today has truly been infuriating. The other two harbor no doubts, unable to fathom just how far Zhizhi might go. In the live stream, a few night owls await to see what might unfold. Indeed, 2 hours later, Zhizhi rises from her bed. Another episode of sleepwalking. Let us see what she does this time. The other two girls might be startled. Let us hope the laughter from last night does not resurface, for it left me utterly frightened. Everyone assumes Zhizhi is sleepwalking, but in truth, she is quite alert. She retrieves the hidden foot-soaking water, and everyone watches as she emerges from the restroom with a basin of water. Surely she does not intend to pour it over someone's head. Of course, Zhizhi has no such intentions. She carries the basin out of the room, while the camera in the living room captures her movements. She finds Chuqing's drinking cup. Didn't you say the foot-soaking water was delightful? Here, indulge yourself. Chuqing stares at Zhizhi, bewildered by her carrying a basin of water. Could she possibly be sleepwalking again? He mutters under his breath. Did you get up to use the restroom? Zhizhi's sudden inquiry startles him, causing him to jump and spill water from his cup. This is not sleepwalking. What are you doing with that basin of water at this late hour? Chuqing had merely come out for a drink, forgetting to bring his cup back to bed. Zhizhi, holding the basin aloft, innocently replies, I'm just transferring the foot-soaking water into your cup. Chuqing's drink was suddenly spewed out as he gazed at his cup in disbelief. So, he had just consumed foot-soaking water. Goodness. Zhizhi is quite audacious. Has she lost her mind? Pouring foot-soaking water into someone else's cup at night. Is that amusing? This is a bit excessive, isn't it? From the very beginning, I suspected Zhizhi had some issues. Who else would lie down like a corpse at the airport? Can someone with such problems truly be an artist? Zhizhi's actions were met with disapproval from many, who believed it reflected her lack of quality. Observing Chuqing's expression, she discerned his thoughts. Rest assured, I haven't touched your cup. I merely transferred Ningyu's foot-soaking water into Chuqi's cup. Didn't he claim that Ningyu's foot-soaking water tasted better than my cooking? Clearly, he's had his fair share before. Since Ningyu happened to soak her feet today, it would be a waste to discard the water. Why not let him drink it, right? Seeing the sparkle in Zhizhi's eyes, Chuqing's lips twitched. Indeed. How could this girl hold such a grudge? Yet, her straightforward temperament lacked any hidden motives. Initially, he intended to let the midday incident slide. But when he found her seeking him out again that evening, he couldn't help but feel vexed, losing sleep over it. Being somewhat petty, he acted on impulse without hesitation. If she dared to provoke him, she must face the consequences. Zhizhi also tightened the cap on Chuqi's cup. You wouldn't dare tell her about tonight's events, would you? She glared at Chuqing, as if implying that should he dare divulge the secret, he would be the next unfortunate soul. Silently, Chuqing placed his water cup behind him, shaking his head. Why would I? Matters between you two should be resolved by yourselves. I'm not the type to meddle. What a joke. Why should he involve himself in others' affairs? Moreover, Chuqi truly had some issues. Targeting a young girl daily was quite absurd. Watching Zhizhi gleefully carry the basin away, Chuqing sighed in relief. It would be wise to keep his cup indoors in the future. Leaving it outside was simply too perilous. What should I do? I suddenly find myself quite eager to see what tomorrow holds. Initially, he felt angered by her pouring foot-soaking water into someone else's cup, but upon realizing it was Chuqi's cup and recalling their earlier conflict, his anger dissipated, leaving him with a sense of schadenfreude. While everyone is concerned about the cup and the foot-soaking water, am I the only one pondering Zhizhi's character? I find her life to be extraordinarily liberated. Indeed, she is utterly unconcerned with others' opinions. She expresses her frustrations openly and doesn't let matters linger until the next day. Who can still do that these days? Before long, the topic of foot-soaking water surged in popularity, with numerous netizens flocking to the live stream. eager to witness the unfolding events tomorrow. Not at all. Could you at least provide us with a glass of milk? How can one possibly swallow this dry bread? Lu Zihao remarked disdainfully at the piece of bread in his hand, which was both hard and parched, making it a struggle to consume. Chapter 36. Introducing oneself. Observing Chu-Chi alternating between bites of bread and sips of water, Qi-Chingen suddenly found his appetite waning. Are you unable to finish it? Zhizhi leaned in, having already polished off her own piece. Although the bread was a tad dry, it had a pleasant aroma of wheat. Yes, I'm full, Qi-Chingen declared, setting aside half of his bread. Noticing Zhizhi's lingering gaze on his remaining portion, he realized she had yet to satisfy her hunger. I can't quite finish this half. I tore it apart with my hands. Zhizhi's eyes lit up at this revelation. If he couldn't finish it, that meant she could have it. As she was still hungry. May I have it then? I haven't eaten enough. Of course. Watching Zhizhi eagerly consume someone else's leftovers without a hint of distaste, Ningyu felt a slight discomfort in her head. This sister truly needed some guidance. How could one eat what others had left behind? Wasn't it said that affluent families provided elite education? Yet here was a product of such education? Surely, this must be a jest. In truth, Ning's parents had indeed implemented an elite education for Zhizhi, but she was no longer the same person she once was. However, she retained the original memories. So she possessed the knowledge the former self had and also that which she did not. Ultimately, it was about having a plethora of skills at one's disposal. Now, she had also adopted a certain boldness. One who is unashamed is invincible. With talent and audacity, what could the world possibly do to her? Observing as Chu-Chi finished his glass of water, the viewers in a live stream began to flood the chat. He finished it. He finished it. I only have one question. Did he not notice any peculiar taste? Perhaps he simply enjoys that strange flavor. Maybe even the water used for washing beautiful feet is fragrant. Qi-Chingen glanced at Chu-Chi and suddenly lost his appetite. I suspect he was repulsed. I admire Zhizhi. She is so composed, and she eats with such enthusiasm. Everyone else finds the bread unpalatable, yet she relishes it, making me want to buy some myself. After seeing Chu-Chi down the water, Zhizhi laughed while tearing into her bread. This water is sweet, isn't it? Chu-Chi cast a curious glance at Zhizhi, wondering why she suddenly initiated conversation. Could there be some ulterior motive? What could be sweet about water? It was merely a normal taste. Chu-Chi had no desire to converse with Zhizhi. She was simply a lunatic. As Zhizhi stuffed the last piece of bread into her mouth, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Of course it's sweet. The water is actually the foot washing water of Ningyu that I replaced last night." Cough, cough, cough. What on earth? Everyone gazed at Zhizhi in astonishment, including Qi-Chingen, who was taken aback that this individual would openly recount the events of the previous night. How could you betray someone and then reveal your identity? The director nearly choked on his breakfast, and they all began to question Zhizhi's mental state. In truth, they were all aware of what transpired last night. They had both morning and night shifts, after all, as the live broadcast ran continuously for 24 hours, and the night crew was well aware of the incidents that occurred. However, they never anticipated that Zhizhi would so bluntly disclose her actions from the previous evening. This child must be a bit foolish. I genuinely have my doubts about Zhizhi's mental condition now. Could she possibly be losing her mind? Yet, they overlooked the fact that Zhizhi was far from an ordinary person. She was utterly indifferent to the opinions and judgments of netizens. You are drinking nothing but Ningyu's foot-soaking water, which implies that her foot-soaking water is more fragrant than my cooking. I went out of my way to refill your cup. How generous of me. Zhizhi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with a childlike innocence. Good heavens, how naive can one be? She must be a little sorceress. If this were a martial arts novel set in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a witch of the demonic path. Zhizhi, you truly have something wrong with you. Zhizhi regarded the flustered Chu-Chi with an air of calm, even finding the leisure to inquire. Why are you so upset? Shouldn't you be thanking me? You spoke so earnestly yesterday. I thought you were sincere. Which is why I went through the trouble of filling your cup. Were you lying to me at noon yesterday? Chu-Chi was at a loss for words. Realizing that his remarks from noon were merely the result of anger and thoughtlessness, who would have guessed that there would be a fool who took them seriously? Perhaps this fool hadn't taken him seriously at all. She was simply doing it deliberately. Observing Zhizhi, who appeared utterly innocent and oblivious to the implications of her actions, Lu Zihao discreetly stepped back. Goodness. She must truly be a little sorceress. This girl is someone I cannot provoke. Ningyu's expression was equally complex as she contemplated how this girl had been so eager to assist her with the foot-soaking water. Now realizing her intentions, she won't concede an inch. How has she managed to thrive this long? Lu Qiqi quietly moved closer to Lu Zihao, both trembling at the spectacle before them. Despite their years of experience in the entertainment industry, they had never witnessed such a scene. Typically, rivalries were settled in private. With outward appearances of cordiality, they never expected to encounter such a peculiar character. Grudges were settled on the same day, without a care for face-saving, and she would not tolerate any loss. The viewers watching this exchange were thoroughly entertained. As the scene unfolded with Zhizhi innocently recounting the facts while Chuchi retched in frustration, and Qiqing sat nearby with a complex expression, while the other two cowered in the corner, trembling. Chapter 37. Blowing air at someone.
Ugh.
In the live broadcast room, a sense of nausea permeated the atmosphere. Chuchi was visibly distressed, tears and mucus streaming down his face, clearly overwhelmed by the repulsiveness of the situation. The viewers shared his discomfort, their stomachs churning at the sight, wishing to retch alongside him due to the sheer grotesqueness of it all. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow and shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, "What do I care about their opinions? I shall live as I please. I find my current life to be quite comfortable and free. Why should I compromise myself for others? As long as I do not violate the law or moral standards, I am entitled to make my own choices. Of course, offering you foot-washing water does not breach any moral code." Qiqing barely stifled a laugh, covering his mouth with his hand and awkwardly coughing. The live room now consisted of 5 individuals, and Chuchi was likely to bear a significant psychological burden from this encounter. Goodness, Zhizhi's impact is simply overwhelming, effortlessly vanquishing her adversaries without lifting a finger. I've learned something valuable. If someone goes mad in front of me, I shall show them what true madness looks like. Let them come, and then let Sister Zhizhi go mad once more, obliterating a company in the process. This was unacceptable. Zhizhi regarded Chuchi with a hint of disdain, noting his remarkably low combat prowess. Merely by using her words, she had caused him to falter. Turning her gaze, she found the other 4 watching her intently. Qiqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Ningyu's were filled with exasperation and helplessness, while Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi looked on with a mixture of envy and trepidation. They admired Zhizhi's freedom to act as she wished, yet feared that her madness might spill over onto them. "Sister Zhi, have you eaten enough? I have half a loaf of bread here," Lu Zihao offered eagerly, exhibiting a somewhat fawning demeanor. Lu Qiqi also produced her hidden milk, declaring, "I have milk too. It goes perfectly with the bread." Their earnestness sent the audience into fits of laughter. It seems these two have been nothing but spectators, their expressions mirroring mine perfectly. I sense a hint of fear in their gazes directed at Zhizhi. Have they been intimidated by Sister Madness? Heaven help us, Sister Madness. If she finds out, beware of her going mad before you and serving you foot-washing water. Zhizhi acquired yet another moniker, previously known as Chi Sister. After her fans, now she was dubbed Sister Madness. Some netizens even created memes from the scene where she held a basin of foot-washing water, captioned, "Do not provoke me, or I shall serve you foot-washing water." Ningyu also gained a new title, Sister Footwashing, thanks to Zhizhi, who inadvertently bestowed upon her such an unflattering nickname. Furthermore, whenever Zhizhi approached, the reactions were particularly pronounced. "Sister, could you please keep your distance? I swear I shall never provoke you again." Chuchi was on the verge of tears, lamenting his folly in provoking such a madwoman. Zhizhi was taken aback by his exaggerated reaction. She was merely passing through. Later, as she lay in bed, she found a rope and bound her hands to the bed. "This should prevent me from sleepwalking tonight," she murmured to herself. "No, that contraption is of no use to you. You can unlock it while sleepwalking," a voice replied. "Do you recall how you were blowing air at the other 2 girls last night? Luckily, they remained asleep. Otherwise, the police would have likely been called that very night." True to expectations, she indeed sleepwalked. However, she did not engage in much. She merely crouched beside someone, blowing air their way. The audience in the live stream watched with bated breath, fearing she might awaken the unsuspecting person. If they had discovered someone blowing air beside them in the middle of the night, it would have certainly frightened them. Besides blowing air, she did nothing else. After that, she simply climbed back into bed to sleep. Qiqing was a bit apprehensive about whether Zhizhi would sleepwalk again. He was uncertain if she had sleepwalked the previous night, but the adjacent room had shown no signs of disturbance, perhaps indicating she had not. At 3 a.m, Zhizhi awoke and prepared to leave her bed, but the rope around her hands restrained her. After tugging at it a couple of times to no avail, she squatted down and began to weep. Her cries were sorrowful and haunting, sending chills down the spines of the live stream viewers. Her level of sleepwalking likely necessitates a doctor's consultation. Her future boyfriend and husband are in for a treat. They have a horror show to watch at night. Goodness. I'm covered in goosebumps. Is there a horror film director around? A natural actor is here. Hurry and find them. Domestic horror films have always been a weak point, and with such a natural talent available, they should seize the opportunity. Qi Qing'an, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake by the mournful cries. Chapter 38. The Piercing Cry. Who would be crying outside at such an hour? Could it be the sound of a sea breeze? He attempted to comfort himself, but as he closed his eyes, the sound became increasingly distinct. This was undeniably the cry of a woman, not merely the wind. Silently, he rose from his bed and searched the room for a stick, arming himself. In the adjacent rooms, one person wept mournfully while another, stick in hand, vigilantly patrolled the space, creating an oddly comical scene. Qi Qing'an's psychological resilience is truly remarkable. If it were me, I would have been terrified on the very first night. He dares to stand up. Shouldn't he be hiding under the covers instead? Chinese ghosts don't typically bother those concealed beneath their blankets. The average person would seek refuge there. But Qi Qing'an is no ordinary individual. Many were eager to see how Qi Qing'an would handle the situation, particularly whether he would discover that it was Zhizhi who was crying. After surveying the entire room, he ultimately realized that the sound was emanating from Zhizhi's room. Why are you crying in the middle of the night? Could it be that you are unwell? Qi Qing'an set down the stick and approached the door, knocking gently. Zhizhi, are you alright? There was no response from within, and suddenly Qi Qing'an recalled that she might be sleepwalking again. He attempted to open the door, and to his surprise, it turned easily on its hinges. How trusting must she be of me? Even during a live stream, one should possess some level of vigilance. To sleep without locking the door at night is truly reckless. Upon entering, he immediately turned on the light and found Zhizhi with her eyes closed, curled up beside the bed in tears, her hands bound. Qi Qing'an sighed as he approached to untie the ropes. Once freed, Zhizhi ceased her sobbing and promptly collapsed onto the bed, falling back into a deep slumber. You must have come here just to torment me, didn't you? Crying simply because your hands were tied, and now that they are free, you can sleep soundly again. The following morning, Zhizhi awoke full of energy, while Qi Qing'an appeared rather fatigued. What did you do last night? You look rather unwell. Gazing into Zhizhi's beautiful eyes, Qi Qing'an felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. You sleepwalked again, and were crying. Zhizhi exclaimed, No way. I rarely cry. How could I possibly sleepwalk and cry? She began to contemplate the possibility of needing a psychologist, recognizing the danger of her situation. Moreover, she was living alone. What if she accidentally wandered off in the night? Yet the thought of encountering someone while sleepwalking would surely frighten her as well. By the time the two had gathered their belongings and reached the meeting point, the others had already arrived. Their task this time was to assist in repairing a house. The timber and various tools had been prepared, and they were instructed to proceed to the site. The next 3 days would be dedicated to this endeavor, with the group that completed their repairs first given priority in selecting their lunch. This time, the meals would not require their own preparation but could be exchanged with points. Points again. The current standings were Zhizhi's group with 3 points, Ningyu's group with 1 point, and Lu Qiqi's group with none. The previous days had been intended for various games, but due to Chu Chi's circumstances, many activities were postponed, including the point system. Upon arriving at the site, everyone fell silent at the sight of chickens and ducks scattering in every direction. Aren't we here to repair a house? Where is the house? Zhizhi searched for quite some time, finding no sign of a structure in need of repair, only the flurry of fowl. The staff pointed to 3 small wooden cabins not far off. Those are the 3 houses. They serve as a chicken coop and a duck shed. The owner mentioned that the roofs are leaking, which is why they sought our assistance. You are also being accommodated by this owner, so some form of compensation is expected. Helping to repair the house is your way of repaying their hospitality. Let's ensure we treat this opportunity with respect. Gazing at the few nearly roofless wooden shacks, everyone fell silent. They initially presumed it was a joint repair effort, only to discover that they had to separate into 3 groups. Let us get to work, Zhizhi exclaimed, grabbing her tools and setting off. This was a novel experience for her, as she had never engaged in house repairs before. Qi Qing'an followed suit, while the other 2 groups hesitated momentarily before joining them. The interior of the house was already filled with wooden planks. Their task was to fashion a roof from these materials. Wait below and hand me the planks. I'll manage the rest, Qi Qing'an instructed. The structure wasn't very tall, standing at about 2 meters. He had always harbored an interest in carpentry during his childhood, so he had some knowledge. And it was too perilous for a girl to ascend. However, while he spoke, Zhizhi had already clambered atop the roof like a nimble monkey. When Qi Qing'an turned around, he realized he was conversing with thin air. "I'm up here. Hurry and position the planks. We need to commence our work." Zhizhi called out excitedly. Qi Qing'an sighed. "I'm trying to organize things, yet you've already soared to the heavens." He appeared particularly exasperated. Zhizhi was indeed quite unpredictable. "I wonder if she knows what she is doing up there. I hope she is not a hindrance." Qi Qing'an was baffled at how she managed to climb up, for there was nothing nearby to assist her. "How did you ascend?" he inquired. Zhizhi pointed to a large stone nearby, explaining that she had first jumped onto the stone and then leaped up to grasp the roof. Qi Qing'an stared at the sizable rock at his feet, utterly speechless. "Is she part monkey?" he mused, though her leaping ability was impressive. "Perhaps I should go up instead. I'm not entirely at ease with you up there. What if you fall? Those planks are rather heavy. While you might reach the top, laying them flat is quite a challenge. What else there to worry about? I've done carpentry before. It's merely a matter of laying the planks on top and securing them with nails, which I've brought along." While the other two groups were still at a loss, Zhizhi was already fully prepared. Seeing Zhizhi on the roof, Zhizhi expressed envy. "How did you get up there? Can you teach me? They didn't even provide us with a ladder. What if I fall?" Zhizhi assessed his height and replied, "You must be over 1.8 meters tall. The roof is just a bit over 2 meters. If you jump slightly and use your hands to pull yourself up, you'll make it." Zhizhi responded, "Your tone sounds a bit strange, and it seems like most people can't do that." He attempted to follow her instructions, but found himself unable to muster enough strength. Though he could reach the roof and grasp it, he couldn't hoist himself up. Watching Zhizhi struggle while hanging from the edge of the roof, Lu Qiqi could hardly bear to look. It resembled a desperate attempt at hanging oneself, after all. It was merely climbing onto a roof. "Hurry down," she urged. Eventually, Zhizhi could no longer hold on and fell, landing with a squelch right into a pile of chicken droppings. "Oh no! My shoes, my foot." He crouched down to take a look, and an overwhelming stench of chicken droppings assaulted his senses. "Ugh! What on earth has this chicken been eating to emit such a foul odor? Ugh!" Nowadays, city dwellers rarely encounter free-range chickens, and the scent of chicken manure is indeed quite repugnant. Qi Qing'an could hardly bear to look. This man appeared so clumsy. He had previously seen him perform in plays, portraying rather astute characters, and had assumed him to be quite clever. However, it now seemed that his acting prowess was the only reason for such a disparity, as playing a Navi character so shrewdly must have been quite taxing. Perhaps his true nature was difficult to suppress. Lu Qiqi was utterly unwilling to approach Zhizhi. "Keep your distance. The stench of chicken droppings emanating from you is unbearable." It was merely a matter of stepping in a few droppings, yet the odor was astonishingly potent. Ningyu and Chu Qi exchanged silent glances, contemplating alternative solutions. "Shall we consider other options? Perhaps we could borrow a ladder." They were incapable of ascending in the manner Zhizhi suggested, nor did they wish to tread in chicken droppings like Zhizhi. The protruding areas above required sawing, and Qi Qing'an stood below, showered in wood shavings. "You might want to put a plastic bag over your head," he suggested. "Look at all the wood shavings in your hair. Or perhaps stand back a bit. We wouldn't want those shavings to fly into your eyes." Observing the man below, Zhizhi felt a pang of sympathy. Here was a celebrated actor reduced to such tasks. Given his stature, he ought not to be participating in such a variety show, as his fame was already sufficient. Adorned with multiple accolades and born into a wealthy family, he was practically at the finish line of life from the moment he entered the world. In fact, the endpoint for most people was not even as elevated as his starting point. Qi Qing'an pondered for a moment. Indeed, the wood shavings were somewhat troublesome. Yet, he had no time to search for a plastic bag, and standing back was out of the question, as he needed to constantly watch over Zhizhi. The young girl standing precariously above was genuinely alarming. He kept a vigilant eye on her, fearing she might fall. Zhizhi furrowed her brow, thinking it unacceptable. What if those wood shavings flew into someone's eyes? She rummaged through her pocket and eventually produced 2 pieces of patterned cloth. Swiftly, she tied one around her own head and tossed the other to Qi Qing'an. "Just wrap this cloth around your head. Pull it slightly away from your forehead so the wood shavings won't get into your eyes." Gazing at the young girl above adorned with a floral headscarf, and then at the gaudy piece of fabric in his hand, Qi Qing'an fell into contemplation. Did he truly have to wear this? To be candid, he felt a twinge of resistance. Despite his disregard for appearances, he still possessed a certain aesthetic sensibility. Why on earth did this girl have such a headscarf in her pocket? It could rival the flamboyant floral jackets of Northeast China. Watching the immobile figures below, Zhizhi urged, "Hurry, and put it on." At this moment, aesthetics should be the least of your concerns. Protecting yourself is paramount. If those wood shavings do get into your eyes, you'll end up in the hospital. Moreover, this film is rather enjoyable. When I selected it, I specifically chose these two segments, initially thinking we would be engaged in agricultural work today. To my surprise, we were assigned carpentry instead. Qi Qing'an remarked that it was fortunate they did not have to toil in the fields. Encircled by such a fabric would have been even more visually jarring. Listening to the urging voices above, Qi Qing'an ultimately acquiesced. Zhizhi, adorned with a headscarf, looked quite charming. Her scarf, a deep hue of red, complemented her soft and delicate visage, evoking the image of Little Red Riding Hood. Far from unattractive, it was, in fact, somewhat appealing. However, Qi Qing'an was a different story. His refined and handsome features, when draped in a piece of yellow cloth, rendered him somewhat comical. What are they up to? Are they playing at rural romance? Qi Qing'an is remarkably obedient. He seems to follow whatever Zhizhi says. He wasn't this compliant before. His friend Xin Xiao once described him as a red bean bun, white on the outside yet dark within. Yet, in Zhizhi's presence, he appears so obedient. It was evident who was behind this transformation, and Ningyu began to question Zhizhi's taste. Could it be that her parents indulged her too freely? Ning's parents, we are innocent. She has grown wild on her own. Chapter 40. The Hanged Ghost. Local passers-by could not help but cast a lingering glance at their unusual attire. It appeared they were in the southern region, yet these two seemed to embody a northern style. On a sunny day at the beach, many others had been recognized to some extent, while they remained entirely unacknowledged. Logically, given Qi Qing'an's fame, he should not have gone unnoticed. After all, he is a national actor. Yet, no one seemed to recognize him, with onlookers merely noting that he was tall and well-built, completely overlooking his face. After toiling for an afternoon, they had accomplished only a fraction of their task. Observing Zhizhi drenched in sweat, Qi Qing'an could not restrain himself. "Let me take over. You've been up there for quite a while, and with the sun so fierce. It would be unfortunate if you suffered from heatstroke." Zhizhi wiped her brow and waved him off, saying, "It's fine, it's fine. This headscarf covers my entire face. And I'm quite agile up here. Your large frame would be cumbersome. You look like a praying mantis with those long limbs, lacking the strength to be of much help." "It's better if I continue." Qi Qing'an, "What do you mean, I resemble a praying mantis with my long limbs? That sounds rather insulting. I have never heard someone compare another's long limbs to a praying mantis." Zhizhi truly has no fear of offending others. Isn't her emotional intelligence a bit lacking? After all, Qi Qing'an is her senior. Such remarks are rather inappropriate. Qi Qing'an even glanced at his own long limbs, his expression somewhat comical. "I truly do not like Zhizhi at all. Apart from her somewhat attractive face, what merits does she possess? She cannot even converse properly. I truly cannot fathom what others find appealing about her." At 5 o'clock, the production team summoned them to conclude their work. The group led by Zhizhi excelled, demonstrating both high quality and remarkable speed in their tasks. "Hurry down. Do you need me to carry you?" Qi Qing'an expressed concern as he gazed at the height. No, I can manage on my own. Please step back. I fear I might fall on you." Though the height exceeded 2 meters. It was not particularly daunting for Zhizhi, who had spent time in the countryside prior to her arrival and was accustomed to climbing trees and wading through rivers. However, an unforeseen incident occurred just 3 seconds later. The other two groups arrived, observing Zhizhi suspended in midair, mistakenly believing she was swinging. "Why are you hanging up there? Isn't to your collar choking you?" Lu Zihao inquired with his Navi gaze. Zhizhi retorted, "Do you see me swinging? I'm not. I've merely caught my collar on a nail. I didn't notice it as I was descending." The onlookers were amused, while Qi Qing'an chuckled. "I told you I should have helped you earlier, but you refused." Zhizhi swayed slightly, noticing how firmly she was caught by the nail. In reality, her feet were not far from the ground, just a few dozen centimeters away. "Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and help me!" she exclaimed in exasperation at the spectators. Ningyu shook her head inwardly, pondering how such a person could have grown up without concern. It truly perplexed her. How could her parents allow her to live independently without fearing she might make poor choices? "I'll assist you," Qi Qing'an offered, about to come over and lift her down when suddenly a loud shout echoed. "Oh dear!" Why is someone hanging here? The voice, tinged with a local accent, was particularly urgent. Following this, a crowd rushed over, questioning why such a situation had arisen. Why are you youngsters just standing by? Hurry and bring her down. An elderly man, visibly distressed, failed to notice that Zhizhi was still blinking. Qi Qing'an, being the tallest and most conspicuous, was inadvertently shoved by the elderly man. Zhizhi protested. Who is hanging? I am not. Seeing the elderly man's frantic demeanor, along with the eager locals, she quickly bounced to confirm her vitality. Though her collar's constriction made speaking difficult, her sudden movement startled the old man, causing him to exclaim, "How can the corpse still move? Is it a resurrection?" He collapsed onto the ground, his face reflecting sheer terror, for his generation feared and abhorred such occurrences. Lu Qiqi hurriedly assisted the elderly gentleman to his feet and clarified, "This is neither hanging nor a resurrection. The person suspended is very much alive. She is simply caught." Upon hearing this, the air fell silent, and Qi Qing'an promptly lifted Zhizhi down. Zhizhi took a few deep breaths and rubbed her neck, then stated, "I am not dead." Although she had nearly succumbed to exhaustion moments ago, she vowed never to wear such a constricting collar again. This blunder propelled the live stream to a brief climax, causing viewers to erupt in laughter. When the elderly gentleman shouted that someone was hanging, the expressions of the 5 individuals below mirrored one another in sheer bewilderment. They glanced around, utterly unprepared to realize that the person to whom the old man referred was Zhizhi. Slightly rolling her eyes due to the tightness around her neck, she appeared rather relaxed, akin to someone who had met their demise. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by anything that happens to Zhizhi, one bystander mused. Honestly, if I were watching from a distance, I too might think someone had hanged themselves. It is no wonder the old man misjudged the situation. After the well-meaning villagers departed, a heavy silence enveloped the group, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Zhizhi scanned her surroundings, recognizing that the predicament had been of her own making, and thus felt compelled to break the tension.
Come on, someone say something.
I'm not embarrassed, so why are you all? She remarked. I've been mistaken for a ghost. Yet I remain unfazed. Why are you all beginning to feel awkward? The other 5 responded. That's because we lack your fortitude. Your skin is certainly thicker than a watermelon rind. Perhaps I should go tomorrow, one suggested. You're quite terrifying as it is. Qi Qing'an is genuinely frightened by you today. Despite the day being filled with blunders, who knows what unforeseen events might transpire, especially with the unpredictable Zhizhi around. Chapter 41. Unknown creatures nonetheless. The points earned during this afternoon's activities were to be awarded. Zhizhi's team garnered 5 points, bringing their total to 8. Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao's group performed slightly better than Ningyu's, thus earning 3 points, totaling 3 as well. Ningyu's group received 1 point, culminating in a total of 2 points. Dinner choices were left to everyone's discretion. Options included fried sauce noodles, seafood noodles, egg fried rice, and plain boiled noodles. Fried sauce noodles cost 4 points per bowl, seafood noodles 3, egg fried rice 2, and plain boiled noodles just 1. Diners were encouraged to select freely. The plain boiled noodles were simply noodles cooked in water without any seasonings, not even salt. What would you like to eat? We currently possess 8 points, so we can choose anything, Zhizhi inquired of Qi Qing'an. I'm not particular, it's up to you, Qi Qing'an replied, having few demands when it comes to food. As long as it is edible. He had endured much harsher conditions while acting, so he could eat anything. Let us have seafood noodles. We ought to indulge while we can, Zhizhi proclaimed with gusto, sounding as though she were spending lavishly. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups had to be more frugal, as they had only 2 days remaining, and the potential for further point accumulation loomed over them, necessitating careful budgeting in their meals. However, Ningyu and Chu Chi's team only accumulated 2 points, allowing them to afford nothing but boiled noodles. In the end, both teams exhausted their points. Lu Qiqi ordered a serving of egg fried rice and a bowl of boiled noodles, adding a bit of the fried rice to the noodles, thus imparting flavor to the otherwise bland dish. These 2 teams truly evoke a sense of sympathy. Just look at Zhizhi's group. Their seafood noodles appear utterly delectable, and the shrimp on top are generously portioned. Why don't they share their points with the other 2 teams? Shouldn't comrades support one another? To the commenter above. Perhaps you are somewhat misguided. Why should they part with their points? These were earned through their own hard work. Offering assistance is a kindness, while withholding it is merely a matter of principle. If you wish to play the role of a benevolent saint, then you should do so yourself and not impose such expectations on others. Indeed, they seem a bit heartless. After all, Ningyu is Zhizhi's elder sister, and she has occupied that identity for many years. Furthermore, Lu Chi and Lu Zihao have decent relations with her. What harm would it do to lend a helping hand? Why are you solely targeting Zhizhi? Is she the only member of their group? Why not criticize Qi Qing'an as well? The points do not belong to Zhizhi alone. This is truly laughable. The online discourse surrounding their meal is quite heated, with many believing Zhizhi lacks compassion, while a larger number of discerning individuals contend that her actions are justified. Assisting you is a favor, while not assisting is merely adhering to one's own principles. Everyone worked hard to earn those points. So, why should they be so freely dispensed? Moreover, most of the criticism is directed solely at Zhizhi, which has irked many clear-minded observers. Has the young lady committed some grave offense that warrants such relentless scorn? Zhizhi vented her frustrations to the staff, questioning why they could not devise some lighter activities for them to enjoy. With only 2 days remaining, could they not allow them at least 1 day of enjoyment? Qi Qing'an nodded in agreement, suggesting that they should be allowed to indulge on the final day. After all, it is a rare opportunity to participate. And they shouldn't be confined to tasks every day. The staff replied, "What do you want me to do? Direct your concerns to the director. I am merely an employee." However, their conversation reached the ears of the director, who had no intention of making them toil every single day. The plan was for them to work 1 day, earn a little, and enjoy a lighter day, with the last day reserved for recreational activities. Wait a moment, Zhizhi halted her companions. Could it be a thief? If it truly is, I am curious to know how they would handle it. Would there be enough time to call the police? Comments from netizens began to multiply as everyone eagerly anticipated how the situation would unfold. "Let me take a look," Qi Qing'an decided to investigate. Zhizhi stopped him, stating, "Anyone lurking suspiciously at our entrance is certainly not a good person. If something were to happen, why wouldn't they wait for us at the front door? Look, they're even trying to pry open the window. If you approach recklessly, what if they're armed?" In a sudden flash of inspiration, Zhizhi conceived a method to confront the individual, exploiting the intrinsic fears that dwell within the Chinese psyche. "You stay quiet here. I have some experience. Let me give it a try." Qi Qing'an, along with the crew and the audience, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you serious? You cannot be joking." She attempted to restrain her, but was a moment too late, as the girl promptly dropped to the ground. In a bizarre contortion, she twisted her waist in such a way that she appeared almost unrecognizable as a human being, with her hair cascading forward, limbs on the ground, and her form grotesquely distorted. She emitted an eerie giggle. As she lifted her gaze, though her face remained obscured, the light reflected in her eyes sent chills down spines. The members of the directing team were left utterly astounded by her transformation. What just transpired? Everyone wondered in bewilderment. Qi Qing'an swallowed hard, blinking in disbelief. Was that even a human feat? It seemed a pity that this girl had not pursued a career in horror films. She exuded a natural, chilling aura that required no makeup. What did I just witness? Was that really Zhizhi? Is that eerie entity truly human? I must have seen Zhizhi morph into that. I cannot be mistaken. Mom, I'm terrified. Does Zhizhi not consider acting in horror films? Her movements are unlike anything others could replicate. Her gaze nearly caused me to drop my food. Enough. I'm curious how that little thief will react upon encountering Zhizhi. At that moment, a man preparing to climb through a window was startled by a sinister laugh. As he looked up, he beheld a distorted figure charging towards him. With the surroundings devoid of any presence, the creature's terrifying laughter raised the hairs on his neck.
Ah!
A ghost. There's a ghost. Overcome by fear, the man collapsed to the ground, scrambling away. Although he wielded a long wooden stick, his body had turned to jelly, rendering him incapable of standing, let alone defending himself. Zhizhi, scuttling across the ground with increasing speed, approached the man, who promptly rolled his eyes back and fainted. Zhizhi gazed at the unconscious man before her, bemused by how easily he succumbed to fright. Qi Qing'an and the crew arrived, staring at the trembling figure on the ground, utterly at a loss for words. Rising from the earth, Zhizhi dusted herself off and, with a sense of triumph, turned to Qi Qing'an, exclaiming, "What do you think? I believe my performance was rather impressive. I truly captured the essence of the moment." In the realm of reality, she has indeed taken a part-time job at a haunted house, which was so terrifying that it later gained a bit of popularity. Qi Qing'an wore an expression of profound complexity as he gazed at Zhizhi. He opened his mouth repeatedly, yet words eluded him. Ultimately, he managed to stammer out 2 words. "Very impressive." The staff member interjected, "Just indulge her." To the 2 teachers he said, "I will take this person away now." and we will report the incident. You too should rest early." With that, he swiftly hoisted the unconscious individual onto his shoulder and dashed away at an astonishing speed. Observing the surprisingly agile, albeit plump, staff member, Zhizhi raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "So, agile chubby people really do exist. Look how fast he runs." As the staff member blurred into a mere afterimage, Qing'an found himself at a loss for words once more. It seemed that the staff member had been genuinely frightened. Truth be told, his own heart was racing intensely. He had indeed been startled. Who would have thought they would encounter such a bizarre situation? Fortunately, the individual in question did not suffer from a heart condition. Otherwise, he might have faced a dire consequence right then and there. That guy runs so fast. It's my first time witnessing a chubby person so agile, and with such strength too, carrying someone while sprinting at that speed. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. You all marvel at how quickly he ran, while I am still reeling from the shock of earlier. My goodness. From the perspective of that thief, it truly could be life-threatening. If an unidentified being came charging at me like that, I would genuinely be paralyzed with fear. At this moment, I mourn for the thief. Why did he choose to provoke anyone at all? Of all the people, he had to incite a veritable harbinger of death. It is nothing short of self-sabotage. Did you see Qing'an's expression? It is the first time I have witnessed such a rich display of emotions on his face: astonishment, terror, and incredulity. He must have been frightened as well.
Hey.
Qing'an. Zhizhi called out several times before he finally snapped back to reality. What is wrong with you? You seem so distracted. Qing'an gazed at the lovely visage before him, struggling to reconcile the fact that this enchanting young lady had just engaged in such antics. It is getting late. You should take a shower and rest early after. He needed a moment to compose himself. The earlier spectacle had been quite overwhelming. In truth, he harbored a secret. He possessed a slight fear of such unidentified beings. When Zhizhi sleepwalked, as long as she retained her human form, he felt no fear of her actions. Thus, previously, whether she stood at the foot of his bed or wept in the dead of night, he remained unperturbed. However, now he felt a twinge of trepidation. What if she were to sleepwalk in that terrifying guise tonight? When Zhizhi emerged from her shower, Qing'an's mood had settled somewhat. "I am done. You should hurry and take your shower as well. Rest early tonight." Qing'an sighed, taking a change of clothes with him to the shower. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to endure the night, hoping she wouldn't manifest such an image during her somnambulism. It's perfectly normal. If I were in such a situation, I would probably be even more terrified. In my mind, Zhizhi is now associated with monsters. I am afraid even to coexist in the same space with her. Imagine, in the dead of night, while you are in a deep slumber, a distorted creature crawls upon you, resembling the very image Zhizhi just portrayed. Wouldn't you be frightened? Enough. I can't sleep tonight. I must find my mother to sleep with me. Zhizhi is truly problematic. Every night she stirs up something, her live stream transforms into a horror show. As Qing'an bathed, he attempted to expel the haunting image of Zhizhi from his mind. She was a remarkably beautiful girl, not a monster. He mustn't entertain such thoughts. However, he suddenly caught sight of the mirror before him, shrouded in mist, where a vague silhouette seemed to reflect the distorted visage of Zhizhi. Chapter 43. The Head Balloon. Qing'an's mood had soured significantly, and he felt slightly dizzy from fright. "Qing'an." Zhizhi called out suddenly from outside, causing him to flinch. "What's the matter?" He struggled to calm himself, striving to keep his tone steady. "Nothing much. I was just worried you might be in there too long. The bathroom is small and enclosed, and excessive steam can lead to suffocation. You should finish up and come out soon." He had been in there for over half an hour. Surely, a shower couldn't take that long. A girl typically finishes in about 20 minutes, especially with long hair. Qing'an truly hadn't noticed the time. His mind cluttered with chaotic thoughts. "Okay, I'll be out shortly." Emerging from the shower, a rush of cool air greeted him. The fan had been turned on, and the breeze indeed cleared his mind considerably. "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" Zhizhi observed him with curiosity, sensing his unease. Looking at the innocent and untroubled expression on Zhizhi's face, Qing'an found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He couldn't possibly admit, "You scared me." Such a statement would undermine his masculinity, especially since she was merely a young girl, not a true monster. Since she was unwilling to pry further, Zhizhi decided not to press the issue, as she was not one to meddle unnecessarily. "All right, just take care of yourself. If it's not a significant matter, Don't dwell on it. Given your status, if it's something that can be resolved with money, it's trivial. If it pertains to the entertainment industry and you wish to step back, it's quite simple. Qi Qing'an. The young lady possesses an extraordinary clarity of thought, yet her troubles are genuinely unrelated to these matters. Why do you behave this way? How can you encourage others to withdraw? Qi Qing'an. You mustn't heed her words. She is but a salted fish, and you should never emulate such a creature. Anyone who persuades others to withdraw is inherently malevolent. If Qi Qing'an truly departs from the group, I shall cease my interest in the entertainment industry altogether. I eagerly await his films and dramas. Zhizhi. Do not cause disturbances, for your own disillusionment should not lead others into despair. Qi Qing'an's fans are understandably anxious about his commitment, for their idol is certainly not lacking in financial resources. After Zhiji's departure, Qi Qing'an lay on his bed, lost in thought, striving to expel the chaotic musings from his mind, along with the monstrous images that plagued him. Yet, as he pondered, slumber overtook him, and perhaps due to the day's thoughts, he found himself dreaming of Zhizhi. In his dream, she remained as carefree and unrestrained as in reality, and the two had forged a deep friendship. Zhizhi even invited him to her home for dinner, but upon arrival, he sensed something was amiss. From the exterior, the house appeared ordinary, yet inside, it was filled with instruments of torture, and Zhizhi had undergone a grotesque transformation. Her body contorted, limbs upon the ground. A malicious grin plastered across her face. She gazed at him with an insatiable hunger, as if she yearned to devour him whole. Ultimately, Qi Qing'an awoke in fright, and in that instant, he found a disembodied head hovering directly above him. Who is it? Startled from his dream, he was now alarmed anew. The night owls online, witnessing his sudden rise from bed, speculated something was amiss. What happened? Did he have a nightmare? It seems so. He appears to have been startled by that helium balloon. Where did that helium balloon come from? I distinctly recall there being none before he slept. Where else but from the individual inside? After Qi Qing'an fell asleep, she must have procured a helium balloon from somewhere and tied it to his bedside, adorned with his own visage. I believe I overheard her muttering that today Qi Qing'an was feeling down, so she specially brought the balloon to cheer him up. A rather sweet gesture. Though it seems it didn't quite have the desired effect, I imagine he was quite frightened. If I opened my eyes to find a head floating above me, I would likely expire on the spot. Qi Qing'an felt as though he were on the brink of demise, staring at the floating head of the helium balloon above him, utterly at a loss for how to feel. It was evident who was responsible for this. Perhaps Zhizhi truly harbored concern for him, prompting her to create this peculiar distraction, yet it was entirely unnecessary. Your intentions are commendable, but I would prefer such gestures be avoided in the future. The news of Qi Qing'an being startled by himself has also made its way onto trending topics. Upon clicking in, viewers found themselves at a loss for words, merely able to remark on the remarkable talent of the individual who tied a head balloon beside another person. Qi's parents, upon witnessing the video, were nearly in fits of laughter as they were experiencing the novelty of observing their son display such a plethora of expressions. Just look at that terrified visage, those wide eyes filled with shock, and that hurried breath. It is evident he was genuinely frightened. That little girl is indeed quite the prodigy. Meanwhile, Zhizhi was enjoying a sound sleep, having not experienced any sleepwalking that night and feeling exceptionally comfortable. Since Qi Qing'an was in a poor mood that evening, she had planned to cheer him up with the balloon. However, by the time she finished inflating it, he had already succumbed to slumber. She then placed the head balloon by his bedside, hoping he would awaken to see his own face and perhaps find joy in this peculiar gift. As she drifted off, Zhizhi felt a sense of anticipation, convinced that her method of consolation was quite clever. Despite never having been in a romantic relationship and lacking a circle of friends, she believed that when a friend is upset, it is customary to offer small tokens to lift their spirits. Qi Qing'an, in her eyes, was now counted among her friends. It would be unthinkable to let him stew in solitude. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 44, My Native Language is Silence. Upon rising with renewed vigor, Zhizhi hurried to observe Qi Qing'an's reaction. He still lay in bed, disoriented, clutching the head balloon, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Zhizhi thought, what on earth is happening? Why does it seem like the situation has worsened? Could it be that he did not appreciate the balloon? After all, it bore his own likeness. Was he truly displeased with his own face? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should take the day off and rest at home, she suggested. Qi Qing'an looked at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. You ask what's wrong. who would be pleased to wake up to a head balloon floating directly above them. It was a miracle he hadn't fainted from fright. Yet, he was deeply curious about where this balloon had come from. It seemed improbable that such balloons were available for purchase nearby. "Where did you acquire this balloon?" he inquired. "I brought it with me. It matches your face kini, both adorned with your face," Zhizhi replied nonchalantly, her demeanor so forthright that it was hard to scold her. Recalling the face kini, Qi Qing'an glanced at the head balloon, realizing they were indeed identical. His current state of mind was beyond description. In his 20-plus years of existence, he had never encountered such a plethora of absurdity in such a short span. Observing Qi Qing'an's pale complexion, Zhizhi felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. For she had already categorized him as a friend, one of the few she had in this world. If you're feeling unwell, you truly need not force yourself. These tasks are quite simple. I can manage them alone. Moreover, it seems that he has not been of much assistance in daily matters. Of course, this sentiment was left unspoken, for voicing it might wound others' hearts, especially when they are already feeling unwell. Qi Qing'an set the balloon shaped like a head aside and then got out of bed. "I'm fine. Your gift is lovely. However, I would prefer you refrain from sending such presents in the future. It is far more appropriate to give them in person, and certainly not tied to the bedside, especially not at night." Zhizhi responded with confusion. "Why? Isn't it a surprise? Isn't it delightful to open one's eyes and behold such a surprise?" Observing the perplexed expression on Zhizhi's face, it was evident that she had not anticipated that Qi Qing'an's transformation was her doing. "If I were to awaken in the morning with such a balloon above my head, I would likely faint on the spot. Qi Qing'an has quite the audacity. One might muse." Zhizhi seemed to possess a peculiar sense of humor. Qi Qing'an was thoroughly startled, and who would bestow such a gift? Was it not merely terrifying? Qi Qing'an remained silent, leaving her to ponder her own words. Viewers of the show harbored mixed feelings towards Zhizhi, admiring her ability to reveal a different side of their idol, yet resenting her occasional inability to grasp the situation, inadvertently causing distress. By the time the two had prepared to leave, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the staff awaited them outside. The chubby assistant who had previously guided them was no longer willing to approach after an incident the day before. He claimed that while he had no qualms about guiding others, leading them was simply too frightening. "I had nightmares all night, dreaming that Zhizhi was pursuing me in a monstrous form. I woke up drenched in cold sweat, and now I have developed a psychological aversion to her. It would be better for someone else to lead them," he confessed to the director, his terror unmistakable as he basked in the morning sun. Adhering to a local belief that sunlight could dispel the misfortune of nightmares, the director, understanding the situation, did not press him further, opting instead to send a slender staff member in his place. "What happened to that chubby assistant? Why isn't he here today?" Zhizhi remarked, somewhat puzzled by the change. For she found him rather pleasant and likable. "The chubby assistant had a night filled with nightmares," the slender staffer explained. "He said he was haunted by the image of you, which has left him psychologically scarred, thus refusing to return today." "Surely that's excessive," Zhizhi countered. "My intentions were merely to frighten a thief, and you all witnessed my transformation. I did not just appear out of nowhere to scare you." She turned to Qi Qing'an, earnestly asking, "Was I really that frightening yesterday? It couldn't have been that severe, could it? Have I truly instilled such a psychological fear in a grown man that he dares not approach me in the daytime?" To my astonishment, I discerned the unspoken sentiments reflected in his eyes. Though he uttered not a single word, I comprehended everything. Alas, poor little fatty. Yesterday, while fleeing from the thief, he appeared to leave behind traces of his haste, revealing the genuine fear that gripped him. Do you truly possess no self-awareness? Are you oblivious to your own demeanor yesterday? Even Qi Qing'an was sufficiently intimidated by you, and yet you dare to inquire today. Qi Qing'an's expression was utterly hilarious. Without uttering a word, his gaze conveyed an entire spectrum of meaning. From the depths of Qi Qing'an's eyes, I perceived a profound sense of exasperation. His acting skills have ascended to new heights, capable of expressing such sentiments solely through his gaze, thanks to Zhizhi. Directors of horror films, thrillers, and terrifying variety shows come forth to capture this gem. Such a remarkable individual ought not to be squandered. Many have clamored for Zhizhi to venture into the realm of horror films or chilling variety shows. Recently, a particularly popular show titled Thrilling Horror Challenge has captured the public's imagination. This program invites guests to explore various terrifying locations, including haunted houses, escape rooms, and abandoned villas, where staff members are strategically positioned to frighten them and observe their reactions. Some participants have gained notoriety for their expressions of terror, which have gone viral. Chapter 45. The Delicate Wife. In truth, the director of the show has been keeping an eye on Zhizhi since her very first episode of Sleepwalking. Observing the director's keen enthusiasm, the staff rolled their eyes in silent exasperation. This lifestyle travel live streaming show allows for considerable improvisation, yet the rules governing their horror thriller series are quite stringent. Although this young woman appears demure and obedient, her actions reveal her to be anything but conventional. Director Chin chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. Even if this girl is difficult to manage, she is merely a young woman in her 20s. I refuse to believe she can elude my grasp. The staff sighed, fully aware that their director is typically quite capricious. Yet his esteemed position in the entertainment industry renders him untouchable. After Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi stepped outside, he remained silent while she chattered incessantly. You could at least utter a word. It's rather peculiar for me to dominate the conversation, she mused, feeling as though she were the one desperately seeking his attention. It is utterly inconceivable for Zhizhi to be the one pursuing him. With her incessant prattle, Qi Qing'an's initial trepidation had evaporated. The atmosphere was rather pleasant, he thought. You may continue speaking, and I shall listen, willingly becoming your devoted audience. However, the sentiment struck him as somewhat saccharine. Zhizi's expression twisted slightly. Could you speak more appropriately? Why did such words suddenly spring forth? It feels rather uncomfortable. Qi Qing'an's smile vanished in an instant. This girl truly cannot tolerate a single kind word, can she? Puffed. Qi Qing'an, are you still enjoying your laughter? The art of disappearing smiles. What he just said seems to resemble a romantic confession. I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere between them is somewhat off. Yet I cannot pinpoint exactly what feels amiss. I share this sentiment. However, regardless of how awkward the ambience may seem, I sense that one of them remains oblivious to the situation. Without a doubt, I refer to the one grinning widely. At this moment, the beaming Zhizhi has resumed her playful banter, exclaiming, "Oh, I was merely jesting. Primarily, your words are indeed rather cheesy. What do you mean by my devoted listener? I'm not a singer, so why would I need a listener? What I truly desire is someone to converse with. Otherwise, I feel as though I am performing a solitary monologue." Qi Qing'an gazes at the smiling Zhizhi, feeling a surge of helplessness, utterly at a loss as to how to deal with her. If you were to say he is angry, in truth, he is not at all. Facing her, he finds it impossible to feel enraged. On the other hand, if you claim he is not angry, there are moments when she leaves him utterly speechless and, internally, he feels a weight pressing down. The staff member walks ahead, curling his neck in a manner reminiscent of a rabbit's ears.
Indeed.
One must present themselves before the main subject to truly appreciate the experience. The chemistry between these two is even sweeter than it appears on the screen. Although they exchanged no words nor engaged in any intimate gestures, the atmosphere between them is undeniably mystical. TSK, your observation resonates with me. Aside from the initial mention of the suitcase, whether it's about making money or playing games, Zhizhi has been the driving force. And whenever Qi Qing'an is in a foul mood, it is she who cheers him up, as if their roles have completely reversed. Brother, you must stand your ground. You cannot let a woman take control. Brother, we do not oppose your romantic endeavors. But you must be the one in charge. Qi Qing'an's fans seem to have gone a bit wild. After days of watching the live streams, their resilience has only grown stronger. In truth, only a small fraction of fans find it difficult to accept. The vast majority remain rather clear-headed and discerning. Qi Qing'an's persona on screen is multifaceted. He embodies a tough guy, a refined gentleman, a charming rogue, and even a brooding, restrained CEO. In short, he has portrayed a plethora of characters. In the past, even when he displayed gentleness, there was an air of aloofness about him, coupled with an imposing presence that could be felt even through the screen. Yet now, in the presence of Zhizhi, he appears to transform into a docile and affectionate pup, seemingly willing to comply with her every request. Moreover, he is the one being cared for, and the fans feel a twinge of embarrassment at the notion of a young lady tending to him. Look, he is once again being looked after. Having forgotten to bring water, Zhizhi retrieves her little blue bottle and pours him a cup. Why didn't you prepare any water beforehand? Fortunately, I brought a large thermos, and the lid can double as a cup. Qi Qing'an replies, it's because I was so unsettled this morning. After being startled like that, I hardly had time to consider anything else. This time, their destination was quite distant, and after nearly 10 minutes of walking, they still had not arrived. Excuse me, how much farther do we have to go? The young man inquired. The sun is getting stronger. If this continues, we shall surely be scorched. Although both individuals were clad in protective gear that revealed only their eyes, The suffocating heat was undeniable. Chapter 46. The Scent of Money. The staff member chuckled. Not far now. We shall be there shortly. Had he not quickened his pace at that moment, his credibility might have been more believable. However, he was nearly breaking into a jog. He led them to the entrance of a bustling marketplace, and suddenly, he vanished from sight. In the morning throng, with people bustling about, the crowd was so dense that he disappeared in an instant. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an remained rooted in place, bewildered by the abruptness of the situation. What just happened? How did he disappear so suddenly? Did we fail to keep up? Zhizhi's voice tinged with confusion yet disbelief. How could they have lost track of a staff member? It seems so. There are too many people here, and he vanished in a blink, Qi Qing'an replied. They exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Unbeknownst to them, the staff had intentionally left them behind, and they still thought they had simply lost him. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, the director wore a smug smile. Attention all departments. Ensure your cameras are well concealed. They must not be discovered. The staff member responsible for distributing task cards quickly alerted a local to hand one to them, insisting on maintaining discretion. They have lost him, but the staff deliberately abandoned them. They resemble two lost children amidst a sea of elderly folks, exuding an inexplicable charm. At that moment, an elderly gentleman tapped Zhizhi with his cane. She turned, expecting a request for assistance, but the gentleman, lifting his gaze, scolded. What are you two doing standing here? Move aside, and don't block the path like wooden stakes. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an, realizing their error, promptly stepped aside to clear the way. However, the disdainful remark from the elder only served to amplify their misfortune. Do you have any money on you? Zhizhi asked Qi Qing'an, glancing around to ensure that her actions went unnoticed. Believing they were indeed lost and surrounded by a lack of surveillance, she felt a sense of pride in her preparedness. As she began to remove her shoes, the onlookers were taken aback by her sudden action. Unbeknownst to her, the vicinity was equipped with miniature cameras and numerous plainclothes staff, capturing her every move. Are you planning to sell shoes? However, the shoes you have worn are likely not very marketable. Perhaps it would be better to sell my watch instead. As Qi Qing'an began to remove his wristwatch, Zhizhi quickly halted his actions. Your watch is undoubtedly of considerable value. Selling it here would be a lamentable waste. Moreover, I am not seeking to sell shoes. When the time comes to submit supplies, I may have discreetly concealed a few small items. Zhizhi gestured subtly, winking twice, appearing somewhat crafty. Concealed a few small items? What does hiding things have to do with removing shoes? Could it be that she has hidden them on her feet? Years of experience in covertly stashing away money told me that there must be a secret beneath those soles. Hiding money on the feet, does it rest beneath the soles, or is it tucked away in the socks? Merely contemplating the scent of that scenario leaves me somewhat lightheaded. Surely, a beauty's feet must have a scent of their own, right? Many had already surmised what he had concealed. The moment Zhizhi removed her sock, revealing a stack of red bills, Qi Qing'an was rendered utterly speechless. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and help me. I can't maintain my balance. Zhizhi stood on one foot, having only removed one sock thus far. The other foot remained. Yet, this 300 yuan should suffice. Gazing at the money, Qi Qing'an silently gave her a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Zhizhi chuckled and acknowledged with a slight bow, I humbly accept your praise. The staff member remarked quietly. This is a young lady. How can we search her person? Besides, she has hidden the money in her sock. How are we supposed to conduct a search? The director responded. It does seem to be the case. Remarkable. I knew this individual would not conform to conventional methods. By the way, speaking of the mission card, why haven't I seen any staff distributing them? They must have been deliberately left behind. There must be a purpose in that. Just as a netizen finished commenting, an elderly lady approached, holding a mission card. Since it was inconvenient for the staff to appear, they had enlisted the help of this lady. You two hackers. Someone just asked me to deliver this item to you. Two hackers? Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi glanced at each other. Noticing their attire, their hats and masks were indeed a complete ensemble of dark colors, making them stand out among the sea of elderly citizens, who all displayed their faces. Only their eyes were visible, while the rest of their features were concealed. The elderly lady referring to them as hackers was likely the most flattering term. Fortunately, she did not call them assassins. Chapter 47. We have become criminals. Did you mean us? Zhizhi inquired, still uncertain about the identification, hoping not to be mistaken for someone else. The elderly lady raised her head, scrutinizing them closely. I don't know. All I know is someone asked me to give this card to you, saying to deliver it to the two individuals who only have their eyes showing. ISNT that you? Are you filming something? Is the character with only their eyes showing a hacker? Are you on a mission to assassinate someone? The elderly lady's 3 inquiries left the 2 individuals utterly speechless. What the hell? A hacker assassination. Has this old woman confused these 2 characters? The assassin targets the assassin. However, it is true that the 2 were indeed out of place. Every passerby glanced curiously at them. I wondered why the camera angle was so peculiar. It was secretly filming. I must commend the crew, for without their efforts, we would not have witnessed that recent scene. The concept of a hacker assassination has now emerged, trending online. Those involved in computer programming couldn't resist clicking on the term, only to be met with bewilderment upon entering. The elderly lady must have meant assassin, confusing it with hacker, and neither term truly relates to them. Shouldn't assassins be clad in ancient garb and masked? They only partially fit the description, covering their faces. As for hackers, their specific image remains elusive to most. That must refer to us, so thank you, dear lady. Qi Qing'an's demeanor was exceptionally gracious. After handing over the card, the elderly woman did not depart but scrutinized them closely. Her gaze was piercing, causing both individuals to feel a slight unease. Why are you looking at us like that? You must realize you can't discern anything. We are merely revealing our eyes. The woman's expression gradually shifted to one of suspicion. And suddenly, she snatched the task card from Zhiji's hand. You're not involved in any illegal activities, are you? I cannot read, so I have no idea what this card says. Could it possibly be evidence of your criminality?
Wow.
This unexpected turn is truly remarkable. This old lady is undoubtedly a devoted fan of spy films. Is this really not scripted? This twist is utterly surreal. Observing the elderly woman's expression, it appeared genuine. Even her accent bore the local dialect, and an ordinary person could hardly portray such authenticity. I am nearly dying of laughter in front of the television. I am eager to discover how the story unfolds. The production team was equally bewildered. The director completely at a loss as to how events had spiraled into such a scenario. They had simply assigned a staff member to deliver a task card to a local resident, and yet it had transformed into a spy narrative. Director, should we intervene? One of the crew members whispered. The director quietly replied, Do you think our intervention would be of any use? At this rate, the elderly lady might claim to have uncovered a criminal organization and call the police, leading to our arrest. The others mused, considering her performance. That possibility might not be far-fetched. Nevertheless, the director harbored a thought of his own. He too was curious about how the situation would evolve and whether the 2 could resolve the predicament. If they ultimately could not, their appearance at that moment would still serve a purpose. If you are not criminals, then why adorn yourselves in such a manner? Is it not because you are ashamed to face the world? The words of the elderly lady are indeed thought-provoking, leaving Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an utterly speechless. Madam, we only dress like this to avoid sunburn. It is truly not for any other reason, nor are we ashamed. If you do not believe me, I shall remove this hat and mask right now. Surely you are concealing something beneath that mask, a knife or a gun. Do not move. Startled by the reprimand, Zhizhi immediately raised her hands, exclaiming, I am not moving. I swear there is nothing under this mask. Qi Qing'an, standing beside her, also lifted his hands, creating a rather absurd tableau. Upon witnessing their compliance, the elderly lady hastily called for assistance. Help! Come quickly! Someone is committing a crime. Her cries summoned all those nearby, eager to lend a hand. Quickly apprehend them. They are criminals engaging in illicit transactions. Upon hearing her words, 2 burly men swiftly restrained the pair, who, realizing resistance would only heighten suspicion, dared not fight back. The 2 of them were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, both comical and absurd. This is hilarious. Being mistaken for criminals. I cannot see their expressions behind those masks, but one can only imagine how amusing they must be. Why aren't the staff emerging? If they don't hurry, these 2 will be taken to the police station. A new trending topic is about to emerge. Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi apprehended by the public for engaging in illegal transactions, now en route to the police station. These 2 are my favorites. Logically, I should not find this so amusing, yet I cannot help myself. Realizing the situation had escalated, the production team promptly summoned the staff. However, within mere seconds of their arrival, they too were apprehended. A few more accomplices had been captured. They claimed to be associates of the 2. Chapter 48. A grand mix-up. There were 5 staff members lurking nearby, all of whom were now in custody. One of the staff members shot a resentful glance at another and remarked, I just mentioned we are together, and not bad people. And now look where that has led us. Do you think I will have a chance to say anything else? Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi pondered, What should we do? Are we truly destined for a day at the police station? They were likely the only two participants in a variety show to find themselves in such a predicament. Hurry. Bind them tightly. We must not let them escape. I have already called the police, and they're on their way. An eager bystander excitedly raised his phone, while the 7 individuals, now bound, sighed in resignation. The fate of the 5 staff members had instilled a sense of caution among the remaining crew and the director, who dared not act rashly. Should they venture out again, it is likely that the scene will unfold like a series of episodes from Halua rescuing their grandfather. One after another. Director, what are we to do? It is not convenient for us to intervene at this moment, for they are utterly disinclined to believe our words. The other staff members are on the brink of despair, and the entire situation has been captured by cameras. It is bound to trend shortly. In fact, it should be noted that it has already begun to trend. Qi Qing'an and Yan Zhiji's variety show has been caught up in controversy, and there are fears they may be taken to the police station. Many bewildered onlookers mistakenly believe the duo has committed some crime. However, upon clicking for more details, they are met with laughter. Numerous elderly fans adore Qi Qing'an's television dramas. He has starred in several beloved national films, with his characters being household names. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that his face is obscured, and the locals have been instructed not to act recklessly. If only the hat and mask could be removed, there would be no need for further explanation. Are we truly destined for the police station? This would mark my first experience within such confines. Yan Zhizhi does not wish to squander this inaugural visit in a police precinct. Qi Qing'an sighed softly, pondering that everyone experiences a first time. Perhaps they should wait for the police to arrive for a proper explanation, as no other recourse seems viable. 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, followed by the arrival of a contingent of fully equipped officers. Yan Zhizhi was taken aback by the sheer number of police officers. Nearby, a staff member quietly remarked that someone had reported a criminal gang. The crowd responded, "What on earth? Surely these individuals cannot be a criminal organization. I can't take it anymore. I might just die from laughter. Our travel variety show has turned into a criminal gang operation. Perhaps we are accomplices. And we might all end up in custody. Who would have thought that after living an honest life, I would be labeled an accomplice of a criminal gang? Who would believe such a tale? Is this truly a travel variety show? Are we certain it is not a comedic program? I have not ceased smiling since the beginning. While I believe other shows may follow a script, this one surely does not. Who could pen such a narrative? I wonder what the director feels now. Having seen his guests and crew apprehended, with his own production labeled a criminal gang, he must be deemed the ringleader. The director read these comments with clarity, and upon reaching the phrase gang leader, he felt utterly unmoored. I have toiled diligently and led a law-abiding life. How have I become the leader of a criminal gang? Observing the flustered director, a staff member quietly muttered, "Yet, our variety show has indeed transformed into a criminal gang. Does that not make you the ringleader?" The director found himself at a loss for words. It is no wonder so many officers have arrived, fully equipped. Who would believe such a dramatic turn of events? Yan Zhizhi truly never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Where is the criminal gang? Is anyone injured? The elderly lady promptly hurried over and declared, "They have already been apprehended by us. They intended to engage in criminal transactions here, and even prompted me to relay clues. Thankfully, I discovered their intentions." As she spoke, she submitted the task card. The officer, exercising caution, accepted the card and, upon scrutinizing its contents, was rendered speechless. Observing the 7 individuals under restraint, the officer remarked, "Are you all filming a variety show?" "Indeed, we are filming a travel reality show." During the exchange of the task card, "This lady misconstrued our actions and mistook us for a criminal gang," replied Yan Zhizhi. The officers stood in silence, acutely aware of the anxiety they had experienced upon receiving the initial report of a criminal group operating within their jurisdiction. The mere thought of such an occurrence was enough to instill terror. In the end, it turned out to be a colossal misunderstanding. Yan Zhizhi glanced at Qi Qing'an, silently inquiring whether they had truly become so infamous that merely revealing their eyes could lead to recognition. Qi Qing'an, speechless, realized that even without a phone, he was aware of their recent notoriety. "We sincerely apologize for occupying police resources and for the misunderstandings we caused," they conveyed. The elderly lady and the villagers were bewildered. So they were not a criminal gang? But why had they dressed so cautiously, even employing plain clothes? The undercover staff members were frantically making their way to the scene. Upon seeing the police, the director's heart raced with anxiety. After an extensive discussion, both parties finally clarified the circumstances. Ultimately, no one was at fault. One party was simply concerned about sun exposure, which was understandable, as many individuals today prioritize skincare, sometimes adorning themselves in such a way that only their eyes are visible. The villagers' caution was also justifiable, as it stemmed from a desire for social safety. In essence, it was merely a significant misunderstanding. We truly apologize. Young lady and young man. I was overly cautious. I hope you were not too frightened. The elderly lady now spoke kindly. Zhizhi removed her hat, awkwardly tugging at her mouth. It's quite all right. Our appearance may have misled you. Upon seeing Zhiji's visage, the elderly lady was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my. You are remarkably beautiful, like a celestial being. More stunning than the stars on television. If only you hadn't worn that hat and revealed your lovely face. This incident could have been avoided. You are so lovely. There's no need to go to such lengths. Besides, a bit of sun exposure is beneficial for your health." Zhizhi nodded in agreement with a smile, while Qi Qing'an refrained from removing his hat, knowing it would likely stir yet another commotion. The elderly gentlemen and ladies were indeed quite fervent in their admiration. With the police still present, there was a chance they could inadvertently disrupt the order once more, potentially necessitating a trip to the police station. This variety show is truly filled with twists and turns. It's both intellectually stimulating and extraordinarily amusing. Is it really intellectually stimulating? I cannot fathom why. Does consulting a traditional Chinese doctor require much thought? When the director rushed over, it was truly a sight to behold. The flustered little steps and the terrified expression were utterly comical. Is there anyone skilled enough to create a meme from the director's face? I will. Once I finish, everyone is welcome to visit my profile and take one. By the time the director emerged post-education, Zhizhi had already mingled with the locals. Observing this harmonious scene, the director was genuinely enraged. He was being reprimanded by the police, while these individuals were merrily socializing. Continue. Since it has come to this, let us allow it to carry on. And while we're at it, confiscate her 300 yuan. How dare she conceal money? When Zhiji's 300 yuan was taken away, her expression was one of profound reluctance. Return my little red back to me. This was earned through my toil. The crowd remarked, you two are quite the dramatists. The director's acting was surprisingly commendable. When will she portray a villain? That's uncertain. One cannot fathom her with a normal mindset. Chapter 49. Adding fuel to the fire. After confiscating the funds, the director swaggered away with the notary. Zhizhi was utterly heartbroken. This was her hard-earned money. For the sake of these few hundred yuan, she stuffed the cash into her socks daily, enduring discomfort while walking. Observing Zhiji's expression, Qi Qing'an was at a loss for how to console her. It's nothing, it's just 300 yuan, not a big deal. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi abruptly turned to him, exclaiming, what do you mean just 300 yuan? This is my hard-earned money. Do you have any idea that my feet have been scraped red from walking these past few days? Qi Qing'an responded, your feet are scraped red? Now that is truly hard-earned money. Quickly check the task card. We must execute the task. Qi Qing'an glanced at the task card handed by the director, and after reviewing the tasks inscribed, he could only muster a cold laugh. He nodded, noting that the task card stated similarly for the other two groups, although he surmised their progress would likely be smoother than theirs. Surely, their progress would be more favorable. At the very least, they wouldn't be mistaken for criminals and summoned by the police. Meanwhile, the other two groups were steadily executing their tasks. One group was sent to a nearby amusement park, and the other to a local food street. At the amusement park were Lu Zhihao and Lu Qiqi. Upon arrival, they immediately noticed a recruitment for part-time work, thus becoming game promoters. I'm out. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. Lu Zhihao, seated on a roller coaster, looked utterly distraught, clutching a camera since the photographer couldn't ride. As he sat on the roller coaster, tears and snot streamed down his face. He had to record a video for promotion because the amusement park was newly opened. After the third round, he finally disembarked.
Ugh.
After descending, he clutched the trash can and vomited uncontrollably, feeling an overwhelming sense of imbalance as he glanced at the impeccably composed Lu Qiqi beside him. Why must he be exempt from riding this roller coaster? Why am I the one subjected to this ordeal? Lu Qiqi, savoring the milk tea gifted by the amusement park staff, simply shrugged. Well, what can I say? She's my fan, not yours. Besides, you're a grown man. What's the big deal? I'm the one in a dress. What if I expose myself on this ride? Lu Zhihao, his face pale, eyed her dress and inquired, do you have an extra one? Might I borrow it? Lu Qiqi chuckled. This silly fellow is truly something else. He's willing to go to such lengths to avoid this game. I want to see him in a dress. I want to see him in a dress. Liu Zihao has a rather rugged appearance. A dress might not suit him, but I'd love to see Qi Qing'an in one. It seems Qi Qing'an has never donned women's attire. With his features, he would undoubtedly make a stunning beauty. The two planned to spend the entire day in the amusement park, which would cover their lunch and dinner, with a daily wage of 200 yuan. Their task was to experience all the rides and subsequently compose a detailed report on their experiences. As for why Liu Zihao rode the roller coaster 3 times, it was because he was too consumed by fear and screaming to articulate his experience. Mr. Liu, do you now grasp the experience of this roller coaster? The amusement park staff inquired, beaming. Recognizing his expression, they understood he was once again lost in terror and screams. If your experience isn't profound enough, you are welcome to ride again. Liu Zihao exclaimed, no, please. Meanwhile, the progress of Chu Qi and Ningyu at the food street was relatively smooth, as they worked as waitstaff in a hot pot restaurant. Who is that woman beside you? I knew you had a connection with her. Yet you tried to hide it from me. The argument between a couple in the hot pot restaurant escalated, disrupting other diners. The manager instructed Ningyu and Chu Qi to intervene. Do we really have to go over? That battlefield seems a bit intense. I'm feeling anxious, Chu Qi admitted. Ningyu cast him a glance before striding over. Excuse me, patrons, but loud noises are prohibited in the restaurant. Chu Qi hurried to follow, positioning himself beside her. Noticing the empty water glass in front of the young woman, Chu Qi recalled the manager's instruction, never allow a customer's glass to remain empty. Given that the girl had been shouting for a while, she was likely thirsty. Should he refill her water? After contemplating, he resolved to adhere to the restaurant's principles and poured her some water. As he did, the girl suddenly splashed the water onto the boy's face. Ningyu and Chu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. How intense! The water cup had run dry once again, and Chu Qi found himself uncertain whether to refill it. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that a splash would suffice, as he had never witnessed anyone pour a second time. Thus, he filled the cup to the brim once more. At that moment, Ningyu regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool, exclaiming, You are merely adding fuel to the fire, my friend. As anticipated, the young woman doused her boyfriend with water once again, leaving him exasperated. He looked at Chu Qi earnestly and inquired, Excuse me, do we have a problem? Have we met before? Chu Qi examined the young man's features and confirmed that he did not recognize him, replying, I have never seen you before. Today is our first encounter. The young man's anger flared. Then why do you keep refilling her glass? This is the 3rd cup she has thrown at me. Was it not 2 cups? Could there have been a prior incident? Both Chu Qi and Ningyu were masked, rendering them unrecognizable to the others. Chapter 50. The Displeased Young Man. Chu Qi felt somewhat flustered by the outburst. Had he truly erred? Yet, the manager had taught them to never allow a customer's cup to remain empty. He had committed no fault. Chu Qi is simply remarkable. If I had a server like him when I broke up with my boyfriend, it would have been so considerate. This is hilarious. He keeps refilling the water, while the young man looks as though he just emerged from a pool. Take note of the young lady's gaze. She looks at Chu Qi as if he were a simpleton. Isn't he doing a decent job for the customer? What will happen next? Upon witnessing Chu Qi being berated, the young woman mockingly remarked to her boyfriend, He hasn't done anything wrong. Do you not understand the service philosophy of this establishment? If you enjoy being with her, perhaps you should just be with her. I see no reason for us to remain together. Let us part ways. With that, the young lady grabbed her bag and departed, leaving the young man and Chu Qi exchanging bewildered glances. Ching Ching. Please do not leave. If you dislike my association with her, I promise I will never see her again. The young man hurriedly chased after his girlfriend. Such a repulsive man. A true childhood friend would never maintain such closeness after you have a girlfriend. There should be boundaries. That so-called childhood friend is clearly manipulative. I refuse to believe he is oblivious. As a man, I can assure you that men are quite perceptive. They simply revel in the attention and rivalry. To those encountering such a man, I offer 2 words. Run fast. For someone who truly cherishes you would never allow others an opportunity. What are you all standing around for? Those 2 did not settle the bill. Ningyu glanced at the young man's retreating figure and suddenly realized. Did they pay for their table? Chu Qi replied, It seems they have not. The 2 exclaimed, Then why are we hesitating? Hurry and pursue them. Ningyu informed the boss and Chu Qi dashed out, calling, You haven't paid. Please settle the bill. The couple was rather excessive. While disagreements are commonplace, they should not neglect their financial responsibilities. It was evident that the girl typically bore the cost of their meals, as the man seemed utterly oblivious to this expectation. In a dramatic moment, Chuchi managed to grasp him just a second before he entered his vehicle. Hurry and pay. You haven't settled the bill yet. The man, taken aback, exclaimed, Did my girlfriend not pay? Chuchi regarded him with an expression of incredulity and disdain, reflecting on the absurdity of a man expecting a woman to pay for their dining experiences. Sir, do you generally entrust your finances to your girlfriend?
No.
We each manage our own. Then why should your girlfriend cover the bill? You claim that after marriage, your salary will be managed by your wife. But if you are both independent now, it is unreasonable to expect her to pay. Chuchi understood this logic all too well. The man was genuinely lacking in awareness. He continued to protest, but she usually pays for our outings. Chuchi rolled her eyes, almost wishing she could express her disdain more vocally, were it not for her mask. So, sir, will you be paying? The total amount is 348 yuan. Will it be in cash or through WeChat? The man's expression darkened, yet, given Chuchi's uniform from the hot pot restaurant, which drew attention, he had no choice but to comply. After paying, he muttered incessantly, while Chuchi turned away, having secured the payment. To gaze upon such a man, even once, was an affront to her eyes. One could only wonder what had attracted that young woman to him, especially considering he expected her to foot the bill. The comments section erupted in outrage. This man is utterly revolting. What audacity he possesses. That young lady is quite beautiful. Why would she choose a partner like him? Her judgment seems lacking. Such men should vanish. I don't think the man is entirely at fault. Traditionally, men pay for meals. Why is it unacceptable for a woman to do so? If the genders were reversed, the outcry would be overwhelming. If a woman didn't pay, it would be deemed acceptable, right? The first two commenters are male, correct? When my boyfriend and I dine out, though he pays, I contribute in other ways. Both parties should invest. Did you not hear the man say that she usually pays? Based on his previous behavior, he likely hasn't contributed a dime since they began dating. Please don't misinterpret the situation. It's a pity to say, but certain pretty boys are simply too easily offended. Chuchi and Ningyu, however, received a reprimand from their boss and spent considerable time apologizing, recognizing that it was indeed their oversight in not ensuring the customers settled their bills. Every group has its own difficulties. At this moment, Zhizhi and Chichingen are still at the market. Zhizhi glanced around, certain that staff members were lurking among the crowd. She instructed Chichingen to remain vigilant and then began to remove her shoes to retrieve some money. Chichingen, wide-eyed at her actions, asked, Do you actually have money in your shoes? Zhizhi proudly lifted her chin. One must always be prepared. I had 300 yuan in one shoe. The 300 that was just confiscated was merely a portion. The money in my other shoe remains untouched. Chichingen regarded her with a complicated expression before giving her a thumbs up. You truly are remarkable. The director and staff looked on, while the audience was equally amused. As Chichingen carefully took the 300 yuan that had been extracted and sniffed it, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It doesn't smell. Zhizhi noticed his subtle gesture. What does that mean? Are you disgusted? Chichingen quickly waved his hands. No. How could I be? This is hard-earned money. Then why did you smell it? Are you afraid my feet smell? Chichingen nearly broke into a sweat at her question. Of course not. I merely wiped my nose. Zhizhi remained skeptical of his words, but chose not to press further. The director, witnessing her extract another 300 yuan from her sock, was on the verge of a breakdown. How much money did she conceal on her person? Wasn't it uncomfortable to hide it in her socks? The staff all bowed their heads. It seemed that only Zhizhi could rein in the director. It was the first time they had seen him so flustered after working together for so long. The audience found their antics utterly hilarious, with comments flying around. This money has a scent. I'm certain Chichingen was not just sniffing his nose. And I wonder if the beautiful lady's feet smell too? Zhizhi purchased a bottle of water for Chichingen, knowing they would be outdoors all day. Despite the large quantity, it might still not be sufficient for two. When the vendor took the money, he did not detect any odor, unaware that it was retrieved from beneath her foot. The market they were in consisted primarily of small vendors with little food to offer, so they needed to find a place to eat. Excuse me, is there a place to have lunch around here? Zhizhi stopped an elderly man. He pointed ahead. There's a food street up ahead, filled with restaurants. You can go there. Grateful for the information, they thanked the man and decided to head to the food street. We still have 298 yuan. That should suffice for our meals today. The audience chimed in. The food street they mentioned isn't where Ningyu and Chuchi are, is it? Let us have hot pot. They should serve them. Has anyone considered that these two might not know the way? Are you sure they will find it? I feel that they may lose their way, as their silhouettes exude a certain foolishness. These two individuals are indeed uncertain. Despite having inquired with several people who assured them that the food street lay just ahead, and that they merely needed to follow a straight path, the further they walked, the fewer people they encountered, eventually stepping out of the market. An air of panic began to settle in their minds. "We must be sure we haven't gone astray, right?" They said. "To just follow this line," one remarked, directing her question to Qi. He regarded her earnestly and replied, "My sense of direction is on par with yours." They exchanged glances, contemplating an alternative. "Shall we simply take a taxi? Just instruct the driver to take us to the food street. Surely, even a taxi driver wouldn't be lost." Ultimately, they opted for a taxi rather than risk further disorientation. If they truly lost their way, the fare would be the least of their concerns. "You wish to go to the food street? Just follow this road straight ahead. You only need to cross 2 streets to arrive," the driver remarked, his confusion evident upon learning their destination, which was less than a kilometer away. Walkable indeed. "You mean we have to cross 2 streets? The two felt a moment of dread, relieved that they chose to take a taxi, as they would have certainly been lost otherwise. As long as the path was not a straight one, they possessed no confidence or assurance. "Sir, this is our first visit here, and we are not well acquainted with the area. Kindly take us there," they implored. Once they settled into the vehicle, a simultaneous sigh of relief escaped them, yet this moment rendered them invisible to the staff. "Staff, lend us a hand. Everyone has departed. Are you going to make us gaze at the back of the car? Hurry up and follow them." The staff, equally flustered, swiftly jumped into their vehicle and pursued. The driver suddenly noticed 2 cars trailing him. Observing the rearview mirror, he posed a curious question. "Do you have any enemies?" To which they replied, "No." "If you have no enemies, why are you wearing those hats and masks? Besides, there are indeed people pursuing you." He gestured toward the mirror, asserting, "I am quite certain they are after you." In an instant, Zhizhi and Qi grasped who occupied the 2 vehicles behind them. "We don't know them," Zhizhi thought mischievously. The driver, believing them to be pursued by some sort of deranged stalkers, reassured them, "You two are definitely being followed, but fret not. I, Old Lee, have never been caught by anyone while driving. Hold on tight." With that, the taxi's speed surged dramatically, leaving the staff in a daze. Why the sudden acceleration? They gasped, astonished as the driver even executed a drift. "This driver is quite the show-off," they exclaimed. "Hurry, keep up. Otherwise, we'll lose them." From the audience's perspective, it was an exhilarating chase, imbued with a sense of thrilling urgency. The taxi driver ahead is incredible. Could he be attempting to lose the staff? He likely perceives them as stalkers. Given Zhiji's nature, she probably exacerbated the situation. Otherwise, this driver would not be driving so recklessly. Suddenly, a surge of excitement arose. Would they be left behind? This driver was quite impressive. Catch up, charge ahead." The driver expertly controlled the speed while navigating through narrow paths, soon leaving the 2 trailing cars far behind. Unfortunately, the 2 cars, in their haste to accelerate, were stopped by the traffic police.
Get down immediately.
"Do you realize you're speeding? How dare you race here? Have you lost your minds?" The staff were taken aback, while the onlookers erupted in laughter. Why is this so amusing? They actually got caught by the police. Are they going to lose points and pay fines? Incredible. The driver up front was truly adept, maneuvering skillfully through the side streets. The staff lost because they failed to notice the speed limit signs and were unfamiliar with the area. "We sincerely apologize." The staff kept insisting. The previous incident involving the police was still trending, and now this new one was gaining traction. After some negotiations, once everything was settled, the 2 individuals had long since indulged in a feast at the food street. Am I indebted to them? I've encountered the police twice this morning. I've followed the law my entire life, only to be ruined by those 2. The director was on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 52. A meal turns one into a pauper. What are we to do? With so many people here, how can we find them? A staff member sighed. Search. Search quickly. They should be easy to spot with their hats and masks. Widen your eyes and look carefully. Zhizhi and Qi were already indulging in a culinary adventure at the food street, unrestrained in the absence of staff. "You must try this grilled sausage. It's quite delightful." Zhizhi handed a sausage to Qi, who preferred starchy sausages over meat ones. This was Qi first experience with such a variety of street food. While the flavors were strong, they were undeniably delicious. After wandering around, they finally paused in front of a hot pot restaurant. "It's been ages since I had hot pot. Shall we go today?" Zhizhi inhaled the spicy aroma, nearly salivating. Qi had no objections, After all, the money was left by Zhizhi, and as someone dependent on her, he had little room for dissent. Their appearance certainly drew attention, and once seated, they removed their hats. The staff hurriedly took out their phones to make contact. Is your team in a location? Your artists have come to our place. The staff for Zhizhi's group were bewildered upon receiving the call. Where did they run off to? After clarifying their whereabouts, the staff rushed over. When Ningyu and Chuchi arrived with the menu, they were equally taken aback. What are you two doing here? Zhizhi and Qiqing'an replied with puzzled expressions. They did not recognize the two individuals, as they were wearing masks.
Who are you?
Do you know us? Surely, you can't have recognized us. Ningyu removed her mask and inquired, what is your mission? How do you still have time to enjoy hot pot? She nodded. Yet the sight of their appearance evoked a complex reaction within her. How can you afford to eat hot pot? They all needed to earn their own keep. How could they still have money to spare? Zhizhi chuckled, raising her foot. I got this from here, thanks to my quick thinking at the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a penny to my name. Ningyu and Chuchi exchanged glances. Well, they wouldn't stoop so low as to hide money in their shoes.
Would they?
This person truly is something else. What do you wish to eat? The hot pot here is quite affordable. You too should refrain from ordering excessively. Wastage is not permitted. Ningyu handed them the menu. Zhizhi and Qiqing'an ordered a modest selection of dishes, just enough for the two of them. They have indeed started eating, having come to join Ningyu and the others. I wonder what Ningyu and Chuchi feel upon seeing them. Perhaps there is a sense of imbalance within them. It's amusing how she so casually revealed her secret stash of money. Ningyu's expression is simply hilarious. Dining at a hot pot can be rather costly, although the prices of these dishes seem low. Ordering a portion of everything could easily sum up to 200 or 300. Are they intending to spend all their money in one meal? I doubt they have enough to satisfy their appetite. If the production team hadn't confiscated that 300 yuan, it might have sufficed. Zhizhi and Qiqing'an relished their meal, the flavor of the hot pot being quite delightful. No wonder it was so crowded. They had chosen a corner to sit in, ensuring they attracted no attention. Otherwise, Qiqing'an's striking looks would likely have caused quite a stir. After finishing their meal, Zhizhi clapped her hands, calling for the bill. Time to settle up. Chuchi approached with a calculator, tallying their orders. That'll be 250 yuan. Will it be cash or WeChat Pay? Chuchi was now acting quite earnestly, resembling a genuine server. 250. Are you certain there is no mistake? The items we ordered were all quite inexpensive. Qiqing'an's expression mirrored his disbelief. Could they really have spent so much? Zhizhi was incredulous. How could it possibly amount to this much? Please recount. I can assure you, you've spent that much. Though the individual items were cheap, you ordered a considerable quantity. Neither of them is particularly frugal. They certainly consumed a fair amount. Their astonished expressions are genuinely comical. 250 is indeed a fitting sum for them. Chuchi methodically compared the menu with her calculations. See? I'm not deceiving you. It is indeed 250. We cannot extend credit here. If you lack the funds, you may work to pay off your bill. Zhizhi sighed, contemplating the situation. What initially seemed like an adequate sum of 300 yuan now felt woefully insufficient. Torn. She reluctantly produced 250 yuan, gripping it tightly even as Chuchi reached for it. With a determined tug, Chuchi attempted to reclaim the money. But Zhizhi's expression remained composed, her hand firmly clutching the bills. Let go. Chuchi's face twisted in frustration, fearing the bills might be damaged. With a resigned sigh, Zhizhi finally released her grip, cautioning, You must take care of my money. It's hard-earned, retrieved from my socks. After settling the bill, the two found themselves utterly broke, exchanging exasperated glances.
What now?
We have no money left, Zhizhi lamented, revealing a mere 48 yuan, their last remnants. Clearly, this paltry sum would not suffice. If only I had been more frugal with the food. She mused, regretting how swiftly their funds had dwindled. Yet, hunger gnawed at them, and the dishes they had ordered were devoured completely. Had they ordered less, they would still find themselves unsatisfied. Qiqing'an surveyed the bustling hot pot restaurant. What if we worked here?
He suggested.
Zhizhi hesitated, observing the throngs of customers. It's too crowded. Working here would be exhausting. This was the first time Qiqing'an had heard her express concern over hard work. Then we shall seek another job, one that is less strenuous. However, the prospect of finding such a job was daunting. Where could one find employment that was both easy and lucrative? The expressions of the two individuals are truly remarkable. A bystander commented, I, too, desire an effortless, high-paying job, yet, to earn money, One must exert some effort. What do you mean by begging? It's an art form. Art is exalted and priceless. Someone chimed in. Honestly, I would love to see them begging. Alas, there are no instruments available for them to borrow. The online community was merciless, with an increasing number of individuals resorting to begging. Let us venture out and explore other shops. Perhaps we can find a place with less foot traffic that is hiring. It was surprising to witness Zhizhi, usually so confident, now troubled by financial concerns. The recent days had imbued her with a sense of assurance, bolstered by the money she possessed. But now, her confidence felt diminished. The pair traversed the food street from end to end, only to find that most establishments were either not hiring or seeking only full-time employees. Ultimately, they returned to the hot pot restaurant, where the nature of the work became secondary to the necessity of earning money. After all, they could not afford to go hungry that night. They are no longer hiring here. Our staff is sufficient. Perhaps you should explore opportunities elsewhere. The boss decisively rejected them. The two newly recruited individuals have performed admirably, and although their shop appears bustling, the current staff is adequate. Zhizhi remarked. It turns out it is not that we are picky, but rather they disdain us. Previously selective, they now realize that they are simply unwanted. It is quite amusing. The two individuals truly resemble forlorn little dogs. Although their expressions are hidden, their eyes evoke a sense of pity. Who would have imagined that Qi Qing'an would find himself in such circumstances, with no one even wanting him for part-time work? If only I were nearby, I would invite them to my home, allowing Zhizhi to entertain me with jokes and Qi Qing'an to perform. Such a life seems delightful to contemplate. You upstairs. Hurry and go to sleep. Seize the daylight to daydream. Who wouldn't desire such a life? What can we do now, when not a single place wants us? Zhizhi sighed. Qi Qing'an, seeing her dejected demeanor, felt somewhat helpless. Let's search other places. Surely we will find somewhere to work.
For now.
This 48 yuan is their last semblance of hope, to be preserved until absolutely necessary. The two wandered aimlessly, ultimately losing track of their destination. However, they lacked the luxury of worrying about being lost. They inquired and searched, yet found no opportunity for income. A gentleman, observing their plight, couldn't help but interject. You two are looking for part-time work, right? Not far ahead is an amusement park that is currently hiring. You might want to check it out. Witnessing their struggles truly elicited his sympathy. How unfortunate to be unable to find work. Do you have any qualifications? If so, securing a job might be easier. Zhizhi recognized the gentleman's misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify, instead flowing with the conversation. It is precisely due to the lack of qualifications that we seek such jobs. Being a server at a restaurant requires no formal education. Alas, it is regrettable not to have invested effort in studies during childhood. Education truly holds value. And earning money is indeed challenging. The gentleman, moved by her words, expressed his agreement. However, it is never too late to awaken to this reality. Success can be found in any field if one is willing to work hard to improve their life. Zhizhi nodded, affirming, yes, we shall create wealth with our own hands. Observing Zhizhi engage animatedly with this gentleman, Qi Qing'an was filled with disbelief. How did they strike up a conversation? How did she manage to connect with anyone? And how did they transition to the topic of creating wealth through hard work so swiftly? Qi Qing'an's gaze towards Zhizhi was truly comical as he pondered how she could engage so enthusiastically with this man. Qi Qing'an experiences a hint of social anxiety, as does Zhizhi. I trust you understand what I mean. Qi Qing'an's reluctance towards social interaction stems from a general discomfort with contact, while Zhizhi's anxiety manifests as a profound fear of society. The richness of Chinese culture is indeed profound. Let us proceed. For I have inquired and discovered that a nearby amusement park is hiring part-time workers, offering not only decent pay, but also dinner. In an instant, Zhizhi felt invigorated, and Qi Qing'an nodded in agreement, suggesting they hasten their journey. The two exchanged knowing glances before they confidently hailed a taxi, forgiven their notorious lack of direction. It was prudent to avoid the risk of getting lost, even if the destination was relatively close. Thus, the fare of 48 yuan was deemed a worthy investment. What a coincidence to encounter you two again. The taxi driver was indeed the same gentleman who had transported them earlier. To the amusement park, Qi Qing'an instructed. The driver fell silent, observing that they could easily walk the distance, which was less than 500 meters. Do you see that Ferris wheel in the distance? Just walk straight towards it. Chapter 54. The Haunted Bride. The two fell silent upon hearing the driver's words, glanced at each other, and ultimately decided to remain in the taxi. Sir, we prefer to take the taxi. We are not familiar with the area, Qi Qing'an explained softly. Very well. Since you insist, I shall seize this opportunity to earn. The driver acquiesced. These two truly are like hidden talents, with such proximity and a clear landmark. Even the most directionally challenged would find their way. One cannot judge them by ordinary standards. They are indeed better suited to taxi rides. I merely wish to know if, given the less than 500-meter distance, the taxi would reach their destination as soon as it departed. Would the driver be willing to take them? What the online commentators said holds true. The taxi barely began its journey before arriving at the destination, with no turns at all. Thank you, sir, Zhizhi said, promptly handing over the fare. As the two beheld the expansive amusement park, their spirits lifted with newfound confidence. Let us hurry and see, they exclaimed, rushing to the entrance to peruse the job postings. A staff member noticed them and approached. Are you here for employment? Our amusement park is currently hiring. We have filled most positions, but we still require assistance at the haunted house. It has been quite busy lately, likely due to the holiday. The haunted house piqued Zhizhi's interest immediately. Let us go. Do you provide meals? What is the pay for this afternoon? Suddenly, Qi Qing'an recalled the peculiar sight of Zhizhi that night. How could he possibly decline an invitation to the haunted house? As it turned out, he could not. For Zhizhi eagerly pulled him along, leaving no room for refusal. Perhaps you should take the haunted house position, and I will explore other options, Qi Qing'an suggested softly. With a skeptical gaze, Zhizhi looked at him and said, You aren't afraid, are you? The haunted house is all fake. There's no need to be frightened. Besides, as you've heard, the other attractions in this amusement park are all crowded. Only the haunted house remains available. And given how hot it is outside, the coolness inside the haunted house will be quite refreshing. Qi Qing'an fell silent. Indeed, it was cool, but upon their arrival at the haunted house, the owner noticed them immediately. Seeing how bundled up they were, he instructed them to remove their hats and masks. Please take off what's on your heads. I'll have someone come to do your makeup. When Zhizhi removed her mask, a flicker of astonishment crossed everyone's eyes. However, when Qi Qing'an took off his mask, it sparked an outright commotion. You are Qi Qing'an. Are you filming a variety show? Qi Qing'an smiled awkwardly. Being recognized in such a setting was hardly a cause for joy. The owner was overjoyed, exclaiming, I've watched your show. Though I missed it today, because I was too busy. Don't worry, when I settle your wages, I'll make sure to give you a little extra. Qi Qing'an wore a look of despair, recalling how Zhizhi had frightened him last time. I can't shake the feeling that Zhizhi is utterly disregarding Qi Qing'an's feelings. Why must she drag him to a haunted house if he is scared? Hey upstairs, what's wrong with you? Didn't you hear the staff? There are no other attractions left. Only this haunted house can bring in revenue. This place is surrounded by amusement parks. Do you really expect people to beg? Zhizhi was transformed into a ghostly bride, while Qi Qing'an became a ghostly scholar. Surprisingly, Qi Qing'an looked quite handsome in his costume. All right, you're all set. You may enter. Zhizhi, already eager, was assigned to lie in a coffin, which required little effort on her part. Qi Qing'an's role was relatively straightforward as well. As they prepared, they began to hear the voices of guests. I'm a bit scared. The air conditioning in this haunted house is too intense, a timid female voice quivered, indicating genuine fright. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you no matter what happens, a male voice declared reassuringly, suggesting they were a couple. Zhizhi chuckled. Couples are great. They make it much more fun. Suddenly, the couple jolted. Who's trying to scare us? The male swiftly grabbed a nearby stick, while the girl cowered behind him, on the verge of tears. Come here. I've been waiting for you, for so long. At that moment, not far away, Qi Qing'an trembled at the sound, beginning to feel pity for the couple. As the couple cautiously approached, the scene unexpectedly erupted. Zhizhi sprang up as if her body were propelled by springs. Her eyes were wide with only the whites visible, her hair disheveled and pale as paper. Yet her lips were a striking crimson, akin to fresh blood. The most striking aspect was the smile on her face. A fade that seemed to mask a deeper horror, akin to a marionette's forced grin. Her body appeared rigid, as if she had exerted tremendous effort to pull that smile into existence. The couple was utterly petrified, questioning whether they were witnessing a living being or merely an illusion. Had a genuine spirit infiltrated this gathering of fakes? Zhizhi, positioned sideways, suddenly turned her head and opened her mouth wide in a blood-curdling scream. Ah! We don't want to play anymore. We need to leave. The young man shoved his girlfriend forward and hastily retreated, despite having promised to protect her no matter what transpired. Zhizhi observed, momentarily stunned, realizing that he had indeed pushed her ahead. Unbeknownst to them, Zhizhi had emerged from the coffin and handed a stick to the girl. declaring, "Go forth, brave warrior."
Slay him.
Startled, the girl grabbed the stick and dashed away, uncertain whether she was pursuing her boyfriend or fleeing. In that moment, the barrage of comments fell silent. Zhizhi turned her head again, as if she had caught sight of the camera, and flashed a smile.
Ah.
Quickly, turn your head away. Oh my, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Chapter 55, The Thrilling Haunted House. The owner of the haunted house beamed with delight upon witnessing the effect. After all, a haunted house must be terrifying to fulfill its purpose. Zhizhi's coffin was positioned squarely in the middle of the path, obstructing all visitors. Some braver souls attempted to push it aside, only for Zhizhi to spring from the coffin with a terrifying roar, contorting her body as she crawled toward them. This was soon followed by a cacophony of blood-curdling screams, and moments later, everyone rushed out, their faces still marked by fear. "I think I just saw a real ghost," exclaimed one man, tall and robust but now pallid. The boy beside him was equally shaken. "You can't be serious, Dad. Didn't you say there are no ghosts in this world? What was that thing we just saw?" The boy's father slapped his son on the back and wiped his cold sweat, saying, "It must have been fake. How could there be real ghosts in a haunted house?" As these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped them. Surely, there couldn't be real ghosts in the haunted house, could there? Doubt began to creep in. They had entered through the entrance, but fled in terror within 10 minutes, only to find the exit devoid of anyone. Zhizhi was reveling in the chaos inside, no longer content to remain in the coffin. Her presence permeated the entire haunted house, alternating between fits of laughter and weeping, whispering secrets. Her red attire casting shadows over all. The patrons were terrified of her, instinctively seeking refuge, fearful of an encounter with her. Qi Qing'an, seated in the back, awaited customers in vain, until he was overtaken by the sounds of Zhizhi's frenzied antics echoing throughout the haunted house. What transpired earlier? Why has it been an hour without a single visitor? This seems improbable. Qi Qing'an leaned out to inspect, yet not a soul was in sight, not even a shadow. The concealed camera captured Qi Qing'an's every movement with crystalline clarity. Do not look any further. Zhizhi is single-handedly obstructing all the visitors. They are now at the entrance, questioning whether they have truly encountered a ghost. I advise against approaching. Zhizhi is descending into madness, while those in the haunted house cower in the corners, trembling. This woman is genuinely toxic. What if I suddenly yearn to experience this haunted house? However, by the time I arrive, it likely won't be Zhizhi anymore. In the center of the haunted house lay a cake, a birthday-themed centerpiece designed to terrify visitors, yet it had failed to frighten anyone thus far. Zhizhi meandered to this spot and immediately noticed the cake. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that it was indeed edible. After such a prolonged bout of insanity, she found herself rather hungry and delicately sliced a piece to taste. The owner, upon witnessing this scene through the camera, was left speechless. They had prepared numerous such cakes, anticipating that visitors might inadvertently damage them, with several even using them as projectiles. However, this cake had remained untouched, as no one had yet navigated through to this point. Finally, a moment of tranquility arrived. I was utterly exhausted. Lu Zihao, clutching 100 yuan note, truly felt the difficulty of earning money. All right, we have one last experience to undertake. The haunted house ahead. As amusement park testers, the two were required to experience every attraction and share their impressions. That afternoon, they had nearly traversed all the attractions, leaving only the haunted house. What was there to fear in a haunted house? The ghosts inside were mere illusions. I found the roller coaster far more terrifying, as the sensation of being flung about nearly dislodged my soul. Lu Zihao hardly regarded the haunted house with any seriousness. He feared heights and deemed the roller coaster far more daunting. Upon overhearing their conversation, the audience erupted in excitement. Surely they do not refer to the haunted house where Zhizhi is present. Oh, Lu Zihao, you foolish boy. Do not boast prematurely. Your sister Yen is there. Hurry. Hurry. I am eager to witness their encounter. Let us all await in anticipation to see whether Lu Zihao will be frightened to tears or conquer the haunted house. The audience's excitement reached a fever pitch as Lu Zihao's confident and smug visage radiated from the screen. Upon arriving at the haunted house, the owner greeted them first. Our haunted house differs significantly from others. Its level of terror is markedly elevated, and you must sign a waiver before entering. Gazing at the document laid upon the table, Lu Zihao unhesitatingly inscribed his name, pondering why it was shrouded in such mystery. The contents within the haunted house were fabricated. How terrifying could it truly be? Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes at this foolishness. The boss cast a meaningful smile at the two individuals, warning them not to weep later for their disdain. The advantage of being a tester is the ability to indulge in all games without any financial burden. At this moment, the entrance was thronged with people. Some dared not enter, while others had just rushed out in a state of despair. You cannot go in, you cannot go in. There's a particularly terrifying ghost in red. She was supposed to be lying in her coffin, but when I glanced over, it was empty. Can you guess where she appeared? The face of the person who had just emerged was still etched with terror. Hurry and tell us, the onlookers urged. Their curiosity piqued despite their fear. The individual continued. I was puzzled about her disappearance when I heard a faint voice beside me asking, "Are you looking for me?" When I turned my head, I was met with her face, her eyes weeping blood, entirely white. Her gaping mouth seemed poised to devour me. You cannot fathom her expression. I felt her entire being was rigid, reminiscent of the expression found on puppets and paper figures. The entrance of a haunted house was surrounded by a lively crowd, reminiscent of a comedic performance. Everyone was reluctant to enter, yet consumed by curiosity. Come on, didn't you say that the ghosts inside are all fake? Zhizhi urged the dazed Zhizhi. Zhizhi gazed into the dimly lit interior and swallowed hard. Shall we bring a flashlight? What's wrong with you? Bringing a flashlight to a haunted house. Zhizhi, are you trying to amuse someone? If you're scared, just admit it. Why bring a flashlight? Are you afraid you won't see clearly? Let him bring it. Even with a flashlight, Sister Yen could still frighten him to his core. They had never heard of taking a flashlight to a haunted house. What kind of experience would that provide? Moreover, if one were to encounter something terrifying, illuminating a ghostly visage with a flashlight would only double the fright. Zhizhi found it utterly ridiculous that he claimed not to be afraid, yet insisted on bringing illumination into the darkened abode. I'm doing this for our safety. Zhizhi insisted, still stubborn. Look how pitch black it is inside. What if I accidentally step on something and fall? It wouldn't be good even if I tripped over a staff member. Watching him stubbornly maintain his facade, Zhizhi seized him and dragged him inside, exclaiming, "Why waste words? If we've taken their money, we must fulfill our duty. Hey, let go. I advise you to release me quickly. Otherwise, if you get hurt, I want to take responsibility." Zhizhi, a tall figure, was being manhandled by a girl of slightly shorter stature, a comically absurd sight. Ha ha ha. They truly are a pair of delightful adversaries. While I know they are good friends, there exists a palpable tension between them. Zhizhi truly indulges Zhizhi. Have you not noticed that throughout the entire exchange, it has been Zhizhi who has dictated the narrative? They are akin to Zhizhi and Qiqing'an. The second iteration. Do not misinterpret their bond. They are merely good friends. If you cause them to feel the need to avoid suspicion, I shall be compelled to unleash a torrent of salt soda upon you. The fans from both sides, upon witnessing the affection between them, do not harbor resentment. At times, they even ship them. Their friendship is genuinely profound. Should they find themselves together in a romantic sense, it would be splendid. But until that moment arrives, it would be prudent to exercise restraint. In this entertainment industry, it is rare to find a pair of true friends, should they be forced into avoidance. We would be deprived of their camaraderie. Upon entering, Zhizhi immediately faltered, while Zhizhi intermittently coughed and made various noises. After Zhizhi coughed for the third time, Zhizhi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "If you have phlegm, spit it out already. Stop repulsing me." Zhizhi retorted, "You are the one with phlegm. I merely wish to alleviate the oppressive silence. Do you not find it excessively quiet in here?" Just as he finished speaking, he felt a claw grip his ankle. Zhizhi was taken aback, his skin prickling with an icy sensation. "Zhizhi." He could not help but shout. Zhizhi turned, visibly irritated. "Do not call me like that." Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, she caught sight of a head grinning up at Zhizhi from his foot. "Ah, there's a ghost on your foot," Zhizhi shrieked, bolting away and leaving Zhizhi trembling in place. "Do not abandon me. Are we not friends? We face adversity together." Zhizhi was on the verge of tears, straining to break free, and astonishingly, he succeeded. The audience could only witness two blurred figures sprinting ahead, shrieking in terror. "This is hilarious. I just saw Zhihi's hair stand on end. He truly looks electrified." Zhizhi's eyes widened in shock was also quite amusing. She unhesitatingly abandoned Zhihi. Such a fragile friendship. Can they really run that fast? They are leaving behind afterimages. When trouble arises, they scatter. Once the best of friends, now they are utterly fragmented. These two must be rather unreliable friends, yet the ghost seems to be merely an ordinary staff member. They have yet to encounter a formidable foe. The audience eagerly anticipates their encounter with Zhizhi. Zhizhi, in a state of panic, dashed ahead, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the initial ghostly apparition. She wished to leave this place entirely. As she fled, a coffin suddenly obstructed their path, and Zhizhi, panting heavily, caught up to her. "You, Zhizhi," he gasped. "What happened to the notion of being best friends? You unhesitatingly left me to face that ghost." He continued, "If something were to happen to me, I would haunt you for eternity." Zhizhi swiftly covered his mouth, urging him not to speak, for it seemed they had stumbled upon a grave matter. She vividly recalled the conversation they had overheard at the entrance regarding the ghostly woman within the coffin. It was indeed the apparition that had frightened him. As Zhizhi gazed at the coffin, his legs suddenly weakened. Could this truly be the very coffin in question? In the midst of their silence, a delicate voice pierced the air, asking, "Are you looking for me?" The voice surged directly into their minds, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. The sound emanated from Zhizi's right, and she dared not turn her head. "Howsy, please check for me." Zhizi's voice trembled, as she felt immobilized by fear. Zhizi's condition was hardly any better. "I can't do it. Perhaps we should just run." Zhizhi, witnessing their astonishment, decided it was the perfect moment to present them with a rather grand gift. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay and play with me," she said, her icy hand brushing against Zhizi's cheek, nearly causing her to faint from the chilling sensation.
Don't come near me.
"I'm a woman. You're a female ghost. You should seek out a man. This person beside me is quite handsome. He has millions of followers. You should pursue him." In an unexpected display of strength, Zhizi lifted Zhizhi and moved him closer to Zhizhi, placing him tenderly in her embrace. After completing her task, she fled, leaving behind a bewildered human and ghost. A dead friend is better than a living enemy. The spirits within should be mere illusions, so I must first sacrifice Zhizhi. If she is a true ghost, with his good looks, he ought to survive. He possesses the charm to enchant even the undead. "Zhizi, you traitorous scoundrel. I shall not spare you, even in death." Zhizhi, now filled with a murderous rage, found himself paralyzed by the frigid touch, reduced to uttering threats. Zhizhi was left dumbfounded by Zhizi's actions, realizing this girl possessed extraordinary strength. Chapter 57. The Art of Evasion. Zhizhi recognized Zhizi's genuine fear. As his entire body trembled, he had not recognized her. He was ensnared in a web of terror. "Please, let me go. I am utterly useless." His voice quivered, tinged with desperation, and his speech was almost comical in its pathetic quality. Zhizhi released him, then suddenly thrust her face into his line of sight. Confronted by the apparition of a ghostly visage, Zhizi screamed and promptly fainted. "Is this possible? He is so easily frightened." Zhizhi quickly crouched down to inspect him, noticing his trembling eyelids and fluttering eyelashes. "You big fool. You've given yourself away. Control your eyelids." His eyelids are dancing quite well. The frequency of their tremors is indeed remarkable. Zhizi has pioneered a new dance genre, eyelid dance. Do you not find Zhizi's behavior rather excessive? The individual is already in a state of fear, and yet she deliberately seeks to terrify her further, ultimately causing her to faint. The person above. Are you overflowing with compassion? If you possess such leisure, why not go to Lighthearted and have the great Buddha stand for you? If this haunted house isn't frightening, then what purpose does it serve? Moreover, she did not faint. She merely pretended to. I truly harbor no fondness for Zhizhi. It seems she lacks any sense of moderation in her actions, as though she derives her joy from the suffering of others. I cannot comprehend what you admire about her. She is merely a mountain chicken occupying another's nest, and I suspect her actions are merely an attempt to attract attention. Is there something wrong with you? You constantly bring up the mountain chicken. Has she offended you? Moreover, she was genuinely adopted, and I can sense your bitterness from across the screen. It is quite repulsive. Opinions regarding Zhizhi abound online, both favorable and unfavorable. She possesses no significant flaws. Even the original owner merely had a somewhat fiery temperament, which is not inherently malevolent. Thus, those who criticize her can only target her status. Most individuals are simply envious and bitter, venting their frustrations here. Zhizi is on the verge of a breakdown. Why won't this ghost just leave him alone? He is genuinely terrified. As Zhizhi observed Zhizi's expression slowly crumbling, she realized she could not continue to frighten him alone. He needed time to recover. Hence, she departed to seek out Zhizi, who, it must be said, was exceptionally swift in her escape. Once she felt the presence of others dissipate, Lu Zihao finally dared to open his eyes. Oh dear, I no longer wish to play. Why is it so challenging to earn this 100 yuan? He despondently moved forward, only to feel a chill rising from beneath his feet. Qi Qing'an had been quietly minding his own business when he suddenly heard the sound of weeping. Why does that voice seem so familiar? Here it comes, here it comes. Qi Qing'an and Lu Zihao are about to meet. Everyone watched the scene with bated breath. Lu Zihao was still in tears from fear, but upon turning his head, he was met by the visage of a scholarly ghost. Qi Qing'an instinctively smiled upon seeing Lu Zihao, forgetting entirely the makeup adorning his face. From Lu Zihao's perspective, it appeared as though the ghost was baring its gaping maw towards him. Ah! Mother! Why are there still ghosts behind me? He ran away in panic, leaving a bewildered Qi Qing'an in his wake. What just transpired? Did he merely smile? Why does it seem as though Lu Zihao's mental state is somewhat unstable? Breathing heavily, she cautiously glanced back, hoping that Lu Zihao, in his foolishness, could hold the female ghost at bay. It would be ideal if she were a fan of his. This is not a place for the living. It is occupied by spirits. A shrill voice emanated from behind Lu Qiqi, causing her to freeze. She dared not turn around, opting instead to move slowly forward. Could it be that female ghost? Can she teleport? Is she truly a ghost? Zhizhi observed her rigid movements and gradually traced her fingers to the nape of her neck, ultimately resting on her collar. Lu Qiqi felt the chilling sensation on her nape, sending shivers down her spine. Her collar was still being tightly held, leaving her no option to flee. In a moment of inspiration, she executed a clever escape akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell. She wore a hoodie over her attire, thus concealing another layer beneath. The audience witnessed her swiftly tugging at her collar, followed by a quick sideways motion, allowing her to dash away. Zhizhi stood in astonishment, bewildered by this unexpected tactic. What manner of play was this? The art of the golden cicada was still in practice? Yet, she couldn't help but admire Lu Qiqi's tenacity. Her will to survive was remarkably strong. The once formidable individual now frequently shed layers, and Zhizhi found herself eager to see what other surprises Lu Qiqi would unveil.
Mom.
I can't believe I've witnessed the long-lost skill of the golden cicada shedding its shell. Lu Qiqi truly disregards her image. Her movements are fluid and graceful. Zhizhi was left dumbfounded. Lu Qiqi is indeed impressive. I am particularly curious about how Lu Qiqi and Lu Zihao would react upon realizing that their frighteners were Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an. Lu Zihao dashed out in a state of panic, while Lu Qiqi rushed in, and upon seeing each other, despair filled their faces. There were apparitions inside. And outside too. They were cornered. The camera zoomed in on their expressions. Their looks were genuinely striking. Despite their exaggerated fear, they remained photogenic, exhibiting a delightful charm even in such a state of alarm. Why did you push me into the embrace of a ghost? You wicked woman. Lu Zihao began to recount past grievances, expressing the sheer terror he had just experienced. Had it not been for his feigned faintness, who knows what predicament he would have found himself in. I only sought to admire your beauty. How could you be so incompetent, unable to even allure with your charm? Lu Qiqi's words brimmed with exasperation. As Qi Qing'an emerged from outside, he overheard her remark. What do you mean by using beauty to entice? Enticing whom? Chapter 58. The Red Underpants of a Fateful Year. Seeing the two still bickering, Qi Qing'an couldn't suppress a cough. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi looked up simultaneously, their expressions shifting from numbness to sheer terror at the sight of him. Ah, this is all your fault. You made me attempt seduction. She is married. And her husband is right behind her. Lu Zihao scrambled forward, but Lu Qiqi was not about to let him escape, seizing him firmly. However, her grip was somewhat misplaced. My pants. They're about to fall. Let go. Lu Zihao found himself immobilized, his trousers perilously close to being stripped away. If this woman intended to escape, she ought to rise. Yet, she clung to his pants, displaying a peculiar disposition. Put in some effort. Remove his trousers. Oh, dear, I can see his underwear. It's red. Is this his zodiac year? What animal is he? The audience, captivated by the spectacle, reveled in this rare display of audacity, reminiscent of scenes from horror films. Qi Qing'an observed the chaotic scene before him, his expression one of incredulity. Had he truly done nothing yet incited such fear? Were the courage of these two no greater than that of a peanut? When Zhizhi arrived, he was met with the sight of two individuals rolling on the floor, while Qi Qing'an wore a look of utter bemusement. Another one appeared. Lu Zihao cried out hoarsely, yet Lu Qiqi remained steadfast, unwilling to relinquish her grip. In the end, it was Zhizhi who could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Hey, it's just us two. I am Zhizhi. Please calm down." Upon hearing his voice, the two on the ground froze and gradually lifted their heads. To convey his amiable intent, Zhizhi offered them a smile. "Don't smile. I believe you are Zhizhi. The one opposite must be the esteemed Qi." Lu Zihao tightly shut his eyes, fearing that opening them would lead him to lose control upon seeing that face. Qi Cheng'an intervened, separating the entangled pair. "It's me. We're both working part-time here." As he forcefully pulled Lu Qiqi away, she forgot to release her grip, resulting in Lu Zihao feeling a sudden chill. An eerie silence enveloped the air, the barrage of comments abruptly ceasing. Lu Qiqi gazed at Lu Zihao, who had lost his trousers, her expression one of shock. Qi Cheng'an was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would cling on so tightly.
I'm exposed."
"Why did you remove my trousers? Have you long coveted me?" Lu Zihao exclaimed, springing to his feet and hastily pulling up his pants. Thankfully, his underwear remained intact, though his thigh was exposed. Zhizhi was laughing heartily. "Red underwear, not bad. Is it your zodiac year?" Lu Zihao's face turned crimson, although the surroundings were dim. The camera captured every shade of his embarrassment. "So, what if it's my zodiac year? I think red underwear looks splendid," Qi Cheng'an remarked. "Indeed, it accentuates your fair skin." His words rendered the room silent once more. Lu Zihao's face now resembled that of a liver, and he wondered why Qi Cheng'an was so fixated on his complexion. Could it be that he harbored some peculiar feelings? In this industry, many were known to be indiscriminate. Could he be one of them? Qi Cheng'an's remark could easily be misconstrued. Look at Lu Zihao's expression. He is on the verge of laughter. Could it be that he perceives Qi Cheng'an as having feelings for him? Everyone, direct your attention to Zhizhi beside them. Her laughter is so infectious that it has revealed her teeth, showcasing her complete lack of concern for her image. Lu Qiqi remains in disbelief, grappling with the reality that she actually pulled down a man's trousers. After such an incident, can they truly remain good friends? The haunted house experience has inflicted significant trauma on Lu Zihao, and Lu Qiqi's spirit has also been deeply wounded. Ultimately, they were supported out by Zhizhi and Qi Cheng'an. "I shall never return to the haunted house. It is hardly a place for human beings. Surely someone has captured my expressions. My reputation is utterly tarnished." Lu Zihao wears a mournful visage, considering himself a legitimate heartthrob in the industry. Will he henceforth be relegated to the realm of absurdity? Netizens revel in the chaos, and indeed, many have collected the bizarre videos of him and Lu Qiqi, swiftly ascending to prominence in the realm of short videos. The owner of the haunted house is exceedingly pleased with Zhizhi and Qi Cheng'an. Had they not been celebrities, he would gladly offer them a handsome salary to work for him. Should you both find yourselves struggling in the entertainment industry, you are always welcome here. I will offer you a generous wage. As they were about to depart, the owner expressed his reluctance, having just gained notoriety. Losing these two stars would surely disappoint tomorrow's guests. Zhizhi and Qi Cheng'an replied with gratitude, acknowledging the owner's kindness and wishing him flourishing business and abundant wealth. Due to their commendable performance, the owner rewarded each of them with 200 yuan, totaling 400 yuan between them, while the two who were paralyzed by fear earned only 300 yuan for a day's labor. Why is that fair? Inside the haunted house, we enjoyed air conditioning while running around the amusement park, yet they earned more than we did, Lu Zihao protested. Lu Qiqi playfully patted his shoulder, challenging him to take a part-time job at the haunted house. Then it wouldn't be him scaring others, but rather others frightening him. Lu Zihao promptly fell silent. Fearful of ghosts, visiting the haunted house would be akin to courting disaster, risking embarrassment by being frightened by a fellow staff member. The four of them were served box meals for dinner, which, despite lacking tables, contained a decent portion of meat and vegetables. They squatted by the roadside to eat. A rather melancholic sight. Who could have imagined their situation a week ago? I find it somewhat disjointed. Ha ha ha, I have an extra drumstick, Zhizhi exclaimed, elated by her unexpected bounty. Yet, scarcely had she spoken when the drumstick vanished from her chopsticks. Qi Cheng'an flashed her a smile, stating, "I happen to be short one drumstick." This shameless act left everyone stunned. Is this truly the audacity one would expect from a grand actor? Chapter 59, The Wrong Path Home. Observing Zhizhi's vacant expression, Lu Zihao could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. You too find yourself in this moment." However, as his laughter echoed, the others turned their gaze towards him. A sudden unease gripped Lu Zihao as he questioned, "Why are all of you looking at me with such expressions? It's rather terrifying." Zhizhi then flashed him a radiant smile before starting to make a series of playful sounds. Lu Zihao gasped, "Is she treating me like a dog? Fool. Stop dawdling and run. There's a big yellow dog coming. Simpleton, you cannot compete with Zhizhi. Why provoke her?" The two individuals beside him laughed mischievously, failing to offer Lu Zihao any warnings. How unfair of Zhizhi. He merely chuckled at her, and she summoned a dog. Does she want it to bite someone? This dog is from the amusement park, it doesn't bite, and is the gentlest golden retriever. Are you perhaps suffering from paranoia? Lu Zihao was still perplexed when suddenly he felt a heavy weight on his back, accompanied by warm breaths against his neck. Goosebumps erupted on his skin. What was perched on his back? Surely, it couldn't be a ghost. The memories of the haunted house were still fresh, and he feared encountering such phenomena again. Noticing Lu Zihao's terrified expression, Zhizhi continued her playful antics. The golden retriever leapt over Lu Zihao's head and swiftly snatched the large chicken leg from his bowl. Lu Zihao exclaimed, "What the heck? You can summon reinforcements and you choose a dog to assist you." Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, responding, "And what of it? If you're capable, summon a dog of your own. Who told you to laugh at me earlier?" Lu Zihao had never encountered anyone so straightforward, let alone someone with such a temper. Zhizhi acknowledged his observation, claiming, "Yes, I am indeed petty. I believe in retribution, and I am prone to moments of madness. So, do not provoke me without cause." Ultimately, he realized he could not compete with Zhizhi. She was truly unafraid of anything. Unhappy with this arrangement, Zhizhi questioned, "Why must we separate? When we were together, I did not see you emerge. It seems you are intentionally causing trouble." Knowing she and Qi Qing'an were both directionally challenged, separating them seemed a deliberate ploy to abandon them. The staff chuckled slyly, explaining, "The rules are as such. We have no choice. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi's group will proceed first, while yours will follow shortly." Zhizhi narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with an ominous intent. The staff cast a pleading look towards Qi Qing'an, hoping he would manage Zhizhi. Qi Qing'an shrugged with a resigned smile, acknowledging his lack of influence within the group. Aware of his limited authority, confronted with Zhizhi's fierce stare, the staff braced themselves, determined to enforce the separation of the two groups. Upon finishing his words, the staff member hurried away, leaving them with the unsettling sensation of being pursued by an unseen specter. Soon, the photographer took his position, yet he remained as silent as a statue, merely capturing their moments without uttering a single word. "Do you know the name of the place we are staying?" Zhizhi posed a rather critical question, rendering Qi Qing'an momentarily speechless. Observing Qi Qing'an's expression, Zhizhi discerned his unreliability. "Forget it, I'll ponder this myself. I vaguely recall it being called Qingyuan, right?" She seemed to recall hearing the locals mention it. This name should surely be correct. The two photographers quickly bowed their heads. Bewildered. "What do you mean by Qingyuan? That place is actually called Qingyuan Village." Qingyuan. Since they had the means, they opted for a taxi. "Driver, please take us to Qingyuan," Zhizhi articulated the name from her memory. The driver squinted, unsure if he had misheard. "Are you certain you wish to go to Qingyuan?" Zhizhi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we're staying there." Upon hearing her confirmation, the driver's expression shifted to one of complexity. "Are you sure that's where you're staying? Is the address correct?" Qi Qing'an, noticing the driver's odd demeanor, quickly pulled Zhizhi aside. "Let's clarify this. The driver's expression seems off." Zhizhi nodded and reflected carefully. Indeed, she recalled hearing the elderly locals refer to the place as Qingyuan. The address should be accurate. It was a group of elderly gentlemen and ladies who informed her, stating that it was indeed called Qingyuan. Once they entered the vehicle, the driver appeared hesitant, yet the photographer maintained a composed expression, betraying no hint of concern. "Locals know. Qingyuan is definitely not where they should be staying, even if they wished to. It would likely be decades before that could happen. Given their wealth and status, they probably wouldn't even consider residing there." To the one upstairs, "Please clarify, without obfuscation. Why would it take decades to live in Qingyuan? Is it some sort of retirement community?" I believe I grasp the implication of living there decades hence, but let us allow everyone to speculate a bit longer. Stating it outright would spoil the intrigue. I can only say Zhizhi truly lives up to her reputation. As the driver veered off course, both Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an felt an increasing sense of unease. Where were they heading? Surely, their accommodation was not this remote. Zhizhi's gaze towards the driver grew suspicious. Could he be someone with nefarious intentions? The driver. catching her wary glance in the rearview mirror, could easily deduce her thoughts. Do not regard me with such suspicion. I am not a villain. You were the ones who insisted on going to Qingyuan. We are nearly there. Chapter 60. The National Anthem Exorcises Evil. Moments later, they found themselves standing before the entrance of a cemetery, utterly astounded. The kind-hearted driver reminded them, saying, "If you truly wish to stay here, there is a house for the caretaker where you can reside. It is advisable not to wander outside unless necessary. There are some unsettling rumors about this place." Qi Qing'an's expression was complex as he gazed at Zhizhi, who appeared utterly bewildered. The two cameramen were on the verge of hysteria, unable to suppress their laughter. Who could have imagined that Qingyuan was a cemetery?
Ah,
This driver is really mischievous. He didn't even give a hint about what Qingyuan is. And he brought them here without a second thought. The expressions of the two were truly hilarious, lacking only a few falling leaves to set the atmosphere perfectly. You've arrived at your destination. May I inquire which grave you belong to? Why has a wholesome travel variety show turned into a comedy? There are constant moments of hilarity. Although Zhizhi was raised as an adopted daughter, she grew up in a prominent family. And I am particularly curious about the personalities of her foster parents in the Ning family. Meanwhile, Ning's father and mother, watching the show, thought she should never have been allowed to venture out. The Ning family is quite respectable. How could they all be like her? Qi Qing'an, observing Zhizhi's dazed expression, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. Zhizhi felt the chilly breeze and struggled to articulate her feelings. How could this happen? She distinctly heard the elderly folks refer to Qingyuan. The driver, noticing their confusion, couldn't help but say, "Just by looking at your expressions, I can tell you've taken a wrong turn. Would you like me to take you back? This place is indeed a bit peculiar, especially at midnight. If you choose to stay, I shall leave on my own. Driver, please hurry. I am curious to see what eerie things this place holds. Upstairs, are you a living llama, using their lives to showcase the bizarre?" The driver is quite considerate. He hasn't left yet, and even offered to take them back. Quite commendable. Zhizhi glanced back at the cemetery and swiftly dove into the back seat. Let us go. Let us go. Perhaps I remembered the place incorrectly. This location felt particularly eerie, and it seemed much colder than others. Once in the vehicle, the driver attempted to start the engine, but it refused to cooperate. Given that this was a cemetery and the vehicle inexplicably stalled, the whole situation became increasingly strange. Qi Qing'an felt an unsettling premonition creep in. No. He couldn't think that way. There were no ghosts in the world. He repeatedly recited phrases like prosperity, democracy, civilization, and harmony, even unconsciously singing the national anthem in his mind, though he was unaware that he had vocalized it. Ha ha ha. Is Qi Qing'an singing the national anthem? His expression was particularly grave and serious. Who could fathom the depth of his fear as he unexpectedly began to sing the national anthem? This was an act of exorcism. I too resort to such measures in times of trepidation. Pay close attention to Zhizhi's gaze. It seems to regard someone as foolish. This girl is truly bold. Perhaps she was frightened for a moment, but upon boarding the vehicle, she liberated herself. The driver meticulously inspected the car and discovered that it was indeed functioning well, albeit having stalled inexplicably. Once inside, he found the situation peculiar and recalled the various strange occurrences that had transpired in this Qingyuan. While grumbling, the driver turned on all the lights in the vehicle, as if such illumination could dispel fear. Arise, those who do not wish to be slaves. Qi Qing'an's voice suddenly resonated within the tranquil confines, startling the driver, who then joined in the singing. Honestly, this made the fear dissipate. A surge of fervor coursed through my veins. While singing, Qi Qing'an urged Zhizhi with his gaze to join in. In a bid to fit in, Zhizhi eventually became part of the chorus. Is Qi Qing'an trying to amuse someone? Who could imagine that he was once a stoic film emperor? I certainly cannot envision that anymore. Impressive. This method could be useful for me during nighttime strolls. I initially thought he was merely singing to himself, but his sudden outburst rendered both the driver and Zhizhi utterly astonished. Indeed, proximity breeds similarity. The more Qi Qing'an associates with Zhizhi, the more he resembles her. Surely, they wouldn't sing all night here. After all, this place is undeniably eerie. How could the car stall without reason, and yet no cause could be discerned? The national anthem echoed throughout the cemetery, eventually being sung by the gravedigger. Who sings the national anthem at such an hour? What a peculiar penchant. The deceased deserve their rest. If one must sing, let it be elsewhere. Zhizhi sheepishly leaned out and explained, Sir, our car stalled here, and we sang to alleviate our fear. The gravedigger, cigarette in hand, approached to take a look, then clapped twice on the car. Come on, what's there to fear? It's quite normal for a car to stall. It can happen while walking down the street too. Give it another try, and make haste to leave. The driver attempted it once more, and indeed, the engine roared back to life. Zhizhi regarded the old man with newfound admiration. What a remarkable individual. Could he be a reclusive elder serving as a gravedigger? Having traversed into this world herself, she found it not difficult to accept the existence of spirits. There are countless undiscovered phenomena in this realm. Thank you, sir. We shall take our leave now, the driver chuckled with delight. As the national anthem faded, the taxi gradually departed. Chapter 61. Rallying the Troops. The elderly man gazed at the taillights of the vehicle, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. These youngsters, it seems, always delight in engaging in peculiar antics. Inside the taxi, the melodies continued to resonate until they reached a locale bustling with life. Upon witnessing other vehicles pass and pedestrians stroll by, they gradually began to relax. Doesn't singing for such a long stretch wear out their voices? One mused. You ought to pose that question to Qi. He has indeed been singing all the while, another replied. His expression while singing was truly remarkable, serious yet tinged with a hint of nervousness, and within that tension lay a flicker of fear. Such emotions should not grace his handsome visage, yet they manifested simultaneously. I only wish to ascertain whether they still remember their home address. Surely they haven't lost their way again, came another thought. The driver, upon exiting the vehicle, inquired once more, what is your actual destination? Please clarify before relaying it to me. Otherwise, you may need to hail another taxi, as I too have passengers to attend to. He could not afford to squander time on these two individuals. After all, he had a livelihood to maintain. Zhizhi replied, give me a moment to think. She cast a glance at the two cameramen beside her. They undoubtedly knew their whereabouts. The photographer stepped back, sensing something amiss in her gaze. Might she be plotting against them? Though they remained silent, they simultaneously shook their heads. Zhizhi nudged Qi, urging him to assist in dissuading them from lingering aimlessly. After a moment of contemplation, Qi remarked, it would indeed be wise to rest early. Your hair is beginning to thin, and if you continue to burn the midnight oil, you might find yourselves heading toward a Mediterranean hairstyle. Uffed. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? Zhizhi thought, incredulous at his tactlessness. I asked you to persuade, not to incite resentment. The photographer interjected, I appreciate your input. Yet, his comment did instill a sense of dread among the photographers. Your residence is called Xingyuan Village, which is actually quite close to the amusement park. Zhizhi offered an awkward smile. Perhaps I misheard. The local elders speak with a certain accent, and I instinctively translated it into standard Mandarin. Qi replied, well, that is a compelling excuse, one that is indeed hard to refute. Upon reaching the entrance of the village, the driver dropped them off. Zhizhi promptly settled the fare, for they were now affluent individuals. As they departed, the driver kindly advised, in the future, be sure to clarify your address beforehand. Otherwise, it can be both troublesome and hairless. Young people should learn some essential life skills. Zhizhi smiled in agreement. Yes, we shall certainly be more cautious. Thank you, esteemed driver. After the driver left, the two stood staring at the pitch-black intersection, lost in thought. It seems this place has never graced the lens before. It must be an alternate route, one observed. Surely, they haven't lost their way again. It's already so late. If they find themselves adrift once more, will they even manage to sleep tonight? The expressions of the two individuals reveal an innate unreliability. The driver dropped them off at a location they had never visited, an old spot within the village typically frequented by the elderly. Faced with three diverging paths, Qi tugged at Zhizhi and inquired, which path should we take? Zhizhi replied, you're asking me? We are equally clueless. Asking me is no better than simply choosing at random. Choosing at random, indeed. When people are unreliable, one must rely on fate. Then let us hasten and witness your fortune. You too must possess some luck, considering you've skirted danger repeatedly and yet continue to thrive. Zhizhi indeed employed this method, selecting a path by chance, her gaze landing on the middle road. Let us take the middle path. It is surely the right one. Qi felt her decision was somewhat dubious, yet, being unfamiliar with the area himself, he found no grounds for dissent. Very well, let us proceed down this path. We've come this far. Even if we get lost, we probably won't stray too far. The photographer silently trailed behind them, both feeling a sigh escape their lips, wishing they had opted for a different pair of companions. They followed the central path until it reached an end, where they stood amidst unfamiliar surroundings in silence. The sea breeze wafted over them, prompting the two to reflect upon their predicament. How had they both become directionally challenged? Even if one of them could navigate, surely it wouldn't be this disorienting. Just then, Ningyu appeared, carrying a basin of water, and caught sight of the two lost souls contemplating the ocean. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhiji's eyes lit up, and she spun around. Sister. The heartfelt exclamation felt as though she were reuniting with someone after many years apart. Ningyu watched as Zhizhi dashed toward her like a whirlwind. Instinctively, she raised the basin to shield herself, only to hear a resounding crash. The sandy ground beneath them was treacherous, and Zhiji's vigorous charge caused her to lose her footing, colliding with the stainless steel basin Ningyu had raised. Qi Qing'an winced at the sound, his eyes narrowing and body trembling in empathy for the pain he imagined. Nevertheless, he rushed over, quickly helping Zhizhi, who lay sprawled on the ground.
Zhizhi,
Are you alright? Ningyu hastily set the basin aside and cradled Zhiji's face to inspect her injuries. Thankfully, the damage was not severe, a significant bump on her forehead and swollen lips, though the cause of her collision remained a mystery. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Zhizhi murmured, gazing up with a forehead resembling that of a cartoonish figure and lips akin to sausages. Ningyu bit her lower lip, averting her gaze. Despite the inappropriate nature of her amusement, she found it utterly irresistible. Chapter 62. The Froggy Birthday Boy. Qi Qing'an's expression was subtly contorted, indicating that he too was experiencing considerable distress.
Goodness.
How could she have collided like this? Her forehead resembles that of a longevity deity. I am merely curious as to how she managed to strike both her forehead and mouth simultaneously. Did she deliberately pucker her lips as she collided? Perhaps she was attempting to kiss a basin? Dear friends, after meticulous examination, I deduce that she first struck her forehead, and as she slid down, she subsequently hit her mouth. These incidents did not occur concurrently. What a shame it is for such a beautiful visage to be so careless. I can now ascertain that this girl has undoubtedly not undergone any cosmetic surgery. If she had, she would certainly not have dared to collide in such a manner. Previously, numerous individuals had speculated about Zhiji's potential cosmetic enhancements, even sharing unflattering photos of her, likely leaving her bewildered as to when those images were captured. Some netizens delight in fabricating stories, seemingly unaware of the futility of such actions. Zhizhi could already sense her mouth was numb, accompanied by a dull ache in her forehead. Sister, do you have a mirror? I wish to see, she inquired. After pondering for a moment, Ningyu deciphered her request and hurried into the room to fetch a mirror. Chu Qi, hearing the commotion outside, opted not to emerge. Given his previous discord with Zhizhi, he questioned what purpose it would serve to come out. Better to remain hidden than risk further ridicule. Upon gazing at her own longevity deity visage, Zhizhi burst into tears, exclaiming, "Woe is me, I look so ugly." Never before had she felt such disfigurement. Typically, a beautiful woman crying would evoke a poetic image, yet her countenance, in tears, was inexplicably comical. With her forehead swollen and her lips transformed into sausage-like appendages, a mere pout rendered her mouth resembling two sausages dangling from her face. The pressure on her forehead had also diminished her eyes, which, under such circumstances, appeared as mere green beans. Who could have imagined that just 5 minutes prior, she had been a stunning beauty? Ningyu's facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably, while Qi Qing'an stifled a cough behind his fist, yet the smile at the corners of his mouth refused to be suppressed. Zhizhi, do not cry. Your tears only make me want to laugh more.
Ha ha ha.
Though it may seem cruel, your current appearance is undeniably hilarious. A frog-like longevity deity, haha. The upstairs dwellers are truly merciless. Despite your misfortune, you still wish to capture others' unflattering moments. Count me in. Unsurprisingly, Zhizhi once again trended on social media, this time for its educational significance. Many parents captured her image, intending to use it as a lesson for their children, emphasizing the importance of walking carefully. Particularly striking was the stark contrast between her beautiful photo before the fall and her post-collision visage resembling a frog-like longevity deity, making the educational message all the more poignant. So it turns out you two got lost on your way here. I recall that your residence is not too distant from ours. How could you have strayed so far? Ningyu gazed at the two of them, her expression inexplicably tinged with a sense of bemusement. This was especially evident when Qi Qing'an was attempting to elucidate the reasons for their presence. Qi Qing'an felt a twinge of awkwardness, as both of them were rather unfamiliar with the area, which had led them to this spot. Observing Qi Qing'an's innocent yet embarrassed demeanor, Ningyu's gaze shifted to the disheveled Zhizhi, and she nearly succumbed to laughter. Yan Zhiji's current appearance was truly remarkable. With each encounter, Ningyu found her worldview being reshaped time and again. Just when she thought she had grasped the various eccentricities of her sister, another unexpected event would unfold, catching her completely off guard. A family of 3 passed by them, and the little boy, upon spotting Yan Zhizhi, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed to his father,
Daddy.
"A frog spirit." Both Qi Qing'an and Ningyu erupted in laughter. Yan Zhizhi retorted, "If it weren't for the fact that you're just a child, I would have given you a good whack." The boy's father, visibly embarrassed, hurriedly apologized while pulling his son away. "I'm so sorry, truly." The reaction of passers-by struck Yan Zhizhi like a bolt from the blue. Although she had no intention of maintaining an image, she had not anticipated looking so unappealing. Their laughter left her feeling utterly wronged. Since her descent into madness and carefree abandon, she had never experienced such humiliation. Qi Qing'an gently patted her head, took a deep breath to suppress his rising smile, and comforted her. "Pay no heed to that child's nonsense. You're merely a bit swollen. Once the swelling subsides, all will be well." Yan Zhizhi looked at Qi Qing'an with a face full of gratitude, thinking he was truly the best. Had she possessed her pre-fall visage, her expression of gratitude would have undoubtedly been quite moving. However, faced with her current frog-like appearance, Qi Qing'an struggled to contain his laughter, his back teeth clenched tightly, and his body quivering slightly. As a professional actor, he was typically adept at controlling his emotions, yet Yan Zhiji's current state had successfully unraveled his composure. "Oh my! I truly cannot bear to look at Yan Zhiji's face. I am on the verge of collapsing with laughter before my computer," someone remarked. "Her face expressing gratitude is simply beyond my capacity to accept. I must say, Qi Qing'an is truly impressive for not bursting into laughter," another commented. "Who says he hasn't laughed? If you look closely at his cheeks, you can see he's nearly biting through them, and his body is slightly trembling. All evidence of his struggle. Has anyone noticed Ningyu?" She tilted her head to the side, practically on the brink of hysterical laughter. "This is the first time I've seen her laugh like this. I thought she was a cold, aloof princess, but it seems she can also lose her composure." Yet another voice chimed in. "I apologize, Yan Zhizhi. Though your plight is unfortunate, you truly are hilarious. I have decided to cease criticizing you, for your face brings me such joy." Chapter 63. The Face on the Iron Pan. Regardless of their attempts to console her, Yan Zhizhi could still see their mischievous smiles, rising uncontrollably.
Ah.
The muddy door unexpectedly still bears a smile, even in such dire circumstances. Is there no trace of humanity left in the muddy door? When others mock her, she may feel a fleeting sadness. However, when those close to her jest, the pain is magnified exponentially. Tears streamed down Yan Zhiji's face as she pouted, and Ningyu could no longer contain herself upon witnessing this. "Please do not pout. Your lips are already swollen, and that expression only exacerbates the situation." She tilted her head back, striving for a deep breath, reminding herself that she ought not to laugh. For after all, she was ostensibly her sister, and as an elder sister, how could she find amusement in her sibling's plight? Qi Qing'an also turned away, attempting to steady his emotions. Yet when the two turned to face Yan Zhizhi again, all their efforts crumbled to dust.
Buffed.
"We truly cannot help it. Although you are indeed in a sorry state, you are also rather amusing at the moment." Ningyu rubbed her aching jaw and hurriedly donned Yan Zhiji's hat and mask, enabling her to converse normally without seeing her face. Qi Qing'an recalled that he had brought a first aid kit, stocked with various medications, including those for reducing swelling. Observing Yan Zhiji's devastation, the two of them each supported one of her arms and resolutely helped her to her feet. "I can walk myself." Yet her protestations fell on deaf ears. Ningyu gently patted her head. "For now, do refrain from speaking. Let us have a moment of quiet. You can hardly form a complete sentence." The two of them escorted Yan Zhizhi as if she were a prisoner, and she, sandwiched between them, appeared exceedingly small and helpless. Who would have thought Yan Zhizhi would ever find herself in such a predicament? She is usually the one driving others to despair. Chuchi must have a profound understanding of her capabilities. Yan Zhizhi, a werewolf, could inflict harm not only upon others but upon herself as well. This was entirely self-inflicted. It is rare for someone to fall and land upon their face, yet, in her case, she had directly met the basin with her visage. "Upstairs. You are rather cruel. What do you mean by landing face first into someone else's basin?" Clearly, she was attacking the basin. One could observe the iron basin on the ground, now indented in the precise shape of a face. Chuchi waited until the commotion outside had subsided before emerging, examining the peculiar basin on the ground. Who is so bored as to carve a face into this basin, and with such poor technique?
Uffed.
Now that is truly a heart-wrenching blow. Had Zhizhi overheard this, she would likely be infuriated. This remark is nothing short of brilliant. This is not sculpted. It is a genuine impact, and the other party has suffered significantly. At this moment, Ningyu and Qi Qing'an had successfully brought Zhizhi home. The first order of business upon arrival was to locate the first aid kit. Ningyu took a deep breath as she gazed at Zhizhi, then removed her hat and mask.
Uffed.
My apologies. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the impact was truly overwhelming. Zhizhi felt numb and rolled her eyes in silence, unwilling to utter a single word. There are some medicine here. I will go boil 2 eggs first, and later I will use them to massage. Qi Qing'an gathered all the necessary items and promptly went to boil the eggs. Ningyu carefully applied the medicine to Zhizhi, who grimaced in pain. What had initially felt numb suddenly became intensely painful under the pressure. Observing the contorted face grimacing before her, Ningyu instinctively took a small step back. Zhizhi looked at her quizzically, questioning her sudden retreat. Noticing the look in her eyes, Ningyu explained, "Just now, you looked as if you were about to devour me. With that face of yours resembling a frog spirit, your grimace made you look like a monster ready to feast." Zhizhi retorted, "I merely glanced at you. Was that truly so humiliating? Haha, sister is remarkable." A single blow to the heart. Honestly, that grimacing expression of Zhizhi was indeed quite frightening. How did the beauty of the entertainment industry become this way? She is still a beauty of the entertainment industry. With that face, she could dominate the scene effortlessly. At that moment, Qi Qing'an entered with 2 boiled eggs, and Ningyu gently massaged the swollen parts of Zhizhi's face with the eggs. After half an hour of this ordeal, it seemed the situation improved slightly. "You must not sleep on your stomach tonight. Remember to massage your face again in the morning." Ningyu expressed her genuine concern for her friend. Zhizhi nodded. "Rest assured, I will keep an eye on her," Qi Qing'an promised. However, despite his assurance, Ningyu remained somewhat uneasy. Had Zhizhi's bed not been so small, she would have preferred to stay the night. After seeing Zhizhi off, Qi Qing'an boiled another 2 eggs, intending to have her use them after her bath. "After a long day, you should hurry and wash up and rest. Perhaps the swelling will subside by tomorrow," he suggested. Zhizhi nodded. But as she gazed at her reflection during her bath, despair washed over her. She could only hope that the swelling would diminish by morning. Before she went to sleep, Qi Qing'an made a special visit to check on her. "Leave the door open while you sleep. That way, I can come in if anything happens." He was genuinely worried that she might sleepwalk and injure herself further. Given the state of her face, any additional injury would be incredibly unfortunate. Throughout the night, Qi Qing'an rose 3 or 4 times to check on her, though Zhizhi remained unusually calm in her sleep. The next morning, the first thing Zhizhi did upon waking was to look in the mirror. Seeing her bruised face, she let out a sigh of relief. Although her face bore various shades of blue and purple, the swelling had indeed subsided, and the previously swollen areas were not as pronounced. Compared to the frog spirit look from yesterday, today she at least resembled a human. Chapter 64. Water-soluble swimwear. In the morning, Qi Qing'an prepared 2 boiled eggs for her. Observing Zhizhi's bruised and swollen face, Qi Qing'an chuckled, remarking that she appeared to be much better than the previous day, no longer as terrifying. Zhizhi accepted the eggs from Qi Qing'an and quickly devoured them, asserting that she was indeed feeling much improved. Her appearance had merely seemed more severe yesterday. Watching the eggs disappear, Qi Qing'an fell silent for a moment before quietly clearing the eggshells from the table. It was fine. Consuming them was acceptable since her facial condition had improved significantly. Those eggs were presumably meant for a facial treatment, yet she consumed them without hesitation. Qi Qing'an's expression of exasperation was utterly amusing, especially when he proceeded to tidy up the eggshells, truly gentle and considerate. Qi Qing'an's character was genuinely commendable. He had risen 3 or 4 times during the night to check on Zhizhi. If I had been in such a predicament, my mother would have simply said, "You asked for it," and would not have worried about me at night. However, Zhizhi was remarkably carefree. If it had been an ordinary female celebrity who suffered such an incident, she would likely have made a scene and rushed to the hospital that very night. I remember someone who merely cut a finger and acted as if they had contracted a terminal illness. Several female celebrities tend to exaggerate minor injuries, making a grand spectacle out of them, even hiring paparazzi to capture the moment. In stark contrast to these celebrities, Zhizhi was a breath of fresh air. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi paused her chewing and earnestly gazed at Qi Qing'an, asking if she believed her face was suitable for a photograph. Qi Qing'an replied, It seems that it is indeed not very suitable. Nevertheless, it was acceptable to relax and have some fun, considering the rare opportunity. Today could be regarded as a paid vacation. Zhizhi relished this sentiment. Who wouldn't appreciate a paid day off? Since it was the last day, everyone planned to go out together for a stroll. Ningyu, fearing that the two of them might get lost, designated their doorstep as the meeting point. How cautious she was about us potentially losing our way. Our residence was probably the farthest, but we certainly weren't lost every single time, which slightly offended Zhizhi.
All right.
It is true that we often get lost. Zhizhi. Lu Ziheo's voice echoed from afar as he sprinted along the beach like a newly emerged Sun Wukong. Lu Qiqi followed him gracefully, albeit at a distance, perhaps feeling a tad embarrassed. As they approached, Lu Ziheo immediately noticed Zhiji's face and fell silent. After scrutinizing the two of them, he earnestly directed his attention to Qi Qing'an, inquiring, "Did you hit her?" He had never heard of Qi Qing'an having a propensity for violence, especially towards women. Qi Qing'an and Zhizhi exchanged incredulous glances. This imbecile. Qi Qing'an suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and replied with exasperation, "She collided with something yesterday. This person shows up and tarnishes my reputation, truly deserving of condemnation." Upon hearing that Zhizhi had crashed into herself, Lu Ziheo's face was filled with admiration. "You are truly remarkable. To be able to inflict such damage upon yourself. Indeed, the heart of the most venomous woman is as feared as they say. Is it appropriate to use the most venomous woman as heart in this context? Though it sounds peculiar, it seems fitting. The profundity of Chinese culture is truly vast. Lu Ziheo seems to be seeking trouble. His demeanor has drastically changed since appearing on this variety show. Where has the charming prince gone? How did my white moonlight transform into this? Time is a ruthless blade. Turning my white moonlight into a comedic figure is merely a matter of time. I sense that Zhizhi gazes at him with a murderous intent to utter the most venomous woman as heart in front of others. This person truly fears not death. His emotional intelligence appears alarmingly low. Regardless, one should not speak of others in such a manner. Even in jest, such words are excessive. Lu Qiqi approached and overheard the phrase "the most venomous woman as heart," delivering a sharp slap. "If you cannot speak properly, then remain silent. Who speaks like that?" Fortunately, the people here are relatively amiable. Had they encountered someone with a sharper mind, this fellow might not even realize how he met his demise. Zhizhi sighed, pondering how one like him could survive in the entertainment industry. In truth, most who thrive in that realm are astute, adept at conversing with both the mundane and the extraordinary. Lu Ziheo and Lu Qiqi are merely straightforward. They too compete fiercely for resources, yet they possess their own moral boundaries. Once Ningyu and Qiqi arrived, the group prepared to set off. "We haven't even enjoyed the beach properly. Let us explore the seaside today." Upon reaching the shore, the six of them were quite the sight, as they were all handsome men and beautiful women. Naturally, Zhizhi donned her Ultraman mask, primarily for sun protection, but it also concealed her injured face. "Chiga, Chu-Chi, how about a swimming race?" "I was on the swim team in high school," Lu Ziheo proclaimed, patting his chest with pride. "Chiga, do you have an extra pair of swim trunks and beach shorts?" "I forgot to bring mine." Qi Qing'an had no objections, and Chu-Chi also sought to show off her figure to gain fans. Strip. This is a treat for the audience. Well done, Lu Ziheo. The audience erupted with excitement, as such scenes were rare. Lu Qiqi acted as their referee. With her command, the three dashed forth, and to be fair, Lu Ziheo appeared quite capable. However, midway through the race, the expressions of Qi Qing'an and Lu Ziheo suddenly shifted, both exchanging complex glances. A drone captured their changing expressions.
Kia.
"Why are your swim trunks dissolving?" They practically vanished. At that moment, Mrs. Qi, watching the variety show, gazed at the swim trunks worn by her son and Lu Ziheo, lost in thought. Why do those look so familiar? Have I seen them somewhere before?
Ah.
Wasn't that purchased for his father? A small token meant to enhance the bond between spouses. Chapter 65. A Playful Bloom. Qi Qing'an currently wore an awkward expression, though his mood was slightly better than that of Lu Ziheo. I merely grabbed a few pairs of swim trunks from the wardrobe, never anticipating the ensuing chaos. The issue primarily arose from Madame Qi's failure to properly store the items she had acquired, leading the housekeeper to mistakenly believe they belonged to Qi Qing'an and subsequently placing them in his wardrobe. "What is the matter with you two? Have your legs cramped?" Lu Ziheo, fearing Qi Qing'an's approach, quickly waved his hands, saying, "It's nothing at all. Could you fetch us a couple of towels?" We've encountered a minor mishap. The three girls on the beach noticed the two of them standing motionless in the water and assumed something unfortunate had occurred. What are they doing just standing there? Could it be that they lack the strength to swim? Ningyu expressed her concern. Zhizhi, with a serious demeanor, gazed at the two figures in the water and decisively grabbed 2 flotation rings before heading into the sea. Zhizhi, it's truly perilous to attempt a rescue. One slip, and the drowning person could drag you down with them. Yet why do I feel that those two don't seem to be drowning? Despite their bobbing, they appear oddly calm, and their expressions are rather peculiar. Drowning individuals may not always struggle. One must exercise caution. I believe it's prudent to attempt a rescue. Zhizhi, now equipped with 2 flotation rings, swam over with surprising speed. Upon seeing her approach, Qi and Liu Zihao began to panic.
Hey.
Don't come over. Liu Zihao raised his hands, frantically waving, with Qi mirroring his gestures, his face reflecting tension. Zhizhi, observing their frantic movements, assumed they were genuinely drowning. Otherwise, why would they struggle so intensely? Do not worry. I will come to rescue you. Qi shouted. No need to rescue us. We're fine. However, the sea breeze carried their voices away, allowing them to hear Zhizhi, while she could not hear them. I increasingly feel that they do not resemble drowning individuals. Look at how tense they are. It doesn't appear to be a struggle. This doesn't look like a struggle at all. Liu Zihao's hands are almost a blur. Why is there no waterproof recording device? The inability to hear them is driving me mad. The onlookers could only witness the scene, unable to discern their words, merely observing their mouths moving. Let us flee quickly. Otherwise, this will be a tremendous embarrassment. Liu Zihao felt utterly overwhelmed, surrounded by people and in the nude. He was at a loss for what to do. Qi, equally helpless, nodded firmly. Let us go. After reaching an agreement, the two individuals immediately swam forward with a speed that seemed as if they were equipped with motors. They dared not expose their bodies, opting instead to submerge themselves in the water, lest they be embarrassed. Fortunately, the color of the sea was relatively deep. Otherwise, they would have truly suffered a considerable humiliation. Observing the two who appeared to be propelled by engines, Zhizhi was momentarily stunned. Were they not in distress? How could they continue to swim deeper? The rescuers were equally perplexed, questioning whether their assistance was necessary, as the swimmer's skill and speed did not resemble those of individuals in peril. What on earth are they doing? Why such peculiar behavior? I truly do not comprehend. I am utterly bewildered. Zhizhi's expression seemed to be adorned with question marks, rendering the scene somewhat amusing. An unexpected incident? What kind of mishap would require a towel? At that moment, Mrs. Qi, watching from her screen, was nearly in fits of laughter, capturing several amusing expressions of her son. Oh dear, how delightful. I never anticipated that mistaking swim trunks could lead to such a grand joke. I am eager to witness his embarrassment. Behold, these were the words of a loving mother. Mrs. Qi tossed her hair nonchalantly and remarked, I placed them properly. They were on the sofa all along. Well then, some matters were beyond her comprehension, and her son could only accept his misfortune. Qi and Liu Zihao gazed with hope as Chu approached them. The way they stared sent shivers down her spine. Surely, they weren't possessed? Just place the towel on the water surface, and we shall retrieve it ourselves. What a jest! She could not allow them to approach her. With a puzzled nod, she set the towel on the water's surface and swam away. This was a fresh, unopened disposable towel, capable of floating. Once she was a distance away, the two swiftly seized the towel. This must be the work of my mother. Perhaps my father's belongings were inadvertently placed in my wardrobe. How could they engage in such antics? Is this not a trap for their son? Chapter 66. Look how joyfully this tire rolls. Upon reaching the shore, they wrapped their lower bodies tightly. Liu Zihao and Qi displayed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. No need for concern. Nothing significant occurred, merely some personal matters. Personal matters? The audience's imaginations began to run wild. Could it be that a fish bit them? I was bitten by one when I was by the sea. As a man, the area affected was rather awkward, but fortunately, it wasn't a severe bite.
Ha ha ha, you truly dare to say that.
Why does it seem like there might be some truth to that? Look at their expressions. Their awkwardness does not appear feigned. And the way they are wrapped suggests something is amiss below. Strip them of their towels. Which sister will take action? You bunch of lecherous individuals. Exercise a bit of restraint. Zhizhi was now drenched, and the Ultraman mask she wore had become swollen due to water ingress, rendering her face an odd sight. In her haste, she had neglected to remove the mask earlier. Are you both all right? Should we call a doctor to take a look? Zhiji's voice suddenly emerged from behind them, startling Lu Zihao as he turned around.
Oh my.
Could you please refrain from tarnishing the image of my idol? Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against him? Zhiji tilted her head at him, then pressed a hand against the swollen area of her face, causing the water inside to escape. The scene appeared rather bizarre, as the mask featured only 3 holes, and the water could only trickle out through these openings. Lu Zihao exclaimed, "Ultraman is oozing pus." Unbelievable. The sight of Ultraman leaking pus is both grotesque and uncanny. My childhood idol has become a shadow of itself. If Ultraman truly existed, he would undoubtedly be the plaintiff. This girl has inflicted significant damage on his image. Zhiji possesses an inherent comedic charm in all her actions. I originally regarded her as a rival fan, yet now I find it impossible to maintain that stance. I fear she might quit the scene in frustration, leaving me without any amusement. After all, safety was paramount, and any mishap was a burden none could bear. Qi Qing'an silently tidied up his belongings, observing Zhiji's chaotic antics in the room, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. "Hurry and pack your things, otherwise, we may not have enough time in the morning," he urged. Zhiji swiftly yanked her suitcase out and began stuffing her items haphazardly inside, as long as they fit. Qi Qing'an frowned at her method. "Aren't you going to fold your clothes?" Zhiji looked up at him and replied matter-of-factly, "Why fold? When I arrived, I had to pack neatly because there was not enough space. Now that I have far fewer items as long as they fit, that's sufficient." A profound statement. I, too, dislike folding unless there is an overwhelming amount of items. I see a reflection of myself in Zhiji. Qi Qing'an's expression is utterly amusing, a mix of confusion and astonishment. However, he indeed organizes his suitcase meticulously, perhaps showcasing a hint of obsessive cleanliness. Qi Qing'an contemplated assisting Zhiji with her disorganized belongings, but ultimately deemed it inappropriate. Never mind, let her handle it as she wishes. It's not a significant matter, and there is no need to impose my standards on others. The following morning, they gathered and boarded a minibus, the very same one they had arrived in. As they traveled midway, the vehicle jolted and suddenly came to a halt. Zhiji, seated by the window, watched in disbelief as a tire rolled away on its own.
Goodness.
This vehicle is impressive. Its tire has truly detached. Look how merrily it rolls away. Everyone followed Zhiji's finger and indeed saw a tire rolling swiftly on its side, exuding an air of joy. The crowd murmured, "This tire seems almost sentient. I can actually discern its emotions." I knew this episode wouldn't conclude so easily. Just as we were nearing the end, this happened. Unbelievable. Zhiji appears to genuinely admire it, but why would she hold a tire in such esteem? What's wrong with you? Shouldn't you have warned us about the tire rolling away? Now look, we're all affected. You're the one with issues. How could you predict it in advance? Clearly, she only noticed the tire after it rolled out. People like you probably can't find a sense of superiority in reality, so you come online to show off. Truly ridiculous. Apologies, everyone, but our vehicle has encountered an unexpected issue. Please switch to another car, the staff member said, his expression awkward, as he hadn't anticipated such an incident. Upon arriving at the airport, they were about to part ways. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi had other engagements and would fly directly to their work location. Thus, only Zhiji and Ningyu were traveling together. Though exhausted over the past few days, they had genuinely enjoyed themselves. Let us add each other as friends. We can keep in touch more often, Zhiji suggested, revealing the QR code on her phone. The group fell into contemplation, pondering whether to scan it or not. Ningyu silently pressed her hand to her forehead, thinking, what a peculiar person. Hurry and scan it. If you don't want to skin mine, I can skin yours. Zhiji remained blissfully unaware that she had erred. Chapter 67. Beneath the bed gazing at the shiny QR code, and then at Zhiji's expectant eyes. Ningyu couldn't bear to see this naive girl make a fool of herself. You've displayed the wrong code. Are you implying that to befriend you, we must pay first?
Ha!
This is more than a sisterly bond. The words truly pierce the heart. Zhiji quickly checked her phone. Oh no! How did I reveal the payment code? I'm so sorry, I clicked the wrong one. This is the correct QR code. The 6 soon added each other as friends. And Zhiji promptly created a group chat, appointing herself as the group admin, observing her profile picture of an exquisite white lotus. The group was once again at a loss for words, questioning her taste. Chuchi wished he could slap the version of himself from days prior. Why had he engaged in a prolonged battle with someone so eccentric? The losses were substantial. Once on the plane, Zhiji immediately fell asleep, remaining in slumber until they landed. Ningyu genuinely worried that with her personality, she might unknowingly be taken advantage of. However, times had changed. Having witnessed the capricious nature of society over the years, Ningyu understood that despite Zhiji's innocence, she was still just a young girl, and there were indeed circumstances she could not navigate. Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively, stating that she was quite accustomed to living alone and could be reached by phone if anything arose. She reassured them that no one dared to bully her in the outside world. The safety of her residence was quite high, as it was located in an affluent neighborhood with stringent regulations. Shortly thereafter, a transfer notification appeared on Zhiji's phone, a sum of 500,000. She was reminded to exercise caution while living alone and to spend wisely where necessary. Upon seeing the amount, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Thank you, sister. This 500,000 feels like a windfall." She never anticipated that her sister would send her money and advise her not to be frugal. Did this signify that she and Ningyu had truly established a good rapport? From now on, they would not fall into discord. Upon returning to her residence, Zhizhi powered off her phone, severing all connections to the outside world. After a refreshing shower, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Two individuals who were navigationally challenged together could only lead to doubled misadventures. It was said that this young girl often sleepwalked, with no recollection of it the following day. The psychologist meticulously inquired about Zhiji's situation, and Qi Qing'an recounted everything he knew. Her condition appeared to be rather serious, and it was suggested that she come in for an examination the next day. Qi Qing'an attempted to call Zhizhi, but regardless of how many times he dialed, the line remained unreachable. Text messages went unanswered, and when he sought out Ningyu, he discovered she too was unable to connect with her. This caused both of them a modicum of alarm. Could something truly have happened to her? "Mom and Dad, where are Zhiji's 2 houses? I can't get through to her. And I'm beginning to worry." Ningyu's tone was tinged with urgency. Hearing that Zhizhi was uncontactable, her parents grew concerned as well. "Let us go. I'll drive you there. Your father personally selected these properties." Upon arriving at Zhiji's home, they found her still in a deep slumber, having rolled off the bed and onto the floor. "This is the place. Quickly, open the door." Ningyu immediately called 119. As the firefighters forced the door open, Zhizhi remained lost in her dreams, where thunder rumbled ominously. Once the door was breached, the Ning family rushed inside, searching every corner.
Zhizhi.
Due to the limited number of homeowners in this affluent area, the security personnel were well acquainted with each resident. A firefighter inquired, "Is there anyone else we can contact for her?" A missing person is no trivial matter, especially when access is restricted. They had seen her on a variety show. The girl was both beautiful and engaging. If she truly was missing, the consequences might be dire. As Zhizhi lay beneath the bed, she furrowed her brow and groggily opened her eyes, disturbed by the commotion. "Why is it so noisy? Why does it feel like there are so many people in my home? Isn't this supposed to be my sanctuary?" Ningyu stood by the bed, and as she caught sight of a pair of feet, Zhizhi instinctively reached out to grasp them.
Ah!
Ningyu was startled, springing up from the ground, exclaiming, "What is grabbing my foot?" Everyone's gaze shifted to the space beneath the bed, where Zhizhi slowly emerged, her hair a disheveled mess, resembling a ghostly figure. "Who are you? Why are there so many people in my house?" Zhizhi lifted her head in a daze, still appearing half asleep. The crowd exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. You managed to sleep yourself all the way down there." Ningyu was nearly driven to laughter by her exasperation. "What is wrong with you? You didn't answer my calls. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Zhizhi replied, "Huh? Did you call me? My phone was turned off." The firefighters were left speechless. How deeply must one be asleep to have turned off their phone before sleeping, provoking such concern from others? They implored her, "You must ensure your communication is always open, especially as a young woman living alone. It could be quite dangerous if we can't reach you." Zhizhi nodded obediently, appearing exceedingly compliant. Chapter 68. If you can't beat them, join them. "I absolutely disagree with you living alone," Ningyu declared. "Are you trying to court disaster? Look at your home. It resembles a pigsty. Don't you ever clean up?" Ningyu tugged at her collar, while Zhizhi clung desperately to the doorframe. Ning and Ning's parents watched in bewilderment. Had their daughter's relationship grown this close? They felt a sense of relief at the harmony between their daughters, fearing only disputes. Zhizhi even exerted her toes to push Ning's father's hand away, his expression a mix of confusion and complexity as he observed the wriggling toes on his hand. The three of them struggled to pry Zhizhi away from the doorframe, and her expression twisted in frustration. Despite their combined efforts, they could not budge her. Panting, Zhizhi clung to the doorframe, while the Ning family was equally exhausted. Eventually, both sides conceded. Zhizhi could live alone but must keep her phone on at all times, calling home daily to report her safety and notify them in advance if any issues arose. To secure her independence, Zhizhi agreed to these terms. As she left, Ningyu cautioned her once more, and Zhizhi nodded in resignation, acknowledging her sister's concern. No sooner had the Ning family departed than Qi Qing'an's call came through. "Hello?" Zhizhi answered wearily. Qi Qing'an expressed his genuine concern. "I was worried sick. Why couldn't I reach you? What have you been up to?" Zhizhi, not wishing to delve into the details, replied, "Nothing much. My phone accidentally turned off. Do you need something?" Qi Qing'an responded, "I mentioned introducing you to a psychologist, and I've arranged an appointment. I'll send you the contact details shortly. You should see them tomorrow." Surprised that he had truly taken this matter to heart, Zhizhi replied gratefully, "Thank you so much. If I manage to overcome my sleepwalking, I'll definitely treat you to a meal." Qi Qing'an was amused by her words. "So, you don't plan to invite me for a meal until you cure your sleepwalking? Is that so? Then it would indeed be my honor." Qi Qing'an had originally intended to tease her. Zhizhi glanced at the contact information for the psychologist that had been sent to her and let out a sigh. Meanwhile, her manager, Pei Ku, was quite busy as numerous work opportunities had come in, yet this little troublemaker had no desire to engage in any of it. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma, unable to decline or accept these offers. However, there was a haunted house adventure variety show that seemed promising. This show was initiated by a director who had set his sights on Zhizhi, strategically timing his approach to recruit her. The recording for this variety show was brief, lasting only 2 days, so he encouraged her to give it a try, offering a decent remuneration. The director persisted in his persuasion, placing Pei Ku in a genuinely challenging position. "It's not merely about payment. The main issue is that our artist lacks ambition. I had to beg her to participate in this live broadcast variety show." The director, encountering such an artist for the first time, was determined to convince her to join. "Let me speak with her personally. I will persuade her myself." Pei Ku eagerly awaited this assurance. When Zhizhi received the director's call, she was utterly bewildered. Wasn't she on the verge of withdrawing from the industry, and now work was suddenly coming her way? "I understand you wish to semi-retire, but participating in our show won't put you at a disadvantage. Just spare some time to record. Even if you're considering semi-retirement, you could earn some money beforehand." The director's words struck a chord with Zhizhi. After some contemplation, she asked, "This variety show shouldn't be too arduous, right?" The director replied, "Not at all. It's all indoors. It does require a strong psychological endurance, but I believe you possess that quality, making it relatively simple for you." Simple indeed. Merely her performance during live broadcasts was enough to terrify others, making it odd for anyone to frighten her. "All right then, I agree." The following day, Zhizhi visited the psychologist and underwent a series of treatments, which felt quite beneficial. On the third day, she was set to record the horror-themed variety show, where she would undoubtedly be the one getting scared, yet she had prepared herself in advance. The staff handed her a task card, instructing her to locate her trapped companions. There were 3 individuals in total, and her mission was to find all of them and safely bring them out. At this moment, the audience was nearly ecstatic to see Zhizhi. Her past performances in horror had lingered in their minds, and they were astonished that she had indeed come to participate in this horror variety show. "Isn't she like a fish in water here? I feel a bit of sympathy for those within." The audience held great confidence in Zhizhi, including herself. "Isn't it just finding people in a haunted house? A piece of cake." Yet, once she entered, she quickly realized that the situation was far from simple. This haunted house was far more realistic than the one at the amusement park she had encountered previously. Zhizhi swallowed hard, summoning her courage to advance. Before long, the chilling sounds of roars echoed from within, reminiscent of zombies. The ground was smeared with blood, exuding a nauseating stench. After a moment of silence, she decisively retrieved a blood pack from her pocket, applying it to her face until her visage became utterly unrecognizable. Her accompanying cameraman remarked, "If you can't beat them, join them, right?" What a fierce individual. Chapter 69. The Unfortunate One. Once she had finished her transformation, she flashed a smile at the camera, perhaps feeling that her current appearance lacked the required horror. She then raked her hair forward. The outfit she wore was far too pristine, but fortunately, she had armor beneath. Upon shedding her outer garments, she revealed a tattered, blood-soaked shirt. The cameraman was left speechless. Her current appearance was more ghastly than that of a vengeful spirit. After adjusting her attire, she strode forward with an eerie gait, her roaring cries surpassing that of the zombies within. The viewers in the live stream commented, "Is she the one being impacted, or are the zombies the ones feeling the shock? She doesn't deserve this. I wonder how her 3 companions waiting for rescue will react upon seeing her like this." The director, watching the footage, struggled to contain his laughter. She truly defied expectations, just as he had anticipated. Zhizhi seamlessly blended into the horde of zombies, boldly wandering about in search of clues. The cameraman could not enter, as the area was filled with cameras capturing her every move. Suddenly, the zombie horde fell silent. The overseer sensed something amiss. "Wait. We only have 9 people. Why is there an extra?" Zhizhi froze, panic gripping her. "Oh no, this is a Waterloo moment. She is likely to be discovered. I doubt things will end so simply." Zhizhi's antics rarely conclude in a conventional manner. This overseer is quite diligent, constantly monitoring the head count. After several counts, the overseer confirmed there was indeed an extra presence. He pulled out a list and began calling names. Each time a name was read, that person stepped forward until everyone had gathered. Zhizhi found herself isolated on the other side.
Who are you?
"Where did you come from?" the overseer questioned sternly.
Suddenly,
Zhizhi dropped to the ground, her limbs splayed out, and then abruptly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with malevolence and a strange smile adorning her face. "I emerged from right here. Were you having fun at my place?" Her voice was shrill and ethereal, laced with pure malice. The crowd gasped in horror as Zhizhi darted towards them on all fours, sending them into a panic. "Aha!" The anguished screams reverberated throughout the entire space, prompting everyone to scatter in panic. Zhizhi crawled at an astonishing speed, while those pursuing him stumbled and tumbled. The 3 individuals confined within the small room felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing those horrific cries. Could it truly be that terrifying? Though they had become regulars here, they had never encountered such piercing wails before. These cries seemed as if they had genuinely encountered a specter. The previous guests had merely expressed fear through terrified screams, never this hauntingly sorrowful. However, they were mistaken this time. The source of the screams was not a guest, but rather those who felt they had genuinely encountered a ghost. "Director, there's a problem. Something has happened. Is there an issue with this place you brought us to? The owners have come for us. There truly is a ghost here." The person in charge clutched the walkie-talkie, nearly in tears. He was merely a worker, unwilling to relinquish his life in such a manner. "Hold your ground for now. Our team cannot reach you just yet. We have dispatched someone to find a master to assist you."
just hold on.
Suddenly, the individual in charge felt a grip around his ankle. Hesitantly, he glanced down to see Zhizhi smiling at him.
No.
"I won't do it anymore. I'm not the one invading your home. It's the director. I can give you his name and birth date. Will you seek revenge on him instead? Are you serious? Where are your manners?"
Ha ha ha.
Poor guy. This worker is truly in a dire situation. Zhizhi is remarkably formidable. If there's an issue, go find the boss and provide him with his birth details. Truly, this is the life of a worker. I'm curious how the director feels upon hearing this. Zhizhi convulsed briefly before springing upright, causing the person in charge's expression to change drastically. "Please, don't come any closer. I'm on the verge of losing control. Is it truly possible that he might wet himself?" His expression suggests he might be serious. Had he known, he would have refrained from dating. Otherwise, he could have relied on youthful urine. This remark nearly caused Zhizhi to break character. The staff behind the screen were nearly in stitches.
Goodness.
Even if you didn't have a girlfriend, your urine wouldn't be youthful. If she were present, she would likely be even more frightened. For now, she merely found it amusing, so amusing that even youthful urine was mentioned, highlighting his terror. Zhizhi realized he could not exclusively terrify this individual. After all, fairness must prevail. "I can spare you. I'll keep you for last. Once I've dealt with the others, I shall return for you." With a casual scratch of his face, the person in charge was left with goosebumps. He was utterly at a loss for tears. "Well, I suppose I truly thank you." Zhizhi flashed a bloody smile. "No need for thanks." With that, he departed. Watching Zhizhi's figure fade into the distance, the man wasted no time and began to run. Surely, once outside, he would be safe. As the anguished screams outside grew increasingly harrowing and desperate, the 3 individuals confined within the small room felt a mounting sense of unease. Why did I suddenly harbor a foreboding premonition? What could possibly be transpiring out there? Wasn't it said that only one guest, a girl, had arrived? The cacophony of screams certainly did not resemble the cries of a solitary soul. Just as their confusion deepened, the door was abruptly flung open, and a figure adorned with a ghastly zombie-like visage burst into the room. Quick, flee. This place is cursed. Chapter 70. The director's destiny revealed. The trio remained perplexed, glancing back momentarily before hastily securing the door once more. This place is truly haunted. She has blended into our ranks, and it is clear that this locale is tainted. You must escape for your lives. Ha ha ha, look at how terrified they are. It's simply remarkable. Today's events will likely haunt them for a lifetime. It seems Zhizhi is indeed approaching. Stop chatting and make haste. Why do I feel so anxious just watching them? My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest. Upon hearing the ominous words, the trio turned pale. Are you serious? Is there truly something amiss here? You can't be deceiving us, can you? Tears welled in their eyes. Do I appear to be lying? Regardless, we must escape. Our lives are at stake. Suddenly, a sharp, eerie voice echoed from outside. Where are you? Come out. At the sound of this voice, the 4 individuals inside the room turned ashen, overwhelmed with dread. It's over. I'm going to perish here. I haven't even lived enough yet. I merely came to work, and now this. One of the guests quickly covered his mouth. If you wish to live, don't make a sound. The other 2 hastily dragged him deeper into the room and barricaded the door. As Zhizhi traversed the area, she struck fear into the hearts of all she encountered, moving through the space with an unsettling ease. Upon reaching the end, she discovered a small room. Pushing against the door, she found it immovable. The doors in this place were generally pushable. If this one resisted, it surely held a clue. A smile crept across Zhizhi's face. She had gathered one piece of evidence, and with 3, she would uncover the whereabouts of her 3 companions. If the door was locked, she would simply break it down. The 4 individuals inside trembled at the sound of the door being battered, their faces drained of color. What do we do now? What are our options? Shall we charge out and confront her? With 4 strong men, we should be able to overpower her. The 4 exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Don't rush out. If you do, you'll be walking into your doom. Very well, let us embrace the challenge. May the bravest prevail. One man flung open the door, and Zhizhi collided with him, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. It appears that there are people inside. Zhizhi lifted her head, and among the 4 individuals, one was distinctly recognizable, while the other 3, dressed impeccably, were presumably companions. Upon witnessing Zhizhi's formidable presence, all were struck with trepidation. Sister, please spare our lives. We bear no enmity towards you. If you were to take our lives, you would be burdened with a grave sin, one that would surely lead to condemnation in the afterlife. The director interjected, Are you all not a bit deranged? Each of you is quick to shift the blame onto me. As the conversation unfolded, the 4 men suddenly knelt, causing Zhizhi to instinctively take a step back. Observing these 4 grown men weeping copiously, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed she had indeed frightened them excessively. Noticing her silence, they exchanged furtive glances, and with a sudden burst of adrenaline, they dashed towards the exit. Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had been deceived.
Run, run, run.
They urged, racing forward with a fervor akin to a life-or-death sprint. They quickly rejoined other fleeing individuals, all equally terrified and frantic. Why on earth did they design this course to be so lengthy? This haunted house was enormous, with a straight-line distance of 3,000 meters from the entrance to the exit. Moreover, navigating through its convoluted passages made a direct path impossible. It feels as though we are in a grand escape, Zhizhi mused. If only those ahead would hasten their pace. The plight of her companions was palpable. It was likely their first encounter with such a harrowing ordeal. The events of that day would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on their psyche, perhaps rendering them too fearful to ever visit a haunted house again. Zhizhi, unimpeded, soon caught up with them. Some ahead were sprinting swiftly while others lagged, the slower ones inadvertently hindering progress. Here she comes. Run faster, they urged. Despite their frantic pace, those in front struggled to keep up, concerned about a potential stampede. Zhizhi deliberately slowed her pace, reasoning that as long as her companions were inside, it sufficed for them to escape in their own right. After a harrowing 20 minutes, they finally reached the exit. Upon glimpsing the sunlight, all felt a surge of hope. They began to sprint with renewed vigor. It is remarkable how the instinct for survival can push one beyond their limits. Bathed in sunlight, their expressions reflected the relief of having narrowly escaped doom. Surely that ghost cannot follow us into the daylight, they thought. The ordeal had left a lasting shadow on their lives. and they resolved never to venture outdoors after dark again. They would need to sleep with the lights on and require company even for a trip to the restroom. "Oh no! I forgot I live alone," one lamented, yearning for the comfort of family. Overwhelmed by emotion, they clutched their heads, weeping uncontrollably, while the three guests were still visibly shaken. Suddenly, they remembered someone else. Wasn't there supposed to be a female guest joining us? Have we forgotten her? Suddenly, everyone fell silent, as if they had indeed forgotten about the new guest. Could it be that she is still inside? Oh no! If she is still there, it would truly be a disaster. What should we do? Perhaps we should call the police. After all, such a significant incident should be handled by the authorities. Do you think the police would believe us if we reported encountering a real ghost in a haunted house? They would probably think we are deranged. I believe we ought to consult an expert. Such matters should be left to professionals. As they engaged in their animated discussion, Zhizhi emerged. Observing her nonchalantly stepping into the sunlight, everyone stood in shock. At that moment, Zhizhi tossed her hair back and wiped her face with a soiled cloth. Greeting them with, "Hello everyone, I am the new guest, Zhizhi." Chapter 71. Detained by security, the group continued to stare at her in disbelief. And after a few seconds, they erupted into tears. "What are you doing? We invited you to be a guest, not to act like a ghost. We may pretend to be ghosts, but you are genuinely not human." One lamented, "I will never do this again. This is simply inhumane. It is one thing to be assaulted by tourists, but now to be frightened as well? I have lost all dignity. Haha, they really do look miserable. But it's also quite amusing. Please don't quit. You all play the ghost role rather well. It's just that you encountered Zhizhi, who cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Zhizhi's impact is truly escalating. Just look at these burly men, all reduced to tears." Zhizhi observed the weeping men, unsure of how to respond. "Oh, dear. Please don't cry. If you cry, I want to know what to do. I have never comforted a man before." Her flustered demeanor was utterly hilarious, revealing her utter lack of experience. One of the men wiped his tears and, through sobs, declared, "We don't believe you. You clearly lack any semblance of character." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi laughed. "Hey, you seem to know me quite well." The crowd responded, "You lack character and yet invoke it in your vows. Are you merely jesting with us? Indeed, you truly lack character. Zhizhi's self-awareness is quite impressive. With a visage so refined, yet you are akin to a glutinous rice ball filled with white sesame paste." Hey, that description is rather apt. Is she not exactly a glutinous rice ball filled with white sesame paste? Since you are unwilling, I shall consider this task as my victory. My mission was to find my companions and bring them out. Though they were frightened, they have emerged, have they not? The three companions expressed their gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you to your entire family." They exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Did this count as a success? Why weren't they coming over? They truly found it difficult to handle her. This is not for us to decide. It must be validated by the director. We should wait for the director to arrive before making any judgments. The overall leader rose from the ground, having been the most terrified among them, especially as he had faced threats. The mere recollection of his performance inside made him wish to bury himself alive. He wondered if his girlfriend had seen the live broadcast. If she had, his fate would indeed be sealed. How could he have been so frightened that he nearly wet himself? His mind must truly be adrift. When the director arrived, the group immediately split into two factions, with Zhizhi standing on one side, while the others, including her three companions, positioned themselves on the opposite side. This clearly illustrated the immense shadow she had cast over them. "Director, I have fulfilled all your requirements. I should be deemed to have completed my task," Zhizhi remarked, placing a hand on her stomach, for she was quite famished after all the commotion. The director appeared radiant, for although this live broadcast was significantly shorter than previous ones, its impact was remarkable. It had trended twice, genuinely breaking into the mainstream, attracting numerous viewers specifically drawn to Zhizhi. "You may consider it complete, but your methods are rather unorthodox," the director mused, plotting his next move. "Isn't our variety show entertaining? Not only do we have air conditioning, but the staff also seem particularly harmonious," he added, resembling a cunning wolf. The staff retorted, "Which eye of yours sees us as harmonious? We were merely escaping together." It seems the director has set his sights on Zhizhi. It would be odd if he didn't. After all, this is a horror-themed variety show. Regardless of appearances, whether as a guest or otherwise, the director stands to gain, while those opposed to Zhizhi or other guests may find themselves in dire straits. Otherwise, why not participate in both, since one should seize the opportunity to earn? Zhizhi, understanding the director's intentions, interrupted, Director, you need not elaborate further. I've said I would only come for one episode, so please seek other guests. I can hardly manage what I have on my plate now, and after a couple of days of rest, I must participate in something else. Dear friends, I truly enjoyed my time here. Thank you for your hospitality, and I hope to see you again in the future. She bowed to the audience before departing. Her exit was so swift and decisive that the others were momentarily taken aback. Is it over?
Just like that?
I haven't even processed it yet. Many now admire Zhizhi, with some fans even waiting at her workplace, only to discover that she had no engagements aside from the ongoing recording of the variety show. This left her fans anxious, fearing that once she finished the show, she might vanish without a trace. Her demeanor suggested that she might not return to the entertainment industry the next day, which was genuinely alarming. Yet, despite the audience's attempts to dissuade her, Zhizhi still departed. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she was stopped. Miss, please come with me. The security guard respectfully ushered her into the booth, promptly locking the door behind her with a click. Quick, call the police. This person is covered in blood. Could they possibly be a murderer? Hurry. Upon hearing the guard's anxious words, Zhizhi wondered if she truly looked that disheveled. Chapter 72. A good woman does not engage in fights with other women. Observing the guard's intent to contact the authorities, Zhizhi felt a pang of panic.
No, sir.
I assure you, I am not a murderer. My parents and sister are property owners here, and I got this outfit dirty after performing in the haunted house. In reality, her clothes were not dirty at all. She had simply refrained from changing out of fear of soiling her attire. There was no place to wash up, after all, as they had never anticipated that a guest would end up in such a state. To avoid alarming others, she had worn a mask all the way here, and people had merely glanced at her, perhaps assuming she was a performance artist. She had only removed her mask momentarily, not expecting to be misunderstood by the guard. The security guard eyed her warily. Don't try to deceive me. Murderers typically do not admit to their crimes. It seemed he was not well versed in entertainment and might be new, thus failing to recognize Zhizhi's face. Terrified that he would indeed call the police, she considered the absurdity of being arrested. If you don't believe me, I can contact my family. Just wait a moment. Let me make a call. Ningyu and her parents were at home waiting for her. Hadn't she said she was at the entrance? Why hadn't she come in yet? Ningyu's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was Zhizhi, she quickly answered, preparing to inquire about the situation when a frantic voice came through. Sister, hurry to the entrance and pick me up. This security guard thinks I'm a murderer.
Ningyue.
Ninx parents. What have you been doing outside? Ningyu was utterly speechless. Just wait. I'll come get you. After hanging up, Ningyu grabbed her phone and headed out. But her father quickly stopped her. What was that about? I didn't catch the rest. How could they think you're a murderer? Surely, she hasn't done anything wrong. Ning's parents, chastised by their daughter, dared not utter a word. Although Zhizhi had once been somewhat arrogant, she had never behaved so ridiculously. As Ningyu approached, she found Zhizhi still arguing with the guard. Zhizhi immediately fell silent. Admittedly, she had made a mistake. She simply hadn't wanted to wash her clothes and should have changed. Had she known this would happen, she would have certainly swapped outfits. What are you still doing? Hurry and come out. Once the guard realized Zhizhi was not a murderer, he relaxed. Observing the two sisters, he even took a photo and posted it online, captioning it, no matter how old they are, the sister always dominates the younger one. Once this incident was shared online, it rapidly gained popularity, with many viewers of the variety show recognizing these two individuals. The sight of them being led away, much like one would carry a small dog, evoked a sense of surprise. Who would have thought that Zhizhi could display such vulnerability? The affection they shared was palpable. It was baffling that some online claimed their sisterly bond was strained, leaving one utterly speechless. Their interactions mirrored those I shared with my sister, where I often found myself in a subordinate position. The security guard, upon reading the comments beneath his photograph, was utterly delighted. It was the first time he had encountered such a flurry of reactions. He recounted the events in meticulous detail, resulting in a cascade of laughter in the comments. My goodness, to be mistaken for a murderer. Fortunately, this gentleman's method of reporting was somewhat delayed. Otherwise, Ningyu would have had to rush to the police station to bail me out. Were this incident to have befallen someone else, I might have been taken aback. Yet, with Zhizhi at the center of it, I found it strangely normal. It was evident that her elder sister was quite irate. As her demeanor clearly indicated her displeasure, she had taken charge and led the individual away. If I were in her position, I too would be furious. If my sister were to suddenly call me, claiming she was being held as a murderer, I would be utterly distraught. Honestly, Imagining having a sister like that could easily subtract a decade from my life. Zhizhi wiped her face, incredulous that anyone would dare strike her. After all, she was merely participating in a thrilling variety show, leaving all the others terrified. This outfit is my armor, she insisted. Ningyu scoffed. Indeed, it is your armor. Had I arrived a moment later, this ensemble could have been misconstrued as evidence of your guilt. Zhizhi retorted, as long as I am innocent, even if I were to end up at the police station, I would remain blameless. At most, I would be the subject of an online farce. And I am not one to shy away from being the butt of a joke. Suddenly, Ning's father interjected quietly. The joke has indeed materialized. You two sisters have made it to trending topics. Zhizhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could her mouth be so swift? Observing the trending photo, it was clear that the security guard had been the one to post it, and she could only wonder why he captured her in such an unflattering manner. Sister, why did you have to drag me away? My reputation is in tatters. Ningyu promptly stuffed an apple into her mouth. Did you not claim to be unbothered by embarrassment or ridicule? Why then concern yourself with appearances? Hurry and change your clothes. My eyes are pained just looking at you. Zhizhi ascended the stairs in silence, adhering to the principle that a lady should not engage in conflict with another woman. Ning's father and Ning's mother sat nearby. Unable to interject a single word, the dynamics of authority in their household had evidently shifted. Chapter 73. Little rascal, I shall deal with you upon your return. Upon returning to the room once occupied by the original host, Zhizhi felt a flicker of familiarity. Although she had spent several nights in this room upon her arrival, she had not experienced this sensation before. Zhizhi gestured, having already decided what to bring along for her next excursion. The second destination was a quaint mountain village, reputed to be somewhat remote, thus necessitating adequate preparations against mosquitoes and other pests. That night, Zhizhi settled in here, but in the dead of night, she experienced a most peculiar dream. In her dream, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her lived through all the tribulations of the original narrative, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. Zhizhi felt that the girl in her dream must be the original host, and she was filled with curiosity about the whereabouts of the original owner of this body. You must have been perplexed about why you have traversed into this realm, for you are me, and I am you. We are, in essence, one and the same. Suddenly, the girl from within appeared before her. Her expression devoid of the previous frantic hysteria, instead exuding a gentle warmth. Zhizhi found it hard to believe. She was a living, breathing individual in the real world. How could she possibly be a character from a novel? The original host, aware of her disbelief, stated, whether you believe it or not, we are one. I am the fragmented part of you, and you are the complete version of me. My incompleteness has transformed me into the visage you just witnessed. The shock in Zhizhi's heart was beyond words. She was indeed a character. Then you must tell me why I possess no memories of this place. All my recollections are from the real world. The original host smiled softly and replied, because a single world cannot harbor two Zhizhis. Thus, I have stepped back, allowing you to arrive here and alter our fate. My time has come, and I must depart. Do not feel guilty. This body was always meant to be yours. You understand that there are many worlds, do you not? I have merely transitioned to another realm to live as Zhizhi, where I can truly be myself, complete with my own personality, and in that world, I am quite content. Upon finishing her words, the original host vanished with a smile, leaving Zhizhi in a state of shock.
What?
You brought me here, without my consent. You didn't even question me before thrusting me into this world. Zhizhi was genuinely infuriated. If only everything had been elucidated upon her arrival, there would have been no need for her initial anxiety. Who could fathom how tense she had been upon her arrival in this world? Now that she had finally begun to adapt, the original host claimed she rightfully belonged here. Zhizhi felt a strong urge to strike someone, even if that someone was herself. When she awoke the next day, the moment her eyes fluttered open, she uttered a curse. She was utterly exasperated. Upon returning home, she had yet to regain her composure. However, upon glancing at the balance in her bank account, her spirits lifted immediately. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Nothing compares to what one possesses. I already have more than enough. In reality, it cannot possibly get better than this. She was now a small, wealthy woman with savings and a home, and she had mended her relationships with her parents and sister, freeing herself from the fears of facing the same adversities as the original host. As she organized her belongings in preparation for her variety show supplies, Pei Ku called her. You should have a clear idea of where to go this second time. This quaint little village is quite remote. Given the recent rains, Do remember to bring along your raincoat, as the area tends to be damp and teeming with various insects. Thus, it is advisable to pack some mosquito repellent as well. To put it bluntly, how challenging could it possibly be? She fears no one. Greetings to all esteemed guests. We have now arrived at our destination. Do you see that village ahead? That will be your abode for the next few days. This locale lacks shops and other means of transportation, making it rather difficult to venture out once you are inside. Hence, self-sufficiency is essential. Liu Zhihao gazed at the uneven, muddy road, feeling a surge of frustration.
Wait.
You merely mentioned we were headed to a small rural area, but you failed to disclose that it would be like this. The staff smiled, remarking that they had informed everyone as agents in advance. Should any issues arise, please consult your agent. At this moment, the comments section erupted. Isn't Liu Zihao's agent rather irresponsible for not providing a clearer description of the destination? Indeed, that agent seems quite neglectful. Liu Zihao is truly unfortunate. While everyone was lamenting, a dazzling comment illuminated the screen, captivating the audience. It turned out the agent had indeed provided the necessary information. This predicament was purely a consequence of Liu Zihao's own negligence, as he had been preoccupied with gaming during the briefing. Exactly. The idol's actions reflect irresponsibility towards his fans. We have been misled by him. If you are angry, feel free to scold him. We want to say a word. The director found amusement in this, observing that the agent was evidently attentive to this reality show. Chapter 74. The Spirits of the Qi. While the guests and staff were in a debate, Zhizhi wore a mysterious smile, having prepared in advance.
Oh my.
Look at Jia. She is smiling. When she smiles, anything could happen. She must have made thorough preparations. Quick, check the suitcases. I am particularly eager to see what Jia has packed. A gif of the sister pulling something. Take what you need. All right, let us quiet down. We shall commence with the luggage inspection. Please open your suitcases and remove your shoes and socks. When the staff uttered this final instruction, the guests couldn't help but laugh, all eyes turning toward Zhizhi. After removing her socks, she looked at everyone and questioned, "Why are you all staring at me? A trick cannot be employed twice in the same place. I am not foolish."
Ha.
This is clearly aimed at Jia. Indeed, it's not easy for our Jia. Placing money in socks is quite uncomfortable, so she deserves what she has. The staff conducted a meticulous inspection and, upon discovering the absence of money, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Within the confines of every individual's suitcase lay an assortment of commonplace garments, insect repellent, and a basic first aid kit. However, upon reaching Zhizhi's luggage, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Observing the peculiar, foldable contraption resembling a scooter, the expressions on everyone's faces mirrored a shared bewilderment. Qi Qing'an voiced the unasked question, "Is that a skateboard? But why does it lack wheels?" Zhizhi beamed with a confident and triumphant smile, declaring, "This is my personally modified skateboard. I call it Mud Horse." The crowd responded in unison, "No. Are you really resorting to insults? Is this contraption a serious endeavor? Is Zhizhi truly using it to mock us?" I suddenly felt insulted, and the sensation was quite intense. What in the world is Mud Horse? Why does she always concoct such bizarre and eccentric objects? It's genuinely quite vexing. If you're annoyed, then don't look. No one is forcing you to watch. Stop complaining and leave. Noticing the puzzled expressions around her, Zhizhi wasted no time and produced the Mud Horse, placing it upon the muddy path. She slipped one foot into a bag, while the other remained on the ground, then effortlessly glided away. Before anyone could regain their composure, she was nearly at the village entrance. In that moment, Zhizhi had truly embraced her freedom, and it must be said, the experience was undeniably exhilarating. Given the poor condition of the village roads and the impending rain, she had hastily crafted this device. It was fortunate that she had watched ample television. Otherwise, she might never have known such an ingenious means of traversing muddy paths existed. As for the reason behind their collective shouting, it was simply because their phones had been confiscated. Without means of communication, yelling was their only recourse. Ha ha ha. I knew my sister Yen would not disappoint. She has actually taken off. Has she forgotten her suitcase is still here? Farewell, dear friends. I embark on a grand adventure. Look at Yan's carefree silhouette and the dazed expressions of those left behind. The contrast is truly remarkable. The director's off-screen commentary was equally amusing. One could sense his genuine concern, fearing Zhizhi might escape. Yet it is indeed within her character to abandon the group, as evidenced by her swift departure. Their formation, shouting in unison, is utterly hilarious. and they all unwittingly struck a pose with their hands on their hips, resembling characters from a children's tale. 5 guests, along with 2 staff members, formed a precise count. At that moment, a villager passing by observed their peculiar stance, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. Finally, he inquired in a distinctly rural Mandarin, "Are you here to fight? Which village do you belong to? If it's a fight you seek, I must gather everyone from my village. You understand the rules, right? No sneak attacks." The crowd responded with laughter, while the audience erupted in amusement. Upon hearing these words, the villagers suddenly realized, "Oh, now I understand. The village chief had mentioned that some people from a television station would be visiting. You must be those individuals." Qi Qing'an nodded affirmatively, confirming their identity. Once the villagers learned they were not there to cause trouble, their demeanor softened considerably, and they warmly invited the newcomers to their homes. After exchanging pleasantries, the elder villager departed, only to return with an object remarkably similar to what Zhizhi had just used. A hush fell over the group once more. Could it be that this was indeed the mode of transportation here? Qi Qing'an, with a somewhat stiff expression, inquired of the elder, "What is this called? Is it the primary means of transport in your area?"
Ha ha ha.
Zhizhi is truly astonishing. Who would have thought that such a creature as a mud horse actually exists in this world? Observing the elder's striking resemblance to Zhizhi as they departed, the onlookers collectively sighed in unison. Zhizhi was gliding towards them from a distance, exuding an inexplicable charm. As she approached, she executed an impressive drift, only to suddenly forget that the ground was muddy, resulting in a spray of mud that caught everyone off guard. Unfortunately, Qi Qing'an, standing at the forefront, bore the brunt of it, his white shirt now speckled with mud, and a particularly large clump landing squarely on him. Qi Qing'an, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi, a ghost. A foreigner? Chuchi lowered his head silently, though his trembling shoulders betrayed his amusement. Zhizhi, witnessing the scene, was taken aback, thinking, "Oh no, will I be reprimanded?" Ningyu sighed deeply. "If you are angry, just take it out on her. My parents and I have no objections. She deserves it." Zhizhi, "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. I'll wash your shirt. I promise it will be spotless." Chapter 75. Are you trying to perform a piece of art? Qi Qing'an quietly wiped the mud from beneath his nose and regarded the remorseful Zhizhi. "What should I do? Is he going to be angry? I have never seen Qi Qing'an truly angry. Surely he won't be upset. After all, his relationship with Zhizhi is quite amicable." Zhizhi's little expressions are absolutely hilarious, and the onlookers are just as entertaining. She truly is a sister, who says they lack blood relation. Only a true sister could speak so freely. Her sneaky demeanor had indeed brought a smile to Qi Qing'an's face. "All right, I'm not angry. I understand it wasn't intentional. But you promised to wash the shirt, and if it doesn't come clean, you'll have to compensate me." Zhizhi nodded vigorously. "Don't worry. If it doesn't clean up, I'll reimburse you at full price." Ningyu interjected quietly, "If you can't afford it, I'll just have you as collateral. You truly have no idea how expensive the shirt is, do you? It's not just any ordinary garment. How exorbitantly priced can a garment be? If I cannot find it, I shall personally craft one for you, ensuring it is truly one of a kind." After a brief tumult, the staff permitted them to enter the village on their own, and all eyes turned to the muddy transport vehicle before Zhizhi. Zhizhi remarked, "Your gazes instill a sense of trepidation within me. There is but one means of transport, and it appears to be unsuitable for passengers. I believe it would be swifter to simply walk over, albeit our clothes and shoes may become soiled. This vehicle seems incapable of carrying another. Yet I shall give it a try," Zhizhi declared as she pulled Ningyu aboard, who was still in a state of bewilderment. As the two sisters stood atop the muddy contraption, it indeed sank under their weight. Zhizhi exerted her foot with great force, yet it remained steadfast. "Hey, I refuse to believe this. Their combined weight barely exceeds 200 pounds. How could it be that I cannot move it?" With another effort, she attempted once more, but it remained unmoved. Behind her, Ningyu observed Zhizhi's vigorous struggle and then glanced back at the group smeared with mud. She sighed in resignation. Upon turning her head, Zhizhi was met with a row of forlorn eyes, each face marked by the very mud that had just slipped from her foot. "Ha ha ha. I was nearly in stitches at the first attempt. Who would have thought Sister Yen would make a second try?" Qi Qing'an lamented, "Why must misfortune always befall me? This path is truly abysmal. We are merely a stone's throw from a first-tier city. Why can't they properly maintain the road? After having repaired the road, could it still yield such consequences? I am now curious as to how they managed to cross. Gentlemen, my sincerest apologies. I truly did not notice you standing behind me. Rest assured, I shall wash each of your garments meticulously. At this moment, Zhizhi was overcome with regret. She rarely even washed her own clothes, and now she faced the monumental task of cleaning so many. I shall wash my own. As a man, how could I allow you to do my laundry? Lu Zihao declared, thumping his chest with bravado. Qi Qing'an, standing nearby, cast a silent but icy glance at him, his expression betraying a frosty demeanor. Qi Qing'an retorted, "Are you implying that I am not a man?" The look in Qi Qing'an's eyes seemed to convey a murderous intent, which was somewhat amusing, since the muddy vehicle could not accommodate passengers. Even if Zhizhi could traverse it on foot, she could not transport her suitcase. Thus, they conferred and decided to use the muddy vehicle for their luggage, allowing them to proceed. Lu Zihao applauded this initiative, exclaiming, "What a magnificent feat! Had you lived in ancient times, you would surely be a formidable queen." Zhizhi replied, "If you lack the capacity for flattery, it would be best not to attempt it. I am merely a delicate beauty, not a fierce queen. This is nothing short of slander." Upon uttering these words, the strange looks directed at her suggested a misunderstanding of her self-perception. A delicate beauty. Was there a misapprehension in her own self-awareness? As she traversed the muddy path, the expressions of everyone around mirrored a sense of disdain. The mud was both thick and abundant, nearly engulfing her feet with each step. Moreover, the path was exceedingly slippery, prompting Zhizhi to tread with utmost caution. Suddenly, she unknowingly stepped on something, which caused her to lose her balance and slip.
Ah!
In that fleeting moment before she fell, her reflexes kicked in, allowing her to bend backward and brace herself. The onlookers gazed at her, frozen in silence, as she transformed into a human bridge. She comically slid forward and performed a backbend. Who is she trying to amuse? Now she's blocking the path. Someone help her up quickly. Ningyu, observing Zhizhi's predicament, curiously inquired, "Is this performance art?"
Puffed.
This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Performance art? Did she just slip and bend for you? But truly, this girl is remarkably flexible. Despite everything, she hasn't fallen yet. Zhizhi retorted, "Do I look like I'm performing art? I've slipped. Help me up before I collapse." Her entire core was straining, and without support, she would surely fall. Ningyu approached to assist her, but her gaze unexpectedly fell upon the exposed part of Zhizhi's waist. Soft and fair, it appeared quite tempting to touch. Oblivious to the imminent danger, Zhizhi suddenly felt a playful poke at her waist, causing her top body to relax instantly. With a thud, she found herself sprawled in the mud. "Ha ha ha. Why did you poke her?" Lu Zihao nearly doubled over with laughter, having assumed Ningyu was merely trying to help, only to have her poke Zhizhi in the belly. Lying on the ground, Zhizhi wore a face of utter despair, never anticipating such a betrayal from her sister. "Sister, I wish to know what you were thinking just now." Ningyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I was just a bit too playful." Initially, the poke was unintentional. She hadn't thought much of it. However, the sensation of the flesh at Zhizhi's waist was undeniably delightful, plump yet not excessive.
No.
That wasn't the right description. It was slender yet not gaunt. Ningyu found herself at a loss for words. "Let us just walk properly. I'll support you." Qi Qing'an genuinely feared she might create further chaos. Honestly, the first thing that caught my eye was her exposed waist. It's simply stunning. Delicate and soft. With such fine skin, if it were me, I do want to poke it too. You lot are a bunch of lecherous fools, merely coveting her physique.
Puffed.
I disdain your shallow desires. My admiration extends beyond her body. I'm captivated by her entire being. Hey, could you all please pull your pants up? Have a shred of dignity. Once Zhizhi stood up, she contemplated the muddy ground. Since she was already dirty, perhaps it was time to embrace it in a different manner. 3 seconds later, with a cheerful exclamation, "Yo-ho. I'm off first, take your time." Zhiji's carefree figure gradually faded into the distance. The onlookers could only watch in speechless amazement as she glided past on her suitcase.
Ha!
I knew she would defy convention. This suitcase is of remarkable quality. Is there a similar one available? Hurry and share it so everyone can take a look. Chuchi glanced at her own suitcase, inspired to follow suit. Just as she was about to set hers down, Ningyu swiftly intervened. "Yours is made of fabric. Mine is waterproof." Upon hearing this, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi reigned in their eagerness, realizing the stark contrast between ordinary individuals and Zhizhi. Qi Qing'an had already shouldered his suitcase and quietly walked far ahead, deeming it more prudent to proceed rather than ponder other matters. Zhizhi, brimming with excitement, zipped around on her suitcase, leaving even the accompanying staff struggling to keep pace with her exuberance. The village children, upon seeing Zhizhi gliding by, cheered and followed in her wake, as she had undeniably become their ringleader. However, some villagers looked on in bewilderment, pondering whose child this was, and how she had gotten herself into such a state. She's not from your village, but she certainly stands out, seeing her so joyful. I can't shake the feeling that something monumental is about to happen. Her happiness seems to stem from either her own misfortune or the suffering of others. This is a conclusion I've drawn from watching this variety show for quite some time. As this comment flashed by, suddenly a large lake appeared before Zhizhi. Oh no! Her expression shifted in alarm, yet the muddy path offered no chance to halt.
Ah! Help!
As she skidded to the lake's edge, the suitcase came to a stop, but she did not.
Ah!
A scream abruptly cut off, followed by the unmistakable sound of a splash. How tragic, yet somehow expected. This mischievous child needs to learn a lesson. Otherwise, she'll never remember.
Ha ha ha.
The suitcase remained on the shore while she flew off. I captured her expression. Her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. She is so unfortunate, yet so amusing. Nearby children gathered to check on her, watching as Zhizhi surfaced from the water like a water ghost. Do you need us to pull you up? The children displayed kindness. Zhizhi pondered for a moment. Given her muddy state, she would have to wash up anyway. So she preferred to soak a bit longer to let the mud dissolve. No, I'm fine here for a while. You all go play. Hearing this, the children dispersed. Can we borrow your suitcase for a moment? We'll return it shortly. Zhizhi replied, That's my suitcase, not my vehicle, but please don't break it. You can play with it for just 10 minutes. After enduring countless hardships, Qi Qing'an and his companions finally arrived at the village entrance, only to be greeted by the sight of a small child sliding over on a familiar suitcase, followed by a group of other children. Where is everyone? Why is there only a suitcase here? Where have the people gone? They exclaimed. Hello. May I inquire about where you found the suitcase? Qi Qing'an approached briskly, his expression slightly grave. It fell into the lake. The faces of everyone changed dramatically. Why had no staff come to inform them of the incident? Surely they don't think Zhizhi has met with misfortune? The child's language skills seem somewhat lacking, which explains the misunderstanding. Qi Qing'an's gaze is truly frightening. It's my first time witnessing such an expression from him. Let's hurry and see how it fell into the lake. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi looked equally alarmed. The five of them rushed over, inquiring as they headed towards the lake. Meanwhile, Zhizhi was submerged, holding her breath in the clear water, where she could even see fish swimming. Sister Lu, are you here to wash clothes too? It's really inconvenient on rainy days. The children need clean clothes every day.
Indeed.
Thankfully, I bought them dark-colored garments. They are easier to wash. Hearing voices, Zhizhi suddenly surfaced with a splash. The two sisters gasped. Ah, a water ghost. Just as Zhizhi was about to explain, two basins were thrown at her. Chapter 76, I apologize. Her mind is a bit muddled. At that moment, Qi Qing'an and the others arrived, hearing the cries of water ghost. Lu Zihao rushed over first. Where is the water ghost? Where is it? Little did he expect to encounter such a peculiar situation in his lifetime. It was truly remarkable. Oh no. This silly one would definitely be the first to perish in a horror film. I knew Zhizhi wouldn't follow the conventional path, but I never imagined she would be mistaken for a water ghost. Hee, her appearance does resemble that of a water ghost. Observe the expressions of the others. I can only describe them with two words, speechless. Ningyu, initially concerned for Zhizhi, suddenly felt embarrassed upon seeing her like this. She simply could not acknowledge her as a sister anymore. After being struck by the basin, Zhizhi was utterly bewildered. When had she become a water ghost? She merely wished to play in the muddy lake. Ladies, I am not a water ghost. You have mistaken me for someone else.
Ugh.
You have misidentified me. Blaming their excitement for her slip of the tongue, she added, Haraha, indeed, you have mistaken me for a ghost. I am not a water ghost. I am a troublesome spirit. The two sisters remained shaken, having never witnessed such a scene in all their years. The girl emerged from the pond with her hair plastered across her face, a sight that could easily startle anyone. Release? Zhizhi nearly erupted at the mention of that word. Sister, I am a human. How could I possibly be released? In the very instant Zhizhi was about to spring forth from the water, Ningyu swiftly pressed her down, then smiled at the two elder sisters beside her, saying, I sincerely apologize. My younger sister is a bit unrefined. She has a minor issue. She indicated her head. The two elder sisters nodded in understanding, We comprehend. Though the girl is quite pretty and seems rather clever. Please take good care of her. Certainly, certainly. My dear sister. However, given Zhiji's character, it would be quite difficult to explain without mentioning her lack of sense. If she were playing with filth by the roadside, I would find it unremarkable. Her behavior seems quite normal, at least for her. Her current state of abnormality is merely a reflection of her usual self. If she ever behaves like a typical person, it would surely indicate she is unwell. Qi Qing'an, observing Zhizhi continuously bubbling in the water, let out a silent sigh before hauling her out. Lu Qiqi had already retrieved a large towel from her suitcase, draping it over Zhiji's shoulders. Meanwhile, Lu Zihao stood to the side, his expression one of disappointment. It turned out there were no water ghosts, leaving him feeling unnecessarily exhilarated. He had thought he would find his life worth living by witnessing a genuine ghost. He had completely forgotten the fright Zhizhi had caused him just days prior. Summarizing his experience as one who easily forgets pain but remembers indulgence, Chu Qi remained silently by, his desire to stir up trouble long extinguished. What was the point in creating chaos when circumstances had already unfolded in such a manner? The company was brimming with individuals, particularly those eager to outshine others, each wishing to bring him down. He could easily foresee the grim fate awaiting him should he be trampled. Regrettably, he pondered why he had once sought to curry favor with Ningyu at the expense of Zhizhi. Now he had come to terms with things. He would refrain from meddling in others' affairs and simply carry out his duties, treating it as an ordinary job. Sister, were you just speaking ill of me to those two women? I heard you mentioned my mental state. Zhizhi stormed up to Ningyu, with Qi Qing'an trailing behind, assisting her in drying her hair. Ningyu looked at Zhizhi and stated directly, "How would you have me explain to those two elder sisters that you were swimming due to a fit of madness?"
Zhizi replied,
I suppose I truly wouldn't know how to explain. If I said I wanted to soak in mud, they would likely deem me a lunatic. What girl would think to jump into a pond just because she was muddy? She was at a loss for words. Indeed, only Ningyu could manage her.
Oh.
Qi Qing'an inexplicably felt a sense of husbandly affection as he helped Zhizhi dry her hair. It felt rather endearing. I perceive that he genuinely cares for Zhizhi, and their rapport seems to be growing increasingly harmonious. Zhizhi remarked, but my suitcase is not here. As her words faded, the raucous voices of children echoed nearby. Gazing at the peculiar object before them, the crowd fell into contemplation. The audience also found themselves in deep thought. Do you really consider this thing a suitcase? It hardly resembles one. Whose suitcase sports ears and bears such a ludicrous expression. These children are truly remarkable. How can their creativity be so boundless? The suitcase had been adorned with two clay ears and facial features fashioned from mud. The expression resembling that of an infamous online meme, exuding an inexplicable lewdness. Zhizhi found amusement in this creation, thinking it quite well done. If only it could truly be transformed into a suitcase, it would suit her essence perfectly. Qi Qing'an immediately turned to Zhizhi. Are you serious? Do you genuinely believe this thing compliments you? Chapter 77. Theatrical Dialogue. Lu Qiqi approached and gently touched the eyes of the clay cat, causing them to skew, enhancing its absurdity. The crowd murmured, was Zhiji's previous comment sincere? Does she truly think the suitcase's aura aligns with hers? I seem to be charmed by the suitcase as well. These children possess commendable craftsmanship. Perhaps such a suitcase could indeed be created, surely the most eye-catching in any crowd. I see you all have lost your minds. You've been infected by Zhiji's enthusiasm. All right, since everyone has arrived in the village, let's proceed to our lodging. This time, we shall all stay together in 2 large dormitories. There will be no grouping. Our sole task is to sustain ourselves financially for the next 7 days. The primary objective of this journey is self-sufficiency. You must earn your keep within this week, regardless of the means. Talented individuals may showcase their skills, while those less gifted may engage in antics. The only stipulation is to avoid attracting law enforcement. I sense this jesting is directed at a particular individual. Those with talent would never resort to such antics. Zhizhi raised her hand, declaring, so our main mission is to survive. For these 7 days, we will provide no assistance. The nearest town is quite distant, and the locals typically venture there only once a week for supplies, as they can mostly fend for themselves. Therefore, do not harbor hopes of visiting the town. It can be said that the production team has effectively severed all avenues of retreat. If one wishes to eat, one must work. The crowd sighed, feeling as though this journey was becoming increasingly arduous. Upon arriving at their lodgings, everyone began to unpack their belongings. Yet the foremost task was to cleanse their suitcases thoroughly. At this moment, The waterproof suitcase displayed its undeniable advantage as a mere rinse rendered it spotless. While others diligently scrubbed away, Zhizhi was preoccupied with her own washing. Indeed, Zhizhi found herself engaged in the task of cleaning herself, as she was cloaked in a considerable amount of mud. After soaking in water for a while, the grime had softened significantly, allowing her clothes to be easily cleaned with a simple rub. After the group finished washing their suitcases, they turned to witness Zhizhi pouring water over herself with a scoop. Qi Qing'an immediately intervened, blocking her hand. Such an action was ill-advised. Although it was summer, the well water was considerably colder than that of the lake, and such a dousing would surely lead to a cold. Ningyu swiftly admonished her, questioning her judgment. Shouldn't she wait until after her shower to wash her clothes? Splashing water on herself was rather conspicuous, wasn't it? And shouldn't she be grateful for the intervention? Startled by the slap, Zhizhi found herself kneeling, struggling to express her gratitude, as she was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected fall. Qi Qing'an, observing her kneeling form, paused before remarking that while gratitude was appreciated, such a gesture of humility was unnecessary. Ningyu quipped about her own strength, while Zhizhi lamented her embarrassment, exclaiming how she had slipped. In truth, Ningyu's earlier slap had been rather gentle. The moss around the well had been quite slippery, and the slightest nudge caused Zhizhi to lose her balance. Qi Qing'an's apparent indifference to helping her up in that moment earned him some scorn, with remarks about his enduring bachelorhood. It seemed surprising that Zhizhi was, in fact, quite polite, albeit excessively so under duress. Ningyu, who appeared slight and frail, had unexpectedly proven to be quite formidable. The sister with the iron palm had grown increasingly familiar with Zhizhi, yet also more audacious. She had been aloof just a week prior, and one wondered what had transpired during that brief span. Ningyu had acquired a new moniker, Sister Iron Palm, and her earlier slap had been dubbed Overwhelming Force. Zhizhi knelt with her head bowed, inscrutable in her thoughts. Noticing that she remained on the ground for an extended period, Ningyu quickly crouched beside her in concern, asking if the earlier strike had been too harsh, or if she had sustained an injury. Qi Qing'an also knelt anxiously, inquiring about any pain she may have felt and whether she needed to be examined. Faced with the two of them, Zhizhi managed a strained smile, her expression betraying her discomfort. "I am fine," she asserted, "merely suffering a blow to my pride. I have never knelt before anyone in my life." She initially intended to wail, but inadvertently shifted into a theatrical tone. Qi Qing'an mused that perhaps Zhizhi had suddenly succumbed to the allure of performance. After all, one must respect individual passions. He too adopted a dramatic tone, inquiring if she had sustained any injuries, his final note rising melodically. Ningyu, facepalming, pondered what peculiarities these two exhibited. The audience erupted in laughter, amused by their antics, questioning if they were indeed performing. Ningyu's incredulous gaze at Qi Qing'an was priceless. Her exasperated gesture could easily be transformed into a meme. The hilarity of their duo was evident, as Qi Qing'an made earnest efforts to connect with Zhizhi. Listening to his melodious, winding theatrical tone, Zhizhi presumed Qi Qing'an was also struck by the impulse to perform. After all, he was an actor, and such whims were understandable. "Not necessary, I'm fine," she replied. "That's good to hear," Qi Qing'an responded. "Feel free to enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave," Ningyu remarked. Upon their first meeting, Qi Qing'an appeared quite composed and handsome, yet his true personality was unexpectedly whimsical. In the background, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi stood bewildered. What had just transpired? Why were they conversing in theatrical tones? Upon Ningyu's arrival, Lu Zihao inquired, "What is wrong with them?" "Nothing much, perhaps a momentary lapse in judgment," Ningyu replied. "Indeed, that description is rather apt," came the reflection. "It seems Zhizhi possesses a contagious eccentricity. I can't shake the feeling that these individuals are becoming increasingly bizarre, with Qi Qing'an being the most peculiar of all. Who can even recall the formidable aura Qi Qing'an exuded upon his first appearance? I certainly can't. Return my aloof idol. How can he transform into a mere fool?" Qi Qing'an's parents were nearly in fits of laughter at their son's antics. "Quick, record this. We must share it in the family group chat. Your son can sing and charm young ladies. How delightful." Mrs. Qi beamed with joy. Mr. Qi, however, felt a sudden pang of concern for the future of their company. Their son was to inherit the family business, and while he had expressed a desire to explore the entertainment industry, he feared that such a demeanor would spell disaster for Qi Enterprises. The thought of meetings filled with theatrical banter was almost comical. After a prolonged conversation between Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an, Ningyu, unable to tolerate any longer, sent Yan Zhizhi off to bathe. As she departed, Yan Zhizhi received a playful kick from Ningyu, whose expression blended exasperation with disdain. Having such a sister indeed requires an immense psychological fortitude. Their current dilemma revolves around the issue of lunch. They possess not a single penny and cannot seek employment outside. Thus, the matter of their midday meal looms large. What should they do? Are they truly expected to arrive empty-handed at someone else's home to beg for food? Lu Qiqi furrowed her brow and voiced her concern. The group gathered together, pondering solutions, while Yan Zhizhi's eyes darted around with purpose. Her eyes are twinkling with ideas. Yan Zhizhi must have a plan. At this point, any expression from her suggests she is up to something. Even in silence, I sense mischief brewing. In short, she is always scheming. I am eager to discover what Yan Zhizhi has devised. Yan Zhizhi raised her hand. Well, I do have an idea. 3 minutes later, the sight of Yan Zhizhi, clad in tattered garments and holding a broken bowl, plunged the others into contemplation. I knew she wouldn't let us down, but I truly did not anticipate this transformation. Is there anything beyond the realm of possibility for her? Anything that occurs in her presence seems feasible. I can't believe I thought she would have a brilliant solution. This is hardly better than simply begging for food. Ningyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Is this truly your idea? Qi Qing'an and Lu Zihao had already turned their heads, unable to suppress their smiles. Yan Zhizhi dusted her face with ash, exclaiming, exactly. Disguised like this, we can simply plead for sustenance without spending a dime. Qi Qing'an coughed discreetly into his fist. So, according to your logic, we could indeed beg for food without the need for such a disguise. He lowered his gaze to Yan Zhizhi's worn shoes, revealing her toes, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yan Zhizhi tousled her disheveled hair. If we're going to beg, shouldn't we all go together? I can manage alone, don't worry. I won't let you go hungry. Indeed, Yan Zhizhi is quite commendable. Even in her plight, she seeks to ensure everyone is fed. However, such measures are unnecessary. We haven't yet reached that level of hardship. We simply need to muster the courage to ask for food. Ningyu's expression was nearing its breaking point. Her fists were clenched and ready for action. Who needs you to beg for us? Do we not have hands and feet of our own? Can we not labor to earn our meal? Hurry, go change your clothes. Ningyu insisted, pulling Yan Zhizhi towards the house. Yan Zhizhi clung to the doorframe, resolutely refusing.
No.
I worked hard to achieve this look, even rolling in the kitchen's dust. Please let me out. I am truly useful. Ningyu retorted, useful? What use are you? You never seem to know what is going on in that head of yours. Qi Qing'an stood nearby, unsure how to separate the two. While Chu Qi maintained an indifferent stance, and Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi merely watched the unfolding drama with amusement. I am genuinely curious about the personalities of Ning's parents that could cultivate someone like Yan Zhizhi. Does this imply that Ningyu will be left to manage an entire family of eccentrics? The mere thought of it is exhausting. It is all your fault. You usually neglect her, allowing her to become the way she is. Ning's mother reproached her husband. Ning's father retorted, as if you ever took charge of her. Perhaps you should give her a bit more money during your leisure time. Otherwise, I fear she might one day resort to begging on the streets.
With a sigh,
Ning's father felt a profound weariness for the first time. Yan Zhizhi possesses remarkable strength. Despite Ningyu's persistent efforts, she remained immovable. Their commotion attracted the attention of two sisters-in-law passing by, who rushed in, mistakenly believing a fight was occurring. Upon entering, they were met with an astonishing scene, a beggar clinging to the doorframe, another attempting to pull her away, while a handsome young man stood helplessly trying to intervene. A man quietly observed from behind, and a couple nearby munched on sunflower seeds, watching the spectacle unfold. The two sisters-in-law exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here?" Chapter 79, Successfully Entering the Circle of the Esteemed. The sisters-in-law, perplexed, hurried over, urging them to cease their actions. Even if she is a beggar, you cannot resort to violence. Ningyu, bewildered, was suddenly embraced and pulled away by them, who then recognized her. "Aren't you the person we just saw by the lake? How is your sister faring?" Ningyu glanced at Yan Zhizhi, and the sisters-in-law followed her gaze. In an instant, their expressions shifted to one of pity. And they remarked to Ningyu, "Taking care of such a sister must be exhausting for you. Is her condition quite serious?" Yan Zhizhi remained silent. Qi Qing'an turned away, pretending not to hear, as Yan Zhizhi was mistaken for someone mentally unwell. Haha, these two sisters-in-law are truly merciless. Yet, Yan Zhizhi does appear somewhat deranged. If I encountered someone like her, I might also presume she was unwell, for I have never seen anything like it. However, it proves I have been short-sighted. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Will Zhizhi continue to feign ignorance or respond with fervor? I hope she chooses the latter.
Indeed.
Zhizhi did retort, I am not mentally ill. I am a perfectly normal person. The sisters-in-law regarded her with pity, saying, Yes, yes. You are undoubtedly the most normal person here. How unfortunate it is that a young woman like you has come to this. You are quite beautiful. What a pity it is. Zhizhi replied, Do not assume I am oblivious to your tone. You do not believe a word I say. It is midday, and you likely have no time to prepare a meal, so why not join us at our home for lunch? It is merely a few extra chopsticks. The sisters-in-law, warm-hearted and inviting, left Ningyu astonished that the issue of dining had been so effortlessly resolved. But is it not a bit inconvenient? There are 6 of us. Ningyu expressed her hesitation. With a cheerful laugh, the sister-in-law remarked, What is the issue? If there isn't enough rice, there's always noodles. It's merely a few extra pairs of chopsticks. 1 more person is just as good as 6. You can rest assured and come over. The sister-in-law warmly ushered the 6 of them into her home, where her family welcomed the young guests with open arms. Upon seeing Zhizhi, who was dressed in ragged attire, their smiles momentarily faltered. The sister-in-law quickly whispered an explanation. This is our little sister among them. There are some issues here. Gesturing to her head, her family immediately understood and became even more welcoming towards Zhizhi. Oh my, these young people are truly handsome. I didn't realize being a star was so arduous. You 2 sisters must not be celebrities. We've never seen you on television. It must be quite a toil for this sister to care for her younger sibling. Zhizhi felt insulted at the implication that she was not a celebrity. After all, she had been in the entertainment industry for quite some time. Though she had yet to make a significant impact, she was still part of that world. I've returned to being an ordinary person, she thought. It seemed that she would never escape the label of being somewhat dim-witted, and likely, from tomorrow onward, the entire village would know of her supposed lack of intelligence. This girl is beautiful, but unfortunately, not very bright, the villagers would surely say. The meal was bountiful, and since the 2 sisters-in-law were neighbors, their family managed to dine without spending a dime. Zhizhi glanced at Qingyin, who looked impeccably clean, and then at her own disheveled appearance, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort. Tentatively, she brushed her hand against Qingyin's, who merely smiled at her gesture without objection. Their little interaction did not go unnoticed by Ningyu, who squinted at Qingyin. Could it be that he has feelings for this fool? Otherwise, why would he be so attentive? She thought.
No.
I must find a way to separate them. This fool is better off living without a care. It's best she doesn't associate with someone so thoughtful. Zhizhi, come here, Ningyu called, pulling Zhizhi aside. Once they returned to their lodgings, Ningyu insisted that Zhizhi take a bath and confiscated her ragged clothing.
Dream on.
I'm taking this away. You can never wear such tattered clothes again. With a sigh, Zhizhi obediently headed for the bath. Initially, she had planned to distance herself from the heroine, but now the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Ningyu had almost become her guardian, genuinely concerned for her well-being. The events of the original plot seemed unlikely to unfold now. With her safety seemingly secured and considering Ningyu's and the Ning family's attitude towards her, it appeared her wealth and status were preserved. Since her situation was safeguarded, why continue to struggle and fret? She resolved to go with the flow and continue playing the role of a slacker. In the afternoon, after indulging in a brief slumber, they prepared to venture out in search of work, not for monetary compensation, but merely for the promise of dinner in return.
Zhizhi, holding a suona.
Successfully infiltrated the circle of elder gentlemen. Observing her skillfully playing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Lu Qiqi gazed in astonishment and inquired, Can she truly play the suona? Ningyu's expression mirrored her surprise. How many secrets about Zhizhi remained undisclosed to her? Qingyin wore a smile, pleased that she had acquired yet another talent. Incredible. Zhizhi never fails to impress. However, entering the elder circle would not resolve the dinner predicament. It appeared that Zhizhi had miscalculated. As fate would have it, one elder regarded Zhizhi with admiration. Young lady, your suona playing is quite impressive. Are you available for a funeral? I happen to know of one that is in need of a suona player. This unexpected opportunity was indeed a delightful surprise, albeit one that Zhizhi could not unilaterally decide upon. After all, attending someone else's funeral for performance purposes required their consent. Though I am quite eager to hear Zhizhi play the suona, the occasion seems inappropriate. She may appear rather silly at times, yet she possesses a sense of decorum. Zhizhi retorted, Am I foolish? I am clearly quite astute. Upon returning, she shared this development with the others. Ningyu was the first to oppose her participation in the funeral performance.
No.
You cannot undertake such a task. I fear for your safety. Ningyu could hardly fathom her demeanor at someone else's funeral. Qi Qing'an and Lu Qiqi nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting consensus. What do you mean you fear? I might be harmed. Do I really provoke such animosity? Zhizhi shot an indignant glance at Qi Qing'an. Do you also believe I am generally disliked? Qi Qing'an glanced around, realizing that she was indeed addressing him. He actually looked around and found himself alone in this conversation. After laboring for several days for our meals, I worry you might not cope well. Furthermore, our variety show is certainly not suited for filming at a funeral. If I were to pose such a question to my boyfriend, he would undoubtedly respond, do you not typically elicit disdain? This highlights the differences among individuals. Lu Zihao quickly chimed in, indeed, we need not rely on this opportunity for sustenance. With so many people in the village, there will surely be others in need of assistance. We can exchange our labor for sustenance. With so many voices urging her, Zhizhi finally relinquished the notion. If not this, she would find another means to earn a living. The elder, initially hopeful, felt a tinge of disappointment. Young lady, your Suona playing is truly commendable. However, if you are unwilling to participate, I shall not press you further. The six of them gathered together, contemplating their living arrangements for the days to come. In this village, it truly seems rather unfeasible. This is a small mountainous community, and the families here cultivate very little land, hardly requiring assistance from others. Moreover, it is unlikely that anyone would gratuitously invite them for a free meal. The director is contemplating this matter, realizing that self-sufficiency in this mountain village poses quite a challenge. One of the staff members proposed, why don't we rent a piece of land for them to cultivate? Let them farm and we shall provide them with meals based on their daily progress. The director pondered this suggestion and found it quite plausible. Indeed, I am curious to see if this group of starlets can actually farm.
What?
We are to farm? The six individuals, upon hearing this news, believed they had misheard. Let us go farm. Let us gather them all to farm. The director must see our requests. After all, one must heed advice to fill their stomachs. I am eagerly anticipating whether Zhizhi will stir up some mischief. The staff escorted them to a sizable field where today's task was to transplant rice seedlings. If you manage to transplant the seedlings in this section today, there will be food awaiting you. Your rewards will reflect your labor. We deliberated long on this, as we certainly cannot allow you to starve here. Zhizhi gazed at the muddy terrain, her heart fluttering with excitement. She slowly edged to the side, crouching down to poke at the soil with her finger. The others remained oblivious to her antics, engrossed in the staff's explanation of the rules for the day, yet the audience observed Zhizhi's actions with clarity. While they meticulously listened to the rules, you are playing in the mud. Is it truly that enjoyable? As someone who has experienced it, I can assure you, this mud is indeed delightful, particularly this kind. It appears just right, not too thick nor too thin. The sensation of stepping into it is exquisite. Provided there are no leeches and the sun isn't too harsh, I could play in this field all day. Once Qi Qing'an grasped the rules, he went in search of Zhizhi, only to discover that she had vanished from his side. As the staff prepared to leave, everyone stepped aside to give them room, for the path along the field was quite narrow. Lu Zihao intended to take a step back, but suddenly, he bumped into something. Zhizhi felt a jolt to her head and instinctively rose. Lu Zihao sensed a sudden push against his backside, causing him to instinctively arch. In the next moment, with a splash, Zhizhi found herself headfirst in the mud, her body kneeling in the earth as everyone stared in astonishment. Ningyu. Qi Qing'an. The audience. Chapter 81. Please help me reattach my face. Everyone was taken aback by the scene. Zhizhi's head was buried in the mud, while she knelt on the ground. With a vigorous push, she extracted her head from the mire. Her body clean but adorned with a clump of mud that continued to ooze down in a sticky cascade. It has mutated. The expressions of the six individuals nearby, including the staff, resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. Pay close attention to my sister's face. The muscles there have begun to twitch, and she has started to clench her fists. Zhizhi, are you on the verge of death? Can't you simply stand quietly by the side? Then everyone could witness the scene, a humanoid figure made of mud sprinting ahead, while a woman, her face twisted in rage, pursued with a stick in hand, accompanied by two men and a woman frantically attempting to intervene. This is too much. The child is older now. Such a beating is unacceptable. Lu Qiqi shouted at the top of her lungs. Qi Qing'an had already reached Ningyu's side, initially intending to snatch the stick from her hand, but upon reflection, he realized he lacked the standing to do so. They were sisters. What role did he play in this? Indeed, Zhizhi had lost a shoe in her frantic dash. Now racing with one foot shod and the other bare, her legs moving so swiftly they seemed to blur. Ningyu shot a glare at Qi Qing'an, signaling him to stay out of their sisterly matters. You've indulged her from the beginning. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Qi Qing'an, fine. But this is not the moment to intervene. My goodness. This scene is truly extraordinary. One of the 8 wonders of the world, a mud-headed monster being fiercely pursued by my sister. In truth, the child can still be salvaged. Her head is merely dirty. Can't we just remove it and wash it? Remove it to wash it? You upstairs? Are you serious? Zhizhi had already pushed herself to her limits, sprinting down the main road of the village. The elderly men and women chatting at her doorstep were left bewildered as they watched her dash past. Upon seeing the large crowd trailing behind, their expressions turned even more comical. The 2 women who had invited them to dinner hadn't initially recognized Zhizhi, but upon spotting Ningyu with a stick, they made the connection and eagerly explained to those around them. The girl in front is the younger sister of the girl behind. It seems the one running ahead might have a few loose screws. The crowd suddenly understood, so that's why she has gotten herself into this predicament. Well, that's it. Now the entire village knows that Zhizhi is not quite right in the head. What could have been resolved with a simple thrashing has now tarnished her reputation. Such a loss. Sister Zhi. Reputation? Do I even have a reputation? How was I unaware of such a thing? Qi Qing'an hastened his pace to catch up with Zhizhi, and the wind and sun had dried the mud on her face into crusty patches. Observing the cracked, turtle shell-like patterns on her visage, Qi Qing'an opened his mouth to speak. But ultimately, not a word escaped his lips. Zhizhi, stop running, and just admit your mistake. Zhizhi glanced at him, wanting to speak. Yet her mouth felt glued shut. Had she known, she would have wiped her mouth with her hand earlier. If I stop running, I'll get beaten. Zhizhi signaled with her eyes. Qi Qing'an discerned the implication in her gaze and reassured her, fear not, I shall shield you from any blows. Should your sister attempt to strike you, I shall intercede. She would not dare to harm me. Zhizhi paused in contemplation, harboring a modicum of trust in Qi Qing'an, albeit not in his navigational skills. Alas, listen to such words. No harm shall befall you. Run. Why have you ceased your flight? Ningyu approached, breathless, and wielding a stick. She had never exerted herself to such an extent, astonished by the stamina of the little rascal. Zhizhi meticulously scraped the mud from her mouth, drawing silence from the onlookers. Zhizhi remarked, this reminds me of the tales from my childhood, particularly one of a stone demon. Lu Qiqi exchanged a glance with him, nodding in agreement, as Zhizhi's disfigured visage evoked the same image of the stone demon. Sister, this truly is not my fault. Lu Zihao pushed me down. I am but a victim. As Zhizhi spoke, more mud fell from her face, an unseemly sight. Ningyu, initially inclined to scold her, found herself torn between pity and amusement at her state. She struggled to suppress a smile, wishing to appear stern, yet ultimately faltered in her delivery. Zhizhi, could you not be a tad more obedient? Do you not comprehend what I fear most? Fear what? Zhizhi inquired, perplexed. Ningyu advanced, removing a significant clump of mud from her face. I fear the day you recklessly endanger yourself. I have never encountered someone so self-destructive. Sister's concern is, in fact, quite reasonable. Zhizhi exudes the essence of a mischievous child, utterly unrestrained yet somehow calculated in her actions. Perhaps her sister's worry stems from a deep-seated affection. After all, family warrants concern. If my sister behaved thus daily, I would yearn to confine her at home. Sister, I act with discretion. How could I possibly court danger? In comparison to others, I merely embrace a bit more freedom, doing as I please. Sister, I am of age now. You need not fret excessively. I possess a sense of moderation and shall certainly avoid perilous endeavors. Ningyu sighed, acknowledging her own anxiety, a result of never having siblings before now. With the advent of one she cherished, her instinct to protect was heightened. Your hands are larger. Could you assist in catching my fallen skin? It would be rather inappropriate to leave it here, on someone else's land. Zhizhi nudged Qi Qing'an. Obediently, he cupped his hands beneath her face to catch the discarded skin. Observing this surreal tableau, Ningyu felt her earlier sentiments dissolve into an absurdity, leaving her with a sense of the ludicrous. Upon hearing the mention of having their faces caught, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi immediately lowered their heads. unable to contain their amusement. It was their first encounter with the idea of someone wanting to catch their own face. Indeed, you are quite the talent. Chapter 82, Sister. Teach me the art of spellcasting. A child passing by glanced at Zhizhi as if encountering a monster, exhibiting a blend of astonishment and fear. Her every expression was uniquely captivating, something beyond the mimicry of ordinary folk. In fact, one could wear this while planting rice. The sun protection would surely be remarkably effective. Indeed. The sun-blocking properties of mud are genuinely impressive. Many indigenous tribes apply mud to their skin during the scorching summer months. Please refrain from such remarks. The more you say, the more anxious I become. I truly fear that Zhizhi might actually do something like that. As it turned out, Zhizhi's imagination was not so wild. She remained, at least, a reasonably normal individual. Ningyu squinted suspiciously at Qi Qing'an, whose intentions were glaringly transparent, showing no attempt to conceal his interest in her sister. How absurd. At her age, why did these people treat her as if she were still a child? Zhizhi cast a glance towards the two spectators, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi, who were thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama, oblivious to her signal. Why does Zhizhi keep winking over there? Her eyes twitching seems rather strange. Could it be that mud got into her eyes? After some time, Lu Qiqi finally noticed Zhizhi's gestures, puzzled by her peculiar eye movements. She nudged Lu Zihao and whispered, "Why is Zhizhi glaring at us? Is she displeased with us?" Lu Zihao scratched his head, perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. We haven't offended her in this episode, nor in the last one. Could it be that she resents me for bumping her head with my backside? What are these two fools to do? They played intelligent roles in the drama, yet in real life, they exhibit such foolishness. I initially believed Lu Qiqi to be a cunning beauty, yet she appears to be rather naive. The duo exchanged glances, and Lu Zihao, resolute, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Zhizhi.
Zhizhi.
I truly apologize. I acknowledge my mistake. This sudden gesture left Zhizhi bewildered. I should not have bumped your head with my backside, nor should I have pushed you down, causing you such embarrassment. I truly regret it. Please do not glare at me. Your expression, combined with that look in your eyes, frightens me. At that moment, Zhizhi's face could no longer be described as human. The mud upon it had cracked in bizarre and terrifying patterns. She had been glaring at him, her eyes twitching, resembling someone on the verge of transformation. He is inherently timid, and such an incident will undoubtedly haunt him with nightmares. Zhizhi remarked, I forgive you. However, I did not glare at you just now. Why do these people harbor such misunderstandings about her? It truly baffles me, for she is undeniably a kind-hearted and beautiful young lady. Yet everyone's demeanor towards her is peculiarly strange. After a dispute between Ningyu and Qi Qing'an, neither side yielded, and ultimately, the staff escorted Zhizhi away. Well, look at her popularity. Zhizhi has indeed reached the pinnacle of her life. Simply insert this seedling into the prepared line. All the lines have been set up in advance, as maintaining aesthetics while planting is essential. Zhizhi nodded. This task appeared so simple that it surely would not pose a challenge for her. However, 2 minutes later, everyone observed that her approach was entirely divergent from the others. While everyone else bent over and inserted seedlings in a conventional manner, she sat on the ground, arranging them in a circle as if casting a formation. Why does her style always differ from the rest? What perplexes me most is why her movements are so swift. Indeed, although Zhizhi's behavior was rather bizarre, her speed was remarkable. While others planted one by one, she was inserting them in clusters. In the midst of her planting, she even created a bagua formation. The others resignedly thought, well, let her do as she pleases. Qi Qing'an quietly filled in the indentation left by Zhizhi. If he does not harbor feelings for Zhizhi, I shall eat my keyboard on the spot. Madame Qi gazed at her son, her smile blooming like a flower. I am about to have a daughter-in-law. Chairman Qi doused her enthusiasm with cold water. It's too early to celebrate. This girl clearly seems oblivious. And her sister appears disinterested in our son. Madame Qi flipped her hair defiantly, saying no worries. Have faith in our son, although he may lack in other areas. His looks are undeniably handsome. If all else fails, he can resort to seduction. After Zhizhi formed the bagua arrangement, she suddenly recalled the gestures of celestial beings casting spells as seen on television. Following her memory, she began to playfully chant wind.
Then,
thunder, lightning, obey my command.
Rain down.
No sooner had her words left her lips than a thunderclap resonated from the sky. Standing beside her, Lu Zihao exclaimed. The gazes of others towards Zhizhi changed dramatically. Sister, teach me. I beg you. Chapter 83. A Revelation Beneath the Hips. Zhizhi glanced at the Bagua formation and then at her hands, utterly bewildered.
Wow.
Is this truly so effective? Could it be that Zhizhi is a long-hidden powerhouse? It is said that those with exceptional abilities often exhibit peculiar behaviors, and she certainly fits that description. My military training is saved. Once I master the spell, I can summon rain during training. Oh, illustrious one. Please, teach me. The hidden master was unexpectedly close at hand. Lu Zihao was on the verge of ecstatic madness. He had just witnessed something extraordinary. The sky above had become overcast, and it seemed that rain would soon follow. Zhizhi looked at the exhilarated Lu Zihao with a mix of exasperation and pride, yet she truly was not a master, merely an ordinary person who had been playing around. I am not a master. It was merely a coincidence, she insisted. Lu Zihao refused to believe her. How could it be so fortuitous? Others had not experienced such serendipity. She must possess a remarkable talent. I genuinely lack such talent. It was simply happenstance. Zhizhi reiterated. Lu Zihao remained unconvinced, adamantly insisting. It cannot be. It simply cannot. Seeing his fervor, Zhizhi was at a loss for words and finally said, Does that mean if I predict you will trip, you will indeed fall? I have already stated it was coincidence. Lu Zihao appeared genuinely eager to learn magic, but it was indeed likely just a stroke of luck. Although the moment seemed fantastical, the probability of coincidence remained significant. I discovered that Zhizhi possessed an undeniable charm. Her entire presence was enchanting. As she rushed forward, Zhizhi swiftly sidestepped, causing Lu Zihao to tumble into Qi Qing'an's embrace. Lu Zihao lifted his head and found himself locked in a gaze with Qi Qing'an. The scene was indeed a spectacle for the onlookers. A man over 1.80 m nestled in Qi Qing'an's arms. Lu Zihao trembled as he raised his head. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Qi Qing'an's expression darkened immediately, and I observed his fist clenching and unclenching. Lu Zihao, you are truly something else. Zhizhi exclaimed, her smile wide as she enjoyed the unfolding drama. Your husband is about to be stolen away. Zhizhi, grinning broadly, found the spectacle utterly delightful. Ningyu, witnessing Zhizhi's delight, felt a pang of sympathy for Qi Qing'an. Perhaps she had overestimated Zhizhi. What use was Qi Qing'an's earnestness when this little ancestor remained oblivious? It was as if she had 6 senses open but was utterly clueless regarding the 7th. How could she watch Qi Qing'an embrace another man with such amusement? Lu Zihao remained in Qi Qing'an's hold, unable to rise due to the force of his earlier charge, leaving him in an awkward position. Lu Qiqi, come help me. I cannot get up alone. Lu Qiqi swiftly pulled Lu Zihao out, apologizing profusely. I am so sorry. He is a bit slow-witted. Please do not hold it against him, Teacher Qi. Qi Qing'an sighed softly. It's all right. Just be careful when walking. He cast a sidelong glance at the merrily smiling Zhizhi, inexplicably feeling a twinge of heartache. Everyone rushed frantically, ultimately all getting drenched. The staff, however, were not so cruel as to make them work in such weather, so today's meal was resolved in this manner. Fortunately, the rain came and went swiftly. By afternoon, it had ceased entirely. You better plant the rice properly and stop causing trouble, Ningyu specifically warned Zhizhi. Rest assured, I will be absolutely obedient. Zhizhi replied, her compliance surprising others, as it was uncharacteristic of her. Yet, in the moments that followed, Zhizhi indeed proved to be diligent, completing her tasks swiftly and proficiently. The 6 of them split into 2 groups, 3 in front and 3 behind, which enabled them to work more efficiently. Qi Qing'an, look behind you. Zhizhi,
Run.
something bad is about to happen. The barrage of comments erupted suddenly, and the reason would soon become clear. Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an were facing each other, both moving at remarkable speed, nearly bumping into each other. However, fatigue overcame Zhizhi, and she sat down to rest just as Qi Qing'an approached. If they failed to notice one another soon, the impending incident would undoubtedly be exceedingly awkward. Regardless of how others warned them, the 2 in question remained oblivious, engrossed in their own tasks while others focused on their work. A minute later, Qi Qing'an, glancing down to see a head peeking between his knees, fell silent. Zhizhi merely felt a shadow enveloping her, finding herself between Qi Qing'an's legs, her head having inadvertently passed beneath him. Was there such a significant height difference? Qi Qing'an's legs were extraordinarily long. One was bent over, head raised, creating an extraordinarily awkward atmosphere. Ha ha ha, we've already warned them. While we anticipated such a scene, it's still incredibly amusing. Zhizhi is just a tiny bundle there. Qing'en's legs are so long she could easily crawl underneath. Well, she has already crawled through. But it's undeniably awkward for a head to suddenly appear from beneath someone. Zhizhi attempted to say something to alleviate the awkwardness, but blurted out instead. Don't fart, okay? Qing'en. Chapter 84. Crawling between legs. Qing'en moved his lips, intending to say something, but found certain words were simply beyond his reach at that moment. In fact, at particular times, this girl could indeed keep her mouth shut.
Ha ha ha.
Zhizhi is truly remarkable. How did she manage to blurt that out? Doesn't she feel the slightest embarrassment? When has she ever felt embarrassed? Typically, it's others who are awkward. She never seems to be. This girl has taken the notion of, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who will be to an extraordinary level. As long as I possess enough audacity, no one can harm me. What are you two doing? In broad daylight. How can you engage in such actions? Lu Ziheo's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Upon witnessing their current antics, Ningyu's expression darkened immediately, and she dashed forward, seizing Zhiji's leg and attempting to drag her away. Zhizhi, who was seated, was nearly toppled over by this abrupt action. In a frantic effort to prevent a fall, he groped for something to stabilize himself. In his haste, he inadvertently grasped the head of the bent-over Qing'en. Qing'en, the onlookers. The current situation is as follows. Zhizhi is positioned between Qing'en's legs. Ningyu is pulling on Zhiji's feet, and to avoid falling, Zhizhi has clutched Qing'en's head. Qing'en felt a sudden tug on his head, as if it were about to dive beneath him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and managed to brace himself. Ha ha, the sight of these three is utterly hilarious. Qing'en nearly found himself diving into his own lap. Zhizhi, I knew you wouldn't disappoint, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. Not only did you dive into someone else's lap, but you also made them dive into their own. Your intentions are truly nefarious. Ningyu's reaction is simply comedic. I couldn't even fathom how she appeared here so swiftly. Her momentum was truly awe-inspiring. Ningyu, having dashed over and yanked on Zhiji's leg, displayed remarkable force. Let go of me. Why are you clutching his head? Observing her exasperated sister, Ningyu felt her patience fraying. There was hardly a moment's respite. Zhizhi clutched both of Qing'en's ears, striving to maintain his balance. Sister, I wish to let him go too, but you must first release my feet. Otherwise, I shall surely fall. Qing'en, just grab my hair instead. My ears are about to be torn off. Lu Ziheo and Lu Qiqi stood by, utterly bewildered, pondering what had transpired and how it had evolved into such chaos. Should we intervene? This seems rather off. Lu Qiqi hesitated. Lu Ziheo, it is best we refrain from meddling in their affairs. When celestial beings clash, mere mortals suffer. We ought to keep our distance. Chu Qi. Ningyu gazed at Qing'en, who was bent over, and at Zhizhi, who was on the verge of collapsing into the mud. Ultimately, she relinquished her hold on Zhiji's leg. With newfound support, Zhizhi immediately released Qing'en's head and swiftly emerged from beneath him. The three of them sighed in unison. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The preceding moment had already been sufficiently embarrassing, and Ningyu's intervention had rendered it even more uncomfortable. Qing'en, I sincerely apologize. Had I not seized her foot, she would not have grasped your head so suddenly. Ningyu expressed her remorse to Qing'en, her face flushed with embarrassment. Apologize swiftly. You could plant rice even beneath someone's legs, yet you went ahead and grabbed their head. Hurry and apologize. Ningyu gave Zhizhi a gentle push. Zhizhi, who had just risen and was already weak-kneed, stumbled once more. With a soft thud, she fell directly into the muddy ground, splattering mud everywhere. The two bystanders were caught in the mess. Zhizhi, Ningyu, Qing'en, Mei, blossoming anew? The expressions of these three are utterly hilarious. Their faces painted with disbelief. Zhizhi, why must I kneel again? There is gold beneath the daughter's knees. I've knelt twice already. Qing'en silently helped Zhizhi to her feet. It's all right. None of us intended this, and it's truly no great matter. We have finished planting this row. Let us take a break. Observing Qing'en assist Zhizhi, Ningyu felt a pang in her heart. Why did she feel like the one disrupting their bond? Qing'en's behavior seemed rather peculiar. How could he change so dramatically? That glance, that gesture. How infuriating. When Qing'en spoke, his tone bore an inexplicable hint of grievance, and he kept casting glances at Zhizhi, as if he had been wronged. He emanated an aura of melancholy that left Ningyu bewildered. Something about Qi Qing'an felt amiss, though she could not pinpoint precisely what it was. Ningyu's eyes blazed with fury. Her gaze at Qi Qing'an was one of sheer intent to tear him apart. What had he said just moments ago? Allow me to elucidate. Let me analyze that series of actions for you. When Qi Qing'an uttered it, "That's all right," his gaze dropped, and his tone was subdued, exuding a sense of pitiful vulnerability. When he helped Zhizhi, it was as if he were showcasing his magnanimity. In a word, he was utterly charming. Goodness. I never anticipated witnessing such a side of Qi Qing'an. Ningyu was on the verge of flames. Having her sister taken from her was one thing, but now she had to endure such charming antics. Had it been her, she would have charged at him. But it is Qi Qing'an. Could one truly confront him? As Zhizhi was seated on the ridge of the field, she remained blissfully unaware of any oddity, completely oblivious to the previous mishap.
Now.
She simply gazed at her knees, sighing. This is the second time I have knelt to you. I have never knelt to anyone else, except for the god of wealth. Of course, Qi Qing'an replied. Then should I feel honored to be compared to the god of wealth? Chapter 85. Choose between being a chicken or a duck. Once everyone had completed their tasks, it was already time for a meal. The staff arrived punctually. Zhizhi quipped. What's the mystery? At least tell us what dishes will be served. What if the dishes are beyond our culinary skills? Can we exchange any that we cannot prepare? The mention of local ingredients lent an air of intrigue, prompting concerns about whether they would be able to cook them. Upon returning to their dwelling, they were taken aback by the ginseng lying on the floor. Zhizhi, looking at the staff with earnestness, inquired, Is this just one ginseng for us? Are we meant to ponder life after consuming it? The staff struggled to suppress their amusement. This young lady was becoming increasingly entertaining. Of course not, they clarified. Today's dishes must all incorporate ginseng, and you will have choices shortly. This chicken is entrusted to you. If you prefer not to cook chicken, there's also duck. Zhizhi instinctively retorted, If we don't cook chicken, must we then prepare duck? Her remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Ningyu lowered her head, while Lu Zihao and Qi Qing'an's faces were twitching with suppressed mirth, though Qi Qing'an managed to maintain composure. Lu Qiqi, however, found it amusing enough to laugh outright. Haha, Zhizhi, what benefit do I derive from your antics? The phrase if not chicken then duck has two interpretations. I wonder which one you intended, she continued. Both are acceptable. It's all for the sake of eating, isn't it? And the concept of eating itself has dual meanings. Observing their hearty laughter, Zhizhi felt perplexed. What could be so humorous about her previous statement? Why are you all laughing so heartily? Was there something amiss in what I said? The staff merely stated that we must choose between chicken and duck. Preparing either would take too long, and by the time we eat, it may well be dark. Moreover, we need to incorporate ginseng, which suggests a long simmering process for soup. We're practically starving and can hardly wait any longer. Ningyu took a deep breath, fanning her moist eyes, and remarked, It's nothing. We just recalled something quite funny. Qi Qing'an echoed, Indeed. It was merely a sudden thought that struck us as humorous, and we couldn't help but laugh. Given that she was unaware of the reason, it was perhaps better not to disclose it. In truth, it was their minds that had wandered astray. There was nothing wrong with what she had said, and they had simply misinterpreted it. Zhizhi, what are you all laughing at? Others, apologies. It is our thoughts that are amiss. Zhizhi merely expressed a normal statement. Yet you all diverted it into something else. How can you justify this to her? I apologize. I too momentarily misinterpreted it, and found myself considering their appearances and physiques, which was indeed concerning. Quickly rid yourselves of the inappropriate thoughts cluttering your minds. The young lady's words were entirely proper. Perhaps you truly need a mental cleansing. Zhizhi squinted her eyes, feeling an unsettling sense that these individuals were concealing something from her. No, they were certainly hiding something. Were they just laughing at her? Had she done something amusing? Zhizhi was determined to uncover the truth, for this lingering doubt weighed heavily on her mind. Lu Qiqi whispered, It would be better if you remained unaware of this. It's for your own good. Zhizhi found this increasingly perplexing. What could possibly be better for her to remain oblivious to? A staff member wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, exclaiming that he had never encountered such a unique talent before.
All right, I will tell you, he said.
What you said just now was perfectly fine. It was everyone else who misinterpreted it. Upon reflecting on her previous words, Zhizhi quickly grasped the situation. What on earth are you people thinking? How could such a simple statement be misconstrued? She rolled her eyes and began brainstorming. Among this peculiar group, the most popular individual must surely be Qi Qing'an. As she glanced at Qi Qing'an, her mind conjured various scenarios. He looked at her with a hint of confusion. Is there something on my face? Yanji blurted out. You must be the star attraction. To her surprise, Qi Qing'an understood the meaning behind her disjointed remark. Thank you, but I have no desire to be the main attraction, he replied, his smile fading instantly. Yanji, you just accused others of misinterpreting. Have you not done the same? Thinking of the star attraction? Now you've gone too far. All right, I'll give you two options, chicken or duck, the staff member suggested, altering the terminology as the previous choices sounded rather odd. The 6 individuals conferred and ultimately decided on, forget it.
Chicken.
Ducks are more challenging to handle. Let's go with chicken, Yanji declared. As soon as she spoke, silence enveloped the group. Ningyu promptly covered her mouth, apologizing. Sorry, she's just a child. Let us pretend we didn't hear that. The others remained bemused. The staff members stifled laughter. Let us avoid the word chicken for now. Civility for all. Yanji, I am at a loss for words. You are truly a character. You all are such perverts. She didn't mean what you think. Although I may have misconstrued it too. The expression on the sister's face was priceless. She instantly burst into laughter before quickly covering Yanji's mouth. Ningyu scolded. You need to be quiet. Yanji, bewildered, found herself silenced, her mind reeling. Had she inadvertently said something outrageous? Chapter 86. The bulletin board comes to life. This time, no one was willing to reveal what was wrong with her remark, not even Qi Qing'an, who swiftly changed the subject. Let us focus on cooking. Food is the most important thing. We can set aside everything else for now. Yanji regarded him suspiciously. Something about him seemed off.
Zhizhi.
Do not press him further. His expression reveals the depth of his embarrassment. Zhizhi, if you were to explore the internet a bit more, you would realize just how inappropriate your words truly are. Perhaps you should take the time to browse online more often. I'm merely operating the baby bus. Yet you all have taken it upon yourselves to race ahead. Can I truly be blamed for that? The dish of ginseng chicken requires a considerable amount of time to prepare, although the chicken can also be stir-fried. Ningyu is in charge of the cooking today, while Zhizhi has been entrusted with the significant task of slaughtering the chicken. As she gazes at the chicken on the ground, Zhizhi finds herself in a silent standoff with it. Dear chicken, do not look at me with such eyes. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. I do not wish to consume you, but should I refrain, I will surely find myself starving. As she tends to the fire and heats the water, she continues to talk to herself. I will do my best to make this swift for you. In your next life, perhaps refrain from being a chicken and consider becoming another creature. Qi Qing'an, standing nearby, listens to her words with a hint of helplessness. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, allow me to take over, he thinks, recognizing that Zhizhi, being a girl, might hesitate to carry out such a task. However, the next moment, as he watches the chicken meet its end, he falls silent. Zhizhi holds up the knife, blood glistening ominously, and asks, What were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch that. The sight of the bloodied knife sends a wave of unease through Qi Qing'an. I said nothing, please. Continue with your work, he replies. I am so delicate, I am merely pretending. Zhizhi exclaims with laughter. Qi Qing'an truly believes that Zhizhi fears such matters. He must indeed have a certain bias towards her. Once she has taken care of the chicken, Zhizhi's tasks are nearly complete. Ningyu is kneading dough, and, upon noticing Zhizhi standing idly by, she tosses her a piece of dough. Go play over there, but do mind your safety. Do not stray too far. Zhizhi stares at the dough in her hands, pausing for a moment. Does Ningyu truly perceive her as a child? They are merely months apart in age, and thus peers. Observing Zhizhi standing motionless, Ningyu pauses her work and looks up, asking, What's wrong? Why aren't you going to play?
Haha.
It seems like my sister is acting like a mother. My own mother often gives me a piece of dough to play with when she's kneading. Ningyu genuinely regards Zhizhi as a little child. Go on and play. I'm just worried you'll cause chaos in the kitchen. Hurry outside. Once outside, Zhizhi continues to examine the dough in her hands, kneading it and finding it surprisingly enjoyable. As everyone else becomes engrossed in their tasks, she finds herself alone outside. After a while of playing, she grows bored and steps out, yet she is acutely aware of her poor sense of direction and merely strolls at the entrance. While everyone is bustling in the kitchen, Zhizhi wanders outside like a lost soul. The child may indeed be quite bored. The child, quietly scheming, has indeed put Ningyu in a precarious situation, for leaving her alone outside is the gravest error. A sense of foreboding looms. As I am convinced that the actions of Zhizhi will undoubtedly exceed our expectations. The barrage of comments began to speculate. Some believed nothing would transpire. while others were certain Zhizhi would invoke some form of trouble. 3 minutes later, the comments fell into a collective hush, gazing at the screen. Where an individual had wedged their head into a hole in the advertisement board, they found themselves utterly speechless. Zhizhi struggled to extricate her head, but to no avail. The place they resided was not far from the village's promotional square, adorned with numerous advertisement boards showcasing a myriad of children's illustrations and small animals. The faces of these creatures featured holes through which one could pose for photographs. Bored, Zhizhi leaned in to try it out, only to find herself trapped. "Help! Is anyone there?" she cried, desperately pushing against the board, yet her head remained stuck. "I knew it would come to this. But I never anticipated it would be so absurd." The scene was a stark contrast. On one side, the fervent cooking continued, while on the other, a figure with their rear in the air called for assistance. Regret coursed through Zhizhi. Had she known better, she would never have thrust her head in.
"Oh,
Chi-Chungin, sister," she shouted, hoping to summon someone, but instead, she attracted the attention of the villagers. "Oh, dear. How did you manage to get your head stuck?" a kind woman exclaimed, rushing over to assist. Nearby, an elderly man began to dismantle the advertisement board, expressing his frustration that he had long advised the village chief against creating such holes, having witnessed this predicament unfold numerous times before. Though Zhizhi's head was small, the hole was even smaller. While some may find it easy to insert their heads, withdrawing is often a challenge, and she found herself in just such a predicament. Before long, she emerged at her doorstep, clutching the advertisement board. Chuchi happened to step out to dispose of the trash and was met with the sight of a human face protruding from the board. Ha ha ha. The expression on Chuchi's face is absolutely priceless, a blend of surprise, astonishment, and a hint of confusion. Since he ceased to provoke trouble, Chuchi now appeared rather amiable, arguably the only sane individual among them, at least for the moment. Would Chuchi lend a hand? Zhizhi, upon seeing him, offered an awkward smile, though her face was contorted, rendering her grin both comical and strange. Inhaling deeply, Chuchi retreated inside, and half a minute later, everyone gathered outside. Faced with the sight of the transformed advertisement board, they all fell silent, the stillness ringing loudly in the air. In this whimsical narrative, we encounter Zhizhi, whose innocence contrasts sharply with the peculiar expressions of the 5 individuals before her, who seemed to exude an awkwardness surpassing her own. "Hello, everyone. Might I trouble you for a favor?" she cheerfully implores, her toothy grin met with a blend of exasperation and resignation from her companions. How can you possibly be so carefree at a moment like this? They seem to think. Zhizhi quips, "As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others." Observing the 5, one might imagine their toes digging into the ground as if to carve out a fortress, while the true instigator, Zhizhi, appears utterly unfazed. When has our dear Yen ever felt burdened? Even in embarrassment, she is likely the only one who is aware of it. Let us assist the child. Their face is rather flushed, indicating a serious predicament, one suggests. Ningyu, taking a deep breath, has resigned herself to silence, casting a glance at Chi-Chungin. Initially, she perceived him as overly cunning, mismatched with Zhizhi, yet now she recognizes that such cleverness might serve a purpose, cushioning the blow of unforeseen events. "You handle this. I shall tidy up the kitchen," she concedes, having given up on controlling Zhizhi, who seems to thrive amidst chaos without a care in the world. Chi-Chungin, observing the expectant gaze of Zhizhi, lets out a silent sigh and retrieves a cleaver from behind the door. What is this foreboding posture? The atmosphere shifts ominously with the appearance of such a weapon, she thinks, her eyes widening in disbelief. Zhizhi, are you aware of the gravity of your transgressions? The audience has discerned her character well by now. Steady your hand, please. Do not let it stray near my head. Her voice trembles slightly. Chi-Chungin, noticing her quivering demeanor, subtly signals to 2 others nearby. Lu Zihao and Lu Chichi promptly understand his intent and flank Zhizhi, restraining her.
Juki.
Witnessing this unfolding tableau, finds herself at a loss for words. The scene, already reminiscent of a condemned prisoner, becomes all the more vivid as the 2 hold her in place. Chi-Chungin aims at the bulletin board, and with a swift motion of the cleaver, it splinters with a crisp crack. Fortunately, it is merely a thin board, not a hefty slab of wood. Zhizhi feels a sudden lightness, instinctively checking her neck. Relieved to find it intact. "What a narrow escape," she exclaims. "Dear fool, you must trust Chi-Chungin. He would never harm you, for you hold a special place in his heart." The fierce intensity on Qi Qing'an's face as he swung his knife was truly intimidating. Is there a script that could allow him to portray a debauched character? It seems he has yet to explore such a role. Interestingly, this topic of Qi Qing'an as a debauched figure has indeed made its way to trending discussions, thanks to the comments from netizens. Some directors have taken note. While Qi Qing'an has played a diverse array of characters, he has not yet ventured into the realm of the perverse. Perhaps it is time for him to embrace such a challenge. Just imagining him embodying a demon is thrilling. As for Zhizhi, one must wonder what possessed her to insert her head into that hole. Liu Zihao was genuinely curious about her thought process at that moment. Zhizhi rubbed her face in frustration and remarked, "How would I know? When I saw that hole, I just wanted to try it out. And who would have guessed I wouldn't be able to get out?" Liu Zihao threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, "You must have had a momentary lapse in judgment." Zhizhi, incensed by his reaction, shaped a small piece of dough into a ball and flicked it at him. In an instant, the atmosphere turned silent. Gazing at the dough lodged in Liu Zihao's nostril, she felt the urge to laugh but also deemed it inappropriate. "Oh dear, I truly did not mean to. Allow me to assist you in removing that dough from your nostril." The corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, this is too much. I'm dying of laughter." Liu Qiqi clutched her stomach in mirth. Qi Qing'an turned his head, attempting to suppress the urge to smile broadly. Chu Qi regarded Zhizhi with a sense of awe. She was indeed formidable. Liu Zihao forcefully blew his nose, but the dough remained stubbornly in place. With another strong effort, an unknown liquid unexpectedly erupted from the other nostril. Zhizhi, I hereby declare her the third category of person in this world. There are men, women, and then there is Zhizhi. Liu Zihao felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. How could he have accidentally expelled mucus? Zhizhi looked at the expelled mucus with admiration. "You are truly remarkable. To manage such cleanliness without tissue." "Thank you, but I do not require such praise," Liu Zihao replied. Qi Qing'an gently tugged at Zhizhi, then quietly retreated into the room to fetch a small pair of tweezers. "Squat down a bit and lift your head. I shall assist you in extracting the obstruction from your nose." Qi Qing'an's sense of security is always so reassuring. Zhizhi stirs up trouble while Qi Qing'an cleans up the mess. Their teamwork is remarkably harmonious. Honestly, I still cannot comprehend how that piece of dough ended up in his nostril. It seems Zhizhi merely flicked it in frustration, and her aim was astonishingly precise. The events surrounding Zhizhi cannot be likened to mundane occurrences. She is simply a unique being in this world. After all, she has traversed dimensions, even though this body is her own. Do not inhale deeply. As you inhaled, the dough became increasingly taut, and you pondered whether you could extricate it. Qi Qing'an had just grasped it when the other person suddenly inhaled sharply. Liu Zihao wore a bittersweet smile, admitting that he couldn't help it. The tickle in his nose compelled him to inhale instinctively. Qi Qing'an firmly pressed his head down, instructing him to act as if he were about to sneeze and to exhale forcefully. Liu Zihao obediently complied, and in the next moment, the noodle shot out from his nose. Before he could revel in the relief, he noticed the dough had adhered to Qi Qing'an's forehead. Chapter 88. How about devoting oneself? Zhizhi couldn't suppress her laughter upon seeing the dough stuck to Qi Qing'an's forehead. "If only it were red, my noble bodhisattva," Qi Qing'an retorted. "You can still laugh at this moment?" She is actually still chuckling. How absurd. Zhizhi certainly possesses a knack for infuriating others without consequence. Unbelievable. The series of events today unfolded with such serendipity. She flicked the dough into Liu Zihao's nostril, leading to a sneeze, which perfectly landed the dough on Qi Qing'an's forehead. "What do we call this?" "Destiny," Qi Qing'an exclaimed. "Do you want this destiny for yourself?" He was on the brink of madness with the sensation on his forehead. Liu Zihao, noticing Qi Qing'an's expression, quietly reached up to remove the dough from his forehead. "Brother Qi, please don't be angry. I'll get a tissue to wipe your forehead right away."
"Please don't be upset."
Qi Qing'an took a deep breath, striving to suppress his discomfort. "It's nothing, really, not a big deal. I mustn't get angry." He forced a smile. "I'm not angry. You all go ahead and continue." Zhizhi, observing his peculiar demeanor, expressed her concern. "Are you truly all right? Would you like me to stay with you for a while?" "I didn't mean to do it, and neither did Liu Zihao. It was all an accident." Of course, it was an accident. Such a coincidental occurrence could not be premeditated. "No need, you all go eat. I'll wash my face and join you shortly." The meal was unusually silent, with Zhizhi occasionally glancing at Qi Qing'an, prompting Ningyu to remark, "Is his face really that appetizing? Just take a bite." This is what one calls a feast for the eyes. The ancients were indeed wise. Zhiji's demeanor has truly embodied this idiom. I've captured the moment of her eating earlier. I'll teach my son this idiom later. Sister Zhi has successfully infiltrated the educational sphere. Despite being teased, Zhizhi did not temper her behavior, causing Qi Qing'an to nearly choke on his food. You really don't have to keep staring at me. I'm genuinely not angry, Qi Qing'an said, feeling particularly helpless. Zhizhi shook her head. I don't believe you. Your expression tells me otherwise. Though it was unintentional, I sincerely apologize for the recent incident. If you desire compensation, please let me know what you wish for, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Lu Qiqi murmured, offering herself as recompense. Suddenly, the dining table fell into a profound silence. Lu Qiqi, how impressive you are. Typically so reticent, yet at a crucial moment, you shine. Offering oneself in gratitude, just like in ancient tales. But is this offer of devotion an act of gratitude or vengeance? I cannot speak for others. But in the case of Qi Qing'an, it is undoubtedly a treasure. Just look at the way he gazes at her. I've never seen him look at anyone else in such a manner. Qi Qing'an's fans had become quite enlightened. Previously, some had insisted on his solitary brilliance, claiming to disfavor Zhizhi. However, after witnessing a series of Qi Qing'an's actions, they had all become devotees. They had followed him for so long, yet had never seen him treat anyone with such affection. His adoration was truly boundless. Lu Qiqi's mere words felt like a bombshell, detonating in the hearts of all present. Lu Zihao silently gave Lu Qiqi a thumbs up. Zhizhi glanced at Qi Qing'an, pondering Lu Qiqi's recent utterance, and mused that offering oneself in devotion might not be a disadvantage. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Her willingness does not guarantee mutual affection. Qi Qing'an's ears burned with embarrassment, nearly choking on the weight of those 4 words. It remained uncertain whether she had come to her senses. As it turned out, she had not. While offering oneself in devotion is indeed a commendable approach, emotional matters cannot be coerced. My willingness does not imply that the other party shares the same sentiment. Zhizhi continued, while devotion may not suffice, there are other avenues. For the next few days, you may command me as you wish. If you point east, I shall not venture west. How does that sound? Qi Qing'an managed a stiff smile and replied, well, that is acceptable. He had anticipated this outcome and realized he should not have harbored any expectations. Ningyu nearly choked on her food, laughter bubbling forth. She now understood that Qi Qing'an was merely infatuated. Zhizhi, entirely oblivious to the situation, would likely think that if someone confessed their feelings in her presence, they were merely playing a game of truth or dare. I scarcely know what to say. My heart is full of words, yet my lips remain sealed. The parties involved are unperturbed, but as an observer, I am exceedingly anxious. I almost want to march them to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It is so evident. How have you not discerned his feelings for you? Surely, you did not emerge from a stone. Perhaps Zhizhi truly did come from a stone. For I have never encountered anyone so mischievous. If she possessed the abilities of Sun Wukong, she might very well create another ruckus in the heavenly realm. This meal left some feeling dejected while others rejoiced. Regardless of who felt disheartened or elated, one truth remained. Zhizhi was undeniably delighted. Sister, your culinary skills have indeed improved remarkably. This chicken soup is exquisite. Ningyu, I'm glad you enjoy it. Zhizhi attentively volunteered to wash the dishes, as she had not cooked, and it wouldn't do for her to shirk all responsibilities. At that moment, Lu Zihao quietly approached Qi Qing'an. Brother, come over quickly. Opportunities for solitude are rare. Qi Qing'an, goodness. Everyone is aware of his intentions, yet they feign ignorance. I am unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. Ha ha ha. This rascal dares to offer advice while remaining perpetually single. Some have delved into Lu Zihao as past. He once had a crush on a girl in middle school, but she was more devoted to her studies. Oh, a girl once revealed that she admired Lu Zihao in high school, but when she was about to confess, she saw him crouched in a corner, sniffing dog feces, which shattered her illusions. PFF. What else with the dog feces scenario? While others are digging up the past, he is merely a source of amusement. Chapter 89. Exposing each other's amusing anecdotes. In truth, the dog feces incident was a misunderstanding. Lu Zihao had dropped something in the grass and was searching for it, inadvertently near a pile of dog waste. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as if he were smelling it, but he was merely looking for his belongings. For various reasons, Lu Zihao remained single until now. Even after entering the entertainment industry, he found no romantic prospects. Whenever the actresses he collaborated with were asked about him, their expressions became notably complex. While their evaluations were positive, they would unhesitatingly dismiss any suggestion of considering him as a partner. There was not even a hint of hesitation. Many viewers were astonished, questioning why so many actresses reacted this way. Some even speculated if there was something amiss with Zhizhi, prompting such swift rejections. At that time, the audience was not well acquainted with him. He was perceived as a lively and cheerful young man, only to later discover he was a spirited and humorous fool. Now I finally understand why actresses who worked with him previously could hardly contain themselves when discussing him. Others, lively and cheerful young man. Zhizhi, lively and cheerful fool. I can already envision what his future partner will be like, his wife. Oh no, I accidentally bumped into something. Zhizhi, wow. You're incredible. How did you manage to create such a huge bruise? Haha, the visual is striking. He is indeed more suited to be a friend than a partner. Zhizhi remained oblivious to the barrage of comments flooding the screen, as many were sharing his past amusing tales. His staff, upon witnessing the scene, were at a loss for words, especially upon observing Zhizi's rapidly increasing fan base. He could hardly comprehend how peculiar people's tastes had become. Now, they favored the lively and cheerful persona of a fool. The agent has worked diligently to conceal this characteristic, yet unexpectedly, it remains unmasked. Recently, a role has emerged that aligns perfectly with Lu Ji's personality. Fortunately, this character is the male lead. The agent remarked. He knew it would turn out this way. Brother, you must trust me. Having appeared in numerous television dramas, most of which involved romantic plots, I am quite confident in my abilities to pursue someone. After all, one does not need to have experienced a pig running to understand how to chase after someone, Zhizhi declared earnestly, thumping his chest. Beside him, Lu Zhizhi could not help but roll her eyes. Who was he to boast in such a manner? A semblance of confidence in pursuing romantic interests would be more credible had he at least had a girlfriend. Qi, observing Zhizi's unwavering confidence, posed a pertinent question. If you are so adept at pursuing others, why is it that no one has heard of you having a girlfriend? Zhizi's smile instantly faltered. He stammered, well, I am currently not focused on relationships. I am devoted to my work. Lu Zhizi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, I can't believe you. You're devoted to work? Wasn't it true that you had a crush on a girl during university? I even suggested you send her flowers, and you brought her chrysanthemums. Qi burst into laughter. Gifting a girl chrysanthemums? What an imaginative notion. Well, if those were indeed chrysanthemums, then I must have been the one he intended to pursue. However, I genuinely did not realize he was chasing me because he approached, shoved the flowers into my hands, flashed a provocative smile, and left. I thought I had offended him, so I began avoiding him, and thus, for years past, she recounted. What a remarkable tale. Zhizi's face flushed crimson at Lu Zhizi's words. You merely suggested sending flowers. You never specified which kind. I thought they were quite lovely. How was I to know they were a different variety of chrysanthemum? Lu Zhizi rolled her eyes in disbelief and continued. Do you know how the rumor spread around the school? They said you sent a girl chrysanthemums and even provoked her, causing her to move out of the dormitory. Zhizi retorted defiantly. That was not provocation. Don't you all enjoy the charm of a mischievous CEO smile? That was merely my charm. Qi, seated nearby, could only gaze at the two in bewilderment. It seemed they had shifted from devising plans for him to exposing Zhizi's shortcomings. I do not comprehend, but I am utterly astounded by this situation. Qi exclaimed. I have truly witnessed a new level of pursuit. That young lady must have endured quite a lot, living in constant anxiety throughout her university years. Well, it wasn't that dreadful. I suspected it might have been a misunderstanding. As I was not well acquainted with Zhizhi and could not possibly have offended him. Is that young lady now part of the entertainment industry? What productions has she appeared in? Does she still have contact with Zhizhi? No, I have not entered the entertainment industry. After graduation, I returned to my hometown, later became a civil servant, and now I have a family and children. The audience gazed at the comments made by the young lady, their hearts filled with a sense of melancholy. She already has a family. What a pity, they lamented. The fervor of Zhizi's fans had notably waned, especially after learning of his recent circumstances. Some have already settled down, while others remain carefree and uninhibited. When Zhizhi emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, the two individuals were still engaged in a quarrel, revealing each other's secrets and providing the netizens with a feast of drama. Shall we indulge? Zhizhi inquired, tossing a handful of sunflower seeds into Qi Qing'an's hands. They sat silently on the bench, captivated by the unfolding spectacle before them. Stop digging. At this rate, you'll both expose each other's dirty laundry. It's the netizens who are digging up dirt. You two are just unearthing your own scandals, and they're quite the source of amusement. Dear siblings, you are both actors. You've completely shattered your personas. Lu Zihao retorted. What makes you any better? You're still single, just like me. Why do you mock me? When we are both in the same boat. Lu Qiqi replied, I am single because I genuinely do not wish to seek a partner. Your single status is due to a lack of interest from others. Who says no one is interested in me? I simply choose not to be with anyone. And with your temperament, who would dare approach you? You'd probably end up in an abusive relationship. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qiqi kicked him, exclaiming, abuse.
Is it?
Then allow me to demonstrate. Chapter 90. The Master Pastry Chef? Zhizhi observed the two. Clicking his tongue, they've even resorted to discussing abuse. These two truly fear no rumors. Qi Qing'an suggested, perhaps you should focus on your sunflower seeds for now. They mentioned domestic violence. Does that mean they are a couple now? Zhizhi certainly lives up to his reputation, always in the thick of it. I think they might actually make a delightful pair. These two adversaries together could be quite charming. We could form our own little circle to support them. Surely that is harmless. As their fans, I have no objections. They truly are a pair of comedic adversaries. They were once good friends, but now it seems they are a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, the two who seemed destined for each other were engaged in a vigorous exchange. Behold my shadowless kick. Lu Qiqi exclaimed, landing a kick on Lu Zihao's backside, causing him to yelp and leap up. Why do you kick so hard? Are you made of iron? You should consider joining the national football team instead of the entertainment industry. Lu Qiqi chuckled coldly and swiftly retaliated. Allow me to show you my iron palm. I suppose all the martial arts moves from those action films have been unleashed upon me. How can you be so cruel? You think I'm an easy target just because I've done fewer martial arts or period dramas? Lu Zihao exclaimed as he fled. Just wait. I'll take on more period dramas and action films, and then we'll see how you fare against me. Zhizhi couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Would their future altercations resemble a martial arts film, filled with thrilling exchanges? It certainly promised to be quite entertaining. In Qi Qing'an's mind, a vivid scene emerged, prompting an involuntary smile. It was indeed quite spectacular. While others engaged in brawls by merely tugging at each other's hair, these two resorted to targeting each other's vital points. In typical confrontations, injuries might occur, yet for them, it seemed inevitable that one would perish. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi interjected. Is it polite to speak such words before us? Ah, how sharp-tongued Qi Qing'an has become. Nevertheless, I can certainly envision that scene. It would be best if the two refrained from fighting in the future. After all, the outcome is bound to be one injured and one dead, which is hardly worthwhile. With this admonition from Zhizhi and Qi Qing'an, the two fell silent, unable to fathom the prospect of future altercations. Upon witnessing their cessation, Zhizhi cheerfully exclaimed, Why have you stopped? I haven't finished my sunflower seeds yet. Carry on. Lu Zihao retorted. Are you treating us like a spectacle? Do you consider this polite? Lu Zihao added. How absurd. Reduced to mere performers. Zhizhi truly possesses a heart of steel. In the future, it would be wise for you two to avoid fighting in her presence. I fear your psyches may not withstand it. Indeed, one ought to pay for a performance. Zhizhi is justified in her actions. I too wish to earn through performance, though I lack the talent. After the commotion outside subsided, the staff finally approached. There was little left to do for the day, and dinner had already been allocated, complete with fruits for the evening. However, the preparation of tonight's meal remained their responsibility. The day's materials were sufficient, allowing them to relax. After all, constant laughter might leave the audience in a daze. Audience, we can continue. We don't mind. Once the day's event settled, everyone took a brief nap, for they had indeed labored tirelessly throughout the day. During dinner preparations, all expressions were eerily vacant, as if they had yet to awaken. Zhizhi rubbed her eyes, feeling far from alert, and then struck her own face, the sound startling the others awake. Others exclaimed, What is wrong with you? Why slap yourself for no reason? Zhizhi, with a handprint on her face, replied, This is indeed a method to regain consciousness. Qi Qing'an remarked, What should I do if the object of my affection grows increasingly foolish? Sigh. Zhizhi, I find myself at a loss for words. To be honest, I often slap myself awake, especially when drowsy. A sharp smack can truly be invigorating. Otherwise, I resort to pinching the inner thigh, a sensation that indeed jolts one to alertness. Are you all truly so ruthless with yourselves? I could never bear to treat myself that way. Qi Qing'an observed the mark on Yan Zhiji's face and quietly retrieved ointment from his suitcase. Ningyu, however, chose not to comment on their interaction, resigning to the fact that this sister was beyond her control. It was better left to Qi Qing'an to manage. I shall prepare the meal, and others may assist. However, Ningyu has resolved to don the chef's hat herself. Yan Zhizhi, noticing the assortment of fruits laid out, declared, "Allow me to concoct some fruit smoothies for everyone. I acquired this skill at home, and the flavor is quite delightful." Qi Qing'an responded, "I shall come to your aid." Thus, they successfully divided into two groups, one for cooking and the other for fruit preparation, with 4 individuals in the former and 2 in the latter. Thanks to their collaboration at noon, the cooking group worked in harmonious synchrony, while the fruit group consisted of just 2. "Are you certain you wish to blend it this way?" Qi Qing'an inquired, gazing at the mushy mass of bananas with a perplexed expression.
Indeed.
It resembled a lump of banana, and the way it had been squished was quite peculiar. Yan Zhizhi examined the banana concoction and concluded that there was nothing amiss. After all, this is precisely how one creates a smoothie. It must be this way. Smoothies require this consistency. Trust me, I shall take care of the presentation. Yan Zhizhi spoke with an air of confidence, akin to that of a pastry master, although, if not for the banana mass beside her, the resemblance would have been even more striking. Oh my, that lump of banana resembles something rather unsightly. Please spare me the details. I cannot bear to imagine this scene. What shall we do? I am suddenly quite concerned about the outcome of Yan Zhiji's creation. Setting aside whether it is edible, the mere appearance raises questions about its appetizing nature. Chapter 91. Lazy Sheep's Excrement Milkshake. Yan Zhizhi harbored ambitions beyond merely preparing fruit. She aimed to bake a small cake. For dessert must accompany the meal. Qi Qing'an stood by her side, assisting, his expression one of hesitant restraint, grappling with unspoken words. After a few minutes, as he beheld the smoothie, Qi Qing'an's face nearly transformed into an emoji of disbelief. Completion. How splendid is my creation, Yan Zhizhi proclaimed, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. She had followed a tutorial at home, and the taste was sure to be exceptional. Qi Qing'an, managing a stiff smile, tentatively remarked, "Do you genuinely believe your creation is commendable?" Yan Zhizhi scrutinized the presentation, finding it quite satisfactory. "Surely, you cannot doubt its quality. The lazy sheep design took me considerable time to illustrate, and the hair atop it is comprised of my banana smoothie. Haha, the lazy sheep is flat, while the excrement atop its head is 3-dimensional. Oh my, I am truly on the verge of laughter. I never anticipated that her smoothie would be styled as the excrement on lazy sheep's head, and she even drew the head beneath it. I am in tears. Yan Zhizhi, while your efforts are commendable, it may have been unnecessary." Once the smoothie was completed, the focus shifted to the cake, this time opting for banana-flavored cookies. As Qi Qing'an assisted, his unease grew. They had no molds for the cookie's shape. Yet, Yan Zhizhi commenced her confident endeavor, and fortunately, there was an oven available. Before long, the aroma of freshly baked cookies wafted throughout the room.
Wow.
"Zhizhi, are you baking cookies? The aroma is delightful." Lu Zihao joyfully rushed over, pleasantly surprised to discover there were snacks. Yan Zhizhi confidently replied, "I am making banana cookies. They will be ready soon. I also prepared milkshakes for you to experience my culinary skills." Lu Zihao beamed with happiness. "Wonderful. It has been ages since I last enjoyed milkshakes and cookies. My manager is quite strict with me. I advise you not to set your expectations too high. Truly, do not expect too much. Oh, Lu Zihao, your cheerful expression will soon transform. I hope you can truly manage to consume those peculiar cookie shapes." Observing their reactions, the cookies seemed quite fragrant. Surely, they had not gone awry. Just as the comments floated by about the cookies not being a disaster, the next moment, the cookies were done. Yan Zhizhi presented the cookies, and upon seeing their bizarre, mutated shapes, Lu Zihao's smile instantly froze. Qi Qing'an sighed softly. He had anticipated this outcome. "What do you think? Surprised, aren't you? This is my second attempt, and I have succeeded so well. I must possess some talent in making snacks," Yan Zhizhi remarked, oblivious to any faults in her creations. While the appearance may not be appealing, the flavor is assured, as she had made them at home before, and they tasted quite good. After all, when it comes to food, taste is paramount. Appearance is secondary. Haha, just as I suspected. I have actually seen a pig's head. How did she create this? To make cookies look like that is indeed a gift. Even without molds, simple round or rectangular shapes would suffice. I watched them enter round and emerge so oddly shaped. What else could it be but talent? Honestly, the flavor should still be decent. The shape is merely a bit peculiar. And with eyes closed, one could still enjoy them. Laughter erupted as Lu Ziheo's smile vanished, while Qi Qing'an sighed silently behind him. Their expressions were truly priceless. The only one present still brimming with joy was Zhizhi. Before long, the meal was ready, yet the others were still unaware of what milkshakes and snacks Zhizhi had concocted. Come, come, it's time to eat, Lu Qiqi shouted, holding a bowl aloft. The spread included 4 dishes and a soup, ample enough for all 6 of them. Ningyu also caught a whiff of the sweet aroma, asking, "What snacks did you prepare?" Lu Qiqi praised, "Wow, how impressive. You can make snacks too. I can barely manage cooking." Lu Ziheo discreetly tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Don't set your expectations too high. Temper your enthusiasm just a bit." Lu Qiqi responded, "Why should I lower my expectations? The scent alone indicates it must be delightful." In the next moment, everyone fell silent, gazing at the peculiar lazy sheep poop-shaped milkshake on the plate. Ningyu took a deep breath and inquired, "Is there a particular significance to the way you made this milkshake?" Zhizhi shook her head, saying, "There's no deeper meaning.
I simply adore lazy sheep.
I find it quite endearing. Besides, I lack the skill to create other designs. I've only just begun learning. The original form was rather unappealing, so I decided to fashion it this way." The crowd responded, "What difference does this make? It's merely a more distinct representation of excrement." Indeed, the artistry was undeniably charming and visually pleasing, yet persuading them to consume it posed quite a challenge. "Come on, eat up. I want to capture this moment." A group of celebrities consuming excrement. This could certainly trend. Zhiji's lazy sheep is indeed exquisitely drawn, and the excrement head is remarkably realistic. If it weren't for the consumption aspect, it would be a delightful design. Qi Qing'an forced a smile and was the first to grasp a spoon. "Let's all give it a try. It tastes surprisingly good. Tea tastes what matters most. The appearance is secondary." Ningyu also awkwardly picked up a spoon. Thinking as an older sister, she must support her younger sibling. "Let us all have a taste." Everyone began to eat stiffly, but after the first bite, their expressions instantly relaxed. The flavor was indeed delightful, with a rich banana essence, smooth and fragrant with each mouthful.
How about that?
Quite enjoyable, right? Zhizhi felt confident in her culinary skills. She had a remarkable talent for cooking. Judging by everyone's reactions, the taste is commendable. The only drawback may be its appearance. The design isn't bad. Lazy sheep is so cute. It's just that this presentation isn't particularly appetizing. After the meal, everyone should brace themselves. That will be far more formidable. Chapter 92, Dreaming of Being an Emperor. Surprisingly, despite its unremarkable appearance, it was quite delicious. Lu Ziheo took a hefty bite, declaring it exquisite. Although I anticipated it might taste good, confronting this design while enjoying it fills me with a peculiar discomfort. Fans of Lu Ziheo, come quickly. Your idol is currently live streaming while consuming excrement. What can we do? He insists on eating it. What are we supposed to do? Should we join him? Lu Ziheo's fans felt utterly helpless. How had they become enamored with such a peculiar situation? Perhaps he had always been this way, merely concealing it well in the past, yet they found themselves enjoying his current antics. Thus, they had no choice but to endure this silent dilemma, as the reality did not align with their expectations. After finishing the milkshake, Zhizhi presented a platter of small cookies, though no one recognized them as cookies. "Come, everyone, do try these. They are banana-flavored cookies. I've tasted them, and they are quite delightful," Zhizhi proclaimed with confidence. Her culinary talent was indeed impressive. Although the designs were lacking, the flavors were undeniably commendable. Gazing at these seemingly mutated cookies, this time, truly no one dared to take a bite. Lu Ziho whispered, "After eating this cookie, I won't mutate, will I?" Lu Qiqi gulped, genuinely reluctant to consume this peculiar treat. Zhizhi, observing the hesitation of others, took a piece and held it to Qi Qing'an's lips. "Why not give it a try?" she said, her face brimming with anticipation. Qi Qing'an responded with a silent expression. Ningyu let out a small sigh of relief, grateful it wasn't offered to her.
Puffed.
Qi Qing'an's expression is priceless. Ningyu actually hid behind and sighed in relief. Just how worried was she about eating it? Ningyu remarked, "Though I may have a slight sister complex, I truly do not wish to eat this." Qi Qing'an, "This one is all yours." Qi Qing'an had led a charmed life thus far, born into the coveted position as the sole heir of the Qi family. His rise to fame was meteoric, stemming from a single film that catapulted him into stardom, and thereafter, it seemed as if he had been granted a cheat code for success. Initially debuting under a concealed identity, it was only after his fame blossomed that his true identity was revealed. As Qi Qing'an stared at the cookie by his lips, he stiffly opened his mouth and took a bite. Indeed, it was quite fragrant, and the taste was rather delightful. Once the psychological hurdle was crossed, everything else seemed manageable. The flavor is quite pleasant. Everyone, hurry and give it a taste, he urged, striving to ignore the cookie's bizarre appearance. Under Qi Qing'an's lead, the group reluctantly consumed the cookies, each face reflecting a complex array of emotions. Zhizhi, observing their expressions, was genuinely perplexed. Isn't the purpose of food to savor its taste? If it tastes good, isn't that sufficient? And the shape isn't even that unattractive. Lu Qiqi gently suggested, Zhizhi, perhaps you could practice making these cookies a bit more appealing. Improving the appearance might enhance the flavor. The group chimed in, absolutely unnecessary. No matter how exquisite the taste, that appearance is truly hard to swallow. And so, this day passed. I feel like I haven't quite had my fill. This variety show must be considered a phenomenon. It can trend multiple times in a single day, and other shows appear bland in comparison. This isn't merely the show being overshadowed. It's clearly Zhizhi that renders them insipid. Any show that invites her will undoubtedly see a surge in viewership. Zhizhi possesses an innate charisma for variety shows, her unique aura captivating attention effortlessly. The directors concluded that this charm could be termed quirky appeal, having never encountered a star with such a distinctive presence. Though endowed with an exceptionally rare beauty, her actions often overshadow her looks, which can only be attributed to her innate talent. Zhizhi, is it polite to say such things? If you have the courage, come say it to my face. In the dead of night, a strange sound startled the audience watching the live broadcast. Numerous spectators gathered in front of Zhizhi's live stream room, fully aware of her nocturnal escapades, fearing they might miss the dazzling moment. Oh, the heavens seem to conspire against me. How can a dignified emperor, such as myself, be reduced to a mere captive? Lu Qiqi and Ningyu exchanged incredulous glances as they observed Zhizhi sprawled on her bed. Haha, I knew something remarkable would transpire at midnight. Zhizhi dreams of being an emperor. Surely her harem consists of 3,000 handsome men. Their expressions were a mix of disbelief and trepidation, as if they had just sprung up from their beds. You treacherous rebel! I shall not let you escape, even in death. Zhizhi suddenly began to thrash about in her sleep, prompting Ningyu and Lu Qiqi to cautiously retreat. That punch nearly landed squarely on Ningyu's face. Glancing at her, Lu Qiqi, still drowsy, inquired, Ningyu, were you aware of her peculiar condition? After a brief pause, Ningyu replied, I should have known. Last time, she ended up sleeping under the bed and turned off her phone. I had to call the firefighters to break down the door. Lu Qiqi chimed in, indeed. At least she isn't sleepwalking anymore. Everything seems to be improving. Perhaps she consulted a psychologist. Chapter 93. Kicking the goose to dominate the pen. Zhizhi's commotion lasted for half an hour, beginning with righteous indignation, followed by desperate struggles, then a vocal outburst, and culminating in a heroic declaration. As the emperor, I shall share the fate of my soldiers. Though I may perish today, my spirit shall endure eternally. After uttering these words, she dramatically grasped her neck, startling Ningyu and Lu Qiqi. Fortunately, she released her grip almost immediately. This emperor isn't half bad, considering she vows to share the fate of her soldiers. She must not be a tyrant, Lu Qiqi remarked. I am truly curious about the visions in her dreams. They must be quite spectacular. Is there any device that can unravel dreams? I genuinely wish to know what kind of dreams she experiences nightly. After observing the now quiet figure on the bed, Lu Qiqi and Ningyu simultaneously exhaled in relief. Rest easy, there is still time. As Ningyu lay in bed, pondering, she wondered if Zhizhi would continue this nightly spectacle. If she were to be with Qi Qing'an, would he truly be able to endure it? Their evenings were surely too eventful. Merely imagining such scenes sent shivers down Ningyu's spine. If her future husband were to experience this nightly, he might be tempted to smother her with a pillow. Ningyu no longer felt inclined to intervene. It was clear that any attempt would be futile. Most importantly, Zhizhi remained blissfully unaware, her mind a tangled web of confusion, as if she had sprung forth from the depths of stone. Early the next morning, Lu Qiqi and Ningyu rose from their slumber, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. When Zhizhi beheld the two of them, she expressed her astonishment, wondering if this was the latest trend in makeup, as it appeared quite cool. Ningyu and Lu Qiqi exchanged glances. Zhizhi, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Do you realize you were talking in your sleep last night? In your dreams, you were an emperor." An emperor. Zhiji's eyes brightened instantly. She recalled dreaming but had completely forgotten the contents. What did I say? Was I particularly formidable? Darling, you're overthinking it. Though you were an emperor, you were one destined for the downfall of your nation, ultimately perishing alongside it. You are a deposed monarch. Don't concern yourself with being formidable, Ningyu stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, you were quite formidable, sharing the fate of your soldiers as your country fell. Zhizhi exclaimed, "What a dreadful dream. Couldn't it have had a more favorable conclusion?" Breakfast was delivered by the staff, consisting of simple fare, milk and bread. Today's task promised to be enjoyable and lighthearted, as they would be taken to an orchard for fruit picking, with the added delight of tasting as they gathered, the staff's smiles radiating with an almost mischievous gleam. Qi Qing'an inquired, "Are you genuinely this benevolent?" Ningyu replied, "They could not possibly be so kind. I suspect they have ulterior motives." Does it even require others to cause trouble? You have the biggest troublemaker right here. While others are concerned about potential mischief, you are only worried about participation. Can you please focus on the task at hand? Zhizhi retorted, "Focus? Where is the focus to be found?" They were instructed that they could only consume within the orchard, and were strictly forbidden from taking anything outside. The orchard's owner would provide their lunch and dinner. And should they perform well, there might even be rewards, namely, funds for the next day. The group collectively sighed. "I knew it would not be so simple." The staff remarked, "Your preparedness is somewhat excessive." Others turned their gaze towards Zhizhi. With an air of calm, Zhizhi replied, "I call it being prudent. Upon learning we were to come here, I made early preparations." Qi Qing'an gave her a thumbs up, impressed. "Look at your smug expression. Are you so pleased by a mere compliment?" Zhiji's attire is indeed remarkable, though perhaps a tad warm. It effectively protects against sun and insects. My mother often dons such attire when working outdoors. I thought it looked familiar. It's clearly a mother's essential outfit. Why does Zhizhi always engage in activities that seem unbecoming for her age? And her attire. Does this young woman in her 20s care nothing for her appearance? Upon arriving at the orchard, the sight of a vast expanse of plums widened everyone's eyes. In this orchard, you may pick as much as you desire. The tools are over there and the baskets are all prepared. As the crowd gathered their equipment, Zhizhi swiftly ascended the tree. Observing her nimble movements, the expressions on the faces of the others were notably intricate. Was she born under the sign of the monkey? How did she leap up so effortlessly? 3 minutes later, Zhizhi, Zhihao, and Zhiji stood at the entrance of the goose pen. These geese look rather fierce. Can the three of them truly manage this? One mused. You must have faith in our Zhizhi. She might just kick the big goose and reign supreme over the goose kingdom. But 2 seconds later, chaos erupted.
Ah!
Hurry! Drive them away! Zhizhi exclaimed, her face contorted in panic as she sprinted forward, pursued by a throng of geese, with Zhihao and Zhiji trailing behind. Forget I said anything, she added hastily. Kicking the big goose to dominate the pen, our Zhizhi has disappointed you this time. The trio gathering fruit high in the tree witnessed Zhizhi screaming as she dashed past, followed by the cacophony of honking geese and the frantic shouts of her companions. Qi Qing'an and Ningyu exchanged glances. Chu Qi knew something would go awry, which is why he opted not to team up with Zhizhi. His choice has proven wise. Chapter 94. The Zombie Transformation of Zhizhi. As Zhizhi felt on the verge of collapse, she shouted, "Is there anyone who can manage these geese? Why are they only chasing me? I knew Zhizhi would never let us down. This is a rather unconventional way of letting the geese loose," someone remarked. Goodness, her speed is truly remarkable. Her athletic prowess is commendable. Just look at the distance she has created from the geese. It's an absolute safety margin. Has anyone noticed Zhihao and Zhiji behind? They are nearly at their breaking point, their expressions utterly defeated. Ha!
Zhizhi,
Stop running. We truly cannot keep up. Zhihao bellowed, bewildered by her stamina as she circled the orchard. Zhiji, hands on her hips and panting heavily, declared, "I can't go on. You chase her while I catch my breath." She was indeed a remarkable runner, and her pace was breathtaking. Yet, Zhizhi herself was nearing exhaustion. However, she dared not pause, for the geese were far too menacing, and she did not wish to be caught. 10 minutes later, witnessing the exhausted geese behind her, Zhizhi gasped for breath and triumphantly signaled a victory gesture.
Ha!
Compared to me, you're still quite inexperienced. Seriously, she is incredible. She has managed to tire this flock of geese. Could I possibly enlist her to help me walk my dog? I desperately need such a talent. My husky is nearly exhausting me. I was just pondering the same thing. Zhiji's speed was astonishing. How did she maintain such a sprint? That is the power of survival. When Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi arrived, they beheld the scene of a throng of thoroughly exhausted geese. Their expressions a mix of bemusement and complexity. Zhizhi, you are truly remarkable. They genuinely admire you. Zhizhi chuckled modestly, claiming, "Oh, it's nothing special." Yet, one cannot deny her exceptional prowess. Could you corral a flock of geese in such a manner? I certainly could not. The orchard owner had tasked them with herding the geese into the lake. Despite encountering some difficulties, they had ultimately fulfilled their mission. A grimace of discomfort crossed Zhiji's face as she lamented, "Alas, my leg is cramped. I cannot move." Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi exchanged amused glances. I wondered why she was so still. It turns out she has a cramp. Their expressions of disbelief were utterly hilarious. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. The three individuals picking fruit were startled. Qi Qing'an recognized the voice immediately. Ningyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. That was Zhiji's voice. Something must have transpired. Ningyu found it impossible to continue her fruit picking. Zhizhi would never emit such a harrowing scream, without good reason. Qi Qing'an's expression grew grave. "Let us investigate. Quickly. Let's go." The juxtaposition was comical. One group sprinted in a state of tense urgency, while the other mimicked the movements of zombies. Zhiji's gait resembled that of a creature from a horror film, her limbs appearing as if they had been freshly affixed. Initially, it was just a cramp. However, upon relaxing, her entire body began to tingle. "Don't come any closer. You frighten me." Lu Qiqi retreated, her face etched with anxiety, while Lu Zihao mirrored her concern. Zhiji's contorted demeanor, coupled with her agonized expression, would have made her a perfect candidate for a zombie role in a film, especially with a touch of stage blood. Although it was broad daylight, her appearance was genuinely unsettling. "Do you have no humanity? You won't help me and keep your distance? It's just a cramp, not a transformation. Are you afraid I might bite you?" Zhizhi stifled the urge to roll her eyes and endeavored to approach them. As her movements grew increasingly frantic, the two in front quickened their pace, running and shouting all the while. "Haha, those two are such goofballs. Zhizhi merely has a cramp, not a transformation." Honestly, Zhiji's current state is rather eerie, indescribably strange. "Here they come, Qi Qing'an and Ningyu." I am curious to see their reactions to the scene. Initially, Qi Qing'an and Ningyu did not notice Zhizhi trailing behind. They only saw Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi running forward in sheer terror, as though they had encountered something monstrous. However, they soon caught sight of the extraordinary figure behind them, observing the limbs, which appeared as though they belonged to a recently affixed individual. Both of their faces wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Qi Qing'an and Ningyu remained frozen in place. Upon witnessing Zhiji's peculiar state and recalling the terrified flight of the two individuals ahead, alongside the recent echoes of screams, Chu Qi's thoughts began to spiral. Had a zombie outbreak occurred? So abruptly? What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and flee. Zhiji has been infected. Chu Qi promptly joined the ranks of those escaping. "Ah, so you thought it was a zombie outbreak, did you? Your reasoning skills are indeed remarkable," another voice interjected. Yet, one cannot entirely blame him. Were I to encounter such a scene, I might think likewise. Qi Qing'an and Ningyu remained unmoved, clearly demonstrating their profound affection for Zhiji. Zhiji, observing the three fleeing figures, was incensed and plopped down onto the ground. "What is wrong with you three? Why are you running so fast? Am I capable of devouring you?" Chapter 95. The Battle of the Geese. "Oh, so they are not infected. Why then are they running?" Chu Qi abruptly halted. Qi Qing'an had already dashed over, assisting Zhiji to her feet. "We heard your screams. What transpired here? Moreover, how did your gait transform so drastically?" With a cold scoff, Zhiji pointed at the two fleeing figures. "My screams were due to a cramp in my foot. Not only did they neglect to assist me, but they also fled, as if they had seen a zombie. Is this how they behave?" Lu Zihao protested. "Wasn't your appearance just now rather terrifying?" Qi Qing'an sighed softly. "If it's not a serious matter, then that is a relief. Are you still experiencing cramps? Would you like me to massage it?" Zhiji shook her head. "The cramp has subsided, but my body feels numb, likely from the vigorous running." Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi truly are a match made in heaven. Another voice chimed in. Zhiji's eye roll was nearly celestial. She must find these two insufferable. Ningyu stood aside, observing the group with the bemusement of one witnessing a comedy. Her expression eliciting laughter as she remained the sole sane individual amidst the chaos. "Am I the only normal person here?" she remarked. After Qi Qing'an ensured Zhizhi was free from any debris and offered a few considerate reminders, he took his leave. TSK, the signs are so obvious. Why does Zhizhi remain oblivious? Is she truly a product of the Stone Age? Ningyu cast a look at Qi Qing'an, one filled with disdain and incredulity. It seemed that navigating the intricacies of her older sister would prove to be a formidable challenge for him. No one seemed to notice Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi, whose expressions of guilt were utterly comical. Once Qi Qing'an and his companions departed, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi quickly approached Zhizhi, eager to ingratiate themselves. Zhizhi. We truly apologize for earlier. Allow us to assist you, they said, and before Zhizhi could decline, they had already taken her arm, leading her away. Before Zhizhi could fully comprehend the situation, she was abruptly dragged away, her feet scraping against the ground as the two individuals showed no inclination to grant her the opportunity to rise. Chu Qi had just climbed a tree when she witnessed Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi carrying Zhizhi past her, her legs still trailing on the ground. Chu Qi thought to herself, "This is none of my concern. I shall pretend not to see. The people here are rather peculiar, and I must not stoop to their level." The expression on Chu Qi's face transformed into one of unwavering resolve as if she had encountered something distasteful. Zhizhi resembled a character from a drama being dragged away in death. Zhizhi exclaimed, "You ruffians! In my dreams, I shall slay you all." Upon arriving at the goose house, Zhizhi realized her shoes were nearly worn to tatters. Gazing at the shoes that exposed her toes, she found herself at a loss for words. She had worn a pair of exceedingly thin fabric shoes, ideal for the warm weather. Yet she had not anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events that rendered them utterly useless. Observing her two exposed toes, Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi struggled to maintain their composure. Zhizhi inquired, "Will you compensate me for my shoes? They originally cost 158 yuan, in cash or via WeChat." Lu Qiqi took a deep breath and replied, "I will also send you 158. Do invest in a better pair next time." What kind of shoes could wear out so quickly? The quality is appalling. Zhizhi wiggled her big toe, finding the current state rather refreshing.
Now.
She could even give others a thumbs up with her toes. Simply lifting her foot was akin to a gesture of approval. I too desire a pair of such toe-revealing shoes. Do not ask why, I simply wish for them. 158 yuan is quite manageable. The trio cautiously entered the goose house, where they discovered a plethora of goose eggs. Lu Zihao was initially focused on gathering the eggs when he suddenly felt as though something was watching him. Upon turning, he was met with a pair of small green eyes. "Oh no! How is there a goose here?" The large goose took flight, and Lu Zihao swiftly bent down to evade the oncoming attack. Lu Qiqi promptly hid behind him, while Zhizhi seized the opportunity to collect duck eggs as the goose soared overhead.
Run.
What are you doing collecting duck eggs at a time like this? Survival is paramount. Who will emerge victorious in this epic battle of man versus goose? Stay tuned. Lu Zihao intended to swiftly grasp the goose by the neck, only to inadvertently thrust his hand directly into its beak.
Ouch!
Zhizhi winced at the sight, her face contorting in empathy for his pain. Summoning all his strength, Lu Zihao managed to fling the goose away, but it soon returned, wings spread wide. This time, however, it had set its sights on Zhizhi. As the goose charged towards her, an ominous premonition washed over her, and in a reflexive motion, she reached out to grab it. Seizing the moment, Lu Zihao hurriedly transported the goose tyrant to reunite with its siblings, deftly securing the creature within a cage. "Must I always rely on my sister's intervention?" he mused, observing her triumphant toe, a testament to her pride more than her visage. After collecting the goose eggs, the trio found themselves utterly exhausted, reminiscent of beggars. Goodness, this is far more arduous than fruit picking. How can these geese be so ferocious? The three fruit gatherers had nearly completed their share for the day. Uncertain of the ruckus from their companions, Ningyu occasionally glanced in that direction, genuinely concerned that Zhizhi was stirring trouble. Qi Qing'an had already packaged the fruits and yearned to finish swiftly to lend assistance. "Let us hasten our fruit gathering. Once complete, we shall aid them. Their chaos must be quite overwhelming at present." Qi Qing'an's assessment proved accurate. Upon cleaning the goose enclosure, the trio's appearance resembled that of vagrants. Among them, Zhizhi stood out, lacking even a proper pair of shoes, her prominent toes unmistakable. Chapter 96, The Legendary Duck Droppings Aroma. The orchard's proprietor happened by and was taken aback by the trio's disheveled state. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" they inquired, unable to recognize them. "Is our current appearance truly so unrecognizable?" they pondered. "Quickly explain, lest they call the authorities." Their disheveled look was indeed remarkable. Armed with a broken bowl and a stick, they could easily beg on the streets, especially Zhizhi, whose attire bore no clean spot. The orchard owner chuckled awkwardly. "I genuinely did not recognize you. How did you end up like this?" Zhizhi waved her hand, exhaling deeply. "That's a long story, but your geese are indeed fierce." The trio's appearance made the owner feel somewhat embarrassed, having arrived as pristine stars, only to now resemble beggars. The owner spoke with utmost confidence, proud of his fine fruits and well-raised geese, believing that he would not feed just anyone. Qi and his companions remained busy packing fruit, initially thinking it a simple task, only to realize they had barely scratched the surface of the harvest. "It seems they are rather bored here." Lacking the excitement of the other side, someone noted, "All three are rather taciturn. Is Qi not causing trouble either? This is indeed rather dull. If only Zhizhi or Lighthearted could be casually placed here, the atmosphere would surely lighten." The commentary filled with remarks about their silence, until suddenly, the very individuals they had been discussing approached. Qi was the first to detect an unpleasant odor, followed by the voice of Zhizhi. "Qi, do you require assistance? We have completed our tasks over here." Just as Qi was about to glance down at him, he fell silent upon observing Zhizhi's current appearance. Ningyu rubbed her eyes, suspecting she had misperceived the scene. What could have transpired to render the three of them in such a state? Ha ha ha. The expression on Qi face upon seeing Zhizhi was utterly priceless, a blend of skepticism and disbelief. Ningyu even rubbed her eyes again, perhaps thinking she was mistaken, but there was no error in her sight. "Here she comes, reeking of duck droppings." Qi gazed at Zhizhi, who was grinning widely beneath the tree, and after a moment of silence he inquired, "How did you manage to end up in this condition? Did you fall?" Zhizhi effortlessly climbed the tree, plucking fruits while explaining, "No, I merely got dirty while cleaning. As for these tattered shoes, you can blame those too." The faint scent of duck droppings wafted through the air, nearly overwhelming Ningyu. "Zhizhi, would you kindly distance yourself? I truly cannot endure that duck droppings fragrance." Zhizhi protested. "How can you say such a thing about me? Ha ha ha, the legendary aroma of duck droppings. How could it be anything but delightful?" Qi face paled. Yet he restrained himself from speaking. That was indeed true love. Ningyu could hardly contain her amusement at his composure. The expressions on their faces spoke volumes about the nature of the scent emanating from Zhizhi. Lighthearted and Qi had sandwiched Qi between them, to the point where Qi felt nauseated by the odor. "I truly do not require your help. I can manage on my own, really." Qi was nearing his breaking point. He would rather endure extra hardship than be subjected to that stench, which was quite overwhelming. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a small favor. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can rest. So please don't be modest with us." Lighthearted waved dismissively, believing Qi was merely being polite. "She genuinely does not need your assistance. She is on the verge of vomiting from your combined presence." Now I understand why these two simpletons have remained stagnant in the entertainment industry for so long. They must have unintentionally offended numerous individuals. As someone who has interacted with these two, I can attest to this. Once, the director asked Lighthearted to toast the bigwigs, only for him to blow into the bottle, causing everyone to become inebriated. The expression on the director's face remains vividly etched in my memory. Puffed. Such a thing could only be accomplished by this simpleton. It is quite common for all the primary creatives, producers, directors, and various investors to dine together before shooting. Lighthearted became quite renowned within that circle because of that incident. His cheerful disposition indeed left a favorable impression on many, yet, inadvertently, he managed to offend a few. Consequently, his standing within the entertainment industry has remained precarious, teetering on the edge of obscurity. While one might argue he is not particularly famous, he has undoubtedly excelled in certain roles and garnered a considerable fanbase. Qi and he are well matched as classmates. They are often referred to as the misfortunate siblings of the entertainment realm, possessing good looks, amiable personalities, and commendable acting skills, yet perpetually hovering in a state of mediocrity. Chapter 97. The General Leading the Goose Brigade. Qi and Lighthearted were on the verge of a confrontation, with one insisting on offering assistance while the other vehemently refused it. Ultimately, the matter concluded with Qi's reluctant concession. What other choice did she have? These two seemed utterly incapable of understanding straightforward communication, interpreting her refusals as mere politeness. Chu-Chi's expression of distress appeared genuine, suggesting she was truly nearing a breaking point. These two simpletons were utterly remarkable. They genuinely did not comprehend that their help was unwarranted. On the other hand, Zhizhi was unceremoniously dismissed by Ningyu. "Just stay here and play nicely. Don't cause any disruption with your overpowering aroma," she said. Qi Cheng'an spoke gently. "We will finish our task shortly. You must be exhausted from your efforts over there. It would be best to rest here for a while." His words were delivered with such tenderness and tact that Zhizhi discerned his underlying message. After taking a moment to sniff her own scent and glance at her protruding big toe, she ultimately resolved to refrain from intervening. "This big toe is simply too attention-grabbing. Perhaps I should modify my shoes to match. That way, when I stroll down the street, I would surely be the most stylish person around. Those upstairs must think carefully. If you alter your shoes in such a manner, you must first pass your parents' scrutiny. And what about those in the workforce? Are you certain you can enter an office building looking like that? I hereby announce that Zhizhi and her two prominent big toes are embarking on their solo debut. Do you truly not require our assistance?" Qi Cheng'an inquired, concern etched on his face. Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively. "No need at all. We are well versed in this now. Just watch our performance." 3 minutes later, as they witnessed Zhizhi fleeing in desperation, pursued by a gaggle of geese, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even the audience was left speechless. "Is this what you meant by showing us your skills? Is this truly your method? Your technique is simply to have the geese chase after you, is it?" Ningyu's expression mirrored that of someone who had just ingested a fly, frustrated and at a loss for words. Zhizhi, panting heavily, gave herself a thumbs up, exclaiming, "So, how was that? My recent performance was rather impressive, wasn't it?" Qi Cheng'an's lips twitched, ultimately suppressing his incredulity. "Indeed, your recent maneuver was remarkably impressive. Leading the army of geese with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a valiant general, truly magnificent." Upon hearing his unabashed flattery, Ningyu's expression mirrored that of someone who had just encountered a ghost, while Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi wore equally contorted visages. "Brother, are you genuinely serious with such remarks? Your lens seems excessively thick. How should I even evaluate this? I can only wish you good fortune. Your lens is as thick as a city wall. Perhaps you should simply confess your feelings outright, lest you wait for Zhizhi to gain insight, which would be as improbable as the sun rising from the west, to laud Zhizhi in such a manner. I can only say your language skills are indeed impressive, exceedingly so. During your school years, your reading comprehension must have been near perfect." Chairman Qi gazed at his seemingly worthless son in the video with great exasperation. "Look at your son. Whom does he take after in this valueless demeanor?" "Mrs. Qi commented while indulging in fruit. "He takes after whoever he bears the surname of. Wasn't he your youth equally unremarkable? If you had been worth something, you might have been able to pursue me." Chairman Qi, Zhizhi, buoyed by Qi Cheng'an's praise, felt her lips rise towards the heavens, envisioning her valiant self from earlier. "Alas, how unfortunate it is that I lack a phone. Otherwise, I could have captured that moment. It is truly regrettable that I did not see it myself." Zhizhi spoke this with a countenance full of regret, while Ningyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Ningyu nudged Qi Cheng'an and whispered, "Could you cease flattering her like that? If you continue, I fear she might lose all sense of self-awareness. Just look at her current smugness. Zhizhi has always lacked self-perception, and your indulgence is only turning her into a fool." Qi Cheng'an regarded the self-satisfied Zhizhi with a gaze imbued with tenderness. "I simply find her delightful. This is not mere flattery, but my sincere sentiment. She lives authentically and freely, and her confidence is truly beautiful." Ningyu replied, "Very well.
Pursue her as you wish.
After all, it is you who is courting her. Should you both end up together? I wonder if you can tolerate her temperament being spoiled in this manner." "Tisk, tsk, tsk." Qi Cheng'an's gaze is genuinely enchanting, so gentle it could draw tears. After pursuing him for so many years, this is the first time I have witnessed such tenderness in his eyes. Not even in films have I seen him display such warmth. Perhaps you two should star in a drama together, one vivacious and bright, the other gentle and accommodating. The viewership would undoubtedly soar. Sister, that expression is utterly hilarious, disdainful yet speechless. It leaves this brother-in-law at a loss for words. Dear friends, today you have successfully completed your task. The owner of the orchard has graciously presented us with a goose, stating that this is his promise to you.
Tonight,
we shall indulge in a delightful feast of goose stew. The staff, too, are beaming with joy as they share in the festivities. At this moment, Zhizhi raised her hand, inquiring whether it was for us to eat, or if they would join us. The staff replied, "Of course we will join you. After working together for so long, it's a perfect opportunity for us to gather." Zhizhi quipped, "I see, you are taking advantage of us. You simply wish to relish the goose stew." Laughter ensues as Zhizhi inadvertently puts others in an awkward position. Ningyu swiftly covered Zhizhi's mouth with her hand, urging her to remain silent for the moment. Chapter 98. In one gulp, she downed a cup of water. When the director and assistant director arrived for the meal, Zhiji's unwavering gaze upon them made them feel uneasy. The director, initially enjoying his meal, suddenly found it difficult to continue under her intense scrutiny. "Could you possibly refrain from staring at us like that? The food is delectable. Can't you just focus on the meal?" Laughter erupts as the director is unnerved by her gaze, which is indeed quite intimidating. "Zhizhi, let my goose be yours. Embrace my lethal stare." Qi Qing'an placed a duck leg on Zhiji's plate and gently turned her head, suggesting they eat first and save the glaring for later. The director and staff lamented, "Are our lives not valuable? This favoritism is rather excessive." The director cast a hopeful glance at Ningyu, seeking her intervention. Noticing his look, Ningyu simply lifted her bowl to eat, using its bottom to shield herself from his gaze. "Not my concern. Who told you to seize her goose?" Laughter. Ningyu's action was comical, as she faced the director with the bottom of her bowl. The director found this meal particularly bittersweet. All he desired was to savor the goose stew. Yet he was met with such treatment. As soon as Zhizhi boarded the vehicle, she began to doze off, perhaps due to the day's considerable exertion. Qi Qing'an, seated beside her, closed his eyes to rest, only to be startled by the sound of her snoring. Everyone turned their attention toward her, while Zhizhi remained blissfully unaware. Qi Qing'an sighed quietly and adjusted her head, suspecting it had been twisted. After doing so, her snoring ceased, though she began to drool. Observing the damp spot on his shoulder, Qi Qing'an shook his head in resignation. Once again, she is drooling. Previously soaking Ningyu's shoulder, now it has transferred to him. Oh dear, the volume of drool is indeed significant, soaking his shoulder thoroughly. Isn't Qi Qing'an somewhat of a neat freak? What about his cleanliness now? Is it conditional based on the person? Indeed, it seems to vary by individual. When have you seen him exhibit his neatness around Zhizhi? Ningyue, unable to bear the scene any longer, requested a paper cup from the staff and handed it to Qi Qing'an. "Lu Ziheo, Lu Qiqi, haha. She truly is a biological sister. Only a sister would dare to do something like this." Qi Qing'an initially intended to decline, but upon observing Zhizhi sleeping soundly, he found himself genuinely beginning to fill the cup. "Haha, Ningyu is becoming increasingly mischievous.
Who has she learned this from?"
I was on the verge of falling asleep, but now I'm wide awake, eagerly awaiting Zhizhi to awaken." As Zhizhi dozed, she subconsciously made a slurping sound. Originally seated apart, everyone had now gathered around her, their gazes fixed upon her. In her dreams, Zhizhi envisioned herself as a radiant princess, basking in the limelight of flashing cameras. "Take your time, no need to rush," she mumbled with a silly grin as she slurped again. Nearby, someone remarked, "What on earth is she dreaming about? Take your time. No need to rush. Could it be a colorful dream?" Lu Ziheo suddenly perked up. I must admit, I'm quite curious. Honestly, when I heard that line, my first thought was similarly mischievous. Perhaps my mind is too impure. Zhizhi is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Whoever enters her dreams might find themselves at a loss. A goddess of such caliber, I would gladly be one of her many suitors. I suspect Qi Qing'an could indeed manage something like that. Previously, I perceived him as a gentle and refined movie star, but my opinion has been completely overturned. Zhizhi remained lost in her dream until the vehicle came to a stop, rousing her from slumber. Upon seeing Qi Qing'an holding half a cup of water, she instinctively took it and drank it down. Though Qi Qing'an tried to intervene, he was a moment too late. As Zhizhi noticed the curious looks from those around her, she wondered, "Why are you all staring at me like that? I merely took a nap. Did I do something while I was asleep?"
Ha!
Zhiji's actions are truly unexpected. She drank that cup without needing a reminder, and the expressions on everyone's faces are absolutely priceless. Lu Ziheo's expression resembles that of the water he drank, contorted into a meme. Ningyu's hesitant expression is simply exquisite. Chapter 99. Has this luxury item become a cleaning cloth? Zhizhi intended to say more, but the staff urged them to disembark. What would become of her silly antics in the future? Upon hearing her musings, Qi Qing'an replied, "Whatever happens, happens. She is doing just fine." Ningyu, concerned for Yan Zhiji's future, thought, "You need not worry. The future is in my hands." Ningyu was left speechless, contemplating how far they had yet to go. Lu Zihao was utterly bewildered, feeling a strange numbness in his mouth, a burning and tingling sensation. When Lu Qiqi lowered her hand, it was evident to all that a distinct imprint of a palm marked Lu Zihao's lips. These two are truly amusing. Lu Qiqi's slap had quite some force. That slap on his mouth is indeed remarkable. I can only wonder if Lu Zihao's lips are still numb or painful. It makes me feel numb just watching. He seems to be completely dazed. Isn't anyone going to speak up? She just drank half a cup of water. What else there to say? Can she see what we're saying? Haven't you noticed how everyone is keeping it from her? After returning and resting briefly, everyone queued up to shower, as the facilities were limited. When Qi Qing'an went to wash up, Yan Zhizhi brought over the clothes he had changed out of. One must take responsibility for their actions. Washing a garment is no monumental task, Yan Zhizhi thought, vigorously scrubbing at the fabric. Today's clothes were indeed filthy, given the strenuous activities they had engaged in. It would have been strange if they were clean. Ningyu, witnessing her fervor, couldn't help but remark, "You might want to ease up a bit. You're on the verge of ruining that shirt. No matter how good the quality, it can't withstand such treatment." Just as she finished her sentence, a tearing sound echoed, and the two sisters fell into a stunned silence as they beheld the garment reduced to rags. Yan Zhizhi swallowed hard and cautiously lifted her gaze. "Sister, what should we do now? Do you have a shirt that looks just like his?" Ningyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "If I had a shirt like his, gossip would be rampant. Clear your head of such absurd thoughts. Regardless, you're the one who ruined the shirt. You'll need to speak with him about it. And offer compensation or an apology. Surely, you can manage the cost of a shirt." Sister S. disdain is unmistakable. "Zhizhi, your standing in the family is precariously low. I knew something would happen given her demeanor, and here we are. Is the quality of the shirt really so poor? A little scrubbing and it's in tatters? My inexpensive clothes hold up better." No, even the best quality can't endure such treatment, and does Qi Qing'an wear poor quality clothing? This is merely a case of Yan Zhizhi being overly vigorous. After showering, Qi Qing'an emerged, towel-drying his hair while searching for his dirty clothes, which he recalled placing in the basin outside. Yan Zhizhi cautiously approached, holding the familiar fabric in her hands. I took your shirt to wash." Qi Qing'an smiled. "Thank you for your effort," as he accepted the garment. In the next moment, its original state was revealed, and Lu Zihao happened to witness the scene, exclaiming, "What on earth? Is this brand still producing dishcloths? How astonishing! Who could possibly afford such a cloth?" Yan Zhizhi remarked, TSK. This individual's family standing seems rather inadequate, completely in a state of suppression. Why is it that Lu Zihao appears in almost every chaotic scene? It seems he is truly oblivious to the atmosphere. Just when things felt off, he stoked the flames. This brand has launched a dishcloth. One must be wary of the potential defamation claims. Lu Zihao's actions have indeed drawn the attention of luxury brand representatives. Although this product has yet to see the light of day, we appreciate Mr. Lu Zihao's suggestion for its development. Lu Zihao's performance has not been lacking, at times. He has even infused the situation with vitality. At this moment, the atmosphere between Qi Qing'an and Yan Zhizhi became quite awkward. Qi Qing'an chuckled, initially intending to decline, but upon considering future developments, he acquiesced. "Thank you. I have worn this garment for quite some time, and receiving a new one would indeed be a benefit for me." Outside, Madame Qi, overhearing her son's words, displayed an expression of both disdain and distortion. Mr. Qi remarked, "Do you not perceive his subtle intentions? He is setting a trap, enticing the young lady to fall into it. Your son's cunning remains as ever." Chapter 100. Driving the director away with a spatula. The Qi couple, whenever Qi Qing'an stirs up trouble, will mutually declare, "This is your son," and when Qi Qing'an excels, they will seek affirmation, claiming, "This is my son." Now, Qi Qing'an prepared to navigate their mutual disdain. The following morning, Yan Zhizhi sat on her bed, still in a daze, having not fully awakened. "Wake up, wake up." The staff had already brought breakfast, nudging her as Ningyu got up. Yan Zhizhi fell back onto the bed with a thud, remaining completely motionless. This laziness is a mirror image of myself. Getting up takes 10 minutes, lingering takes another 10, and self-struggling takes yet another 10. I find myself dawdling for nearly half an hour each morning. I hope today as breakfast isn't tea yet again milk and bread. I've seen them consume milk and bread for several consecutive days. Can't the director's team introduce some variety? After much struggle, Zhizhi finally emerged from her room, only to be greeted by a lump of dough on the table. What on earth is this? Is this breakfast? Just a lump of dough? Only when everyone had gathered did the staff begin to explain how to prepare breakfast. This morning, you all must fend for yourselves. We have provided the dough, which is already kneaded. Whether you choose to make noodles or other dishes is entirely up to you, but you must engage in the process yourselves. Having spent considerable time together, I know some of you possess excellent culinary skills, so showcase your talents this morning. The guests murmured, making dough can be quite challenging. Will they be able to manage it? The dough has already been prepared, and the most challenging steps have been accomplished. I believe they should encounter no issues. Zhizhi poked the dough with her hand and eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Let me do it." The others, witnessing her enthusiasm, were immediately struck by an uneasy premonition. Ningyu directly remarked, "Why don't you handle the other dishes? You can stir-fry the sauce for the noodles." Zhizhi was unwilling, insisting, "You all know my culinary skills. I assure you I can manage this, and I possess a natural talent for it. You cannot always exclude me. It is simply unfair. Let her do it, let her do it." "I am curious to see what she will create," someone interjected. "Cooking surely won't lead to any calamities, right?" Zhizhi does exhibit remarkable culinary talent. The dishes she prepared in the first episode were indeed a feast for the senses. Although she may lack in other areas, she should be competent in this regard. With Qi Qing'an advocating for her, everyone decided to grant her the opportunity to showcase her skills. As Ningyu was about to stir-fry the sauce, she specifically cautioned, "Don't cause any trouble. If you do, no one will have breakfast this morning, and I shall not hesitate to give you a thrashing." Zhizhi reassured her, "Rest assured, I will not cause any trouble. I simply wish for everyone to enjoy a delightful breakfast." While Zhizhi kneaded and pulled the dough, the others wore expressions of concern. However, when the first bowl of noodles emerged, we could finally breathe a sigh of relief. To our surprise, Zhizhi could indeed make noodles. Lu Zihao watched the freshly made noodles, swallowing his hunger. He glanced at her quizzically, skepticism etched on his face. "Are you certain you can learn this? It relies heavily on talent. Do you know how much a pinch is? Do you understand what a little bit entails? Do you know the meaning of appropriate amount?" Lu Qiqi chimed in, "Shut it. If you can't speak properly, keep quiet. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." The laughter erupted. Ha! Lu Zihao's 3 questions are truly lethal. Honestly, after years of cooking, I still find the terms a pinch and appropriate amount on the menu quite perplexing, so I always go with my instincts. The art of Chinese cooking is something one can only grasp intuitively. I've studied for years and still haven't mastered it. My limit is fried rice, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the endless repetition of that. This breakfast left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Zhizhi successfully accomplished her task, and the sauce Ningyu prepared was especially fragrant, prompting the director to contemplate sneaking a bite. "Director, do you recall what transpired yesterday? If you attempt to sneak food again, I fear Zhizhi will chase you away with a broom." The director, munching on his instant noodles, bore a look of indignation, lamenting, "Why must she be so petty? It was merely a meal of goose. Is it too much to ask for a bowl of noodles after she prepared so many this morning? The noodles they had for breakfast this morning were kneaded by me. Just look at my biceps, they've even worked out quite a bit. But, I must ask, why have you yet to find the chef I requested? We have been consuming instant noodles for far too many days. At this rate, I might as well become one myself." The director and the crew here are also enduring quite a bit. They either have boxed meals or instant noodles. Although there are ingredients available, they lack the time to prepare a proper meal. I believe I just saw the director momentarily bring out a bowl. Could he be looking to sneak a meal again? Haha, he was pulled back in by a nearby crew member. This director is truly amusing. If he were to emerge again for a meal, I wonder what Zhiji's reaction would be. I remember her expression from yesterday clearly. When the director took a bite of the goose meat, she shot him a glare that truly struck a chord with him. I suspect she would brandish a spatula to shoo the director away, though. The director's fare is likely superior to theirs, so why the incessant urge to mooch meals? The staff has yet to arrive to announce today as activities. So everyone is seated, digesting their food. I believe spending the day here is rather pleasant. Perhaps I should suggest to the director that we forego our tasks and simply remain here. It's quite enjoyable. Zhizhi comfortably stretched, feeling drowsy after breakfast. So, she decided to continue her slumber here. Chapter 101. Zhiji's Solo Mission. Like a languid cat, Zhizhi began to doze off on her chair after a satisfying meal. Qi Qing'an gently patted her head, a warm smile gracing his face. Ningyu observed this scene, feeling goosebumps rise. It was truly too sweet for her taste. If she were to enter a relationship, she would never want it to be this overly affectionate. The goosebumps would be unbearable. Just as everyone was comfortably digesting their meal, the staff arrived with a task. Ladies and gentlemen, today's task is exceptionally simple, not to mention delicious and entertaining. The staff wore broad smiles. How many of you enjoy spicy hot pot? Zhizhi exclaimed, I do. That's splendid. Today's task involves you all purchasing spicy hot pot. The profits from your sales will serve as your budget for the upcoming days. You will have complete autonomy to plan your activities for the following days. Lu Zihao thought it impossible for the director to be so benevolent. What about the ingredients? Where is the hot pot stall? Have preparations been made for our sales? Surely, they wouldn't expect us to figure it all out ourselves. Goodness. This director certainly knows how to stir things up, sending this group to sell spicy hot pot. It will undoubtedly sell out in no time. Don't be hasty. I believe the subsequent developments won't be so straightforward. The staff brought forth several sets of costumes, which appeared as though they had been scavenged from an antique market. We have prepared everything you mentioned, but the location where you will sell the spicy hot pot sees a significant flow of people. To avoid exploiting the celebrity effect, you must be properly attired. These are the garments you shall don shortly, chosen by none other than yourselves, with the stipulation that you must not be recognized by others. Should one individual be identified, a fine of $50 will be imposed. If two are recognized, the penalty shall amount to $100. Zhizhi remarked. I see that you are truly desperate for money, to even think of profiting from us. All 6 of us are in dire straits. Ha ha ha, I anticipated this. The director is remarkable. No matter how they disguise themselves, these 6 will surely be recognized, especially Qi Qing'an. Once his face is revealed, defeat is inevitable. Many believe that no amount of disguise can conceal Qi Qing'an's identity. Yet, 5 minutes later, as the audience beheld the figure before them, silence enveloped the room. Even amongst his fans, a Mediterranean wig adorned his head, accompanied by a few faux moles and a rather convincing fake belly. In this disheveled attire, one would hardly guess that this was Qi Qing'an. Ha 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 ha, Qi Qing'an, I truly did not foresee such potential for transformation. Zhizhi laughed heartily, clutching her belly, and poked at Qi Qing'an's fake stomach, which appeared quite realistic. The others lowered their heads, their shoulders shaking, clearly stifling their laughter. Qi Qing'an sighed. Laugh if you must. I merely wish to understand the director's thought process. What led him to style me in this fashion? He had simply chosen an outfit, yet upon changing clothes, he was transformed into this character, said to better embody the role. At that moment, the staff brought forth a voice changer, stating, You must wear this too. Your voice requires alteration. After Qi Qing'an donned the device, he tentatively uttered a greeting. The moment he spoke, silence fell, followed by uproarious laughter. Was this voice changer for real? Was he not channeling a refined version of Donald Duck? I can't take it anymore. My abs are about to burst from laughter. I never imagined Qi Qing'an would assume such a guise. The makeup artist hired by the director is truly impressive. This Mediterranean look is astonishingly realistic. Does Qi Qing'an have a balding gene? Will he resemble this in middle age? Following this comment, Mrs. Qi immediately directed her gaze towards her husband's head. Mr. Qi asked, Why do you look at me so? To which Mrs. Qi replied earnestly, You must take good care of your hair. I do not wish for others to remark that you resemble a Mediterranean man. How embarrassing. Surely, there is no balding gene in your family. I recall that gene is dominantly inherited. Mr. Qi reassured her, Do not worry, there is none. Mrs. Qi continued, observing his stomach. I recall your abs were once more pronounced. Should you not find time to work on them? We must avoid the appearance of a potbelly, for that would be quite unseemly. Qi Dong's head throbbed with pain. How could his wife attribute everything to him? Clearly, it was a matter concerning their son, and moreover, it was entirely fabricated. This had nothing to do with him whatsoever. Although Qi Qing'an's presence was striking, others were not lacking in their own charm. Zhizhi, clad in a pristine white dress, felt utterly out of place. Why was it that she alone bore such an appearance? They were all so grounded. Yet she felt as if she belonged to another realm entirely. It was simply unjust. With a chuckle, one might suggest that Zhizhi's appearance was suited for a haunted house. Was the director truly considering sending her to sell spicy skewers there? Everyone else was dressed in a relatable manner, while she alone appeared as if from another world. Surely, the director harbored ulterior motives, perhaps as a form of retribution for the previous day's events. Wearing a white gown to sell spicy skewers seemed impractical, as it would easily become soiled. The staff shared a knowing smile. While others were tasked with selling skewers, she had a rather unique, singular assignment. Zhizhi asked, "Am I allowed to decline this task?" She had no desire to undertake a solitary mission. Selling spicy skewers sounded delightful. She could eat to her heart's content before embarking on any such endeavor. "You do not possess the right to refuse," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Ningyu promptly abandoned her support for Zhizhi. "Zhizhi, you've got this. I believe in you." Chapter 102. A face full of gas. "Where exactly are you all taking me? Surely, I cannot be the sole target of your antics." A sense of unease gnawed at Zhizhi. The staff exchanged knowing glances, assuring her that they were nearing their destination. A surprise awaited her. Surely, they cannot be taking her to a haunted house. Can they? 10 minutes later, confronted with a kindergarten, Zhizhi fell into deep contemplation. She earnestly addressed the staff. "Are you truly serious?" "Of course, we are serious. We believe your personality will resonate well with children."
Which is why you were assigned this task.
"These children are already quite rambunctious, and you think sending her here is a good idea?" One could not help but reflect on the director's ingenuity. Perhaps it would have been better to send her to a haunted house. At least there would be some comedic relief. Meanwhile, the spicy skewer stall was being set up, and Qi Qing'an felt a gnawing worry. Where have they taken Zhizhi? Why must she be the only one to execute this task? His heart was unsettled. Just as Ningyu voiced her concern, the live stream erupted with comments.
What?
"Your sister just expressed concern about you getting into a fight, and now you're brawling with a child. Why are you quarreling with a little one? Let it go. Mind you, be careful. That child might just have an upset stomach." Indeed, as Zhizhi found herself in this predicament, she could not simply endure the antics of these mischievous little rascals. Adopting a strategy of capturing the leader, she swiftly seized the young boy at the forefront. When he punched her in the stomach, she promptly brought him down onto the foam mat, biting his rear end without hesitation.
Wah!
"Let go of me," he cried, sprawled on the ground, while a circle of children gathered around, utterly perplexed about how to respond. Zhizhi, with her speech slightly garbled, declared, "I want to let go. If I do, you'll just come back to hit me again." In truth, she was quite measured in her actions, merely nibbling on his backside without applying any real force, likely leaving no mark whatsoever. However, the psychological impact on the boy was significant. His cries abruptly ceased, and he wondered why she was not adhering to the expected norms of adult behavior. Wasn't she supposed to be soothing him at this moment? Typically, adults and teachers would comfort a child in distress. With a triumphant arch of her brow, Zhizhi reveled in her victory. How dare he challenge her? The staff had previously informed her that these children were unruly little troublemakers, with parents who had consented to let them run wild as long as no limbs were lost. The kindergarten teacher nearby wore an expression of resignation, having not anticipated that the new part-time teacher would possess such a spirited temperament. To his astonishment, she was actually engaging in a playful tussle with a child, both seemingly reluctant to relent. "Teacher Butterfly, doesn't she think it's unpleasant to bite Chin-Chin's bottom?" inquired a curious little girl, glancing at the kindergarten teacher. The teacher stiffly managed a smile and replied, "This teacher seems to have her own methods. I've never witnessed such behavior myself. Perhaps once they finish their scuffle, you could ask her."
Huh.
Zhizhi remains true to herself, never allowing herself to be at a disadvantage. Another child remarked, "I never expected to be embroiled in such a stalemate with a 5-year-old. What's the big deal? She once had a fierce battle with a fish. A 5-year-old boy is hardly a challenge. Is she ever going to let go? Isn't it odorous?" Children don't maintain the same cleanliness as adults when using the restroom, and the kindergarten teacher can't monitor everything. Zhizhi and the little boy named Chun-Chin maintained their standoff for nearly 5 minutes until he finally surrendered, declaring his urgent need to use the bathroom. "Please, let go. I need to go potty." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi released her grip, only for a resounding fart to escape at that precise moment.
Ugh.
Zhizhi was met with a wave of warmth that nearly caused her to roll her eyes in disbelief. "Ha ha!" The new teacher was overwhelmed by a fart. Exclaimed the children. "Yikes! Chun-Chin's fart is so foul. Teacher, don't vomit here. We have to keep this place clean." The cacophony of children's voices echoed around her, and as Zhizhi's had spun from the sudden onslaught, she felt even more lightheaded. "Ha ha ha! I was worried that such a situation would arise, and indeed, my fears were not unfounded. Although I managed to exhale a moment earlier, I was still met with an unexpected and pungent blast. The odor emitted by a child's flatulence is indescribably foul. One glance at Zhizhi's expression revealed the potency of that recent incident. She seemed utterly overwhelmed. Zhizhi sat still for a while, recovering from the shock. She hurriedly apologized to Teacher Zhizhi, while Teacher Dai brought Chun over to extend his apologies as well. Chun looked at Zhizhi with reluctance, protesting. Why should I apologize to her? She just bit me. Teacher Dai playfully patted his little bottom and said, the new teacher was merely teasing you. There's no mark on your bottom, so how could it be considered a bite? Chapter 103. 5 Extraordinary Individuals. As Zhizhi rinsed her mouth with water, she observed the little boy. He appeared quite robust, suggesting he was quite pampered at home, though he was not a bad child. All right, I shall apologize to you first. I shouldn't have bitten you, but you should also apologize to me. How about we both apologize to each other? Chun hesitated, contemplating his position as the leader here. Would apologizing diminish his stature? Teacher, I want to be your friend. You are so beautiful, just like a princess from a fairy tale. A little girl joyfully hugged Zhizhi's leg. Soon, other girls gathered around, and Zhizhi, with her striking beauty, quickly became the center of attention among the children. As she played with the girls, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Chun, her expression a mix of mischief and pride. Now is not the time for you to gloat. After all, you were just caught in the aftermath of a little flatulence. If you continue to show off, it will only backfire on you. Zhizhi's playful demeanor was indeed quite endearing, and it was evident that she had not undergone any cosmetic alterations. As such, spontaneous expressions cannot be feigned. Although this little boy had a bit of a temper, he was quite charming. Here he comes. Here he comes. The little boy is coming over to apologize. It seems the girls have a magnetic allure. Witnessing the many girls' affection for Zhizhi, Chun felt his status threatened. Teacher, I apologize to you, so now we are friends, right? Zhizhi anticipated his approach. Children dread being excluded by a teacher who chooses to play with others instead. Of course, from this moment forward, we shall be good friends. I will be here all day waiting for the teacher inside, so let us get along well. Their hands, large and small, clasped together in a solemn handshake. Teacher Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reconciliation was indeed a welcome outcome. At that moment, Qing'an and his companions had commenced their venture. However, despite their efforts, no one approached to purchase their goods. Observing the bustling activity among other vendors while they stood alone, the 5 began to question their own prospects. Is our spicy hot pot not enticing? Why aren't they coming over? The aroma is so irresistible that I can hardly contain my desire to indulge. Lu Zihao is somewhat perplexed. How can those people possibly resist such a delightful treat? Lu Qiqi glanced at the appearances of her companions and then at her own reflection, letting out a quiet sigh. Qing'an, a strikingly handsome gentleman, has been reduced to this state. One can only imagine the effect on the rest of them. Qing'an's receding hairline is particularly conspicuous, and with his tall stature, he resembles a large light bulb under the sun's glare. Why don't you go attract customers? Lu Qiqi directed her gaze toward Lu Zihao. Why me? Lu Zihao protested. Isn't Chu Qi suitable? Chu Qi raised his scarred face in response. All right, Chu Qi is out of the question. It's puzzling how the director envisioned transforming Qing'an into a greasy uncle, while Chu Qi appears as a potential criminal, resembling a street thug. With his floral shirt, cropped pants, and loafers, Lu Zihao finds himself at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. The personas of these 5 individuals are truly remarkable. Greasy Uncle Qing'an, the suspect Chu Qi, streetwise Lu Zihao, indifferent Aunt Ningyu, and the sharp-tongued matchmaker Lu Qiqi. The mole by Lu Qiqi's mouth is a stroke of genius. Who would dare buy anything from their stall? At first glance, these 5 do not seem approachable. Thank goodness they aren't setting up shop at the school entrance. Otherwise, they would be apprehended by security in no time. Chu Qi is increasingly cooperative. I find myself reassessing my opinion of him. He can actually be quite pleasant when he isn't stirring up trouble. The director, seated behind the camera, was on the verge of laughter. He truly is a genius. It took him considerable time to curate these contrasting images from the internet, a stark deviation from their original personas. The staff exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation at the director's peculiar sense of humor. Lu Zihao cautiously approached a young lady, wearing his loafers with care. Miss, would you like to try our spicy hot pot? He inquired, attempting to be charming. Who are you calling miss? Do you even know how to speak? The young girl stepped on Lu Zihao's foot and turned away. Ouch. If you don't want to eat, then just don't. Why step on me? Lu Zihao stood on one foot, a look of agony etched on his face. Was it wrong to address her as miss? Isn't that a term of respect? In period dramas, they always refer to people that way. Haha, although you're in a tough spot, it's genuinely amusing. In modern times, who calls someone miss? Aren't you just asking for trouble? The young girl's expression changed instantly. You should consider yourself fortunate. She didn't slap you. When Lu Zihao approached the girl, an inexplicable air of awkwardness surrounded him. Indeed, one's attire can significantly influence their aura, and his outfit completely obscured his natural charm. Qi Qing'an and the others could not help but chuckle from the background. The fool dares to address someone as miss. Who else could they possibly trample upon if not him? Lu Qiqi shook her head, truly believing that Lu Zihao was beyond redemption. How could one address others merely as miss? While this term was once commonplace, it is now customary to prefix it with a surname. His brazen approach was utterly uncalled for. Merely being brushed aside should be considered a testament to her restraint. Lu Zihao remained somewhat perplexed, unable to discern what was amiss with this form of address. Clearly, the fault lay not with him, but with societal norms that have tarnished so many once cherished expressions. Terms like green tea and lotus flower have similarly suffered degradation, revealing more about the issues plaguing contemporary society than about him. Chapter 104. Two groups with stark contrasts, one ascending the throne, the other being arrested. Lu Zihao's bewildering antics were bound to amuse the audience. With his appearance attempting to engage a young lady, she would likely misconstrue his intentions as flirtatious. Could they still proceed with their plans? If not, what would they do tomorrow or the day after? The atmosphere surrounding Zhizhi was entirely different. She was on the verge of ascension herself. Why is it said that Zhizhi is nearly ready to ascend? A glance would clarify everything. Patience, one at a time. As Zhizhi reclined in her chair, exuding an air of authority, on her left, she embraced one young girl. On her right, another, both feeding her treats. The surrounding children wielded an assortment of snacks, clustering around her. At present, Zhizhi bore the demeanor of a complacent monarch, lost in the adoration of her youthful admirers. Nearby, Teacher Butterfly questioned whether they had truly found a competent instructor, as this one appeared more challenging to manage than the children themselves. Teacher Spider, have this jelly. Teacher Spider, let us play this puzzle, the children urged. Zhizhi had smoothly transitioned into the role of Teacher Spider, and she harbored no objections to their affectionate titles. With a lollipop in her mouth and a biscuit in hand, her expression radiated pride. No rush, no rush. Finish your snacks before we play. I suddenly find myself at a loss for words. Is she truly here to supervise the children? Surely, she must be here for them. The expression on Teacher Butterfly's face is beyond description. Behold this regal lifestyle, and then compare it with that of the others. The disparity is staggering. I too wish for Teacher Spider to be my instructor. Were I to have such a beautiful teacher, I would gladly join those children. Stop dreaming, you upstairs dwellers. What folly to daydream in broad daylight. The contrast between Zhizhi's life and that of the individuals across the way had become profoundly pronounced. Qi Qing'an, still not having embarked on his own journey, found himself increasingly concerned for Zhizhi. Would she encounter any troubles while executing her tasks alone? Ning Yu coldly remarked, before worrying about whether she might encounter any trouble, let us first resolve our own issues. We currently have no customers at all. Indeed, at this moment, a space had been cleared around their stall, with passers-by effectively circumventing their location. Lu Qiqi, observing the situation, could not help but suggest, why don't we relocate? Perhaps we could find a school nearby to set up our stall. The children there would likely enjoy spicy hot pot. In her childhood, she had adored such delicacies, though her family seldom permitted her to indulge excessively. After all, having lingered in this spot for so long without any business, it was unreasonable to expect them to remain idle for an entire day. Are you serious about moving near school? Do you not fear being chased away by the security guards with your appearance? These 5 individuals hardly exude a trustworthy demeanor. Dare they set up near a school? Would they not frighten the children? Remarkably, there was indeed an elementary school nearby. As they wheeled their cart over, it coincided with the lunchtime rush. Spicy hot pot. Selling spicy hot pot. Healthy and delicious spicy hot pot. Lu Qiqi shouted at the top of her lungs. The children were genuinely intrigued by the newcomers. A little girl approached Qiqi, causing her to stiffen with unease. What did this child want? The innocent girl gazed up at her and asked Uncle, why do you have such a large scar on your face? Were you bullied? Lu Zihao could not help but chuckle at this. How could she be bullied? Typically, it was he who did the bullying. Chu Qi remained speechless. Although the children found them somewhat intimidating in appearance, the tantalizing aroma of the spicy hot pot proved irresistible, and soon a number of them gathered to make purchases. I never expected these little ones to be so bold, approaching us despite their fears. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something ominous is afoot. However, it was too late to dwell on that, as the police now stood before them. And the 5-person hot pot team fell into an unusual silence. Hello, we received a report indicating that a murderer is loitering near the elementary school entrance. Please accompany us to clarify the situation. The 5 exchanged glances. The staff member added, the director.
Uffed.
They look both pitiable and comical. To be mistaken for murderers. I saw it. That little girl alerted the school security, who then discreetly called the police. The staff was fervently explaining to the officers that they were not murderers. We are merely here filming a variety show, the recent popular one you must have heard about. All 5 were stars, disguised to avoid recognition. They had no connection to any criminal activity. The staff's fervent explanations seemed to ignite sparks, and the director was en route. 5 individuals were seated in a row within the security room, observing as the staff fervently attempted to explain the situation to the police. Their emotions were a tangled web of complexity, particularly for Qi Qing'an. Chapter 105. The Kindergarten Coronation. Long live the teacher. Eventually, the director arrived, and the police instructed them to remove all their sanitary items. The expressions on the familiar faces of the 5 were equally intricate. The police sighed in silence as they regarded the director, remarking on the multitude of incidents occurring within their variety show and the abundance of ideas from the planning team. The director chuckled awkwardly. Haha, that's the essence of variety shows. Without ideas, we would surely be eliminated. Since the matter turned out to be a misunderstanding, the police ultimately said little, exchanging a few words privately with the director, presumably to impart some wisdom. Lu Qiqi couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the director's awkward demeanor. She had never witnessed him in such a state before and heard that he had also been educated by the police in the previous episode. All eyes turned to Qi Qing'an. He tousled his fluffy hair and remarked nonchalantly, "Why are you all staring at me?" The last incident was merely a misunderstanding. If his ears were not flushed with crimson, he might have appeared genuinely composed. Alas, the redness betrayed his inner turmoil. Calm on the surface, yet his ears were aflame. Qi Qing'an, you have completely exposed yourself. While one side is being taken to the station, the other is already selecting consorts. In truth, it was not a selection of consorts, but merely the election of class representatives, albeit portrayed by Zhizhi as if it were a royal affair. Seated regally, she resembled an empress, while Teacher Butterfly maintained a dignified presence, firmly occupying the position of the queen. The children were currently showcasing their talents, proving their capability to assume leadership roles. Zhizhi took a sip of milk and sighed with contentment. Now this is life. I initially thought the director's team had summoned me to torment me, but it turns out I am here to enjoy myself. Teacher Butterfly remarked. They did indeed bring you here to challenge you, but who knew your adaptability was so exceptional? Some individuals possess an innate charm that endears them to children. And Zhizhi was undoubtedly one of those people. Hey, Xiaomi, your earlier speech was remarkable. You shall be the class leader. From now on, you are the head of the class, second to none. Zhizhi's demeanor resembled that of an emperor bestowing titles upon his subjects, her authority impeccably displayed. The child named Xiaomi found Zhizhi's manner somewhat familiar and suddenly realized something, promptly kneeling. Thank you, teacher. Long live the teacher. Witnessing Xiaomi kneel, the other children followed suit, a chorus of gratitude and long live the teacher, erupting in unison. Initially startled by the sudden display, Zhizhi felt an unexpected thrill at the sight of the children. No wonder people in ancient times aspired to be emperors. Who wouldn't he desire such a feeling? Zhizhi cleared her throat and spoke loudly. Everyone, please be seated. From now on, I urge you all to coexist harmoniously and to lend each other a helping hand. The nearby Teacher Butterfly was utterly astonished, bewildered by the recent turn of events. Was this a revival of feudal imperialism? Goodness. She truly is here to assume the role of an emperor. Zhizhi possessed an extraordinary charm, capable of swaying everyone around her. When the children knelt in unison, a shiver ran down my spine. Teacher Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief as she alternated her gaze between Zhizhi and the group of children, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. It seemed these children were no strangers to historical dramas, as evidenced by their familiar phrases. Even referring to her as a wise teacher, surely in ancient times, she would have been a high official. The audience found the juxtaposition utterly delightful. On one side, 5 individuals sat forlornly in the security room awaiting police intervention, while on the other, Zhizhi sat regally, receiving offerings and adoration from the children. All is well now. You may resume your activities, she declared. Soon after, the director received a phone call from the staff at Zhizhi's location. As the staff described the situation, the director's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger. Here I am, being educated by the police, while she is over there assuming her throne. Zhizhi must truly possess some sort of enchantment. I sought her out to be a kindergarten teacher, and she has gone ahead and declared herself an empress. What of the original kindergarten teacher? Does she not have any objections? The director's call was overheard by the other 5 individuals, who exchanged glances, filled with confusion. Ningyu, with a complex expression, remarked, "So while we endure hardship here, she is over there stirring up trouble?" Zhizhi timidly raised her hand, suggesting that it was more than mere trouble. According to the director, she had already ascended to power. While the position originally assigned to her was that of a kindergarten teacher, implying she had become an empress within the kindergarten setting. Qi Qing'an's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lowered his head in contemplation. Haha, the director's flustered demeanor is quite amusing. The expressions of the 5 were equally entertaining, as they seemed to want to say something, yet were at a loss for words. Quick! Grab a magnifying glass to examine Qi Qing'an. His smile is barely containable. At this moment, Ning's parents, seated in front of the television, wore expressions of complexity. Their eldest daughter was being reprimanded by the police, while their youngest was crowned in kindergarten. Zhizhi's personality has truly transformed from what it once was, Ning's father lamented.
Indeed.
As long as both sisters are well, that is what matters, Ning's mother responded, feeling unconcerned. If the little one enjoys playing, let her play. As long as she does not engage in anything morally reprehensible, she is free to do as she pleases. Chapter 106, The Unfortunate Director and the Overly Attached Qi Qing'an. The director's expression was both pitiable and amusing, as the 5 individuals seated in a row struggled to suppress their rising smiles. Qi Qing'an nonchalantly remarked, "Wasn't it you who insisted I dress this way?" The director responded with an exasperated, a direct hit. It became evident that whenever Qi Qing'an spoke, he struck a chord deep within others. The director appeared simultaneously pitiful and comical. Yet there was a sense of poetic justice. Would he become the most frequently reprimanded director by the police in the future? Zhizhi cautiously raised her hand and whispered, "So, are we still going to sell spicy skewers? If not, what else are we supposed to do?" Once again, the director was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if they weren't selling spicy skewers, what purpose would they serve? Forget it. You won't be selling those anymore. You all can figure out how to earn money on your own. Upon hearing the director's words, the 5 quickly sprang to their feet. If we can earn money ourselves, why didn't you say so earlier? Qi Qing'an's first question was about Zhizhi's whereabouts. How long have you all been apart? Can't you manage a bit of independence? The director's gaze nearly conveyed a reprimand, urging Qi Qing'an to rein in his exuberance. Rein in what? By no means should you hold back. I want to see those 2 share moments of sweetness. Such delightful interactions. Why wouldn't you celebrate them? Don't tell him. Don't tell him. My sister is now an empress. Her past association with him merely hindered her career. The director, slightly exasperated, inquired, "Could you please tell me which kindergarten Zhizhi is in?" Qi Qing'an maintained an unusually calm demeanor, his expression notably gentle. When apprehended by the police earlier, his face had been remarkably composed, given that this was the second occurrence. It was no longer an act. After all, a lively individual was constantly stirring the pot, and one had to maintain emotional stability. The director managed a stiff smile, conceding, "Fine, she is at Nanjian Kindergarten, quite a distance from here." He doubted that anyone could traverse such a distance on foot. With a hint of smugness, he thought, "I do not believe you can walk there on your own." Just 3 seconds later, a tricycle passed in front of him. The director immediately recognized the person seated in the back, Qi Qing'an. "Where did you acquire that tricycle?" The director exclaimed. "Why should I worry about you?" Qi Qing'an retorted with a chuckle. "Director, I witnessed the entire sequence of events. Qi Qing'an managed to hitch a ride using his charm." Qi Qing'an conversed with a group of elderly folks, and one particular lady, who happened to be the wife of a gentleman there, took a liking to him, allowing him to ride along. Ningyu and the others stood nearby, watching the clever exchange between Qi Qing'an and the director, shaking their heads in resignation. "Aren't you going to intervene? What if Zhizhi truly falls for Chiga?" Lu Zihao voiced his concern. Ningyu lifted her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at him. "Do you truly believe I can manage them?" One is blissfully naive, while the other is excessively astute, akin to a beehive. Zhizhi is as if he sprang forth from a stone. Do you think she has come to her senses now? If she remains oblivious, what am I to guard against? Qi Qing'an's actions are destined to be fruitless, and their pairing seems fitting. After all, one is naive while the other is shrewd. A perfect complement, with no loss involved. Lu Zihao and Lu Qiqi chimed in. Your reasoning is impeccable. We find ourselves utterly unable to refute it. Qi Qing'an's fans are truly magnanimous. He has now openly pursued his wife. Does that not stir discomfort within you? Why should we feel discomfort? He is courting his wife, not mine. What reason do we have to be unsettled? Pfft. Are you genuinely a fan of Qi Qing'an? Your remarks are quite amusing. Alas, circumstances compel such a stance. If a female celebrity were to pursue us, we would undoubtedly berate her. Yet, the one pursuing now is Qi Qing'an. What do you suggest we do? It's all right. Ningyu is right. These two actually suit each other quite well. For Qi Qing'an to be fond of Yan Zhizhi truly reflects his unique taste. A girl like Yan Zhizhi is beyond the reach of most. Presently, the entire internet is mocking Qi Qing'an's fans, who predominantly support his film and television endeavors, thus maintaining a relatively indifferent attitude toward his personal life. Nevertheless, Qi Qing'an's pursuit has still made headlines. Chapter 107. Qi Qing'an becomes a janitor. Dear friends, our gathering today is a fortuitous encounter. Let us all raise our bowls. My lord.
Please.
The class leader's demeanor was particularly commendable. Upon hearing the term my lord, Teacher Butterfly nearly choked. Where did this child learn such terms? Even my lord has been invoked. In truth, the class leader had recently been accompanying his grandparents in watching the romance of the Three Kingdoms, hence his current enthusiasm. Yan Zhizhi possesses an extraordinarily unique aura, inadvertently evoking the term my lord. With a smile that revealed teeth but concealed her eyes, she encouraged, Come. Let us drink heartily from our bowls. Everyone raised their cups or bowls, while Teacher Butterfly, with her hand pressed to her forehead, wore a troubled expression. Ha ha ha. Even my lord has made an appearance. This little one must frequently watch dramas. Everyone, look at Teacher Butterfly in the corner. Her face is all wrinkled up. Teacher Butterfly, I feel utterly out of place due to my normalcy. Wherever Yan Zhizhi goes, miracles ensue. A miracle approaches. Qi Qing'an has arrived on a tricycle. Qi Qing'an thanked the elderly gentleman who had accompanied him before alighting from the vehicle. Upon noticing the sign of Blue Sky Kindergarten, he peered inside and immediately spotted the spirited Yan Zhizhi at the podium. Come, dear children, if you have matters to report,
Please do so. If not, amuse yourselves.
Qi Qing'an. Indeed, I have come here for the firepower. The security guard also noticed Qi Qing'an at the entrance, peering inside and mistook him for a child's parent. This parent, it's not yet time for school to be dismissed. Would you like to wait in the security room? The guard suddenly realized, Oh, so you have come to see Teacher Spider. Please wait here for a moment. I will have her come to meet you. Teacher Spider? Qi Qing'an's lips twitched. That name is indeed peculiar. After Yan Zhizhi was called out, she was pleasantly surprised to see Qi Qing'an. What brings you here? Aren't you selling spicy skewers over there? Have they sold out? Qi Qing'an's expression grew somewhat complex. We haven't sold out, but some events transpired. And now everyone has stopped selling spicy skewers. I came to seek refuge with you. Yan Zhizhi pointed to herself. You have come to seek refuge with me. But I don't pay wages here. My salary is merely the profits you earn multiplied. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhizhi suggested, perhaps you should find work elsewhere. Qi Qing'an's smile froze instantly. This girl truly is a talent. Despite his obvious intentions, she could not grasp a hint. Ha. Qi Qing'an's smile gradually faded. Yan Zhizhi, are you truly a stone that sprang forth from a crevice? Here I am seeking you out, and you still send me off to work. Do you genuinely wish to remain solitary for life? Yet Qi Qing'an was reluctant to concede. He continued to advocate for himself. Is there truly no task to be done here? I can assist you. Yan Zhizhi found herself in a dilemma upon hearing his words. I am also not well acquainted with this place, but even if you work there, you want to receive any wages, so it is best for you to seek work elsewhere. All right, Qi Qing'an. Tara.
All right.
Qi Qing'an. I detest your wooden demeanor. Qi Qing'an's acting prowess faltered most significantly in front of Yan Zhizhi. He nearly had I like you written all over his face. Yan Zhizhi truly is a remarkable individual. Madam Qi, munching on potato chips and watching her son struggle, appeared exceedingly pleased. Mr. Qi remarked, he is your own son. Now he is pursuing a wife. It seems inappropriate to say such things. Madam Qi crunched a chip. What's inappropriate? He doesn't know, and even if he does, I am not afraid. He is young yet pretends to be profound. I wonder who he learned that from. As she spoke, Madam Qi glanced at Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi replied, everything inappropriate must have been learned from me, right? Your gaze is so blatant. You do not conceal anything before me? Madam Qi retorted, do you think you are worthy? Qi Qing'an and Yan Zhizhi spoke at cross purposes for quite some time, yet the matter remained unresolved. The security guard, listening to their conversation, took a while to comprehend their issues. You are seeking employment, are you not? There happens to be a position available at the kindergarten. As fortune would have it, the cleaning lady is on leave today. You could take up the role of a cleaner. Rest assured, compensation is provided. Upon hearing the security guard's words, Yan Zhizhi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Qi Qing'an, exclaiming, "There's a job. You can work at the kindergarten as a cleaner. And there's a salary too." Qi Qing'an chuckled. "Thank you. The security guard is truly warm-hearted. I can hardly envision Qi Qing'an taking on the role of a cleaner." The expression on Qi Qing'an's face was nearly breaking, while Yan Zhizhi continued to applaud. "However, I would find such a situation infuriating. I might as well dig a grave for myself on the spot." Yan Zhizhi, please cease your applause for a moment and pay attention to Qi Qing'an's expression. I fear he may be driven to the brink of despair. Qi Qing'an felt a lump in his throat, unable to express his feelings, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. How did he come to develop feelings for Yan Zhizhi? This was a question he had pondered countless times. Yet there exists no definitive answer to love. It simply is. However, harboring affection for Yan Zhizhi requires immense psychological resilience. Otherwise, one might find themselves exasperated beyond endurance. 5 minutes later, Qi Qing'an stood at the door of the kindergarten restroom, donned in an apron and sleeves, holding a toilet cleaner in his left hand and a toilet brush in his right. Yan Zhizhi encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. "The restroom is quite clean. You can do it." Qi Qing'an turned to her, revealing a bittersweet smile. "Yes, I'll do my best." Chapter 108. The driving god Yan Zhizhi. Is it the left foot for the brake or the right foot? Oh, Qi Qing'an. Who would have thought you would end up in this predicament? Whether falling for Yan Zhizhi is a stroke of luck or misfortune remains uncertain. Why forsake a good job to clean toilets?
Sigh.
Resigned, Qi Qing'an began his task of cleaning the restroom. Halfway through, the bell rang, and a throng of children rushed in. Curious gazes fell upon him as they inquired, "Who are you? Why are you in the restroom?" Kneeling to speak with the little ones, Qi Qing'an replied, "I am the new cleaner, tidying up the restroom." The children appeared puzzled. Wasn't it Aunt Lu who managed the cleaning before? Where did she go? Why can Aunt Lu take leave while we cannot? We want to take leave too. Yes, yes. We also want to take leave. Uncle, please help us get a day off. Qi Qing'an was at his wit's end. Help! Is there anyone who can rescue him from this predicament? What is he to do with this horde of inquisitive children? Moreover, he cannot answer any of their questions. The expression on Qi Qing'an's face was utterly comical, a blend of awkward smiles and panicked eyes. Who could recall his formerly sinister persona on screen? At this moment, I certainly cannot. Children are indeed the most easily swayed. Once you have engaged them with a question, another inquiry follows swiftly. A single child embodies countless whys. And just the thought of a group of them sends shivers down my spine. Here, Yan Zhizhi flourishes, feeling as though she is swimming in blissful waters. However, no matter how comfortable the day may be, it inevitably passes. She emerged from the classroom, pristine, while Qi Qing'an, utterly exhausted, stumbled out of the restroom. He had been hunched over scrubbing toilets for an extended period, a daunting task for someone of his tall stature, and his back was nearly broken from the effort. "How did your work go today? What was your pay?" Yan Zhizhi inquired with a cheerful smile. Qi Qing'an pulled out 200 yuan, the sum of his earnings for the day. The two of them were at the kindergarten and the other 4 had also secured jobs. Some served as waitstaff. Others engaged in painting, similar to the first phase of their endeavors. Although the pay varied, it was certainly better than nothing. I calculated for them, and their combined earnings exceeded 1,000 yuan today. The lion's share came from Ningyu. Indeed, art proves to be the most lucrative.
Sum exceeding jeden.
000 yuan doubled amounts to over 2,000 yuan, allowing them a few carefree days of leisure ahead. Yan Zhizhi urged the others to recount the day's events, and upon hearing that the director had encountered the police again, her laughter threatened to lift the roof off. "Ha, Director, how did you end up meeting the police again? At this rate, the entire national police force will recognize you. You must be the director with the most police encounters." The director retorted, "Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Yan Zhizhi teased, "Oh, you're flustered. I've struck a nerve." Ningyu, witnessing Yan Zhizhi's reckless antics, could not help but pull her aside. "All right, enough tormenting the director. Go wash up and rest. Tomorrow we can play freely. Be sure to dress nicely." Exhausted from the day's labors, everyone retired early. The audience, anticipating further developments, kept vigil in the live stream room throughout the night, only to be left disappointed.
Damn.
I stayed up all night, and Zhizhi didn't stir up any trouble last night, making me wait in vain. Of course, she can't create chaos every night. Even those who sleepwalk need their rest. Perhaps she was genuinely fatigued from the previous day. After all, she spent an entire day as royalty. We must show her some understanding. However, the issue of driving sparked a dispute among them. Zhizhi volunteered to take the wheel, but no one believed in her capabilities. Are you sure you can drive? Ningyu expressed her concern. Zhizhi nodded vigorously. Of course. My driving skills are exceptional. I passed my driving test on the first try. Qi Qing'an, observing her confidence, probed further. When did you obtain your license? How long have you been driving? Do you drive often? Zhizhi confidently declared. Rest assured, I have obtained my driver's license as an adult. I will undoubtedly showcase the prowess of a skilled driver. Her unwavering confidence managed to impress everyone around her, securing her the driver's seat. However, Qi Qing'an, sitting in the passenger seat, kept a vigilant eye on her. Ningyue, looking at Qi Qing'an with utmost seriousness, urged, you must keep a close watch on her. Our lives hinge entirely on your vigilance. Qi Qing'an replied. There's really no need for such concern, it's merely driving. Nevertheless, he offered a reassuring response. Do not worry. I will keep a watchful eye on her. Once aboard, Zhizhi excitedly touched the steering wheel and surveyed the surroundings before turning to Qi Qing'an with a question. Is it the left foot for the brake or the right foot? Qi Qing'an was taken aback. At that moment, the expressions of everyone in the car shifted dramatically, including his own. Ningyu exclaimed, open the door. I want to get out. This is a joke. If she doesn't even know how to brake, driving with her could be perilous. Zhizhi stubbornly refused to unlock the doors, playfully insisting, oh, I was just joking. Don't be so alarmed. I know what I'm doing. You'll soon witness my capabilities. Her confidence was palpable, while the other 5 passengers clutched their seatbelts and the handles in trepidation. Let us go. With a sudden surge of acceleration, the car shot forward, accompanied by a chorus of panicked screams.
Slow down.
Hit the brakes. In Chapter 109, Zhizhi screamed. The traffic police halted them, and the director was in despair. Observing the erratic movements of the car ahead, the director couldn't suppress his worry, remarking, can Zhizhi truly manage this? I am genuinely concerned that something might go awry. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his heart raced. A staff member patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fret. They surely know their limits. Qi Qing'an is right beside her. He should be able to keep Zhizhi in check. The director had also set up a live stream to capture his reactions, a request strongly advocated by the audience. Look at the director's face. Zhizhi is indeed his nemesis. The director's career now rests in Zhizhi's hands. Let us hope she does not falter. Do you not think Zhizhi is being excessively reckless? If anything were to happen with the car, it would be a grave matter. I also believe she is becoming increasingly unruly, taking advantage of everyone's indulgence. Inside the vehicle, while Zhizhi radiated excitement as she drove, the others wore expressions of anxiety. Zhizhi persistently prayed, Oh, Jade Emperor and Guanyin Bodhisattva, please grant me your protection. I have never committed any wrongdoing in my life. I implore you to safeguard me. Lu Qiqi tightly grasped Zhiji's hand, her expression appearing more composed than his, though the force of her grip was anything but gentle.
Ah.
Easy, easy. You're going to crush my bones. Zhiji exclaimed, a blend of fear and pain evident in his voice as he muttered prayers to Guanyin and the Jade Emperor, clearly overwhelmed by the moment. Haha, Zhiji truly amuses me. Why does he seem both pitiful and comical? As Lu Qiqi exerted her strength, he trembled visibly. Her grip indeed formidable. To transform this little broken van into a racing machine, how impressive.
Whoa.
We're airborne. Zhiji abruptly surged up a slope, leaving everyone with a sensation of weightlessness. Oh my goodness. I'm going to die. I haven't spent all my money yet. Tears nearly brimmed in Zhiji's eyes as his foremost thought was the unspent money. Beside him, Chu-Chi remarked, who brought this fool along? Sitting next to him is truly unbearable. My eardrums might burst. Ningyu rubbed her ears and couldn't help but interject. It can't be that exaggerated. Zhiji's driving skills are quite commendable. Just bear with it a little. She had noticed that while Zhiji's driving was indeed proficient, it lacked any semblance of normalcy. Before long, they arrived in town, and an unexpected incident unfolded. Hello, we need to check your vehicle. We heard screams coming from inside. Please present your driver's license and clarify your relationship with the passengers. Zhizhi. The others? The director in the back exclaimed. Here we go again. Uffed, director. Hurry, and come explain. Does Zhizhi even possess a driver's license? Probably not. Despite the audience's skepticism, Zhizhi did indeed have her license. After a brief inspection, the officer began inquiring about Qi Qing'an's relationship with Zhizhi. All eyes turned to Lu Zihao, who awkwardly chuckled. That was me screaming. We're all friends. I just got a bit too excited. Traffic officer. Excited enough to scream for your mother? That's quite a peculiar penchant. Rest assured, if there's any issue, you can be truthful with us, and we will ensure your safety. As he spoke, the officer glanced at Zhizhi. Zhizhi. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you suspect I'm a villain? He is so tall and imposing, while I'm so petite. How could I possibly be a bad person? The gaze of the traffic officer, Zhizhi's expression, and the looks from the others, though no words were exchanged, I've already conjured an entire scene in my mind. The director is coming. I see him sprinting towards us. Indeed, it seems the director bears the brunt of this chaos. Officer, have they caused yet another ruckus? The director is nearly in tears. They have all come out to play, so could they refrain from causing any trouble? His fragile heart is truly unable to withstand this. No, I merely inquired about the situation. The traffic officer suddenly realized. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. I initially thought he bore a resemblance, only to discover it was indeed him. Is there someone named Zhizhi in your variety show? My wife is quite fond of her. Zhizhi quietly raised her hand, affirming, I am Zhizhi. The director seized the traffic officer and went on to explain thoroughly, ultimately clarifying the situation, and Lu Zihao also came over to apologize. I told you to call. Lu Qiqi exclaimed, striking Lu Zihao a few times in annoyance. There was no issue at all until he summoned them. Lu Zihao pouted but offered no rebuttal. Qi Qing'an looked at Zhizhi and sighed softly, suggesting, perhaps I should take the wheel from here. We cannot drive so fast once we enter the town. The crowd gasped, can we refuse? Zhizhi is indeed suited for racing. Qi Qing'an truly dotes on Zhizhi.